Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents A Time for Reckoning by Neil Turner, narrated by Gary Bennett. 1. Grazina Zalewski drops her purse on the mahogany entry table and closes the front door on the world. She smiles at the thought of a glass of wine while luxuriating in the jacuzzi to wash away the stress of a long day. Her smile widens as she contemplates diving back into the Lisa Gardner novel she's reading. Unfortunately, the day is about to take a turn for the worse. "Where the hell have you been?" She spins around and is startled to find her husband, Mark Lewis, glaring down at her. Mark told her he would be home late this evening. "I expect you to be here when I get home, goddammit," he growls as he towers over her. Grazina backs up half a step, kicks off her Gucci loafers, and hangs her Burberry coat on a hanger. "I was at school in Casper." "Why?" She backs off a bit farther. "I need to keep my coursework up to date to retain my student visa." Mark's lips curl in a half smile. "Screw that, Grizz. The visa was just a scam to let you stay in the country." Initially, the student visa had been a way to stay with Mark beyond the 90 days her tourist visa allowed for, but Grazina enjoys the classes and is committed to earning her degree, especially now that things have turned sour at home. "I don't think of it as a scam," she says. "Think you're gonna make something out of yourself with a poetry degree, Grizz?" Mark asks in a mocking tone. When she doesn't reply, he adds, "Stay away from that school." "I will not." He steps closer and wraps a hand around her forearm to hold her in place. "You're only in this country for as long as I want you here." Grazina stares back defiantly. "I can stay as long as I'm in school." Mark's fingers tighten painfully around her wrist, and his eyes narrow while the skin around his mouth tightens into a snarl. "God damn it, Grizz, you'll do what I say." She feels more anger than fear as she struggles to shake his hand loose. "I hate you calling me Grizz. Call me by my proper name." They've had this argument time and time again. Pronouncing her name properly, Grazina, is apparently too much effort for him, so he calls her Grizz. "I'll call you whatever I want. Speaking of your stupid name, it sounds foreign, and folks around here don't take kindly to foreigners. It's time you started dressing and sounding American. The Lewis family has an image to uphold in this county. Mark and his precious family. I have an image to uphold," he adds. Ah, yes, the heir to the Lewis family throne. Mark is fond of bragging that his family owns Converse County lock, stock, and barrel. Grazina stiffens in anger. "You talk as if I'm a stain on your precious image." "That's how Mom and Dad see it," he replies with a smirk, as if her Polish heritage is dirt to be swept aside. Grazina yanks her arm free and steps away, fighting to keep the tears she feels welling up from spilling out of her eyes. What does a woman say to a husband who has so little respect for who and what she is? Mark's insulting words wipe away any thought of tears. "Don't speak to me that way," she snaps back. He steps closer, backing her up against the wall. "Time for a reality check, honey. You're a 2-bit internet curiosity that I rescued from a life of mediocrity in a backward country. The song and dance routine is amusing, but the act is getting stale. Time to grow up." "I'm your wife," Grazina snaps. "I deserve respect." "Respect? You're a great piece of ass, and you can be fun, but never forget that I can replace you with another 2-bit whore in a flash." She has no idea what a 2-bit horror is in this context. Even her excellent English left her unprepared for the waves of Americanisms that weren't covered in her formal language training, but she suspects it is an insult. "You're nothing," he continues as he squeezes her breasts painfully. "You're here because of these." Then he reaches around to grab her rear in both hands so he can rub himself against her while he puts his lips to her ear. "And this." Grazina recoils as he pulls her tighter, lifts her off her feet, and forces a knee between her legs as he grinds. "I've had enough of your little princess bullshit, Grizz. Start behaving like a proper wife. I figured people in the old country still taught their women how to do that, for Christ's sake. Guess not. So I'll damn well teach you what's expected of a good Wyoming country wife." He suddenly releases her, letting her crash to the floor on her tailbone. The tears come in earnest as she stares up at him in horror, while he grabs her Valentino Garavani purse, yanks out her wallet, and rips out her credit cards and bank card. He pauses, then takes her passport as well. "If you're a good girl, maybe you'll get these back. If not, well..." Grazina watches helplessly as he walks away. What is she going to do? She has next to no money of her own. The realization of how utterly dependent she is on Mark hits home full force. How has she gotten herself into this position? More importantly, is there a way out? 2. I walk out of my office in search of coffee a few minutes after 9 o'clock on a Tuesday morning and find my partner and our receptionist chatting in the lobby of Brooks and Valenti, paupers at law. I, Tony Valenti, am listed last on our masthead, coming a close second behind my partner, Penelope Brooks, who is the only other lawyer employed here. We've already said our good mornings, so I head straight to the Mr. Coffee machine. "No idea what this is about?" Penelope asks as I pour. "Not a clue, and the curiosity is killing me," I reply. "Guess you'll know soon enough." True enough. Peter Zalewski, the former village manager of Cedar Heights, Illinois, the modest Chicago suburb where I live and work, has made an appointment to see me on a family matter. Why on earth Zalewski, a man I helped force out of office a couple of years ago, is considering hiring Brooks and Valenti is beyond me. But, as Penelope says, I'll know in 20 or 30 minutes. "Do you know where he's working nowadays?" she asks. "Nope. Haven't heard a thing about him since the night he lost the village manager job. Maybe he's coming to off me?" I suggest with a grin. "Not funny, partner. You tend to put yourself in jeopardy a little more often than I like." I spread my hands expansively. But I'm still alive and kicking. So far, Tony. So far. Not that talking about my potential demise isn't a fun way to start the work week, I say with a wink. But let's talk about something else. How was your weekend? Did you and Becky do anything interesting? Went out for dinner, went for a hike, did our usual Sunday dinner with Mom. Becky is Penelope's partner. Mom is Joan Brooks, who works in her office. Joan is our receptionist/legal assistant/paralegal/office mother. She earned her legal chops working in the office of her father, a local judge in rural Kansas. Mother and daughter are solid 5-foot-tall dynamos imbued with bushels of country smarts and wholesomeness. A day seldom goes by during which I fail to coax a smile and laugh out of Joan, who is nowhere near as taciturn as she likes to let on. I follow Penelope into Joan's reception area and make a beeline for the coffee pot. "Your daughter is a little concerned that my 10 o'clock client may be coming to harm me, Joan. You won't let that happen, right?" She perks up. "Will he be armed?" I top off my mug and shrug. "I don't know. You'll check when he arrives?" "Of course I will, Mr. Valenti. If he isn't armed, I'll lend him a gun. I'm thinking a shotgun to get it over with quickly." My eyes cut to Penelope. "We pay for this insolence?" Penelope laughs and says, "She does other stuff, too." I poke my bottom lip out in a pout as I empty 2 Splenda packets and a couple of creamers into my coffee. You two will look back on this moment and be consumed with a lifetime of bitter guilt if Mr. Zalewski harms me. Penelope shares a long, thoughtful look with Joan. "Think so, Mom?" Joan studies me for a moment, then shakes her head. "Nah. Can I have his office?" I harumph, finish stirring my coffee, and stalk to my office, pausing at the door. "If you'll excuse me, I need a little time alone to lick my emotional wounds. Please let me know when Mr. Zalewski arrives." I shake my head and chuckle after closing my door, then answer a text from my 16-year-old daughter Brittany, reminding me that she has a volleyball game after school and should be home by 6:30. She closes by informing me that she expects a nice hot dinner to be waiting, her way of reminding me that it's my night to cook. I'm a single dad raising a teenager in the Valenti family home I grew up in, I text back that I do remember, adding a reminder that my girlfriend Trish will be joining us. My thoughts stray to the man who was coming to see me this morning. Peter Zalewski was once the target of my animosity and rage after the village tried to throw my parents out of their home to make room for a shopping center and condo development. It turned out that, while he was a willing participant, Zalewski was not the driving force behind the effort that I first imagined him to be. The true villain was the mayor of Cedar Heights at the time, a small-time politician who was currently on trial for corruption. If I recall correctly, Zalewski is married with a passel of kids and is active in his Catholic parish. He had a lengthy career in local public administration. I wonder what he's doing now, and why he wants to see me. I turn my attention back to the file on my desk. We've been retained to represent a group of disgruntled long-term tenants being tossed out of their apartment block to make room for a new condo development. The building owner is, of course, within his rights to redevelop. The problem is that he hasn't lifted a finger to help his tenants relocate, as he promised to do in his redevelopment application. Cases like this are a pain, but it's the kind of work Brooks and Valenti, lawyers to little people and lost causes, is founded upon. It's also a lot less nerve-wracking than the wilder cases we occasionally stumble into. We just finished defending the brother of a friend in a murder trial a couple of weeks ago. I'm still decompressing from that. Just the thought of the unexpectedly hairy moments that were part and parcel of the case sends a shiver down my spine. I sigh and run a hand through my wavy black hair, a mop that prompted a high school half-wit to christen me Brillowhead. Sad to say, the name stuck until I finally escaped it by running away to get my law degree from Marquette University in Milwaukee. Joan pokes her head in 5 minutes later. "Mr. Zalewski is here." I look up. "Is he armed?" She slaps a hand on her forehead. "Darn it, I forgot to check. Hopefully. What have I done to make you hate me so?" "We don't have time to work through the laundry list of your transgressions, Mr. Valenti," she replies with a sweet smile. "Perhaps after your appointment. Shall I send Mr. Zalewski in?" I shake my head and unfold all 6'5" of myself out of my chair. "I'll come out to meet him." Zalewski gets to his feet when he sees me and steps over to shake hands. He's several inches shorter than me, a good-looking, solidly built man with startling blue eyes, a neatly trimmed mustache, and Slavic features under a thick mane of black hair. We shake hands tentatively. I wave him into my office. "Have a seat, Mr. Zalewski." He sits, then stares at me expectantly while I settle in behind my desk. He seems unsure of himself. Now that we're face to face, I do as well. "What can I do for you?" I ask. "I apologize for my part in the business concerning your parents." Props to him for doing so. "I eventually realized that you were duped when you toadied up to Mayor Brown and his cronies," I say. "I bear no animosity toward you." "Thank you. When you wished me luck the last time we spoke, I understood that you are a fair man. I appreciated the sentiment." I nod. "So with that out of the way, tell me why you're here." "I've come to discuss a situation involving my niece. She's gotten herself into an unfortunate situation in Wyoming." "Wyoming? We don't work in Wyoming." "Can you?" "As in, are we able to practice in Wyoming, or are we willing to take on a case there?" He sets his hands on the desk and intertwines his fingers. "Both. I've followed a few of the cases you and your partner have worked on. Impressive." "Thank you. Why don't you start by telling me more? We'll cross the other bridges afterward." "My niece is in an unfortunate marriage. We're concerned for her well-being." "We?" I ask. "My wife and I." "Is your niece being abused?" "Emotionally, yes. We're concerned it may escalate." "You can't persuade her to leave?" Zalewski sighs and shakes his head. "She often seems a little frightened when I speak with her, but she's determined to stick it out. I hope I don't regret letting her do so." "Letting her? How old is she?" 23. She's headstrong, and I don't have the influence I wish I did. Mind you, she won't listen to her mother either. Perhaps it's a case of misguided love for her new husband. Or she may be unwilling to admit to a mistake, I suggest. He nods. I may have failed to acknowledge the error of my ways once or twice at that age, I add wryly. Haven't we all been there? I smile and nod. He continues. Grazina came to the attention of her new husband through her performances online. Her mother, my sister Zofia, is devastated and ashamed that she allowed it to happen. So this started out as an internet relationship, and now they're married and living in Wyoming? Correct. Why doesn't your sister fly out there to see for herself? Maybe things aren't so bad after all. Zofia lives in Poland, he says. My grandparents fled Krakow before World War II and settled in Chicago. Zofia earned a medical degree at the University of Chicago, then returned to Krakow after Poland became free in the early 1990s. She's been there ever since. Grazina is a Polish national? I ask. Yes, she was born and raised in Krakow, went to Poland's best university there. Smart girl, very energetic. She enrolled at the University of Wyoming and applied for a student visa to extend her stay. She and this man married a couple of months later. How long ago? Several months. I don't understand what he wants from us. She's in the country legally, Mr. Zalewski. She can leave her husband and live elsewhere while she goes to school, or she can simply return to Poland. I'd like her to go home, as with her mother. She doesn't want to. She's 23, an adult who is free to live her life however she sees fit. Where do we fit in? She's naive, Mr. Valenti, very innocent, and far too trusting. We worry for her safety. Perhaps you can help. Tell me about her husband. Mark Lewis, he begins. His family seems to be quite wealthy and prominent in Wyoming. We still haven't met him, so I don't know much. Even when he was in Chicago with her for a weekend early on, he didn't visit us. Why not? They'd just met at the time. Grazina said that he didn't want to intrude on her family visit. If they weren't overly serious at the time, that sounds reasonable enough. He leans in and holds my gaze. This relationship has never sat well with us. We're afraid for Grazina. Fair enough, but she's an adult. She's in danger, Mr. Valenti. Zalewski's fear is palpable. Perhaps his niece really is in peril. She certainly wouldn't be the first wife to meet a bad end at the hands of her husband. I'm intrigued by the situation, perhaps because Zalewski has tickled my protective instincts. Brooks and Valenti exists to represent everyday people caught up in legal challenges against powerful entities. Grazina seems to fit the bill, but we don't generally handle divorces, and we're a long way from Wyoming. What exactly do you hope we can do? I ask. Talk to her, maybe give her some legal advice. What's the end game, Mr. Zalewski? Divorce? That seems to be in her best interest. Would you mind if I bring my partner into the conversation? I ask. This isn't the type of case we normally get involved in, especially in Wyoming. Might as well find out if there's any chance of us taking this on before we go further. That's fine with me. I excuse myself, cross the hall to Penelope's office, and give her a brief overview. She cocks an eyebrow. Divorce? Wyoming? I know. Just talk to him. See how you feel about the story. She gives me a skeptical look, but pushes her seat back and stands. Whatever you want, partner. Zalewski tells his story again. Penelope asks a couple of insightful questions about legal status and such that I hadn't thought of. No surprise there, she's the brains of our operation. I think of myself as the performer, the guy who gets up in court to speak the lines she gives me, plus a few of my own. It works for us. I've come to understand that I'm a little better at this trial lawyering business than I once thought. After another 10 minutes of discussion, Penelope seems disappointed that Zalewski doesn't know more about the Wyoming family his niece married into. We're going to have to think about this, Mr. Zalewski, she says. For starters, we seldom handle divorce cases. We'll also have to investigate what's involved with us taking a case in Wyoming, and, of course, if there's a case to work. That's up to Grazina." Zalewski leans toward her. "We're scared, Miss Brooks." Penelope's eyes soften. Predictably. Her heart's as big as Kansas itself. "I can see that, Mr. Zalewski. I suggest you speak with your niece and find out if she's interested in pursuing a divorce. We'll investigate what we need to do in order to set up shop in Wyoming. Let's touch base in a few days." He doesn't look satisfied, but doesn't argue. Penelope stands to signal that the meeting is over. She pauses with her hand on the doorknob and meets Zalewski's eyes. "May I make a suggestion?" "Of course. Hire a private investigator to find out more about the Lewis family, particularly Grazina's husband. Perhaps the investigator can give us a sense of what's going on out there. We'll think about it, Miss Brooks." "Think hard, Mr. Zalewski," she says. "We need more information before we can make a decision. A PI may uncover things you don't know, perhaps even things Grazina is unaware of. At the end of the day, what happens is up to her. The more information she has to base that decision on, the better." 15 minutes after Zalewski leaves, Penelope calls me into her office and pulls a guest chair around to her side of the desk. "Sit down, partner. I looked up Grazina online. Interesting gal." I settle in and look at the smiling face of an attractive young woman. There's a family resemblance to Peter Zalewski. High Slavic cheekbones, very thick, long black hair, and the same arresting blue eyes. Penelope scrolls through a few pictures. Grazina is lithe and well-endowed, dresses expensively in tight designer jeans, form-fitting sweaters, sundresses, short shorts, and crop tops. Penelope smiles and plays some video. "I found her YouTube and TikTok channels. Interesting and pretty fun stuff." That's one way of putting it. Grazina dances her way through bouncy pop music coupled with what seems to be classical compositions. Not that I'm a classical music expert. I'm pretty much a rock and roll guy, with rhythm and blues and a few other things thrown into the mix. What Grazina is up to has some appeal, especially with her gyrating to the beat with an enormous smile. She's appealing, vivacious, playful, and undeniably sexy. "Recognize any of this?" Penelope asks as a new clip appears with Grazina playing the grand piano. "The music?" "Yeah, it's fascinating. She's melding Chopin to danceable Europop. Kinda cool. Her online name translates roughly to the Dancing Minstrel of Krakow." Penelope switches tabs to a brief blurb about Grazina. "She's no dummy. Graduated with a degree in philology." What? "Philology, partner. The study of old and dead languages. Her specialty is Old Polish. Given that, making minstrel part of her performing name seems apropos. Among other things, Chopin was influenced by Old Polish folk music and paid homage to it in some of his work. So there's a sharp intellect at work in what she's doing. It's not at all the frivolous stuff Mr. Zalewski seems to think it is." How does Penelope know so much about so many things? She's a wonder. I nod at the screen as we watch. This must be what caught the eye of her future husband. I can see why he'd be attracted. "Yeah," Penelope agrees. "So what do you think? Are we interested in the case? And if so, how do we go about working in Wyoming?" "I think your UBE gets you into the door to practice," she says. "Really?" "Really. The Uniform Bar Exam permits lawyers passing it to register to practice law in a number of states. I had to write it to practice law in Illinois when we moved here from Atlanta a couple of years ago." "Now that you mention it," I say, "I seem to recall something about it allowing me to register for the bar in a number of states for something like 5 years. We'll look into it if there's the potential for a case." "You're inclined to take it on?" Penelope leans back in her seat and stares up at the ceiling, her go-to pose when puzzling things out. "I'm sympathetic to Grazina's potential plight. I may be interested after we get a better picture of the situation." "Okay." She sits back, crosses her legs, and smiles. "How was your weekend?" "Pretty good. Mostly just hung out with Brittany and Trish. Trish is joining us for dinner tonight." "Sounds like fun," Penelope says with a smile, which promptly turns into a frown. Becky and I should have you and Trish over for dinner. We keep meaning to do it, but we're the worst social calendar managers in existence. So there is something you don't do well. She laughs and shakes her head. Not that I'm complaining, but you have an overinflated opinion of me. I often wonder why. Because you're a wonderful human being? She beams her 1,000-watt smile at me. You're too kind, Mr. Valenti. I smile back. That's why you forgive all the trouble I get us into. That you used to get us into, partner. Those days are over, right? Right. 3. After her friend Jocelyn drops her off a few minutes before 6:30 that evening, Brittany finds me in the kitchen, leans a hip against the door jamb, and brushes her shoulder-length hair off her face. She's abandoned last year's spiky blonde hairdo to return to the auburn she was born with. It couldn't happen soon enough for me, but I'd kept that opinion to myself after having been dressed down by my friend Pat O'Toole for saying dumb shit to my daughter instead of just letting her be a teenager. Pat was, of course, correct. So now I try not to say dumb stuff. Now and then I succeed. What's for supper? Brittany asks. Yakitori chicken skewers with fried rice. What the heck is that? A Japanese dish. If it turns out well, I'll add it to my inventory of delicious, quick-hit meals. She rolls her eyes and pushes off the doorframe just as the doorbell rings. I'm going to get changed, Pops. I shoot her the evil eye. She called me Pops a couple of months ago and was delighted to discover that I hated it. She's taken to giving me a steady diet of it ever since. That ought to be Trish, I say, with a pointed look toward the front door. Do you want me to get the door before I go? If you wouldn't mind, seeing as how I'm busy and you're 5 feet away from it. No need to get snippy, old-timer, she retorts with a grin as she turns to go. And I'm the one who gets accused of saying dumb things that alienate family members? Hey, Trish says as she steps into the kitchen a moment later. As always, my heart ticks up a notch at the sight of her. She's a petite lawyer in her mid-30s with wheat-colored hair cut to her shoulders and is dressed in one of her conservative work suits. We met when we both worked at the same law firm for a few months after Brittany and I returned to Cedar Heights from Atlanta in the wake of my marriage's collapse. We reconnected again last year and have been dating ever since. Trish plants a quick smooch on my cheek, then kneels as our aging black Labrador lumbers over to her with his head down and tail wagging. Dino, baby, Trish gushes as she cradles his salt and pepper face in her hands and plants a kiss on the top of his nose. How's my boy? There was a time when my girlfriend gushed over me more than the dog. All I got was a quick peck on the cheek, I complain, realizing my mistake as soon as Trish looks up at me. The skin around her hazel eyes is drawn tightly, and I can see the pain of the past 2 months etched on her face. My once free-spirited girlfriend has been largely missing since the night she was ferociously assaulted and raped for hours in her lakefront condo. She has no memory of what happened, which may be a blessing in disguise, even if it means she still can't identify her assailant. Then again, perhaps finally knowing who it was might help her deal with it and set her a little further along the road to emotional recovery. The attack did considerable physical damage, compounded by her rapist washing her out with bleach to compromise any trace evidence he might have left behind. The physical side of our relationship has since suffered, but we're doing our best to hold things together. She blames herself for not being able to move on and has apologized 1,000 times for something that isn't her fault. Dumbass me has just reminded her of what used to be. In her tangled emotional state, she seems to be taking my comment as confirmation that she's been letting me down. Hey, I know that old Dino is cuter than me, I say with the most disarming smile I can muster. My lame effort to make her feel better doesn't seem to help. Dino, of course, has no idea what we're talking about. He just rolls onto his back and presents his ample tummy to Trish for a rub. She gives me a strained smile and stoops to her canine-assigned task. Brittany, who has returned sometime during the exchange, gives me a sad look, then tries to lighten the mood. We beat the pants off those Winnetka girls this afternoon, Trish, she says with forced joviality. Trish looks up and smiles. You're on a roll, huh? 5 straight wins. My daughter attends Hyde Park College Preparatory High School and, following in her father's footsteps, is a killer volleyball talent. Well, as good as someone 5'6" can be in a sport that favors the tall. She's been hoping for a growth spurt that would increase her chances of landing a college volleyball scholarship, but now that she's in grade 11, it seems unlikely. Looks as if I'll remain the only varsity collegiate volleyball champion in the family. Brittany gives Trish a detailed recap of the match while I finish getting dinner ready, then pours wine for everyone, with a wink at my girlfriend. Trish got the underage wine tradition started during one of her early dinners with Brittany, assuring me that it wasn't going to hurt anything. Wouldn't you prefer that she have her first experiences with alcohol under your supervision, rather than in the basement of a friend's house or in some park late at night? Trish had asked me. She has a point, so I don't put up a fuss about my girlfriend grooming my daughter to become a teenage wino. I do, however, express mock outrage whenever Brittany imbibes, which is pretty much every time the three of us eat together. How was your day? I ask Trish once we're all seated. I did corporate lawyer stuff for 9 hours, she replies. How interesting could it be? I reach for something to keep the conversation going after we eat in silence for a few minutes. You'll never guess who came to see me today. Brittany rolls her eyes. You're right, Pops, we won't. That's right, Trish agrees with a smile. In fact, we won't even try, will we, girlfriend? Brittany smiles back at her. That's right. Out with it, old man. Peter Zalewski. Brittany's expression darkens. What did he want? Trish's eyes cut to Brittany in surprise. Who's Zalewski? He was the village manager when we had to fight off the eminent domain issue here, I reply. Recognition dawns in Trish's eyes. Ah, now I remember. Seems odd that he'd come to you, Tony. He's got a lot of nerve, Brittany adds. He's not a bad man, I argue. He was misguided when he was dancing to Mayor Brown's tune back in the day, but he was just a pawn. He was an asshole, Brittany snaps. I sigh. No way I'm going to win her over about the guy. Our doors are open to everyone, Brits, you know that. Maybe they shouldn't be. Enough, you two, Trish cuts in, laughing, then turns to me. Get to the point. Why did he come to you? He wanted to discuss a relative's problem. I hope you told him to get lost, Brittany says. That would hardly be fair to his niece, would it? I counter. Tony has a point, Trish allows. You know he and Penelope never turn anyone aside without hearing their story. Brittany nods, albeit reluctantly. Yeah, I know. So, what's this girl's problem? I can't get into it, I reply. But she's kind of interesting. How so? Trish asks. She's some sort of Polish internet celebrity. YouTube, TikTok. How exciting, Brittany mutters sarcastically. She doesn't understand her friend's fascination with what she calls the mindless, frivolous social media drivel they spend hours obsessing over. This was offbeat, but kind of interesting, I continue. Penelope was impressed. Brittany cocks an eyebrow. Penelope was impressed? I chuckle. Nobody who knows my partner would expect her to have nice things to say about anything social media related. Zalewski's niece does some sort of Europop Chopin thing with a dash of Polish history. It's, I don't know, engaging, I guess. Not the dancing minstrel of Krakow? Brittany asks, with a sudden spurt of interest. I nod in surprise. As a matter of fact, really, Ed? This is so cool. I love her. She has her own YouTube channel and has a ton of followers on TikTok. So I hear, I say dryly before I spear my last chunk of chicken and pop it into my mouth. Brittany rests her chin in her hands and eyes me steadily. Dish, Pops. What has happened to my daughter, I ask. You know, the one who disdains mindless, frivolous social media drivel. Brittany looks at Trish and rolls her eyes. He's such a dope. This is not mindless drivel. It's fun and intelligent. That's how Penelope saw it, I say with a smile. Trish's eyes cut to mine while she reaches to squeeze my hand. Sounds like you're out of step with the times, she observes drolly. I return the hand hug. No doubt about it. I'm a dinosaur. Brittany pulls her chair closer to Trish and whips out her phone. "Do the dishes," she orders me before she and Trish spend a few minutes watching the dancing minstrel of Krakow. "Pretty impressive," Trish says when I finish my chores and return. Brittany's eyes settle on mine with a look of concern. "She hasn't posted much in the last few months. Is something wrong?" "I can't talk about it." "Killjoy," she mutters. "How did you start following someone from Poland?" I ask. "My friend Jocelyn is Polish. They have family there, so they follow stuff from Poland." Trish eyes me steadily. "Is she here in Cedar Heights?" Brittany's eyes light up. "Can I meet her?" Spoken like a true fangirl. Where has this side of my daughter been hiding? "Sorry to disappoint you, kiddo, but she's not in Cedar Heights." Brittany looks disappointed for a moment, then reaches over to take my hand while she earnestly stares into my eyes. "Whatever's going on, you and Penelope need to help her." I find Trish's amused eyes on mine and say, "I've gotten myself into a bit of a pickle with this girl, haven't I?" She laughs and nods. "That you have." "Dad, you heard me right?" I nod. "We'll see what we can do." She looks relieved. "Thanks." "So you're taking the case?" Trish asks. "We'll see," I reply. "It's not as if my daughter is going to start selecting cases for Brooks and Valenti." Is she? If nothing else, Grazina has served as a distraction that allowed us to enjoy a few minutes of light-hearted banter, which has been all too absent in recent months. After dessert and coffee, we finish up the dishes and spend a half-hour playing cribbage at the kitchen table. Then it's time for Brittany to go to bed. It's a school night. Brittany returns in her pajamas to deliver hugs and say goodnight. "Are you staying over?" she asks Trish. The happy face Trish has been wearing for the last hour or so cracks. "I've got a long day ahead of me tomorrow, so I'd best call it a night," she murmurs without meeting my gaze. Brittany wraps Trish in a bear hug and meets my eyes over her shoulder with a sad face of her own. She starts to cry after the door closes behind Trish. "It's so sad, Dad," she says while wiping her eyes on the sleeve of her pajamas. "Is she ever going to get over what happened?" "I don't know, Brits." "I worry about her, about the two of you. This is ruining you as a couple, isn't it?" My initial impulse is to reassure Brittany, and maybe even myself, that sooner or later Trish and I will get past this and all will be well. But I'm no longer sure that's true. With a lump rising in my throat, I hug my daughter without answering her question. Then I go to bed and shed a tear or two of my own. 4. 2 weeks after his initial visit, Peter Zalewski is bringing Grazina to visit Penelope and me at our office. They're due in 10 minutes. Peter took Penelope's advice and hired a private investigator out of Casper, Wyoming, thinking it was less likely that a PI from Casper would have a relationship with Grazina's husband's family. Given what we've learned from the copy of the report Zalewski sent to us a couple of days ago, it was a good move. We're concerned by what we've seen. The question is what, if anything, we can do about it. I kill a few minutes skimming through the file. The Lewis family came to America from England and settled in Virginia. They moved west during the railroad boom in the late 1800s and became landowners who amassed considerable acreage in the eastern High Plains. The current patriarch, Paul Lewis, is married to Donna, who was apparently his high school sweetheart. The family members consider themselves ranchers, although 80% of their beef is now raised on feedlots. They also hold substantial coal interests in the Powder River Basin that they acquired in the early 1900s, as well as several thousand acres that Paul's father bought in the 1950s and 1960s. They leased these out for natural gas wells. The family seems to be worth something north of $200 million. Grazina's husband, Mark, age 32, is Paul and Donna's only child. The PI reports that Mark has been a problem since he was in his teens, but is untouchable in a county that appears to be something of a Walker fiefdom. When we meet the Zalewskis in our reception area, Grazina is clearly nervous. Penelope shakes hands with her and walks her over to fix a cup of coffee. Grazina seems a little more at ease when they join us to take seats around the table in our compact conference room. Her English is good, if a little formal. "So your uncle tells me that you just finished final exams at school," I say after we're introduced. Grazina nods. I wrote my last test on Tuesday. It's only Thursday, so she was apparently in a hurry to get out of Wyoming. Any plans for the summer? I ask. She smiles. I will spend some time with Uncle Peter and fly home for 2 weeks if my mother buys me a ticket. I consider asking why her mother needs to buy the ticket, given that Grazina's husband and his family seem to be very well off. I decide not to. None of my business. Penelope takes over, flashing one of her wide-as-Kansas smiles. We watched some of your dancing minstrel videos. Grazina blushes in embarrassment. My mother calls it silliness. Not at all, Penelope exclaims. It's entertaining, and there's more than a little intelligence on display. I enjoyed them. Grazina turns a deeper shade of cherry, yet seems pleased by the observation. Thank you. You're welcome, Penelope says. May I ask a question or two that occurred to me while I watched? Of course. The channel is fun, but there's more to it than that, right? Grazina's brow furrows. I do not understand. I noticed that there's a good deal of culture in what you do, bringing old Polish and Chopin into the mix, Penelope explains, then smiles. If I'm not mistaken, it's meant to be educational as well as fun. I'm glad you recognize that, Grazina replies happily. Many do not, but yes, I hope to make some of our people more interested in our history and cultural achievements. She and Penelope smile at each other. Peter seems to be surprised at the exchange and looks at his niece with perhaps a little more respect. I'm curious about how you came to be with your husband in Wyoming, Penelope asks. How did you meet? Mark saw me on YouTube and TikTok. Then we chatted online for a few months, Grazina replies. We were attracted to each other, and I found him interesting. There was a philology conference being sponsored and held at New York University that I mentioned I would have liked to have gone to but couldn't afford. I asked if Wyoming was near New York, she adds with a self-conscious giggle. Mark offered to pay. He said he would come to New York so we could spend time together. Penelope smiles. So you went? I did. My mother did not approve, but I am old enough to make my own decisions about who I see and what I do. Mark and I spent a week in New York City after the conference. He wined and dined me lavishly. Swept you off your feet, did he? Penelope suggests. Grazina blushes yet again while she nods, then gives her uncle a chagrined smile. I was scheduled to visit Uncle Peter and his family for a week after New York, but I spent only 2 days with them. Peter pipes up. Grazina had dinner with us one night and lunch the next day. She stayed at the Drake with Mark and played tourist with him instead of visiting with us. Grazina flashes him a look of annoyance, probably at his disapproving paternal tone. I suspect they've had this conversation before. She nods curtly and continues. Mark took me to Wyoming, and we stayed in a cabin he owns outside Jackson. I loved Jackson. The mountains reminded me of the Carpathian and Tatra Mountains near my home, and the air is so clean. After New York and Krakow, I loved it. And Mark, too, Penelope adds with a knowing smile. Grazina nods. That's what I thought. Maybe I did. Perhaps it was, how do you say in English, lust? Penelope nods. Peter grimaces. Mark then took me to Los Angeles for a week, Grazina continues. Lots of shopping and playing the tourist. Disneyland, the movie studios. It was fun. Then back to Wyoming? I ask. Yes. I knew by then that I wanted to stay, and Mark wanted me to stay with him, but I only had a 90-day visa. You solved that problem by going to school? That's correct, Mr. Valenti. Mark and his family were able to get the University of Wyoming to accept me, and their family lawyer in the university helped me to apply for a student visa. I had to leave the U.S. first, so we went to Canada for a week before I re-entered America on my new student visa. Where's the campus? I asked. I understand you don't live near the university? I enrolled in the distance learning program, so I am able to study remotely, although I do go to the campus in Casper to use the library and attend some lectures. The drive is 45 minutes. Sounds convenient, Penelope says. What are you studying? I'm becoming a poet. In English? Penelope asks with a smile. Grazina's lips turned down in a little frown. Yes, my English is not quite as good as we thought it was when I was in Krakow, but it is getting better. I think your English is very good, Penelope says. Maybe not so good to make poetry, Grazina replies with a laugh. How is school going? I ask. Quite well. A professor there has taken me under her wing, as you say. She is also Polish. She helps so much. I love her. I can't help smiling at her youthful enthusiasm. That's great. She beams back at me and nods. So you married Mark after a few months? Penelope asks. We went to Las Vegas. A crazy place, but exciting. We had fun, gambling and drinking perhaps too much. We decided to get married after we went to a show and drank a few bottles of wine. She frowns again, more deeply this time. Mark's parents were quite angry with him. Why? I ask. Their only son was married, without them there, to a foreigner. And no prenup agreement, I'd wager. Not with a spur-of-the-moment wedding in Vegas. Daddy Lewis was probably furious. It must be a little difficult to be so far from home with only your husband's family nearby, especially if you don't get along with them, Penelope says sympathetically. A little of the light goes out of Grazina's eyes. I won't say it is not, but things are good much of the time. Much of the time. And they're what, 5 or 6 months into their marriage? Is there a washroom I may use? Grazina asks. Of course, Penelope replies. My mother will show you the way. Your mother? Penelope smiles. Mom is our receptionist. Oh, that is very nice. Penelope's smile falls away as soon as Grazina is out of the room. Did either of you notice the bruises on her arms? No, Peter and I reply in unison. Under her sleeves, on her wrists, maybe even a little one under her right eye. She's trying to hide them with makeup. Now that Penelope mentions it, I realize that Grazina seems a little more made up today than she was in her videos and pictures. I haven't noticed, Peter says. I'll have a look when she comes back. Ask your wife. She'll know, Penelope suggests. I will. Do it now, Penelope orders him. If there's bruising and her husband caused it, we need to photograph it. Peter nods, pulls his phone out, and sends a text. I should have an answer within a minute or two. When Grazina returns, Peter and I allow Penelope to set the agenda. When does your fall semester begin? Penelope asks Grazina, apparently buying time for Peter's wife to reply. The last week of August. Penelope sits forward. What are your plans, Grazina? Things at home don't sound very good. Will you be living with your husband? Or going home to your mother? Peter asks, surprisingly sharply. I imagine the thought of her being physically abused explains his sudden burst of temper. Grazina's startled eyes cut to him. I want to finish my degree. Your mother will be heartbroken if you don't go home. Grazina shakes her head. I do not think I would like to live in the United States forever, Uncle Peter. But now that I am here, I would like to stay for a few years. I am young. This is a good time to travel. Peter's cell phone chirps. He looks down at it and frowns, then meets Penelope's eyes and nods. She saw. Grazina swore her to secrecy. Who saw? Grazina asks in confusion. What secrets? Penelope leans over, tugs Grazina's sleeve up an inch or two, and rests a fingertip gently on a bruise. Grazina looks mortified when my partner plucks a tissue from her purse and rubs away the makeup to reveal a fading yellow and purplish welt. I see the bruises on your cheek and wrist as well. What happened? Grazina falls silent. At least she doesn't tell us she fell down the stairs or something equally stupid. Mark gets angry sometimes. That doesn't give him the right to hurt you, Penelope snaps angrily. Grazina dips her head. She's clearly ashamed. Penelope leans closer. Did you go to the police? The question prompts a bitter laugh. Mark's family own the police, Miss Brooks. Going to them would only make things worse. As Grazina considers her options, I can't help making the connection between Mark and my brother Frankie. How do gutless men like them get away with abusing their wives? Funny how they seem to target sweet, naive, overly trusting women, like my sister-in-law, Jo, and Grazina. If I leave Mark, he will have me thrown out of the country, Grazina continues disconsolately. Given the bruises she was trying to hide, would that be so bad? That said, her husband doesn't have the power to decide that. You're not here on Mark's sufferance, I say. You're here on a student visa. So long as you're in school, you're free to remain in the United States. She looks doubtful. You do not understand she begins, then pauses to search for a word before she looks to Peter. The poviat, uncle. How do you say that in America? The county, he replies. The Lewis family is very powerful, Mr. Valenti, she says after turning back to me with a tight smile. Professor Dabrowski explained this to me, that even in the USA that is so proud of their talk about freedom and opportunity, there are places where people are like serfs and the nobility are like feudal lords. Mark's father acts like he is a lord, and people treat him as one. How do I fight them? Be independent, Grazina, I reply. They don't own you. Ha! Mark took my driver's license, my bank cards, credit cards, and even my passport. There was no one to help me until Professor Dabrowski. He did what? Penelope asks angrily. He took it all away. Demand them back, I interject. She laughs, then smiles mischievously. Professor Dabrowski helped me get a new driver's license and passport, even some credit cards. Your own credit cards? Penelope asks. Most of the cards are from Mark, but I have one from Poland. Mark won't know I have new cards right away. They have accountants for such things. Won't he just cancel the credit cards when he finds out? I ask. She nods. He will be very angry. You know you can't go back to Wyoming, right? Penelope asks her. I must go to school. Penelope shakes her head. You don't need to be in class all the time, correct? No, but I like to go sometimes, and Professor Dabrowski is my best American friend. Penelope sits forward. You have to get away from Mark. Grazina nods miserably. Yes, but how? Divorce him. Sounds simple enough, but we've done some research and determined that filing in Wyoming would be a disaster. Grazina would have to file in Converse County, where they live. There's an elected sheriff, a circuit court with an elected judge. There's even an elected county attorney. All appear to be loyal to Paul Lewis. Grazina's unlikely to receive anything resembling a fair shake in a contested divorce, and the likelihood of the authorities rescuing her from further abuse seems slender at best. She simply can't go back. How will I live if I ask for a divorce, Miss Brooks? Most universities offer work programs for students, Penelope replies. I'm sure they can find you something. Perhaps. I will speak to Professor Dabrowski. The more I hear of this professor, the more I like her. She urged Grazina to turn to her uncle for help and seems to be taking care of her as best she can. We'll need to speak with her. Peter shakes his head. We looked into that. Wyoming has some sort of law or regulation that reserves grants and teaching assistant positions at public institutions for Wyoming resident students. Figures, Penelope grumbles. The degree of nativism creeping into this country infuriates me. Can you help Grazina with a divorce in Wyoming? Peter asks me, as if I'm the world's greatest legal expert in divorce. My experience of divorce is largely limited to one acrimonious case, which happened to be my own. I can't claim that it turned out well. Maybe a good example of why a lawyer should never represent himself. Perhaps I can do better for someone else. We checked, and I can join the bar there if we decide to take the case, I reply. But the odds of things turning out well seem pretty slender. There must be something we can do, he exclaims in frustration. We can file for divorce, Mr. Zalewski, Penelope says, but bear in mind that it may turn out to be a waste of money, especially if Mark contests it in court. I tune them out while I Google Illinois divorce law and catch Penelope shooting me an annoyed look as I do. She probably thinks I'm surfing or texting someone. There may be a way, I say after a minute or two of reading. Conversation stops, and 3 sets of eyes turn to me. Illinois residents can file for an out-of-state divorce after 90 days of residency, I continue, with my gaze settling on Grazina. You're out of school until late August? She nods. Well, color me clever, I think, before I continue. It's the middle of May. If you establish residency in Illinois now, you can file for divorce from Mark in a Chicago court in 90 days. Move to Chicago? Grazina says uncertainly. School is in Wyoming. You don't have to attend classes, right? True, but where would I live? With us, of course, Peter says. We won't charge you rent, and we cook 3 meals every day. Setting an extra plate won't be a problem. I cannot take advantage of you that way, she protests. Your family, he replies. Max out those credit cards so you have some cash, Penelope suggests with a devilish grin. I meet her eyes and chuckle. Great idea. A smile dies on Grazina's lips. Mark will be furious. Mark will be in Wyoming, I remind her. But I will have to go to Wyoming at least some of the time, she says nervously. Sneak in and out, I suggest. The campus is in Casper, so you can fly in and stay at a hotel, or even with Professor Dabrowski. Mark won't even know you're there. Everyone in Wyoming knows the Lewis family, Mr. Valenti. Somebody will see me and tell him. Staying with Mark would be a huge mistake, Grazina, Penelope says. You're not safe there. We spend a few more minutes urging her to leave, but she still hasn't committed to my plan when they leave 10 minutes later. She says she'll think it over for a day or two and let us know what she decides. That feudal lord chatter was spot on, partner, Penelope says after they leave. Sheesh. In modern-day America. Anyway, good thinking on filing the divorce here. I like her chances a lot better in a Chicago court. If she'll go that route. True, Penelope says thoughtfully. Maybe we need to speak with this Professor Dabrowski in Casper before Grazina talks herself into going back and getting beaten up some more. Or worse, I mutter. 5. I'm sleeping over at Trish's condo the following night when she begins thrashing about, which isn't uncommon. Nights with Trish have changed since she was attacked. I miss the relaxed evenings when we hung out for hours, lazily anticipating making love before Trish fell asleep contentedly in my arms until morning. As often as not, we used to wake up with another round of lovemaking. I roll to face her as she goes stock still, staring up at the ceiling. My hand finds hers and squeezes. Instead of squeezing back, she withdraws her hand, turns away, and curls into a ball. I glance at the digital alarm clock resting on the nightstand. 2:38. We still have over 3 hours before the alarm. My thoughts turn back a few hours while I stare at Trish's back. We had a nice dinner and then watched a movie as we tend to do, but instead of looking forward to making love, the prospect of another disappointing bout in bed hung over the evening. We had made love, but I sense she only does so to please me. She certainly doesn't seem to enjoy it like she used to. I suspect it physically hurts her, but she insists that isn't the problem. I'm not buying the story, but don't know how to deal with things. I'm afraid of hurting her, and I know she's scared that she no longer appeals to me after what happened. I've suggested a change of scenery, either a temporary move or even going so far as to sell her condo. After all, this is the room where she was attacked. She counters that she doesn't remember any of what happened, so being here doesn't haunt her. I wonder if maybe her subconscious does remember. Perhaps she remembers during the unsettled dreams that leave her moaning and sweating as she tosses and turns, but she recalls nothing when she awakens. I rest a hand gently on her hip. She pushes it off and eases farther away, then goes still and seems to fall asleep a few minutes later. When the alarm wakes me at 6 o'clock, Trish isn't in bed. The sheets on her side of the bed are a tangled mess, and the duvet is pushed to my side. I roll across to silence the alarm before crawling out of bed and stumbling into the bathroom. After doing my business and giving my teeth a quick brush to wash away my morning breath, I wander out and find Trish standing in the middle of the kitchen. Her eyes are red and puffy. She's clearly been crying. She looks stressed. Uncharacteristically, Trish makes no move to hug or kiss me, doesn't even wish me a good morning. Something's horribly wrong. What is it? I ask. Are your parents okay? She stares back at me with an expression just this side of fear. It registers that she's wearing a pair of long-sleeved, full-length flannel pajamas I've never seen before. I'm used to seeing her in negligees or short nighties when I'm visiting. What have I done wrong? I ask while stepping closer and reaching for her. She backs away with a look of horror. When my hands settle on her shoulders, she brushes them aside, then sets a hand on my chest and gently pushes me away. We stand a couple of feet apart and stare at each other. Tears well up in her eyes. Her mouth turns down in a haunted frown as a steady stream of tears begin to roll down her cheeks. "It was Frankie," she murmurs in a strangled voice. "It was your brother." I almost ask for an explanation before the truth of what she's telling me slams into my gut like a battering ram. My eyes inadvertently stray toward the bedroom. Hers follow. When I meet her gaze again, she nods. Her face crumples. When I try to hug her again, she takes another step back. "Your brother raped me, Tony. The bastard!" Her anger drains away as she spins away from me, wraps her arms around herself, and shakes uncontrollably. "Stay away from me," she hisses when I ease closer. Both my friend, Pat O'Toole, and I suspected that it was Frankie, so this doesn't come as a complete surprise. After I had fought Frankie a few weeks earlier, an incident that had ended with his arrest, his shadowy employer had somehow managed to get all charges dropped in a case that had several witnesses, including 2 cops. By the time I learned that Frankie was out of jail, he'd disappeared without a trace. And now it's clear he assaulted Trish on his way to God knows where. What do I do now? Aside from tracking down my big brother and breaking every bone in his body. A rock-hard body that outweighs mine by at least 20 pounds of muscle. "Trish," I say softly. She leans her hands on the countertop and hangs her head. Her bedraggled hair covers her face. "Just leave, Tony. Please. Just leave." 6. Joan Brooks pokes her head into my office just after 11 o'clock on a Monday morning, 10 days later. Penelope and I are flipping through the latest report from the private investigator Peter Zalewski hired to poke around Wyoming. He flew into Chicago over the weekend and is meeting with us after lunch. I glance up at Joan. "What's up?" "Trish is here to see you." "Were you expecting her?" Penelope asks in surprise. "No," I reply. What's she doing here? Giving her the space she asked for over the past week and a half has been as tough a thing as I've ever endured, especially as the days without contact piled up. Trish promised that she'd touch base when she felt ready to discuss what happened with Frankie. I wonder if she's come to try to pick up the pieces of our battered relationship, or if she's here to put an end to it. Joan waves Trish in. Penelope, still unaware that Trish remembers what happened that night, stands, turns, and wraps Trish in a friendly hug. "It's great to see you, Trish. Have you come to take my partner to lunch?" Trish doesn't immediately reply. When Penelope releases her and steps back to give her a closer look, her smile falters. Trish's facial expression is strained, her eyes are haunted, and she looks as if she's lost weight. Penelope casts her eyes to mine in a questioning look before she turns and walks to the door. "I'll let you two visit." I maintain a poker face and step over to softly close the door behind her. "Hi, Tony," Trish says softly when I turn back. "Good to see you," I reply, biting off the avalanche of questions I'm anxious to ask. "Sorry to barge in unannounced." I wave the apology aside. "You're always welcome, Trish, always." We stand uncomfortably about 3 feet apart while I wonder what to do. Hug? Kiss? I decide the right move is to leave the next step to her. She stares back forlornly, then brushes her fingertips down my forearm before she settles into one of the 2 guest chairs in front of my desk. After a moment of indecision, I take a step toward the other guest chair. When she draws back ever so slightly, I change course and walk around my desk and drop into the chair behind it. "Thanks for giving me space," she murmurs. Does she mean over the past 10 days, or by sitting across the desk from her? I needed some time to process things, she continues. I still need time and space. I try not to let my disappointment show. Her brow furrows. I can talk a little bit, but not about what happened that night. Understood. What would you like to talk about? You, I suppose. How are you? Is it any wonder I've fallen head over heels for this woman? How does she find it within herself to be concerned about how I'm doing after what she's been through? I try to summon a smile. I'm hanging in, Trish. She eyes me skeptically. I've had a couple of sit-downs with Detective Greenwood, which have been really tough. Greenwood is the Chicago Police Department detective assigned to Trish's rape case. I'll bet her talks with him have been difficult, painful visits. As good a guy as Greenwood seems to be, it's his job to drag every detail possible out of Trish that might aid his investigation. Given the condition Trish was found in, I imagine the details of her prolonged assault at the hands of my brother are horrific. I frown. I'm so sorry. I know, Tony. I know. The strain of remembering shows in new lines on her face. She hasn't slapped on lipstick or makeup, not that she's in the habit of using an abundance of beauty products, but she usually takes a few minutes getting ready to go out into the world. Maybe it's not my place to say so, Trish, but you need to talk to someone. Have you spoken with your parents? She winces. I can't bring myself to tell them about what happened. I get that she's in uncharted waters here and is having a tough time navigating them, but my experience with Trish's parents suggests that they'd be nothing but supportive of a daughter they clearly love and cherish. I worry that she's missing exactly the kind of love and support that help heal any wound. They're kind, they're strong, they're rocks. Why? I ask. I can't face telling them, Tony. Not yet. Mom will be devastated, and it will kill Dad to hear the details about what happened that night. Health-wise? More emotionally, I think. But that, too. You know his heart isn't good. You need support, I argue. She throws her hands up. Who? I bite back and offer to let me help. I'm not sure if my motivation to do so isn't simply a self-serving bid to slip back into her orbit. I don't think it is, but I'm prone to screwing up relationships, so I keep the thought to myself. Friends? I ask. She hasn't mentioned many friends in our time together, but surely there's one or two. She shakes her head. No one I'd burden with this. I'm sure Greenwood has given you the names of a few good counselors to speak with, I venture. She nods. He has. I'm not ready for that yet either. I disagree, but hold my tongue. This is no time to argue. She winces and drops her eyes. I'm sorry I'm doing this to you. You have nothing to be sorry about, Trish. Do I wish I could just hold you and chase it all away? Of course I do. But we're not there right now. I get it. Take as long as you need. Her eyes rise back to mine. Thank you. Thanks for being here for me. I hardly feel as if I'm here for her, not when she won't let me be. But the ball is in her court. So long as she's comfortable with what I'm doing, that's all that matters. Then inspiration strikes. What about Pat? She's a great sounding board. You two get along. Trish's eyes widen a wee bit as the suggestion registers. Pat O'Toole is an old high school friend of mine who has become friends with Trish over the past several months. You told her about Frankie? She asks. I shake my head. No, I was just thinking that it might help to talk to her about it. She knows all about Frankie, and remember she was there for our last run-in. None of this will surprise her. That's not the worst suggestion, Trish murmurs. I summon a little smile. She manages the ghost of a return smile. I'm not really sure why I came here today. I shrug and say, It's good to see you. No need to delve into it. I guess I just feel guilty about leaving you hanging this way, Tony. I want to be able to talk with you, to be with you. I can't right now. I had to work up my courage to come and try. Now that I'm here, though, no worries, Trish. I can wait as long as you want me to. Her face falls. I've apparently managed to say exactly the wrong thing. Does Penelope know? Trish asks after a painful pause. I shake my head. I haven't said a word to anyone. That was the deal, right? Yes, and thank you for keeping my secret. But I think you should tell Penelope. It feels wrong to keep her in the dark. Besides, I realize this is hard on you. You probably need someone to confide in as well. Who better than your partner? She's right. I summon a weary smile and echo her response to my suggestion that she speak with Pat. That's not the worst suggestion. She gives me a wan return smile before her expression turns grave. I'm scared for you. I lean back and cock an eyebrow. Why? I worry about you getting it into your head to do something. About? Frankie. I'm not going to lie and say the thought of finding my brother hasn't crossed my mind, but I haven't acted on the impulse. Yet. I have, however, been thinking long and hard about how to find him. Then, we'll see. I've been taking boxing lessons in an effort to level the playing field some if we meet up again. Detective Greenwood is worried about that too, Trish continues. He asked me to tell you to let the police take care of Frankie. Nothing good will come of you doing something reckless. I nod. Greenwood is probably right. I'm scared of Frankie, she adds in a near whisper. He's out there somewhere. I'll bet he thought he killed me that night and figured he was home free. What happens if he finds out that I remember and told the police it was him? Will he come back to shut me up for good? And there's my greatest fear. I can't let my brother take another crack at Trish. At a loss as to what I might say to reassure her without lying through my teeth, I simply meet her gaze. I'm sorry you're afraid. Don't do anything stupid, Tony. I don't want you to get hurt. After an uncomfortable 15-second pause, she stands up and gives me an apologetic shrug. I think I'd better run along. I'll touch base again when I can. The painful tightening around her eyes lets me know that I didn't do a good job hiding my disappointment. I'm so sorry, she murmurs helplessly. I walk Trish to the door and squeeze her hand when she pauses to give me a final searching look. Be safe, she whispers, before brushing her lips on my cheek. Then she's gone. I return to my desk and drop into the executive chair behind it, then stare out the window. Penelope appears in my doorway a few minutes later. You okay, partner? My eyes meet hers. Got a few minutes? Of course, she says as she steps in, closes the door, and eases into one of my visitor chairs. What's up? I take a deep breath, settle back in my seat, and spend the next 5 minutes bringing her up to date on my brother's assault of Trish. That bastard, she seethes when I finish. I know that you and Pat always suspected, but it's still shocking to know for sure. Yeah, I mutter. The police are looking for him? So they say. Her eyes narrow. They better be the only people looking, Tony. I shrug. She exhales long and hard. Don't be stupid. My nostrils flare in anger. I'm sorry, she says quickly. You know what I mean. I smile grimly. No worries, partner. I get it. Let the police handle it. And if they can't find him and something worse happens to Trish, then what? Penelope draws a deep breath and stares back at me for a long moment. Be smart. Hire security for Trish. Get her out of that condo. Don't try to do this yourself. Everyone is proud of you for taking on Frankie last year, but think about how that would have turned out if the police hadn't arrived when they did. You were lucky they got there in time. Your brother is a trained killer, for God's sake. True enough. Frankie is an ex-Marine raider who was accused of killing an entire extended family in Iraq, He was also the bane of my childhood, inflicting one beating after another on me for years on end and belittling me at every turn. I know all that, Penelope. So be smart. I meet her gaze and slowly shake my head. I can't sit by quietly and let Frankie come after Trish again. You think I'm going to be able to live with myself if I let that happen because standing aside was the smart thing to do? Our eyes remained locked for a long minute before she sighs. Fair enough. But, she adds with a penetrating stare, give the police time to give it their best shot. I reply with a non-committal shrug. Her eyes turn flinty. Promise me, Tony. For someone barely 5 feet tall, my partner can be downright intimidating when she gets her dander up, as they apparently say in Kansas. I wilt ever so slightly under her glare. I'll give them a little time. She responds with a sardonic smile. And what, pray tell, do you consider a little time? Good question. A week or so. You're going to have to do better than that to get me off your back, she says. As I had done earlier with Trish, I hold my tongue rather than make a commitment I'm not sure I can keep. Can't do that, partner? She asks. Thinking about what could happen is eating me alive. Understandable. We'll just have to keep you busy. Oh, yeah? I say, while she stares at me with a half-smile. She has an amazing ability to compartmentalize, a lesson I'm learning is crucial to keeping one's sanity in this profession. Yeah, we've got a case to work on. Let's get some lunch and then see what our Wyoming PI has to tell us. We'll go from there. Dirk Macho, I say with a wondering shake of my head as I force my thoughts away from Trish. I've never met a Dirk before, let alone a Dirk Macho, a name seemingly cut out of the pages of a spy novel or an espionage flick, or maybe the testosterone-toting sheriff of a Wild West town. What kind of a name is that? I'd be surprised if he even speaks with his parents after they hung that name on him. Or maybe he changed his name to Dirk Macho in a burst of machismo. That's a scary thought, she says with a chuckle. But listen to us, being a pair of bores about this guy's name. True, but I can't wait to see what a Dirk Macho looks like. Penelope grins. Pointy-headed accountant type? 5'3", 115 pounds soaking wet? Nice little comb-over? I laugh. Whatever he looks like, his work suggests that he's a competent investigator. Guess we'll know what he's all about soon enough. 7. So what have you got for us, Dirk? Penelope asks after lunch. I eye the quasi-cowboy sitting at our conference room table, a man as lithe as the string tie hanging from the collar of his long-sleeved Western-style denim shirt. A pair of stylish cowboy boots peeks out of the bottom of well-worn Levi's blue jeans. Even the shiny black hair hanging over his ears is stringy. He's neither a 115-pound weakling nor a buff action-adventure hero, but there's an underlying hardness in his physique and demeanor. The glittering blue eyes staring out of a craggy, vaguely Hispanic face dispel any notion that he's a simple hayseed, despite his apparent effort to present himself as such. It's probably effective camouflage out in the world, assuming cowboys are common in Wyoming. I imagine they are. Then again, I've never ventured out that way, so what do I know? Dirk's eyes settle on a copy of his report. Did you folks read that? We did, Penelope replies. Can you add a little color commentary? Good way of putting it, he replies. There's only so much you can convey on the written page. It doesn't capture the deference and hint of fear folks tend to display when they're talking about Papa Lewis. Is that how he's referred to? I ask. Hell no. He's known as Mr. Lewis by the locals. Folks are well advised to say it with a certain reverence within his hearing or that of his toadies, and there are plenty of Lewis toadies in Converse County. That's telling, I say. He nods. Very. I suppose old man Lewis has earned some respect and deference. His son is something else. People flat out dislike the little shit. Dirk's eyes cut to Penelope. Sorry about the language. Sorta. Sorta? She replies with a grin. Sorta. Mark Lewis is a snot-nosed little bastard. And a bully, I add. Apparently since he was knee-high to a June bug, Dirk agrees. So, I see from your report that Grazina isn't the first woman he's abused, Penelope says with distaste. Hardly. Daddy's been bailing Mark's ass out of trouble since the punk was in diapers. There are plenty of rumors about Mark mistreating women since his high school days. Rape, beating, berating any he can't lure into the sack. Trash talks the ones he succeeds in betting after he gets tired of them. Maybe we can recruit a few of them as witnesses, Penelope suggests. I wouldn't bet on it, Miss Brooks. Folks who aim to stick around town don't dare rock the Lewis boat. A few gals tried to make allegations against Mark stick over the years. All lived to regret it. Actually, rumor has it that a couple of them didn't live long enough to regret it. Penelope's eyes widen. You take those stories seriously? No reason not to. The Lewis family is a mighty powerful force in Converse County. So everything Grazina claims is probably true, I mutter. In addition to what Grazina has said, Peter has told us about overhearing a couple of abusive phone calls Mark made to her. Ugly, ugly stuff. Lewis even threatened Peter and his wife when they wouldn't put Grazina on the phone. I mentioned this to Dirk. Given some of the stories I've heard about Mark, things are likely worse than she's told you. Or will get a sight worse if she doesn't get out of that marriage, Penelope mutters. Afraid so, Dirk says. Let me tell you a story to illustrate who you're up against. I spoke with the mother of a girl Mark stalked throughout high school. The young lady wouldn't give him the time of day. He was charged with raping and beating her half to death in her dorm room during her first year of college. The girl suffered brain damage and was partially paralyzed. She fingered Mark as her attacker, but the Lewis family hired a hotshot lawyer out of L.A. who convinced a jury that brain damage rendered her testimony useless. She even sold them on the notion that the poor girl's parents were feeding her false memories to attack the Lewis family, all for the dastardly purpose of getting their grubby little hands on a slice of the Lewis fortune. That's despicable, Penelope says. Dirk nods. Yeah, it is. I weigh in. I've seen the type before. People who will go to any length to win. Dirk's expression hardens as he settles back in his chair. But winning isn't enough for the king of Converse County. Like any self-respecting organized crime don, Lewis crushes anyone who dares to challenge him. Penelope's face registers shock. Organized crime? Dirk chuckles. You haven't noticed how often corporate and political behavior mirrors criminal behavior? I have, I reply. How people who amass fortunes and wield untrammeled power manage to be so aggrieved by the world is beyond me, Dirk continues. Anyway, the story of the girl from high school gets worse. She ended up committing suicide a few months later after enduring a lot of online bullying about being a vegetable. Mark apparently orchestrated that. Perhaps because Frankie's assault of Trish continues to gnaw at my soul, this story weasels its way deep under my skin. I couldn't save my girlfriend, but maybe I can rescue Grazina. I set my hands flat on the table, meet the eyes of Dirk and Penelope in turn, and proclaim, Mark Lewis needs someone to straighten him out. Absolutely, Penelope agrees. Winning this case is going to feel good. Now what? Dirk asks. We stare at one another for a beat before I reply, I'm going to Wyoming. 8. Before I can leave for Wyoming with a clear conscience, I make a phone call to the Cedar Heights police the next morning and set up a meeting with the man at the top. Tony, Jake Plummer exclaims when I'm shown into his office. We have some history together. I consider him a friend. We shake hands, then Jake leads me to a smallish conference table. Coffee? He asks. Is it better than the swill you guys serve in the squad room? He chuckles. What makes you think the chief bottle washer around here doesn't drink the same swill the rank and file get? Actually, I'd be surprised if it were otherwise. Jake was a long-time homicide detective before he was involuntarily pensioned off after being shot. The move to bring him back as chief was a popular one with most of the force. "I'll pass," I say to his coffee offer. "Suit yourself," he says amiably as we settle into our seats. "How's Brittany?" "She's good, thanks," I reply, which is mostly true. Jake gives me that detective look of his, the one signaling that I've set off his bullshit detector. "How's she really doing, Tony? She went through a hell of an ordeal last fall. That would scar anyone." It's true. Brittany was kidnapped last year, and her boyfriend, Bobby, was murdered. Although she's shown remarkable resilience in the aftermath, my daughter hasn't been quite the carefree teenager she was before her ordeal. I meet Jake's eyes and shrug. "She's doing pretty well, Jake, but Bobby took a piece of her with him." "So, a work in progress," he says. "Pretty much." I cast a look around his office, which is nothing special. "How's life at the top?" He laughs. "The top, huh?" "That's right," I reply with a smile. "Jake's a good guy as well as a fine cop." "That's not such a bad gig, aside from the damn paperwork. The view's a little different from this office, is it?" "Sure is," he replies dryly. Then he studies me for a long moment. "I was surprised to hear from you." "Thanks for seeing me. I was a little worried that maybe this hoity-toity police chief business might have gone to your head, and you wouldn't have time for little people like me." He chuckles. "So?" I fill him in on the bare bones of the Grazina situation with Mark Lewis and relate the threats he made to her in the hearing of Peter Zalewski and his wife. His eyes widen in surprise. "Zalewski brought this to you?" I nod. "Grazina is staying with Peter for the time being, right here in Cedar Heights. I was hoping Cedar Heights PD can keep an eye open for trouble at the Zalewski residence." Jake pulls a memo pad close and scribbles a note. "We'll send a cruiser by now and then and keep the threat in mind." "Thanks, Jake." "No problem. How's life otherwise?" he asks while eyeing me carefully. I gaze back at him, intuiting that it's not an idle question. "Something on your mind?" He settles back in his seat. "Had a chat with Horace Greenwood the other day." "Trish," I mutter, annoyed to discover that the Chicago detective spoke with Jake about something Trish hoped to keep confidential. "Horace is just doing his job, Tony. He had a reason to reach out to me about Trish's case." "Yeah? What's that?" "He's looking for your brother." "In Cedar Heights?" I ask skeptically. "Frankie's gone to ground, my friend. Greenwood remembered that he's been known to visit the widow O'Reilly from time to time. He asked me to keep an eye out for him." "I guess that makes sense," I allow. "My brother used to run with the same crowd as Molly O'Reilly and her ex-husband back in the day. Word is that it isn't uncommon for Frankie to visit her now." Jake nods, and then falls silent for a long moment before asking, "How's Trish doing?" I let out a lengthy sigh. "Not so well. She's been through hell, to put it mildly." "Is she giving any thought to moving out of her condo?" "Why, you looking for a place on the lake?" I ask facetiously. He chuckles. "No, that's not it. As if I can afford a high-end condo on the lakefront. Horace thinks that by staying there she's making it easy for Frankie to track her down if he decides to pay her another visit." The thought occurred to me, but more in the context of suggesting that it might be healthy for her to put some distance between herself and the place where she was attacked. I was pondering whether or not pushing a little harder in that direction might be a good idea, not long before the memory of her attack returned. We haven't discussed it since. As you might imagine, things haven't been good between us since she remembered my brother raping her. Jake nods sympathetically. "I thought that might be an issue." "It is. Must piss you off." "You think?" I ask bitterly. Anyway, I suggested that she hire a little extra security to keep an eye out for Frankie. "And?" She said no. Thinks the building security can manage. They told her that they hired an extra guard and stepped up their patrols after she was attacked. "Better than nothing, I suppose," he allows. "I'd feel better if she had a pro watching out for her. That makes two of us." God, this infuriates me, Jake. "You planning to do something about it?" Like going after Frankie? He frowns. You know what a bad idea that would be, right? I shrug. Greenwood is concerned about that. Me too, especially seeing the look in your eyes right now. Let Chicago PD run with it, Tony. So everyone keeps sane. They don't seem to be close to bringing him in, though. Pretty tough to sit on your hands when you're worried about him coming back for another shot at Trish, huh? Am I that easy to read? I guess so. Damn right it is. Be that as it may, getting yourself killed trying to play hero isn't going to do much for her mental health, is it? I'm not sure it matters much at this point. He studies me for another long moment. Things are that bad? I nod miserably. It probably isn't really my business to say so, and it probably doesn't help. But give it time, Tony. You two seem to have something special. It'd be a shame to throw it away. Tell her that, I grumble. How's work going? He asks. There's a case with Grazina. That's it? We're working a few of our standard David versus Goliath cases as well. Probably the best thing you can do to get through this is to keep busy, my friend. So Penelope says, I'm going out to Wyoming this weekend to poke around. Jake smiles. Smart girl, your partner, sending you halfway across the country to distract you. Oh, this isn't her idea. She's a little worried about me going. His brow furrows. Why's that? She thinks I'm transferring my frustration and animosity at Frankie to Grazina's husband. Anything to that? I nod. Probably so. She's afraid you're going to screw the pooch on your case by taking out your frustrations on this guy in Wyoming? A little of that. What else? I explain how thoroughly the Lewis family controls its corner of Wyoming. Penelope's worried that if these people are as ruthless as they seem to be, I might get myself into a tough spot out there on my own. She might be right. Maybe so, but I'm going. I need to see this place for myself and talk to a few people. He sighs and sits forward. I'm not going to waste my breath trying to talk sense into you. Be careful out there and keep your distance from this guy. Plenty of time to deal with him in court during the divorce case. So noted. Touch base with me when you get back, will you? Why? He shoots me a tight smile. Aside from simply hoping to hear that you haven't gotten your ass shot off in Buffalo country, I'm going to give some thought to this Frankie thing. Maybe I can come up with some ideas for tracking him down. Will do, Jake. Thanks for your help. No problem. I mean it, though. Watch yourself out there. Wyoming's a long way from home if you get your ass in a sling. 9. My United Express flight lands in Casper, Wyoming, just after 11 o'clock on Saturday morning, which should give me plenty of time to make it to my noon lunch appointment with Professor Janine Dabrowski. We're meeting at a place called Jay's Pub and Grill. At Dirk's suggestion, I rent a pickup at the airport, so I won't stand out as a city slicker tourist in the countryside. By the time I've gone 10 blocks, it's clear that I'm definitely in truck country. Good thing I wore old blue jeans and a washed-out powder blue polo shirt. I suppose I'm still looking a little citified. Oh well, you can take the boy out of the city. Jay's turns out to be an easy 20-minute drive. The restaurant is a cookie-cutter pub-style eatery, but the cooking smells great. I haven't eaten since I wolfed down a bowl of cereal at home before catching an early morning flight from Chicago to Denver, followed by a connection to Casper. I walk inside and stand uncertainly in the lobby, spotting a half-dozen women who fit Grazina's vague description of Janine. Now what? And you must be Tony, a husky female voice says from behind me. I turn and find a solid, handsome, middle-aged woman smiling up at me. Given her surname, I'm surprised to see decidedly Native American influences in her regal appearance. Rich, tawny skin, distinctively high cheekbones, and long, jet-black hair, with bangs cut across her forehead. Not a speck of makeup. Which would make you Janine, I reply with an answering smile. Her almost black eyes are alight with amusement. You looked a little worried for a minute. No idea what I looked like? I shake my head. Whatever talent she may have, Grazina apparently can't describe people. I was expecting maybe a little Mediterranean influence. I doubt she has much experience describing Native Americans, Janine says with a smile. Especially Polish ones, I deadpan. She laughs. Come on, I've got a table over in the corner. We settle in on either side of a booth where I find a mug of coffee waiting. I touch a finger to it and smile. Thanks. Don't mention it. Too late. She looks at me a moment longer and chuckles. You should try Facebook. Huh? It took me 30 seconds to find your profile, picture and everything. Great idea when you want to know what someone looks like. Social media isn't my thing, I admit with a touch of embarrassment. In fact, I've been told that I'm something of a Luddite when it comes to technology. Who tells you that? My 16-year-old daughter, I reply while I stir a couple of Splenda packets and a pair of creamers into my coffee. I take a sip as I start to browse the menu. This is tasty coffee. You find a good cup in the oddest places. Ever eaten bison? Can't say that I have. You like burgers? Sure. She pulls my menu away and smiles up at an approaching server. What'll it be, Professor? The girl asks Janine. 2 bison burgers with fries, Kelly. The server takes our menus and leaves 2 sweating glasses of water behind. I meet Janine's eyes and chuckle. Pretty sure I'll like the bison, huh? Best darn burger I've ever had. Time you tried one. Janine appears to be a straightforward, take-charge woman, not given to making any effort to ingratiate herself with others. I like her. Grazina's lucky she found you, I say. She sure is. Are you going to help her? I'm here to find out. What do you know about her situation? I tell Janine what we've learned about the Lewis clan from Dirk and Grazina. She grins. Add horns, a serpent's red tail, and a pitchfork to properly flesh out the description. I chuckle. That bad, huh? Despicable family. Any redeeming qualities? Not a one. Tell me about Grazina's studies, I say. She's on a student visa and is studying poetry? Correct on both counts. The visa is her lifeline here. She'd be completely at Mark's mercy without it. He's a controlling SOB. Not a fan, huh? She snorts. I can't stand the little bugger, or his father. How's she doing in school? Pretty well after a rocky start. Now that things are going south at home, she's realizing how vulnerable she is unless she establishes her independence. She's working hard and is showing real promise. The girl's a sharp cookie. I nod. She is that. I'm glad she's got you to help out at this end. And how about your end, Tony? Have you worked out how to get her out of her marriage to Mark? Old man Lewis owns the court in Converse County. So I understand. We've worked out a way to keep the case out of Wyoming, but we need to persuade Grazina to play ball. How would that work? I explained that Grazina can file for divorce in Illinois 90 days after establishing residency and conclude, all she has to do is move to Cedar Heights for the summer. Then we're good to go. Janine arches her eyebrows. What the heck is she waiting for? It's a big step, I guess. I also suspect she's worried about Lewis doing something to screw up her university gig to invalidate her visa. I won't let that happen. Are you sure? Darn right I am. She's up to date on her studies and ended year 1 with good grades. There's nothing Lewis can do about that. I nod with satisfaction while Kelly delivers a basket of bread and rolls. Good to know, I say when she leaves. No issue with school if she's not resident in Wyoming? Janine plucks a roll from the basket before sliding it across to me. Not at all. She's in a distance learning program and is paying astronomical non-resident tuition, so the university is happy to have her registered. She can stay with me whenever she needs to come to Casper. I peel the foil wrapper off a slab of butter and do what I can to spread it on my roll. Why do restaurants serve frozen butter with fresh bread? I always end up making a mess of everything. Today is no exception. Janine watches with amusement. I smile back and shrug. Grazina can file for divorce by the time school starts up again if she establishes residency in Illinois now. I'll light a fire under her. I give Janine a long look. Have you noticed signs of abuse? Her eyes turn flinty. Yes, that bastard. My partner picked up on that too. A statement from you would help. Just tell me when and where. Kelly returns with our burgers, and we dig in. So? Janine asks after I swallow my first bite. Good, I reply after wiping a glob of mayo off my chin. I'm not known as a tidy eater, and have the dry cleaning bills to prove it. Janine shakes her head after I bite off a second chunk with similar mayo results, then signals Kelly. More napkins, please, hun. I mutter, thanks, around a mouthful. We stick to small talk about growing up while we polish off our burgers and fries. The extra napkins come in handy, as always. So do the coffee refills. I'm feeling the effects of too little sleep. Janine pushes her plate aside when she finishes. How hard will it be to prove abuse? It's always tough, I reply. We took some photographs of bruising on Grazina's arms the day we met her. Janine's eyes narrow. She's not the first woman he's abused. Would it help to have statements from other victims? Absolutely. She tells me about a few local women, and even a couple from as far away as Denver who have experienced harassment and more at the hands of Mark Lewis. Can you get their names? I ask. She frowns. The family has bought the silence of most of them with non-disclosure agreements. Has anyone ever filed charges? That would help in court. Janine frowns. Not with Sheriff Donahue in Lewis's pocket. Hell, there are plenty of stories about him abusing women, some of them while they were in custody. That's awful. She nods, then agrees to dig deeper to try to get us a name or two. It's not so much that Grazina will need to show any of this to get her divorce in Illinois, I explain. But it might make all the difference in whatever divorce settlement we can negotiate. I want to make Lewis bleed a little. A little? Janine says with blazing eyes. I want to see him bleed like a stuck pig. I smile. Now, that sounds like a plan. 10. After making the 50-mile drive from Casper, I check into a room at the Hampton Inn and Suites in Douglas, the county seat of Converse County. Dirk gave me hell about the first reservation I'd made, which had been at a motel without indoor corridors. No way am I staying anywhere with a door opening onto the parking lot, he'd exclaimed. I'll book us something Mark Lewis and his buddies can't just barge into if we end up on their radar. I send him a text after I unpack the single carry-on duffel I've brought from Cedar Heights. He replies immediately. Already here. Meet you in the lobby at 5 o'clock? I agree, then set an alarm on my phone and nap for an hour. I find Dirk waiting in the lobby after I wake up, looking exactly as he had in our office. You snore like an elephant, he says with a laugh. Elephants snore? Makes me regret suggesting adjoining rooms, he adds without acknowledging my question. It's not the first time I've heard the complaint, but the elephant thing is a new twist. Sorry about that, macho man. He groans. None of that macho crap, Tony. I've heard that more than enough over the years. I chuckle. No more whining about the snoring, no more macho man talk. He chuckles. Deal. Where to? I ask. Hungry? Not really. Big lunch. We agree that starting the evening off with a cold beer sounds good. Even though it's only May, it's a hot and dusty afternoon. You're driving, by the way, he informs me. I dropped my truck off at the shop yesterday, and they need to keep it until a part comes in. How did you get here? Got a lift with a buddy, he replies, then asks, Where to? Why not the place where we're hoping to run across Lewis and his buddies later? It's a bar on the outskirts of town that is apparently their weekend haunt. Not yet, he replies. It's not my favorite hangout. The beer isn't as cold as I like, and the food ain't great either. Besides, Lewis and his boys won't be around for a few hours. Let's start somewhere else. Fair enough, I say. We head for my rental. He grins when I pause in front of the truck and unlock the doors. Nice ride. Glad you listened to my advice. He points at a restaurant a couple of blocks away. That's a decent place. Better food, colder beer. We can walk. I pocket my keys and fall in step with him. Was your lunch meeting productive? He asks. I deliver a recap of my visit with Janine on the way to the restaurant, finishing after we settle in with a couple of beers. I don't know her, he says thoughtfully. Think she'll be helpful? I do. He shifts gears. What do you hope to accomplish tonight? I want to get a lay of the land and set eyes on Mark Lewis. We shoot the breeze over our beer and a surprisingly good pizza. Dirk makes a point of explaining that we're heading into unfriendly territory, somewhere we can't expect any help. Then he sets out some ground rules for keeping ourselves out of trouble. Just in case we do find ourselves in the soup on enemy turf, he makes sure we've agreed on plans for retreat. Then we walk back to the hotel, climb into the pickup, and drive to the bar. I finally lay eyes on Mark Lewis an hour later, when a loud and boisterous group of 5 young men arrives. Lewis is easy to pick out of his little coterie of sycophants. He's the loudest and most obnoxious guy in the bar, dressed in cowboy boots, tight straight-leg blue jeans, with an enormous buckle in the shape of a bucking bull, and a red western shirt with white fringe hanging off the arms and pockets. A gigantic cowboy hat tops off his dime store cowboy outfit. He and the boys mosey on over to a pool table, which is quickly abandoned by a young couple that sees them coming. That's a quick lesson in who's who around here, I mutter as the couple scuttles away. Dirk chuckles. Welcome to Lewis country. I tilt my chair back against the wall while we nurse our beers. Lewis wins a couple of games of pool and slaps his opponent on the shoulder with a hearty, "Maybe next time, Hank. Hope you brought lots of cash to leave tonight." Then he points across the room at a waitress and gives her a come-on gesture before he takes a seat at a round wooden table with 8 cane-backed chairs ranged around it. Is he a good pool player, or do his flunkies just make a habit of stroking the big man's ego by losing? I asked Dirk. A little of both, he replies. The waitress Lewis summoned arrives at his table with a couple of jugs of draft beer and a wary smile. She's a fresh-faced, good-looking blonde, maybe a college student. Lewis eyes her appreciatively and winks. "Keep that brew coming, honey. We're going to have us a good time tonight, you and me." She manufactures an unconvincing smile and nervously backs away. I shake my head as she scurries away. I don't think that poor waitress is looking forward to whatever good time Lewis has in mind for her tonight. Probably not, Dirk agrees. Doesn't management have their employees' backs? That'll be the day, pal, he says sourly. The gal who owns this place doesn't dare look sideways at Mark Lewis if she hopes to stay in business. I cut my eyes to Dirk. Seriously? Things are that bad? Things are that bad. I used to know a guy who owned another bar out this way. He told Lewis to clean up his act or stay out of his establishment. Sheriff Donahue shut the place down within a month and ran the owner out of town. Lewis brought his business here after that. This owner knows how to toe the line. Lewis meets my eye across the bar, studies me curiously for a moment, and then cocks an eyebrow in an arrogant smirk before turning away. Not sure you want to be looking at Lewis like you're thinking of walking over and kicking his ass, Dirk cautions after watching the exchange. I feel like kicking his ass. Down, boy, Dirk says. Remember our chat before we came? There's only 2 of us. I count 5 of them over there. I nod. I hear you. We chat sports while Lewis and company grow increasingly loud and obnoxious. The waitress delivers wings and more beer, careful to avoid getting close to Lewis as she does. On her next visit, Lewis pulls the empty wing platter close in front of himself and winks at her. Go and get it, honey. When she edges a little closer to his side of the table and reaches for the plate, Lewis strikes like a snake, grabbing her arm as she starts to pick up the plate. No need to be in a hurry, honey, he says as he pulls her close and ogles her chest from close range. See, nothing to fear. I can see my brother in this guy's manhandling of the poor woman. The front legs of my chair hit the floor with a crack as I sit forward. Dirk shoots me a sideways glance and clamps a hand on my arm. The waitress tries to wriggle away, but Lewis keeps his grip on her wrist and leers at her. Keep the beer and that tight little ass of yours coming, and there might be a nice tip in your future. Maybe a little more action, too, if you know what I mean. The girl hurries away, while Lewis casts his gaze around the table with a loud guffaw. His buddies dutifully join in. Yep, good times in Douglas tonight, boys. Dirk leans closer. What the hell, man? Yeah, that's caveman bullshit, but the malice in your eyes is unsettling. What gives? I think long and hard on the question. Do I want to explain Frankie to a guy I hardly know? As it happens, the distance between us makes it easier to open up about my brother and what he did to Trish. So, I conclude, while my eyes track back to Mark Lewis, I saw my brother when he manhandled the waitress. Jesus, Dirk mutters. I'm sorry as hell about what happened to your girlfriend. Thanks. I see what Grazina's up against here. Lewis and his pals are eyeballing us. I think you've seen what you came for, Dirk says, picking up his glass and draining the last of his beer as Lewis and company continue to watch us. We should get out of here. I lock eyes with Lewis while Dirk talks, drain my glass without breaking eye contact, and push my chair back. I stand to my full 6.5 feet height while Lewis continues to stare. That's right, asshole. I'm a pretty big guy, and I don't like you. I nod curtly, then turn my back on him and follow Dirk outside. He holds his hand out for the keys. I know my way around here. I'll drive. I toss him the keys and climb into the passenger seat. My gaze fastens on a beautiful British racing green sports car sitting in the midst of a sea of pickup trucks in the bar's gravel parking lot. What's that? Mark Lewis's Aston Martin, Dirk replies. He cruises all over the state and down to Denver in that beauty. Big dick-waving opportunity for him, isn't it? Dirk chuckles. Couldn't have put it better myself, pal. We've got company, he says, when we're halfway back to the hotel. I glance in the side mirror at a pickup truck that has been riding our bumper for the past few minutes. It's jacked up and has a light bar across the top of the cab. Just some clown who likes to tailgate, I say dismissively. He followed us out of the bar parking lot. I cut my eyes at Dirk. Seriously? If I were a betting man, I'd say that Lewis and his minions want to know where we're staying tonight. Maybe we should head back to Casper. We've done what we came to do. He's right, but I'm not going to let Mark Lewis run me out of town. I aim to make that SOB take note of me, Dirk. Do it in the courtroom. I clamp my lips shut for the rest of the drive. Our tail cruises on by when we turn into the Hampton Inn & Suites lot. Good riddance. I march resolutely back to my second-floor room after we park. Dirk follows and grabs my arm in the hallway when we reach the doors outside our connecting rooms. Are we heading back to Casper? You're free to, I reply. Take the pickup if you want. He shakes his head. Leaving you here with no wheels to get back in the morning? I don't think so, pal. I ain't driving back here in the morning to fetch you. Suit yourself. Dirk gives me a long look. Jesus, man. You sure you want to stay? I nod, slip the keycard into my door, and push it open. See you in the morning. Yeah, Dirk replies with disgust as he turns back to his door. Make sure you unlock the connecting door between our rooms. I do so, then brush my teeth and strip down to my boxers before throwing myself onto the bed. After a long day and a few beers, I'm asleep almost before my head hits the pillow. The room is still pitch black when I hear the lock on my door click. My eyes pop open as a shaft of light from the hallway slices into the darkness. What the hell? I scramble off the far side of the bed as a couple of silhouetted figures fill the doorframe. So much for inside corridors keeping us safe. I turn on the bedside lamp as the door clicks shut. The largest of the losers, who spent the evening licking Mark Lewis's ass, is standing behind a hard-looking, stringy little man who hadn't seemed to quite fit in with that crowd, even though he's 6 inches shorter and 50 or 60 pounds lighter than the big oaf. I realize in an instant that this is the guy to be afraid of. His eyes glitter with malice as he stares at me. A vile smile creases his face. Mr. Lewis didn't like the way you was looking at us, mister, he says. Who are you, and what are you doing in our town? A chuckle escapes the oaf when the pipsqueak slips a knife out of his pants pocket. A gleaming 6-inch blade snaps out of the handle as he steps closer to the bed that separates us. At the moment, Casper seems like a very nice town. Wish I were there. Answer when I ask you a question, asshole, the little man snarls, easily tossing the knife back and forth from hand to hand, a trick he's probably seen on some cheesy TV show or movie. Show off. Just out for dinner and a beer with a buddy, I reply. Didn't look that way to us. I shrug, doing my best to project a nonchalance I don't feel while I try to see a way out of my predicament without being carved up like a holiday turkey. My fear starts to give way to anger as I realize that I'm going to have to fight my way out of here. How, I don't know, but if I can face down Frankie, I can face down this little jerk, knife or no knife. Get out of my room, I bellow, hoping Dirk isn't a heavy sleeper. If he isn't, maybe we can even up the odds and get out of here safely. Knife guy moves around the end of the bed until he's no more than 5 or 6 feet away. Ready to go, big mouth? He asks. The door between my and Dirk's room crashes open. What's going on? He growls as he takes in the scene. After an initial spurt of surprise during which Knife Guy's malicious grin wavers just a pinch, he shoots a glance at his buddy. You look after asshole number 2 if he takes another step in here. Then his dead eyes again settle on me. I'll take care of this prick. Get the hell out of here, the human ox orders Dirk. You don't want to mess with me, pal, Dirk retorts. Take another step and I'll put a bullet in you. My eyes are riveted on a knife in the hand of the little man when I catch a blur in my peripheral vision, followed by the crash of the big man being slammed against the door. Now who's outnumbered? Dirk asks my would-be assailant. Knife Guy freezes and glares menacingly at Dirk, but says nothing. Dirk's lips curl into a mirthless smile. Close your knife and toss it on the bed, then get out of here before you get hurt. When the command produces no more than a defiant sneer, Dirk points his gun right into the little man's face. I'm done fucking around, he warns with ice in his voice. I'm not going to tell you to drop that knife again. We're in a stand your ground state, pal. I'm free to shoot you dead right where you stand. Knife Guy snaps the knife shut and insolently jams it back into his pants pocket before turning on his heel to push the ox out the door. Then he turns back to glare at us. Guess you dumb bastards don't know what county you're in. His eyes travel from Dirk to me. You two are dead men walking. After he stalks out and slams the door, I turn to Dirk. You're a good man to have around in a scrape. The adjoining rooms worked out after all. Dirk glowers back at me. Pack your stuff, hero. Time to get the hell out of Dodge. 11. I'm safe at home with Brittany in the basement of our Liberty Street home the following Saturday evening. We're jamming on our guitars, which is a fairly recent development in the Valenti household. An empty pizza box from Lou Malnati's sits on a corner table, flanked by a quartet of empty soft drink cans. We've been at it for a while now. We may even be making progress. Dino, who lost interest after the last slice of pizza was consumed, is lounging against the bottom step, eyeing us warily. Perhaps some of the sounds coming out of my Vox AC-15 amplifier are frightening him. Even Brittany seems startled by them now and again. Guitar Hero Valenti is a work in progress. Brittany started playing guitar with a few friends back in our Atlanta days. She picked it up again a few months ago, lamenting the fact that she didn't have anyone local to play with. Pat, bless her heart, had volunteered the information that I played a little during our high school days. Sure enough, I'd been roped into buying a guitar to accompany Brittany. I suck, but not quite as badly as I did a month or two ago. Looking on the bright side, today's rehearsal time is winding down. I have an important meeting to get to, during which I hope to learn something important from Jake Plummer and Horace Greenwood. But first I'm trying to plow through Tom Petty's Free Fallin' one more time. It sounds great when he does it with the Heartbreakers. It's not sounding so great at the moment. Come on, Pops, Brittany groans after I botch my part again. It's a 12th string, for God's sake, I complain, for which I have no one to blame but myself. I'd been dumb enough to run out and buy one of my dream guitars, a jet glow black Rickenbacker 36012. Great guitar in the right hands. Playing 12 strings instead of 6 is a bit of a challenge, even if you're not a couple of decades removed from your rock and roll glory days. Try it on the Epiphone, she suggests. I reluctantly set the Rickenbacker aside and pick up my brand spanking new Epiphone Casino USA edition, hollow body electric, which cost about 4 times as much as the regular model. But hey, the Beatles, Byrds, and everyone else played these things. Good enough for them, good good enough for Lightning Fingers Valenti. My ABA credit card is getting a bit of a workout at the guitar store these days, but I'm excited to be playing instruments I only dreamed of owning back in the day. Of more interest to Brittany is the fact that artists from this century also play guitar-based rock on Epiphones and Rickenbackers, so I'm also jamming out to songs like Vampire Weekend, The Strokes, Larkin Poe, and the Kings of Leon. Turns out that you can teach an old dog new tricks, so long as you keep your expectations within reason. We get through Free Fallin' a couple of more times, albeit without the signature ringing Rickenbacker flourishes. On the other hand, I don't screw up nearly as much. Brittany grins at me when we hit the final chord. That was better. Yeah, but... Yeah, she laughs. Do some practicing on your own, old-timer. Then you can try the Rickenbacker again. I smile back at her. The guitar thing is turning out to be a great distraction for us, not to mention a bonding opportunity. It's bringing us a lot of joy, as only music and other art can. Alas, it's time to turn away from the fun to dive back into the guts of a manhunt. An hour later, I settle into a chair at the Cuffin' Billy Club, a cop bar a few blocks away from the Layton Criminal Courts Building and the Cook County Jail. My drinking buddies are Cedar Heights Chief of Police Jake Plummer and Chicago PD Detective Horace Greenwood. They're here at my invitation. Apparently, it doesn't take more than an offer of free beer to get these two out of the house on a Saturday night. How was Wyoming? Jake asks. I tell the tale, starting with Janine Dabrowski, which prompts a couple of approving grunts from my cop friends. Then I tell them about my evening in Douglas with Dirk, which elicits a pained groan from Jake. Didn't I tell you to keep your nose clean out there? He asks in exasperation. Maybe, I reply with a grin. Greenwood shoots me a look and shakes his head. Guess Jake wasn't shitting me when he said you find all kinds of ways to get your ass in a crack. Sooner or later, he's gonna get it stuck in one he can't get out of, Jake mutters wearily. I don't argue. At the rate I've been going the past couple of years, it may well come to that. We pause while a waitress delivers another jug of draft beer, then settle back for a minute, just long enough to ascertain that the Chicago Cubs are getting their tails kicked at Wrigley Field. Probably gonna be another 108-year drought between championships, Greenwood grumbles. Probably so, Jake agrees sourly. We're not here to talk baseball, so I draw their attention back to the table. How about an update? I ask Greenwood. Any closer to finding Frankie? His eyes cut to Jake. Ah, hell, man. You told me we weren't coming to talk about this. Jake hooks a thumb at me, accompanied by an annoyed glower. Because this guy told me he wouldn't bring it up. What else did you two think I'd want to talk about? I ask with a shrug. Anyway, now that we're all here with a full jug of beer at hand that I paid for, we've got to talk about something. Why not Frankie? Because you're a civilian, Mr. Valenti, Greenwood replies. I can't share details of an ongoing investigation with you. You know that, goddammit, Jake snaps at me. Maybe I can help, I suggest. He's my brother. I know things about him that you don't. Greenwood's eyes study me with curiosity. We think we've got a pretty good handle on the guy, but you're right, you know him better than we do. Don't encourage him, Jake warns. Greenwood chuckles. Doesn't seem as if he needs much encouragement, brother. Jake eyeballs me and finally chuckles as well. You're some piece of work, Valenti. I smile back. Why, thank you, Chief. Greenwood falls silent and spins his glass in place with his fingertips as he thinks. He raises his eyes to mine. Some of what we've done is self-evident. Touched base with the Marine Corps, his employer, his wife. Nothing doing there. What about the place he was renting? I ask. Paid his rent 6 months in advance and hasn't been seen since, Greenwood replies. We had the local police poke around a bit, and they're stopping by now and again to chat with the landlord, but unless she's lying, he hasn't been around. What about Molly O'Reilly? I ask Jake. Greenwood answers. We've spoken with her, as well. Claims she hasn't heard from him in several months. We haven't seen anything to suggest she's lying, Jake adds. She's breathing, isn't she? I ask. The woman lied on the witness stand at Papa's trial and was stupid enough to tell us she had. Jake chuckles. Is Tony suggesting that the ex-Mrs. O'Reilly has a tendency to utter untruths? Greenwood asks lightly. I look him in the eye. She's a lying bitch. What he said, Jake says. What did Joe tell you? I ask Greenwood. Hasn't seen or heard from him since you two had your little dust-up. The little dust-up he refers to as a brutal scrap I had with Frankie a few months ago in the kitchen of our childhood home. As always, I'd gotten my ass kicked, but had landed a few shots of my own. The important point was that I kept him off my daughter and Frankie's wife and kid, Plush, Trish, and Pat, until the police arrived. I suspect this incident prompted Frankie's assault on Trish. I have no reason to doubt what Joe told you, I said to Greenwood after a long draught of beer, but I've also seen how thoroughly cowed she is by my brother. I think I'll pay her a visit. She might tell me more if she's confronted face to face. Greenwood gives me a long look. You think she might open up with you in person, huh? I nod. And if Frankie happens to be around, then what, Tony? Jake asks sharply. I'll cross that bridge if and when I come to it. You'll get yourself tossed off a bridge, or worse if you stumble across him, Jake shoots back. I can't persuade you to back off and let us do our work, Greenwood asks me. Not unless you're making a lot more progress than seems to be the case. He sighs. I'll let you in on a couple of more things. Can you keep this stuff to yourself? I nod solemnly. He eyes me for a moment longer, as if he's pondering the wisdom of saying more. To be perfectly honest, we've been turning over rocks looking for your brother since Miss Pangborn fingered him as her attacker. We haven't got a whiff. His government pension and company paychecks are piling up in his bank account, which he hasn't touched since he split. Why he's still getting paid is a mystery to me. I have to assume that wherever he is, he's still doing work for those folks. Not that they're telling us a damn thing. Our best guess is that he has another source of income or a bank account, and/or credit cards we don't know about, but we haven't been able to locate one. We've asked his landlord to reach out to us if she sees or hears from him. Same thing with his employer, though I doubt we'll hear from them. Other than that, we're at a standstill, but we've got our antennae out. So, nothing, I mutter. Pretty much. Jake jumps in as I glare at Greenwood. Horace is a hell of a cop, Tony. He wants Frankie's ass as bad as the rest of us do. I cut my eyes to Jake and snort. Nobody wants his sorry ass as much as I do, Jake. Trust me on that. They both nod, then Jake refills our glasses. Why should I sit back? I ask. I'll fly down and talk with Joe and Carly, see if they know anything they've been afraid to tell the cops. Maybe I can get a few names of Frankie's co-workers and buddies out of her. And then? Jake asks. It might give me some people to talk with and a place to start looking for him. Which you'll share with me, Greenwood says flatly. I stare back at him for a moment, then shrug. You'll share that information with me, Mr. Valenti, he repeats. We'll investigate whatever leads you come up with. Not you, us. Given how little they've accomplished to this point, I'm not agreeing to any conditions. I won't sit on my hands until things with Trish pass the point of no return. My best bet to salvage our relationship is probably to remove the specter of Frankie from our world. If I can do that, maybe we can still make a go of it. As long as Frankie is on the loose, I doubt our relationship is going to survive. Then, of course, there's the matter of vengeance. I want to make the son of a bitch pay for what he did to Trish, and my parents, and me. I can't work with you, Mr. Valenti, Greenwood continues. Aside from all the reasons that can't happen from the perspective of Chicago PD, I've got my own reasons. And what would they be? I ask. He leans in and levels his gaze on mine. What really scares me is what happens if you find your brother. Confronting him on your own will probably be the last thing you ever do. You've got a daughter who needs you, Jake adds tartly. Try not to forget Brittany in this fog of testosterone or whatever you're marinating in. All true, I suppose, but I can be a pig-headed cuss when I want to be, and I recall Frankie taking a shot at Brittany during our dust-up. She needs to be protected, too. I polish off my glass of beer, say goodnight, and head out into the night to track down my brother. 12. I shoot a sideways glance at Penelope on Monday as we near the end of our 4-block walk to the Sandwich Emporium, our go-to neighborhood lunch spot. Something in her demeanor has me on edge, as if I've done something horribly wrong. Maybe the mystery will be revealed over lunch. A bell over the door of the converted 1920s bungalow announces our arrival. We've barely set foot on the white and black checkered tile floor before a tiny, plump Japanese woman breaks into an effervescent smile and exclaims, "Tony-san, and Miss Brooks too." "Hi, Maiko," we reply in unison before nodding at Maiko's husband, a gnarly ex-U.S. Navy man named Brian Campbell. He nods back. He's every bit as taciturn as his wife is bubbly. An unlikely pair, yes, but the couple and their sandwich shop are a local institution, not least because of their daily specials. "What did you find at the wholesaler's this morning?" Penelope asks with a grin. Maiko proudly points to the chalkboard that displays the daily special, which is cobbled together from whatever ingredients she scores on her morning trip to grocery wholesalers. Today, it's something called Calcutta cutlet. I launch into our regular routine. "What, pray tell, is a Calcutta cutlet?" "Pork cutlet with spicy mango chutney on a panini bun." Penelope turns a reprimanding mock glare on our hostess. "It's not called Calcutta anymore, Maiko. Calcutta is a relic from British colonial days. The proper Indian name for the city is now Kolkata." Maiko shrugs and grins. "Who wants a Kolkata cutlet, Miss Brooks? Who's even heard of Kolkata? Where's the fun in that?" Penelope's stern gaze melts into an answering grin. Can't argue with that. We chat with Maiko while Brian fixes our specials. Then, Calcutta cutlets in hand, we make our way to one of the wobbly Formica-topped tables and gingerly settle into a pair of rickety cane-back chairs. Penelope's brief burst of joviality is left at the counter with Maiko. Grazina is coming into the office at 1 o'clock. Penelope wants to discuss the case before then. I decide to clear the air between us. "What's up, Penelope? Something's obviously bothering you today." Her eyes meet mine. "Quite insightful, partner." Why do I suspect it involves me? Penelope is about as easygoing and pleasant a person as I've ever known, which makes being the target of her ire all the more distressing. The glare she fixes on me as she pushes her plate aside signals that I'm about to be the target of a rare diatribe. "Dirk Macho called me this morning," she says. "Oh. Why didn't you tell me about the guy with the knife?" "Didn't want to worry you. Nobody got hurt." Her eyes narrow. "You didn't want to worry me, huh? Or maybe you didn't want to have this conversation." "Well, Jesus Christ, Tony. You can't keep being so reckless, damn it." I shrink back in my seat. 2 curses in 1 statement? Penelope is pissed. "Sorry," I mumble. Penelope being Penelope, the fire dies out quickly. "You're not that bad a partner, you know. I don't want to have to go beating the bushes for a replacement lawyer to work with." I venture a grin. "You care." She shakes her head and smiles back. "You know I do, dope. Going out there wasn't such a bad idea, but waltzing into the dragon's lair with an attitude was darn stupid. Why do you insist on doing stuff like that?" I wanted to eyeball the guy. When I did, he rubbed me the wrong way. She shakes her head. "Dirk told me about the waitress. That set you off?" "Made me think of Frankie," I grumble as my anger once again stirs. "And Trish." She nods sympathetically, then pauses until my anger subsides. "I figured that might be it. You do some pretty dumb things when you get excited." I shrug. "Yeah, I know." "Is it too much to ask for you to stop putting yourself in dangerous situations?" "Apparently so. I'll try to do better." "Do better, partner. I don't appreciate you turning me into a harridan." "Is that what's going on?" I ask innocently. She laughs and pulls her sandwich in front of her. Conversation is limited to our respective weekends while we devour our specials. "So, you like our cutlet?" Maiko asks when she comes by to collect our empty plates 10 minutes later. Her eyes alight on mine with a twinkle. "I didn't want to interrupt while Miss Brooks was giving you heck." "Obvious, huh?" I ask. "The sandwich was terrific," Penelope says, after she and Maiko share a chuckle at my expense, which also seems to be a Sandwich Emporium tradition. I spoke with Janine Dabrowski this morning, I tell Penelope as we walk back to the office. She says Grazina is scared of what Mark will do if she files for divorce. After my encounter with his goons, I get it. Have you spoken with Jake Plummer? I did. He put Cedar Heights PD on notice to respond quickly if they get a call from the Zalewski home. Penelope frowns. I suppose there really isn't much else he can do. Grazina arrives at the office 5 minutes after us. We decide to meet with her in Penelope's office rather than the conference room, hoping she'll be more comfortable and relaxed in the informal setting. We spend a few minutes chatting about this and that. Once Grazina's initial nerves settle, I shift the conversation to business. Janine says she spoke with you last week about the divorce, Grazina. She looks uncomfortable. Filing for divorce concerns you? I ask. She nods. It makes me a little afraid. Don't you want the fear to end? Penelope asks. Don't you want to feel safe again? Yes. This is the only way, Penelope says firmly. I know, Grazina whispers. I decide that a little reassuring bravado is in order. I deliver it with a tight smile. I'm bigger than him. Grazina looks at me doubtfully. True, but you are only one man, Mr. Valenti. Mark's posse outnumbers you. The point is that you won't be in Mark's stomping grounds if you're living here. None of us needs to set foot in Wyoming if we file here, Penelope adds pointedly. I suspect the remark is directed to me as much as Grazina. I have to go to school in Casper sometimes, she says. I nod. True, but we'll sneak you in and out as needed, and you can stay with Janine when you go. She told you that, right? Grazina nods. I'll ask Dirk to keep an eye out when you're there as well, I add. Grazina swallows and nods again. I hope I do not forget this. Don't we all? Penelope takes over, working through a list of chores for Grazina to complete to demonstrate her Illinois residency. Surprising me not at all, my partner thought of far more items than occurred to me. I figured an Illinois driver's license would suffice. Penelope agrees, but the license is only the start. When Grazina gets up to leave several minutes later, she does so, clutching instructions to update her school records, update the address on her passport, register her new address with the Polish consulate, and get a new cell phone with a local provider. Penelope closes by suggesting Grazina get involved in the Polish community with her aunt and uncle. Never let it be said that you haven't truly settled in Chicago, she concludes with a smile. Grazina returns the smile. I will. The clock is now ticking, Penelope says to me when she returns from seeing our new client out. It's also ticking on my upcoming visit to my sister-in-law in Charleston, South Carolina, where she and her daughter, Carly, have gone into hiding from Frankie. When Penelope asks what I have on my plate for the week, I walk her through the cases I'm working on, then add a throwaway remark about my planned weekend getaway. Her eyes cut to mine. Are you taking Brittany? No. Does this have anything to do with your finding your brother? Of course it does. Maybe a little. Maybe a little, huh? Penelope says skeptically. You're afraid to take Brittany? Yeah. Do you know where Frankie is, Tony? Is that where you're really going? No, but I don't want Brittany with me if he shows up. She lays her hand on mine and searches my eyes. I don't want you there if he does. I cover her hand with mine. I know, but there isn't anyone else that can do this. She sighs. I wish you didn't feel as if you have to do this. Please be careful. I squeeze her hand, then lean in to plant a peck on her cheek. Always, partner. 13. Joe and Carly's apartment building in North Charleston is a far cry from the picture-perfect bungalow they'd lived in with my brother in Wilmington, North Carolina. It's a brown brick, 6-unit walk-up block with exterior wooden balconies. It, and the neighborhood itself, could use a little TLC. Joe greets me with a hug at the door of their third-floor apartment after buzzing me in. Uncle Tony! Carly exclaims as she pushes past her mother to jump into my arms. I guess they don't get much company. Joe is a petite, mildly overweight, delightful woman with a blonde bob haircut and a musical deep South accent. Her cheerful disposition strikes me as ideal for her career as an elementary school teacher. She's a devout Christian from an old-school Charleston family. As some abused women do, Jo has clung to her faith to justify remaining faithful to a husband and marriage that deserve no faith at all. She is finally beginning to unshackle herself from the grip of her church's paternal dictates and charting her own path. Carly is a year younger than Brittany and goes to a Christian school. In a telling remark, Jo once let slip that Frankie says it keeps her away from all the coons and new Americans. "So it's June 12th, I say to Carly. "Summer vacation for you, young lady?" She replies with a wan smile, "Summer vacation with no friends." Ouch. We chat for several minutes, catching up on personal news. Jo has, predictably, been baking, so I have a choice of peanut butter cookies, homemade scones, a chocolate cake, peach cobbler, and a pecan pie. I wouldn't want Jo to think I don't approve of any of her efforts, so I resolve to sample everything before I leave. I start with a slice of warm pecan pie and a chaser of peach cobbler. It's the least I can do. "I'm so glad you appreciate good baking," she says after I polish off the cobbler. I sample the sweet iced tea before addressing the hovering elephant in the room. "You're confident Frankie can't find you here?" Jo nods. "My sister's the only person who knows where we are." "Does she visit?" "Now and again." "Do you visit her?" Jo smiles at me. "Don't think I don't know where your questions are leading, Tony. We're very careful. I always check to make sure nobody is following me when I go to my sister's house. She does the same when she comes here." Her self-confidence is touching, if misplaced. Frankie knows a thing or two about how to track people. Can he find his ex-wife and daughter? I wouldn't bet a penny against it. Not that there's any point in telling her that. "And Carly?" I ask. "I'm being homeschooled," Carly says with a pout. "No friends. It sucks." "That would suck." "Sorry," I tell her with a sympathetic smile. To cheer her up, I compliment the subterfuge she and my daughter resorted to in a bid to keep in touch. "Pretty clever coming up with the idea of burner phones for you and Brits." Her expression brightens. "Got that from a movie. Actually, a whole bunch of movies." Now there's a surprise. Carly is movie-crazed. I smile again. Very clever. "She's a smart girl," Jo says while giving Carly a pat on the shoulder. Then she turns her attention back to me. "Well, we're thrilled to have you visit, Tony. Even I'm not naive enough to think you're just here to say hi. This has something to do with Frankie, doesn't it?" True, but I'm not looking forward to what I'm about to do to this sweet woman. When I begin to tell her about Frankie's assault on Trish, she shrinks away with a look of horror and seems to deflate as if she's leaking air. Jo adores Trish. By the time I'm done, she's in tears and all but incoherent. "How is Trish?" she asks in a strangled whisper. I tell her about the aftermath, the physical damage, the psychological and emotional pain, the effect on our relationship. Jo buries her face in her hands. "I'm so sorry, Tony." "That bastard!" Carly shrieks. The poor kid has been hit with an avalanche of ugly revelations about her father over the past several months. It's taken a toll. I've never heard her utter any words stronger than heck until now. "And the police haven't found Frank?" Jo finally asks. Her expression has passed from horror to pain to flinty anger. "Not yet. I was hoping you might be able to help." "I told the police everything I could when I was in Chicago," Jo replies. "I know, and I appreciate it. I've been thinking a little outside the box." She manages to manufacture a weary smile in an effort to lighten the atmosphere. "As a grade school teacher, I think you know my position on coloring outside the lines." I manage a tight smile in return. Her eyes suddenly grow wide. "We can't let him know Trish remembered. She won't be safe." Although I've already intuited that, seeing Jo's wild-eyed panic is jarring and dials up my own anxiety. "What have I done?" Jo wails. I inch forward far enough to reach across the table and squeeze her hand. "Don't beat yourself up, Jo. You haven't done anything wrong. This is all my brother's doing." Her head sinks onto her crossed arms for a full minute before her sniffling stops. She sits up with a steely stare. "How can I help the police catch him?" Horace Greenwood, The detective working Trish's case hasn't been able to access Frankie's military records. Horace was hoping the records might lead him to some of the people Frankie served with. He wants to interview as many of them as he can, especially anyone Frankie might have stayed in touch with. We hope you can help with that. She nods, then frowns. As you know, Frank tends to keep his professional life separate from his personal life, but I might know a thing or two. Anything and everything is welcome, Joe. You never know what might help. I know he's in touch with at least a few of his old Marine buddies. A few work with him now. Names? She sighs. None that come to mind. For the most part, I only know the nicknames they use, Duckhead, stuff like that. I told this to the police. I don't know if it helped. Have they been down to search the house? She shakes her head, no. I think it's on their to-do list. Where does Frankie keep his military stuff? Old paperwork, decorations, pictures. She looks up at me. Good idea. He has an old Marine footlocker he lugged home when he retired. Do you have it here? She shakes her head. It's probably in Wilmington. Crap. I was hoping to find it here. Why don't we go get it? She asks. Because your husband might be there, I reply. Although that seems unlikely. He must know the cops are looking for him. Then again, it's been over 2 months since he disappeared. I doubt the cops in North Carolina are continuing to diligently check in on the empty house. But we've got nothing else to work with. I call Greenwood, who arranges to have some Wilmington cops meet us at the house. A Wilmington PD cruiser with a couple of bored, uniformed officers is waiting in the driveway when Joe and I arrive early the next afternoon. I paint a thoroughly menacing picture of my brother so that they'll take the risk seriously. A tall black officer sets his feet shoulder-width apart and carefully studies the closed curtains. Did you close the blinds and curtains when you left, ma'am? He asks Joe. Yes. You sure? Absolutely. I'm worried about leaving my home empty like this. Is anyone checking in on the house, watering plants and such? Joe pauses for a beat. I was scared of asking anyone to do it, in case they ran into Frank. The cop frowns. Why don't you give me the key and let us clear the house before you come in? Joe peels the key off her keychain and hands it over, then turns toward her Chevy. Wait in our car, the cop says, nodding toward the Wilmington PD cruiser. You'll be safer in there if anything happens. I give the cop a wry grin. We just flick on the flashing lights and siren and make a run for it if things go sideways? He chuckles and waves the keys to the cruiser in his hand before dropping them into his pocket. Afraid not, sir. I'll have these. The cop comes back to let us out of the car a few minutes later. All clear, folks. How long do you expect this to take? He asks as he accompanies us to the front door. I look at Joe. Oh, not long, if we can find things quickly, she says. We're just going to scoop up the locker and some photo albums, plus anything else we think might be useful. Music to my ears, ma'am, the cop says with a grin. He meets his partner's gaze, tells him to stay on the porch and keep an eye out for trouble, then follows us in. Where's the locker? I ask Joe when we reach the kitchen. I'll grab it while you get the pictures and stuff. She waves a hand toward a hallway running off the kitchen. Frank's office is the last door down that hallway. It might be in there. If not, check the crawl space above the garage. The office might be locked, she calls after I start down the hallway. I glance back at the cop, who has fallen in behind me. Did you check? He holds up a lock-picking tool and smiles. Ain't locked anymore. Sounds like we're looking for a dangerous dude here, sir. I wasn't about to let you folks in the house until I was good and sure he ain't here. I smile and nod. Good to know. The door is slightly ajar, so I push it open and walk in. Frankie's already been here. A few computer cables hang off a dusty desk. The outlines of a keyboard, mouse, and CPU are visible in the dust. The printer stand is empty save for a ream of paper on a bottom shelf. A closet door hangs open. There are still a few boxes of stuff here, but I imagine he's taken whatever he thinks might be useful or incriminating. I pull out a couple of desk drawers and find them mostly empty. Probably nothing useful left in here, the cop mutters as he watches. Probably not, I agree. Still, I poke my head out the door. Do you have the suitcases? I call out to Joe. She appears at the end of the hall with an armful of photo albums. Good idea. I was wondering how to lug these around. The suitcases are in the loft out in the garage. I glance at the cop, then look around for a door that might lead to the garage. Joe points at a steel door right behind me. That one, Tony. The double garage is oversized and holds an impressive collection of cabinets, plus a green John Deere riding lawnmower. There's a pull-down door in the ceiling, the type you'd find leading to an attic. Guess that's a crawl space, my companion mutters. How high can you jump? I decide not to tell him about my NCAA championship volleyball career. I couldn't jump that high even back in the days when I led our school to a national championship. Not that high. We look around for a moment before my eyes land on a long stick with a hook. It's tucked into a corner behind the garage door frame. We have the stairs down a moment later. The cop scrambles up first and disappears, gun drawn. I'm startled when I hear a thump on the floor a minute later, as if something, or someone, just fell. What's going on up there? I call. All clear, he replies, as his face reappears in the opening. We've got suitcases and a footlocker up here. He stops me when I start to climb. Wait there, I'll drop the suitcases down and then wrestle the locker over. The darn thing is all steel instead of one of those newer pieces of crap with tin sides or worse. Getting it down is going to be a chore. 3 suitcases follow in short order. I deliver them to Joe and head back to the garage. When I poke my head through the crawl space opening after I climb the ladder, the cop is dragging a footlocker across the floorboards. I scramble the rest of the way up and give him a hand. Heavy beast, he grunts. You're gonna need monster shears or a darn big hammer to get this lock off, man. Where there's a will, there's a way. Amen, he agrees as he backs toward the opening. I'll go first and tip it over the edge. You do your best to take some of the weight while I climb down. At least you'll be there to break the locker's fall if this goes wrong, I quip as we get started. His response is neither a grimace or a failed grin as he takes the weight of the locker on his shoulder. I clasp a hand strap with my legs braced on either side of the hole as he edges down. By the time he finally plants a foot on the ground, I'm on my stomach, hanging precariously through the hole with one hand on the locker strap. Good thing I've got long arms, I mutter after he sets the locker down on the garage floor. How the heck did this thing get up here? The cop asks in wonder. My brother probably lugs it around under one arm. He meets my eye. No, that's just scary, sir. Yeah, he is, officer. I fill him in on a little additional Frankie history, scaring myself a little in the telling. Maybe there should be a few more of us here, he says with a wry grin. I take a final look around the loft, seeing nothing of interest, and climb down. We lug the trunk into the house and find Jo waiting with 2 closed suitcases at her feet. She watches us staggering along with our load and smiles. Glad you found it. Aside from the twin hernias I've probably given myself, me too, I reply. The cop chuckles as we let the weight drop with a heavy thud. I look into the living room and see the last of the suitcases sitting in a corner, then turn back to Jo. While we haul this thing out to the car, take that suitcase and grab as much paper as you can from Frankie's desk and closet. 5 minutes later, the footlocker and 2 suitcases fill the trunk. I toss the 3rd suitcase into the back seat. Given the weight of the suitcases and the locker, I'm almost surprised that the front wheels of Jo's car are still on the ground when she slides behind the wheel. How are you going to get that thing into the house wherever you're going? The cop asks. House? I ask with a grim chuckle. How about a 3rd-floor walk-up apartment? You're kidding me, he says with a laugh. Afraid not, I reply while opening the passenger door. Hire some movers, man. Not a bad idea. His expression sobers. Your brother sounds like an operator, right? I nod. He might be in the neighborhood watching us right now. We'll follow you for a few miles, try to make sure your 6 is clear. I reach out and shake the officer's hand. You've gone beyond the call of duty. Thank you. Can't spend all our time drinking coffee and eating donuts, sir. I cock an eyebrow. They're finally cracking down on that, huh? He laughs, and we say goodbye. What's your 6? Jo asks as we pull away. Our back. Oh, she says. That makes me feel a little better. Me too. It's after 10 o'clock when we get back to Jo's apartment complex, take out dinner and monster sledgehammer in hand. Carly is sleeping over at Jo's sister's place, so we decide to start work after we eat a late dinner. McDonald's takeout and beer, a classic. I can't help feeling, or maybe I'm just desperately hoping, that something in Frankie's footlocker might hold the key to tracking him down. I'm tempted to wrestle it out of the trunk and take the sledgehammer to it in the parking lot. Bad idea. The neighbors wouldn't like it, and someone would probably call the cops. So we spend 2 hours getting a good start on the paperwork inside the suitcases, then fall back on the sofa, exhausted and disappointed. Joe looks up at me and smiles. I have an idea. I return the smile. A good one, I hope. I'll check with the building super in the morning. Maybe he can get Frankie's locker open. Good idea. Maybe he can carry it in as well. We waste a few minutes speculating about what we might find in the trunk, then reluctantly call it a night. I decide to buzz Trish before turning out the light. We've taken debrief phone calls every few days to check in. It's a tenuous lifeline, but at least we're both holding on. 14. Trish is in the kitchen of her Lake Point Tower condo fixing a plate of nachos when her phone rings in the living room. It's Tony, her mother calls. Should I answer? Of course. Trish smiles when she hears her mother happily exclaim, Hi, Tony. It's great that her parents adore Tony and that they all get along so well. They bonded tightly during Trish's stay in the hospital after she was attacked. Mom and Dad have been indefatigable cheerleaders on behalf of her and Tony's relationship, even as Trish has struggled to regain her footing. Her parents had seldom been enthusiastic about the men in most of her past relationships, particularly Trish's ex-husband, who had more in common with Tony's brother than with Tony. She frowns and pushes the thought aside. The merest thought of Frankie unfailingly threatens to tug her into the undertow she's been battling since the night he upended her life. Her mother is laughing when Trish walks into the living room. Trish smiles, sets the bowl of nachos and a pair of bread plates on the glass coffee table, then deposits a handful of napkins alongside. She sinks onto her wine-colored fabric sofa and listens to Mom and Tony. It's been nice chatting, Mom says a moment later. Enjoy South Carolina. I'll let you talk to Trish now. Hey, Trish says after she takes the phone. Hey, yourself. How's it going? Having a nice visit with Mom? How did last night go? Trish smiles at the memory of her parents hosting a dinner for relatives from England, then gets up and crosses her sprawling living room to gaze out at the expansive view of Lake Michigan from her 53rd floor condo. It was great, she replies. They're such nice people, Tony. I wish you'd been there. Me too. I feel guilty that I haven't been to visit England since I was 15 or 16. Maybe now is a good time? Is it? The past few months have been hellish as she's tried to put the trauma behind her and get on with her life. Maybe, she says cautiously. A change of scenery may do me good. Or it might not. Trish isn't sure of anything these days. She's afraid almost all the time. Sometimes she's not even sure what she's afraid of. There are so many things to fear. Losing Tony, Frankie returning, life in general. It's all so exhausting. What do you think? Tony asks. Trish realizes that she's been lost in her head yet again and has no idea what Tony's asking about. But he'll let it go. He always does, somehow seeming to intuit when she's lost the thread of a conversation. I'm sorry, she murmurs. We could visit and make a little UK vacation out of it. I'll think about it, she answers noncommittally. Sure thing. Trish turns back into the living room, noticing that her mother has discreetly vanished to give her and Tony some privacy. She recalls her mother mentioning South Carolina. Where are you? She asks Tony. He explains that he's visiting Joe and Carly for the weekend, and why. How's it going? She asks. We found a footlocker Frankie keeps his old marine memorabilia in. Hopefully there's something useful inside. We'll check it tomorrow. She doesn't want to talk about Frankie. How are Joe and Carly? You know, they're Joe and Carly. I do, she says with a smile, which quickly dissolves into a frown as curiosity overcomes her. Joe's a sweet, sweet woman married to a monster. Trish and Pat O'Toole had been urging Joe to leave Frankie before he inevitably did something awful to her and Carly. Instead, he'd brutalized Trish. Does Joe realize just how big a monster he is? Does she know, Tony? There's a lengthy pause before he answers. I told her today. Oh, Tony, it must have been awful for her. It was. It's not pleasant for anyone, Trish. Truer words were never spoken. Trish shivers and leaves the topic behind. You'll be home tomorrow night? I will, he says reassuringly. I'll let you know when I'm there. He's so sweet, recognizing the insecurity she lives with now, the irrational bursts of anxiety over the safety of the people she cares about. Trish suddenly has an overwhelming desire to spend time with him. You'll be in town next weekend? Yes. Any plans? She hears the smile in his voice when he replies, Don't think so. You want to make some? Dinner? Dinner and a show? Sounds great, she says. How about seeing what's playing at Broadway in Chicago? Whatever you want, Trish. Pick something and let me know. Now I can barely keep my eyes open, and you better get back to your mother. Okay. Good luck tomorrow, and don't forget to call when you get home. Thanks. Talk to you then. I love you, Trish whispers softly after she ends the call. Why can't I just say it to him? She wonders. Because he may not reciprocate? When will she be able to give herself to him the way she used to? Her doctors keep telling her that, physically, she's largely healed from the assault, which is no small thing. Frankie had brutalized her for 5 hours, torn her rectal vaginal wall, left her with sphincter injuries, a bruised cervix, and that was before he washed her out with household bleach to eliminate any possible trace of DNA. Those burns had taken the longest to heal. Yet the doctors assure her that the tissue damage has healed. There's some residual nerve damage that makes intercourse uncomfortable and may never heal completely. But they keep urging her to not give up hope. A woman doctor had questioned her about her partner. Don't let him pressure you. He needs to be patient. Trish wipes away a tear, as if Tony hasn't been patient or understanding. But how much longer can he be? He says indefinitely, but Trish knows, has always known, that her body and sensuality are her calling cards. Tony seems to value everything about her, but her past life has taught her that the rest of her isn't enough. She needs to be able to physically entice and satisfy a man. If she can't do that anymore, why on earth would Tony stick around? The thought of the day when his patience runs out haunts her constantly. It's not something she wants to face, but she can't shake the fear that it's coming and that there's nothing she can do to alter the outcome. 15. I wake up in an unfamiliar bed just before 7 the next morning, disoriented to be surrounded by the wall-to-wall movie posters in Carly's bedroom. The aroma of fresh coffee brewing stirs me to get out of bed and into the bathroom to brush my teeth and take a quick shower. I throw on a pair of jeans and a polo shirt before wandering barefoot out to the kitchen, where the smell of sizzling bacon makes my mouth water. Jo was bustling about in a pair of white capris and a flowery blouse. Good morning, Tony. Morning, Jo. She scoots over to the coffee maker to pour me a big mug. Breakfast will be ready in a jiffy. I hope bacon and eggs with toast is okay. Sounds great. How did you sleep? Okay, I reply. I may have nightmares about some of those action heroes staring down at me. Jo laughs as she delivers the coffee, complete with 2 Splenda packets and cream, then stands back and beams. She's pleased as punch about something. What is it? I ask with a smile. I talked to the super already. He can cut the lock after he helps bring the locker upstairs with the furniture dolly. My smile widens. So, you've taken care of everything while I lazed in bed, have you? Yes, sir, she replies cheerfully as she lifts a big iron frying pan off the stove. She uses a pair of tongs to pluck a pound of bacon out of it, which she sets into a serving dish lined with paper towels. Then she uses a spatula to flip a couple of cheese omelets in a second frying pan. Anything I can do to help? I ask. Jo waves the offer aside. Pshaw, sit down. You're my guest. She's still fussing with the eggs when 4 slices of toast pop up, so I ignore her orders and butter them. We meet back at the table a minute later and settle in, making small talk while we eat. It's no surprise to me whatsoever that the bacon is perfectly crisp and the omelets are delicious. I wipe my lips with a cloth napkin when I finish and lean back contentedly. That was great, thanks. She smiles. You're welcome. I'm glad you liked it. Great job on the toast, by the way. Thanks. I'm afraid that's about the extent of my culinary talents. I take a sip of coffee while she laughs, then ask, "What time will the super be available to help with Frankie's locker?" "Whenever we're ready. He just said to knock." I help her clear the table, then we head downstairs to enlist her building manager's help to haul the locker upstairs. Even with the furniture dolly, it's a struggle, but we manage to get it up the stairs and into Joe's apartment with only a few nicks in the hallway drywall and a scraped knuckle or two. The super uses a hacksaw to cut the lock. When we're alone, I meet Joe's gaze. "Kind of like Christmas morning, just in a bad way," Joe says as she nervously eyes her husband's locker, no doubt worried about discovering new secrets about the man she married. I open the locker and peer inside, with Joe looking over my shoulder. The contents are disappointing at first blush. Some old uniforms, a couple of clear kitchen storage bags filled with photographs, and a manila envelope holding letters from Joe. Hopefully the pictures will shed some light on who Frankie served with. "Well, none of that ought to weigh very much," Joe says in confusion after we let the contents out and find nothing more than some miscellaneous trinkets scattered across the wooden bottom of the trunk, including a handful of medals in a plastic baggie. I lean back on my haunches and eyeball the trunk. The thing is at least 2 feet tall, but the interior compartment is nowhere near as deep. Feeling like Super Sleuth himself, I surmise that there's a false bottom hiding whatever makes the locker so heavy. I run my fingers around the edges of the black painted plywood bottom, but can't gain enough purchase to lift it out. Joe's phone rings. The blood drains from her face as she looks at the caller ID. She swallows and answers. "You been to the house?" Frankie says loudly enough for me to hear. Yes. Why?" "When?" "Yesterday." "Just missed me then." "Oh, sorry," Joe says. She's starting to shake a little, and sweat is beading on her brow. I'm not sorry we missed him, although the cops we were with might have succeeded in collaring him. "Did you take anything?" Frankie asks sharply. "Just the photo albums." "That's all?" Joe's frantic eyes rise to mine. "I took some suitcases to carry the pictures." "So, you were in the garage. Take anything else?" "Like what, Frankie?" "Like what, Frankie?" he parrots angrily. "Like maybe my Marine footlocker, bitch." "Where was that?" "Don't play games with me. You know where it was." Joe laughs nervously. "You know I couldn't carry it." "Maybe you weren't alone. My piece of shit brother wouldn't happen to have been with you, would he? You fucking him yet, Joe?" It takes every ounce of restraint I have to keep quiet. Maybe it's the new knowledge of what Frankie did to Trish, or maybe she's just had enough of my brother, but Joe's eyes blaze when she strikes back. "I'm not the person in this marriage that goes around screwing people I'm not married to. I'm not a rapist." "You insolent cunt!" Frankie shouts after a moment. "Nobody else would want to fuck you." Joe stabs the end call button, then drops the phone on the sofa and stares at it in disbelief before she starts shaking uncontrollably. "I can't believe I talked to my husband that way," she whispers. I rest a hand on her shoulder. "I hope that doesn't mean you feel bad about anything you said, Joe. He deserved that, and more." She stares at me uncertainly for a long moment, then nods. "I guess he did, but I'm going to pay for that." "Only if he finds you," I reply. The look she turns on me acknowledges that Frankie will eventually find her and Carly, if he doesn't already know where they are. "We'll have to get a new phone and move again, Tony," she says with a heavy sigh. "I can't live like this." "You won't have to after the police find him." "Judging by the past 2 months, I doubt they will," she murmurs disconsolately. My eyes cut to the footlocker. "Let's see if whatever's in there can help the cops find him. Have you got any tools?" She nods and walks away to pull a toolbox out of the front closet. "What would you like?" "Screwdriver, please." She holds out 3. I select a large flathead one and wedge it into the edge of the fake bottom and tap it with the hammer until it slips between the shelf and side. Then I pry up the plywood and set it aside. Joe gasps as we stare at the hidden contents. "I thought the cops executed a search warrant on your house in Wilmington," I say. "How could they have missed this? They were there all morning one day, she replies. They looked everywhere. Including the garage? She nods. Even up in the loft? Yeah, I had to show them where Frank keeps the hook to pull down the stairs. He must have brought the footlocker back after they finished. I guess so, Jo says absently as she reaches inside the locker and runs a finger along a gold bar. Is this what I think it is? I lean in for a closer look. It sure looks like the real thing, which would account for the weight of the locker. There is a total of 4 bars, each stamped Credit Suisse, 400 troy ounce, gold, 999.9, plus what I assume to be serial numbers and something to do with manufacture. I think it is, I murmur in disbelief. Then I heft a bar of gold bullion, while my mind begins to perform some mental gymnastics. I seem to recall the gold is selling for something like $2,500 per ounce. How many ounces in a pound? 16, she replies in wonder. 25 pounds in each bar. That's $1 million. Times 4, I say. 100 pounds of pure gold. Where did Frankie get it? Our eyes stray to a trio of closed cases nestled in the bottom of the box. Like the gold bars, they rest in form-fitted foam cradles. If I had to guess, the first 2 are gun cases. I snap the hasps open and lift the top. I guessed right. One holds a pistol. The other contains a nasty-looking submachine gun, or whatever it is Hollywood likes to use for shoot-'em-up scenes involving bad guys and special forces types. There are a few spare magazines for each weapon. What does he think he's doing bringing these into my home? Jo asks sharply. Tools of the trade, I mutter. The final container is far smaller, maybe 6 by 6 inches and 2 inches deep. Jo opens it, turns it upside down, and watches in disbelief as passports, driver's licenses, and bundles of $20 and $50 bills tumble out. Jo appears dazed when she wonders aloud. Who am I married to? We stare silently into the footlocker for a good minute, processing what we're looking at. If Frankie hid cash and weapons in the garage, it's a good bet he has more stashes elsewhere. After all, he hasn't touched his bank account in months. The fact that he's being a highly trained Special Forces operative takes on new meaning, almost as if my brother is some sort of action picture character. A man who can probably run a long way without being found, no matter how many cops are beating the bushes for him. What do we do with this, Tony? Frank will come looking for it. That he will. We'll have to move fast. I'll call Detective Greenwood in Chicago, I say with a nod at the footlocker. He'll know who to call and what to do. Okay, then we need to get out of here, Jo. What about Carly? Call your sister and ask her to keep Carly for a couple of hours until we get this sorted out. Give me her address and I'll ask Greenwood to have the local cops sit on the house. While Jo calls her sister, I call Greenwood's desk and get voicemail. Same with his cell number. I call his office back, tell whoever I speak with that it's an emergency, and ask them to get a message to Greenwood immediately. Then Jo and I sit back and stare at each other. Now what? She asks nervously. Good question. I imagine Frankie was in Wilmington when he called. Jo nods. He called from our landline. Then we have some time, I say while hoisting myself back to my feet. Impressive as the gold and weapons are, if anything in here is likely to help us find Frankie, it's probably the pictures. We take the pictures into the kitchen and start poring over them. For the most part, the collection depicts Frankie and his Marine buddies on deployment, mostly in desert or dusty urban settings, probably the Middle East. Iraq is my guess. A few pictures have nicknames scrawled on the back. Who are these guys? I ask Jo. She says that a couple look familiar. We go back to the manila envelope containing a couple of dozen letters from Jo. I've got a few letters he sent to me, she says, getting up and disappearing into her bedroom. She returns with a handful of letters Frankie sent in response to the stack she mailed to him. His letters mention a few names of his comrades in arms, but are mostly peppered with nicknames, just like the photos from the locker. We'll have to spend some time cross-referencing the letters to the pictures to see if we can turn up some proper names. Can I have all this stuff? I ask. When she looks doubtful, I add, I'll get it all back to you. Why not make copies? The picture quality isn't great, Joe. We'll lose a lot of detail photocopying them. What will you do with them? The Chicago police can probably work with them. I'm hoping someone might find a unit crest in one of these pictures. Knowing that might help to sort out who these guys are. If the cops don't get anywhere, I know someone who can probably help. Who? Do you remember Pat O'Toole? Of course I do, Joe replies. She's a doll. A doll who works at a major newspaper. She's quite an investigator. I'd like to see what she can come up with if we give her a few clues. Joe sifts through the pictures again and pulls one out. Here's someone I remember. He and Frank were best buddies. What's his name? Marty Thorne. Frank saved Marty's tail one time in Iraq. They were real tight. Are they still in touch? Joe shakes her head sadly. They worked together for a year or two after Iraq at the company Frank works for now. They had a falling out over something, and Marty split. Do you know where he is now? She shakes her head, looking more bummed out than I would have expected about the departure of one of Frankie's pals. It's a shame. I got to know Marty's wife some. We had dinner a few times, that sort of thing. Real nice girl. I miss her. No idea where they went? She's from England. Maybe they went there? Maybe, I say thoughtfully. It's somewhere to start. My phone rings with a call from Detective Greenwood. I put the call on speaker so Joe can join in. You've been working hard to track me down, man. What's the emergency? He asks amiably. The amiability vanishes when I explain what we found. His voice is cool when he says, You shouldn't have opened the trunk. It came from my home, Detective, Joe retorts. He sighs. I suppose. Frankie called here this morning from Wilmington, I say. He knows the trunk is missing. How far away from Wilmington are you now? A little over 3 hours. How long ago did he call? I meet Joe's gaze. An hour? 45 minutes? Sounds right, she says. You need to get out of there, the detective says. I don't think he knows where we are, Joe argues. Greenwood sighs again, heavier this time. I wouldn't make that assumption. We won't, I cut in. Then explain where Carly is before asking Greenwood to call the Charleston police. Good idea, he says. Give me the addresses. Where you are, too. I'll ask local police to put a unit at both locations while we sort things out. I want everything in that trunk turned over to the police. Joe's eyes meet mine. I shake my head no and put a finger to my lips before agreeing to Greenwood's request. Her eyebrows arch. We spend 10 minutes before the police arrive segregating pictures with captions from the rest, then put them in a separate envelope with all the correspondence. We tuck that into my duffel bag, then sit back and wait. We'll get you into a motel or something tonight, Joe, I say. Pack up whatever you need, and I'll work on finding some place where you can hole up until this blows over, rent a truck, and move you in. Then we start packing while we wait for the police to arrive. What's going to happen with the gold? She asks after several minutes. That's a good question. Where did it come from? Is it stolen? Can an owner be identified? She laughs uneasily. How would I know? I shoot her half a smile. I was just thinking out loud. That said, if the cops can't ascertain where it came from, maybe it becomes a case of finders keepers. But it belongs to Frank. Does it? Really? I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if it had come from Baghdad back in 2003 or 2004. You've heard that hoary old expression that possession is 9/10 of the law? Frank will kill for that gold, Tony. Not if he's in jail. 16. I meet Penelope in her office the following Wednesday morning for a state-of-the-firm powwow. We do this at least monthly, more often as needed. Before we get down to business, however, Penelope grills me on my trip to the Carolinas. I'm just back to work this morning after having spent a couple of days helping Joe and Carly get settled into a roadside motel in the middle of nowhere, North Carolina, the kind of place that went out of style in the 1960s. We'd paid cash and given false names. The owner had written it all down in a book he kept at the front desk. No worries there about an electronic trail leading to my sister-in-law and her daughter. The cops had picked up Frankie's marine locker, plus whatever pictures and papers seemed to be of interest. Penelope hears me out and compliments me on not getting my tail kicked anywhere along the way. She's somewhat skeptical about my suggestion that Joe may end up with the gold. Wouldn't that be sweet, though? She concludes with a smile. Sweet indeed. I hope she remembers her dear brother-in-law. Penelope chuckles, then turns serious. I worry about that whole scene, partner. Frankie? She nods. The more we learn about him, the scarier it seems. I'm frightened. But that's not all. Go on. We have work to do here, partner. I can pick up some slack here and there, but I need you to hold up your end of the bargain. You don't think I am? I ask in surprise. Nothing too serious yet, but you need to balance your work here with the other stuff. We need you available for court appearances. We have 2 cases going to trial over the next couple of weeks. The conversation blindsides me, but Penelope has a point. I'm our courtroom guy. In a 2-person firm, both of us need to man an oar. I'm sorry you feel that way, Penelope. I'll hold up my end. She smiles. Darn right you will, partner. Or else. I hold up my hands in the universal gesture of surrender. Yes, ma'am. Okay, then. Let's talk about Grazina. I had a good chat with Janine Dabrowski on Monday. Nice to see that something's happening with that case. We're at a near standstill while the clock ticks on Grazina's 90-day Illinois residency. Then things should start hopping. And, I ask, she's been talking with a few women who had run-ins with Mark Lewis, feeling them out about coming forward with their stories. Any luck? A couple seem to be good possibilities, but she's run into a bit of a wild card that disturbs her. What's that? The sheriff and Douglas. Some of these women are afraid of retaliation from both the Lewis family and the sheriff. I'd like to take depositions from a few of them before we file the divorce papers. I can do that. I've been there once already. Penelope shakes her head. You're not going back. I'm certainly not going to let you go, I argue. She stares at me for a long moment. Not that you're going to tell me what I can and can't do, partner, but I wasn't going to suggest it. Then what? If you're agreeable to the expense, I'm thinking we'll do the depositions in Denver. A couple of possible witnesses live there, and we can pay to bring the others in. With luck, Lewis won't even know what's happening. Good thinking. She smiles. I thought so. We spend the next 15 minutes reviewing some of our other cases. We're in the middle of puzzling over a particularly hopeless repeat DUI when Joan pokes her head in the door. Peter Zalewski's on the phone, she says gravely. He needs to speak with you. Did he say why? Penelope asks. Something about Grazina's husband calling and making threats. Peter sounds frightened. Put him through. Penelope puts the call on speaker. Hello, Mr. Zalewski. Tony is with me. Hi, Peter, I say. He doesn't return the greeting. We need to see you right away, he blurts in a strained voice. Penelope shoots me a look of concern as she says, I understand Mark Lewis called? Peter sounds shaken when he replies, Yes. Did you want to tell us about it? In person. Let me check my calendar, Penelope says while meeting my gaze. I take the hint and pull up the calendar on my iPhone. I have some trial prep to do, but no appointments. Penelope scribbles 11 o'clock on a memo pad and spins it toward me. I nod. Can you be here at 11 this morning? She asks Peter. Yes, he says with a sigh of relief. You'll bring Grazina? We'll both be there. Thank you. No worries, Penelope says. See you soon. Apparently, things are hopping a little sooner than I expected. When Peter and Grazina arrive an hour later, she appears far more frazzled than Peter had sounded on the phone, and he sounded plenty frazzled. Penelope ushers them into the conference room. Joan delivers a plate of home-baked comfort food, plus tea and coffee, then closes the door softly on her way out. Are you okay? Penelope asks Grazina, who was nervously wringing her hands and bouncing a leg. Not really. I meet Peter's gaze. Who wants to tell us what happened? Grazina sits forward. Mark has called the house several times and left messages. Rude messages, she adds with an apologetic glance at her uncle. She's moved on from wringing her hands and is systematically picking a muffin to pieces on the plate in front of her. I'm not sure she's even aware of what she's doing. We don't usually pick up when he calls, Peter continues. I'm getting tired of the messages, so I answered when he called this morning. Go on, Penelope says. Excuse the language, he says with a grimace. He told me to put Grazina on the line. When I wouldn't, he started shouting, fuck this, fuck that. I imagine he hoped she was close enough to hear. I was, Grazina murmurs. I'm surprised you did not hear him all the way over here. What did he say? Penelope prompts. He demanded to know when the bitch was coming home where she belonged, Peter replies with distaste, and that there was a world of hurt waiting for me when he gets his hands on me, Grazina adds angrily. Right, Peter says. Anything else? I ask. While I'm sure the call was upsetting, I can't imagine they hurried here just to tell us that. I'm right. When I told him to quit calling and not to threaten her again, he blew up, Peter says. He told me he has our address in Cedar Heights, and that if we thought we were going to keep his wife away from him, we had another thing coming. He said he is coming to get me, and that he would drag me home by the hair if he had to, Grazina says indignantly, but with an undercurrent of fear. Peter's lips tighten into a straight line. And that he'd beat the shit out of her if she embarrassed him like this again. You think he'll really come? Penelope asks Grazina. She nods. My partner meets my eyes. Think that's enough to get an injunction? With affidavits from Peter and Grazina, I'd say so. Maybe you can have a chat with Jake Plummer as well, she suggests. Grazina and Peter are watching our conversation with interest. Peter knows who Plummer is. Grazina looks confused. Jake Plummer is the police chief in Cedar Heights, I explain. We'll give him a heads up to keep an eye out for Mark. She nods, although I can see that she doubts it will offer much protection. You don't know Jake, I say. When he hears about threats of abuse, his ears will perk up, and he'll ask his people to keep an eye out for Mark. I imagine Jake can have his people monitor passenger manifests for flights into Chicago and flag Mark if he is on a flight landing in Chicago, Penelope adds. Peter nods as if he thinks this is a good idea. Grazina looks unconvinced. He will charter a flight or talk to his father into letting him use the company jet. We'll cover whatever bases we can, I say to give her some reassurance. Her skittish expression suggests my effort didn't work. The Sandwich Emporium is only 4 blocks away, Penelope says. Why don't you and Grazina go grab some lunch, and I'll set the wheels in motion to apply for a restraining order while you eat. We'll do affidavits after lunch, and I'll file the order this afternoon or first thing in the morning. I'm about to ask Penelope how she plans to serve Mark Lewis, but clamp my lips shut. I'm sure she's already thought of that. She's always a step or two, sometimes 3 or more, ahead of me. Penelope returns to the conference room after she shows them out and drops into her chair with a heavy sigh. We seem to have a lot of loose cannons loaded and careening around us these days, don't we? I nod. I hope none go off. Especially while I'm on vacation, huh? I ask. She smiles. We'll somehow scrape through in your absence, big boy. Go and enjoy the UK with Trish. 17. I don't believe there's a Valenti family coat of arms or a village in Calabria named in honor of our family, I say with a laugh. Trish and I are watching the River Thames roll past a few feet away from the Terrace of the Swan, a 17th-century listed building in the quaint little English village that is her family's ancestral home. We've come here a month after the topic of visiting her relatives first came up. I had an ulterior motive for suggesting the trip, but the journey would have been worthwhile even without the side trip I have planned for tomorrow. Trish's Uncle Thomas chuckles. Other than a brief stint in the Royal Navy, Thomas Pangborn has spent his entire life right here in Pangborn, where he is a long-standing member of the parish council. He also plays first trombone in the Pangborn and District Silver Band, a brass band of some local renown. I don't believe the Italians, by and large, are quite as caught up in pretensions as we English are, he says with a smile. To be perfectly frank, I'm not sure if that is a good or a bad thing. Thomas is a charming man who, along with his wife Margaret, has been hosting Trish and me for the past 2 days. We began our visit to England last weekend with a few days in London, seeing a West End show and playing tourist. We hopped on a train Thursday morning in Paddington Station for the 1-hour ride to Pangborn. Tonight, Saturday, the local branch of the Pangborn clan is hosting a dinner in Trish's honor in the Swan's private dining room, which is located in the pub's old coal bunker. It's a beautiful summer evening, so we've drifted back and forth between the dining room and the lovely stone terrace, separated from the famous river by a black wrought iron railing. Dipping our toes in the water from where we stand would be a piece of cake. England is playing against type this week. The The weather has been gorgeous every day, with nary a cloud in the sky and temperatures in the mid-70s. Even the food has been consistently good. The food at the Swan, pub fare as they call it here, is terrific. Our fish and chip dinners this evening were a case in point. Dinner was fabulous, I tell Thomas. He smiles. Chuffed to hear you say so. Nothing fancy, but supper at the Swan works a treat every time. Translation: they serve a brilliant meal. I'm getting a kick out of the many new phrases I'm learning on this side of the pond. So, Tony, I hear you're off to Southampton on Monday? Thomas asks. What will you be doing there? Deciding that honesty is definitely not the best policy at the moment, I refrain from sharing the truth with Thomas, as that would necessitate telling him about the rape and assault my brother inflicted on his niece. Just looking up an old acquaintance from long ago. We'll have lunch. Thomas shoots Trish a sideways glance. I understand you'll be staying here with us? Auntie told me I could come to your band practice. Thomas's face creases into a delighted smile. Smashing! Our granddaughter's in the band now, you see. So I hear. I'm looking forward to hearing you play. I think I could live here quite happily, Trish says wistfully an hour later, as we take a post-dinner stroll around the village. Trish is walking close beside me. Her hands are wrapped around my arm, and her head rests on my shoulder as we meander along the Thames path beside the dark river. We're nearing Thomas and Margaret's quaint little home at the edge of the village. I shoot her a sideways glance. Things between us have been good for the past month. Our London sojourn was a delight, or at least I thought it was. Now she wants to move an ocean away from me? I don't respond, hoping it was a passing thought or even a little gentle teasing. She slows to a stop and wraps her arms around my neck, leaning into me while she looks into my eyes. It's so peaceful here, Tony, and so far away from, you know. I haven't felt this relaxed in months. Since before my brother attacked her. Something in my gaze must betray my inner thoughts. You're the one who told me that a change of scenery might be good, she whispers. Maybe you were right. I was thinking of a week or two away. She nestles her face into my chest. I know. I wasn't expecting to enjoy being here as much as I do. We stand quietly for a couple of minutes. I'm afraid to say something that might upset her. After all, I'm the guy who told her that I'll support anything she chooses to do. She tilts her face up and plants a soft kiss on my lips, then steps back to resume our stroll. The topic of her relocating here doesn't come up again before we nestle together in the marvelously soft bed in Thomas and Margaret's guest room. It was a wonderful evening, wasn't it? She asks softly as we spoon together. Yes, I murmur in her ear as I wrap my arms around her and snuggle closer. Things have been more comfortable between us since our Broadway in Chicago date night. I'd insisted that we forego an attempt at lovemaking that night, opting instead for spending the night cuddling under the covers of her king-size bed. Without the pressure of trying to make the sex work, Trish had relaxed. So had I. We've spent many nights since this way, often with long bouts of necking and petting that haven't progressed any further than that. I'd joked that it reminded me of my high school days with girls who didn't want to go all the way. Let's just take it as it comes, I told her. When and if you want to go further, we can. But the ball is in your court, Trish. She's happy with the arrangement, but also worried about how long I'll be satisfied with it, no matter how much I try to reassure her that it's what I want too. We spend a few minutes talking quietly before she turns in my arms and gives me a long, languid kiss, which leads to other things. We do most everything short of intercourse, including me bringing her to a climax with my fingers before she lays her head on my chest with her arms around my neck and falls into a contented sleep. I lie quietly well into the night, luxuriating in the feel of her in my arms, while worrying about her earlier comment about decamping here. Is she serious? Am I invited? What will it mean for us if she decides to go through with it? On Sunday morning, Margaret serves us a right proper full British breakfast of bacon, sausage, eggs, black pudding, baked beans, tomatoes, and mushrooms, a monstrosity that puts trucker breakfasts in America to shame. I've had 4-course meals that weigh half as much. Margaret and Thomas then take us on a 2-mile walk to Basildon Park, an estate run by the National Trust. We wander the grounds and the massive 17th century house, which has been restored to the splendor of its country estate days, complete with an impressive collection of old English and European paintings. We visit Beale Wildlife Park on the way back, where we spend another hour meandering through gardens and gawking at an eclectic collection of animals. By the time we return home 4 hours later, I suspect that I've worked off 4 or 5% of my breakfast calories. As we drift off to sleep, my worries about Trish moving here are finally crowded out of my mind by my eagerness to get to Southampton in the morning, to meet with the man who served with Frankie in the Marines and later as a private security contractor. 18. Although we joked about renting something from one of Pangbourne's high-end car dealers, an Aston Martin dealership as well as Lamborghini and Bentley stores, I end up borrowing Thomas's red 1963 Triumph Spitfire for the 1-hour drive to Southampton. The little two-seater is perfect for the English roads and has more than enough pep to hold its own on the 6-lane M3 motorway. Once into town, I rely on my phone GPS to cover the final miles as my excitement grows at the prospect of learning something that might help locate my brother. Locating Martin Thorne Dalrymple hadn't been easy. Pat O'Toole had finally worked it out, starting with the name Marty Thorne that he used in the Marines. It was the only name Joe knew him by. A Washington, D.C. journalist Pat once worked with at the Chicago Tribune managed to talk a Pentagon source into coughing up the names of the Marines Frankie served with during his tour of duty in Iraq. Thorne's next of kin was his wife, listed as Trudy Thorne Dalrymple, who Joel told us is English. Following up on Joe's idea that Trudy and Marty may have returned to the UK, Pat dug deeper, querying the full surname throughout the UK. After unearthing a few dozen T. Thorne Dalrymples, but no Trudy Thorne Dalrymple, Pat finally hit pay dirt by searching for a Martin Thorne Dalrymple. I called the contact number Pat found in public records and confirmed that he was indeed the man who served with Frankie. I managed to talk him into seeing me by explaining that I'm Frankie's brother and that I wish to see him on a matter of urgency best discussed in person, intimating that Joe and Carly are in danger since the deal. I don't know what to expect when I arrive at the business address he's given me. The bond between soldiers is strong, oftentimes stronger than family bonds. Even after falling out with them, it's likely that Thorne Dalrymple will feel more loyalty to Frankie than to a stranger fishing for information. I'm shown into his office at a manufacturing concern. He stays in his seat for a long moment and studies me with gray granite eyes before he gets up, comes around the desk, and shakes hands. He seems to be about my height and build, but I remember his bare torso from one of the pictures of him and Frankie with their Marine buddies. He's lithe and well-muscled. Something in his manner projects a hidden menace. Not a guy to mess with. "Tony Valenti," I say as we shake hands. "Martin Thorne Dalrymple," he replies, a.k.a. Marty Thorne. There's a hint of amusement in his eyes when he nods. I've been called that, and worse. He gestures at a pair of guest chairs. "Let's sit down. Coffee? Tea?" I glance at my watch. 11:03. "We're still going for lunch?" He nods. "Around 11:30. I'll pass and get something then." "Fair enough. Interested in the story behind the name?" I nod. "Yeah." "My parents are Brits. Dad worked in the U.S. from time to time. I was born in New York and raised on both sides of the pond, depending on where Dad's career took him. The kids at school in the U.S. called me Pimple after they heard my full name, so I shortened things up to Marty Thorne when I enlisted. End of story." "That doesn't explain going back to your proper name." He smiles. "No, it doesn't." "You're not going to tell me that part?" He studies me, then shakes his head. "Tell me about yourself." I deliver a quick biography, touching on my abuse at Frankie's hands, but holding back on recent events involving Frankie. He nods and says, "That sounds about right. I thought back over what Frank told me about your family and did a little research on you." "Checking me out, huh?" He smiles and nods, which explains why he's been cagey so far. I glance out the window, which affords a good view of their manufacturing facility. The company builds hovercrafts and fast attack boats, both favorites of navies and elite commando units the world over. "This place is a good fit for someone with your background," I say. "How did you stumble into this gig?" "It is a good fit," he replies. "My wife's uncle owns a piece of the company. He figured a bit of nepotism wouldn't hurt, seeing as how I know what it is to be a user of the kit. I'm enjoying it. I may not be in the game anymore, but this allows me to keep my hand in. I nod. Makes sense. Wish I had a rich relative or two. He chuckles, then leans in. Now it's time for you to explain what you're doing here. I don't suppose you've tracked me down and dropped by to shoot the breeze with someone you've never met. I glance at my watch. Why don't I explain over lunch? Long story? There's some ground to cover. He slaps his hands on the armrest of his chair and gets to his feet. Let's be on our way, Mr. Valenti. Tony. Okay, he says before tapping a finger on his chest. Marty. That's better. All this Mr. crap makes us sound like a couple of corporate dicks. He chuckles. Corporate dicks, huh? I like your style, mate. So now, fast friends on a first-name basis, Marty and I take a short walk outside of the company's gate to a fish and chip shop a quarter-mile down the road. We order and make small talk while we wait for our food. You came all the way to the UK just to speak with me? He asks. I explain about Trish's relatives and our visits to London and then Pangbourne. Pangbourne? A great little town, that is, Marty says when I finish. Have you been to the auto dealers yet? I smile and shake my head. I've driven by. The people in that town must be rolling in dough if they're able to afford the likes of a Bentley or Lamborghini. You're familiar with Pangbourne? I'm something of a gearhead, and Trudy loves animals. We drove up once so she could see that nature park zoo thing, and I could gawk at the cars. Beale Wildlife Park, I say. That's the place, he says as the waitress delivers our food. 'Twas okay. I enjoyed the exotic cars more than the little beasties. I laugh and sprinkle malt vinegar on my fish and chips. Just when I'm warming up to this guy, his eyes go cold. Time to explain what we're doing here, he says while he pops a French fry, known as a chip here in the UK, into his mouth. I'm looking for Frankie. And you're hoping I can help you? I nod. Joe and I found a bunch of pictures of you and him with your Marine buddies in Iraq. Joe's a nice gal. What she's doing with my brother is beyond me. He studies me for a long moment. You said she may be in danger? I tell Marty about Frankie's abuse of his family, the fight I had with him in Cedar Heights, and the death threats he uttered to Joe and me. Joe and Carly are in hiding. He's threatened to slit her throat. Mine, too. He's gone to ground. We need to find him. Can you help? Marty's expression darkens. Jesus. That sounds like a job for the cops, Tony. No offense, mate, but cornering Frank could be the dumbest thing you ever do. I'm not sure I want to help you get yourself killed. The cops are looking for him. They probably won't find him either. Then I have to. I'd like your help. He shakes his head. The slowness of the shake tells me he's still thinking. I don't know how I can, Tony. I haven't seen or spoken to Frank in a few years. I dig an envelope of photos out of my jacket pocket and spread them out on the table. Can you identify these guys? He studies the pictures, his lips curling into a smile once or twice as he does. I could, he replies, which doesn't mean I will. What's your game? I'm going to have to push harder. As much as I hate to talk or even think about what happened to Trish, maybe the brutality of the attack will offend Thorne Dalrymple enough to stir him into action. I lean in and meet his gaze. He raped my girlfriend for 5 hours and left her for dead. She survived, but he made a mess out of her. I'm afraid he's going to come back to finish the job. Storm clouds gather in his eyes by the time I finish. That depraved bastard. He's out of control, Marty. I need to find and stop him before someone dies. We sit in silence for a few minutes while Marty gazes out the window and thinks. He downs a few more chips and the better part of a piece of halibut, quaffing down a quarter glass of Guinness as he does. Then his eyes meet mine. You want the names of our squad mates so the cops can track them down and see if anyone is still in touch with Frank? Exactly. The cops, Tony. Not you. Don't be stupid. Rather than lie, I simply nod. Marty pushes his plate aside, takes a pen out of his pocket, and starts adding names to the faces and nicknames in the pictures, telling me who's who and everything about them he can recall. He adds details such as family information, where they came from, and so on, as he works his way through the pile. I study each picture as he pushes it back. When he finishes, he looks up to find me studying the pictures and adding notes of my own. I tap the pile of pictures. Who is Frankie most likely to be in touch with? Marty thinks on it for a moment, then shakes his head. Probably nobody. I can't remember him talking with any of them as long as I knew him after we left the Corps. You've been estranged for how long? 2 years now. What happened? A couple of things. Did you hear about the family in Iraq Frank was accused of murdering? Yeah, I did. What do you know about it? He shakes his head. Nothing firsthand. I left Iraq a week or two before it happened. Frank told me the charge was a bunch of trumped-up bullshit, and I believed him. Turns out that I shouldn't have. Why not? He made some wisecrack about blowing the family away while we were on a mission for our new employer. This happened just after he killed a husband and wife on a contractor mission. I'm almost sure he killed the husband so he could rape the wife before killing her too. We sit in silence while I digest that. Quite a hero, I eventually mutter. Marty's response is an angry scowl, hopefully directed at my brother. I don't need any more ex-Marine raiders upset with me. A rapist and a murderer, Marty seethes. My brother in arms, for Christ's sake. Help me track him down. Marty plants his elbows on the table and gives the pile of pictures a pointed look. This goes to the police, Tony. Have them call me with any questions. I'll get it to them after I make copies for my own use. Marty's eyes drift to the window, while a range of emotions passes across his face as he polishes off his first piece of halibut and starts working his way through a second. What prompted you to leave the security business behind? I ask. Marty's eyes settle on mine. I had been growing increasingly uncomfortable for some time with where our line of work was heading. The morality of doling out violence is ambiguous at the best of times, but it's a little easier to justify when you believe you're one of the good guys in a white hat. Know what I mean? I nod. Been there, done that. Not the killing, but being on the wrong side of the black hat, white hat divide. Once you recognize that you're operating in a world of varying shades of gray, well, let's just say that it's bloody uncomfortable when you find yourself wondering if maybe you've become one of the black hat guys. That's when I realized it was time to get out. Unlike my brother, Marty seems to be a man who actually understands the honor, duty, glory mantra of military types. It's clear that the idea of possibly having been on the wrong team deeply disturbs him. Do you know Molly O'Reilly? I ask after a long moment. He nods. Nice enough gal, I suppose, but she and Frank screwing around was just plain wrong. Her husband was a friend of Frank's, for Christ's sake. Is that still going on? It was when I split. Tell you what else bothered me, he continues with an angry glare. I never liked the way Frank gawked at my wife more than a few times after he'd been drinking. I changed gears. Any rumors about gold disappearing in Iraq while you guys were there? Pretty much anything you can think of disappeared in Baghdad back in the day, he replies with a shrug. Gold, jewelry, U.S. cash, everything, mate. Why do you ask? I tell him about the gold in Frankie's footlocker. His eyes widen when I mention its value. Christ, it's like I never knew the man, Marty mutters. Join the club, I say. You, me, even his wife. I thought he was going to be hard to find even before I knew he had millions of dollars to work with, Marty says. Now I'm not sure anyone will find him. I will. I've already got an idea about how to surprise Frankie. 19. Corsina is stretched out on a lounger in Uncle Peter's backyard a couple of weeks later, wearing a bikini as she soaks up the mid-afternoon sun on a scorcher of a late July day. She's enjoying her summer in Chicago and is coming to terms with the divorce plan. She has great confidence in Tony and Penelope, who seem to have matters well in hand. There hasn't been a peep out of Mark since they served him with the injunction notice that prohibits him from contacting her. She had been skeptical that her husband would respect the court order, but has been happily proved wrong. After all, he and his family consider themselves above the law in Wyoming, In fact, they are the law there. Maybe it is true that they are, as Penelope put it, whales in a Wyoming fishbowl, but mere minnows in the ocean of Chicago. Grazina met with Penelope earlier in the week while Tony was still in Europe. Professor Dabrowski has apparently persuaded a handful of women to give depositions in support of the divorce case. At least one of them is from Douglas. Penelope will be flying to Denver to take the deposition sometime next week. Grazina sits up, tilts her big floppy hat back, and reaches for a sweating glass containing a margarita, one of several fruity drinks her aunt can whip up on demand. The food here is good, the family pleasant and supportive, and the drink service is excellent. She smiles and takes a good pull on the straw floating in her glass and swirls the drink around her mouth. This is the life. A car coasts down the alley behind the house and stops nearby, not an unusual occurrence in the neighborhood. Sometimes the alley seems to carry more traffic than the street out front. Otherwise, the Zalewski backyard in Cedar Heights is like an urban oasis in the midst of the hustle and bustle of the big city. She used to think Krakow was a big city, but it's only a fraction of the size of Chicago. Between the backyard and a nearby forest preserve, Grazina is pleasantly surprised at the amount of solitude available to her. She turns her head at the sound of the back door opening. Aunt Millie appears on the steps, smiles, and asks, "You ready for another margarita, honey?" Grazina smiles back, glances at her drink, and shakes her head. "I think another might put me to sleep, Auntie." Millie walks over and perches on the end of an adjacent lounger. "You may be right. Mind you, this is your summer of laziness. Plenty of sleep may be just what the doctor ordered." Grazina chuckles. "My summer of laziness. I like that. So, another margarita?" "I do not think so." "Then something else without the alcohol, dear. You must stay hydrated in this heat. How about a glass of lemonade?" "That sounds heavenly. It is not too much trouble." Millie waves the thought aside. "I love having you here, Grazina. You're family, and I'm the mother around here, so it's my duty to keep you happy." Grazina grimaces and taps her tummy, which is just a little more swell than it did a month ago, 3 pounds worth. "But not fat and happy, Auntie." Millie laughs and shakes her head as she gets up. "No danger of that with your lovely figure." Grazina smiles a wicked smile to herself as the back door closes behind Aunt Millie. Maybe gaining 30 pounds isn't a bad idea. Mark would not approve. He might grow disgusted and be happy to be free of her. She sinks back onto the lounger with a smile and tugs her hat back over her face. Ah, so peaceful. She doesn't allow the sound of 2 car doors opening in the alley and a pair of muffled voices to disturb her tranquility after a chilled glass of lemonade is delivered, sighing deeply as she drapes her hands over the sides of the lounger so that her fingernails brush the stone patio. Not even the creak of the back gate opening disturbs her. It's probably one of the Zalewski teenagers arriving home from the neighborhood pool. She smiles under her hat when she senses someone nearby. One of the kids is having some fun sneaking up on her. She resolves to stay still as long as possible before jumping up in surprise when she is tickled or someone shouts boo, as they like to do. She will scare them right back. She gets a scare all right, just not the one she's expecting. Her hat is flipped back as a gloved hand covers her mouth. A different pair of hands flips her onto her stomach. Her attempt to cry out is muffled by the enormous hand covering her mouth and nose. She feels something close around her wrists as they're tied together behind her back. A cloth is stuffed in her mouth. Then she's hoisted off the lounger as if she weighs no more than a feather. "Mark," she thinks as panic strikes. She's tossed over someone's shoulder, and then they're hurrying through the yard toward the back gate. "Hey!" Aunt Millie cries out as the screen door slams open. "What's going on out here? Who are you? Put her down!" "Get back inside and shut up unless you want to get hurt, lady." The man carrying Grazina shoots back. The voice sounds familiar, but it isn't Mark's. A man's voice from next door calls out, "Should I call the police, Millie?" "Yes," Grazina's aunt shouts as her footsteps draw closer. A second intruder orders the man carrying her to toss her in the back seat while I take care of this bitch. Grazina's legs slam against the frame of the gate as she's hustled into the alley. "No!" Aunt Millie cries out. Grazina cringes at the sound of a fist smashing into a body. She's sure that the sickening crack that follows is the sound of Aunt Millie's head crashing down on the stone patio. The last thing she hears before being tossed like a rag doll into the back seat of a sedan is the voice of the neighbor shouting, "My neighbor's niece is being abducted." The slamming of the car door behind her cuts off whatever comes next. When Grazina realizes that she's alone in the car, she scuttles backward across the back seat to the far door and positions herself to yank the door handle. She pushes the door open and falls into the alley, then struggles to her feet and starts to run. "Get that bitch back here!" a voice behind her cries out. The back gate of the neighbor's fence swings open as footsteps close in behind Grazina. The face of an elderly man appears in the opening. He beckons to her. "In here, miss. Hurry!" Already off balance as she runs awkwardly with her hands tied behind her back, Grazina loses her balance when she pivots toward the open gate and crashes into the gate post, bouncing back to fall face first onto the asphalt. She turns her head to look up as the old man emerges and reaches down for her. Heavy footsteps arrive. Grazina is horrified when a fist slams into the man's face with the crunch of bone giving way, propelling him backward through the open gate. The assailant follows him in and launches a pair of vicious kicks into the prone figure. Grazina uses the precious seconds to scramble back to her feet and flee. She gets only 10 or 15 feet before her hair is grabbed from behind and she's yanked backward. The forward momentum of her body launches her feet into the air. Grazina lands hard on her back, knocking the breath out of her. She barely feels that pain against the fire that has erupted in her scalp. "Enough bullshit," a masked face growls at her before the man hoists her back over his shoulder and retreats back to the car. She hears the faint sound of an approaching siren seconds before they reach the open rear door of the car. Her head cracks against the top of the doorframe as she is thrown inside. The door slams shut. This time, she's not alone in the back seat. A big body falls across her to pin her down as the car surges forward, throwing her and her assailant against the seat back. As they race away, the smell of a sweating body fills her nostrils. She gags against it in horror when a hand roughly mashes her breast to pin her to the seat. Grazina studies the hungry eyes peering out of the balaclava inches from her face. Despite their pathetic efforts to sound like Southerners, she suspects her abductors are members of Mark's posse. Where they plan to take her does not bear thinking about, nor does what will happen when they deliver her to Mark. 20. Horace Greenwood and I are seated across the desk from Cedar Heights Chief of Police Jake Plummer, discussing what Chicago PD is doing with the pictures and other information I brought back from South Carolina. The police have had Frankie's footlocker delivered to Chicago. "The gold floored me," Jake marvels. We're all in agreement that it was booty from Baghdad, although Greenwood is still working to prove the theory. He doubts we'll be able to. The gold is real, that much we know for sure, but how it got from Credit Suisse to Frankie's garage is a mystery. "The guns are no surprise," Jake continues. "Given who he works for, the cash and fake identity papers aren't either." Greenwood grumbles. "The guy has resources, I'll give him that. He could be anywhere by now." "What about his Marine buddies?" I ask, hoping the cops were able to work with the pictures to identify Frankie's unit and tease some names from the information. "Still working on it," Greenwood replies. "We've got the unit part figured out, but the Marine Corps isn't telling us bugger all. Some asshole at the Pentagon told our guys that they're not going on a fishing expedition in their records unless we can give them specifics to narrow the search parameters." "What kind of specifics?" I ask. His lips tighten angrily. "The dates the pictures were taken, where. Next they'll want to know what kind of camera. Lazy bastards. Pisses me off." "Great. I'm glad I gave Pat copies of the pictures and a handful of Joe's and Frankie's letters. Maybe she'll have more luck. Someone has to." Which leads to one of my recent brainstorms. I'm thinking of bringing Max Maxwell into the fold. Jake and Greenwood both cut their eyes to mine. "Come on," I continue. "You both know Max and what a bloodhound he is." Jake nods thoughtfully. "Not the worst idea." Greenwood doesn't agree. "Max is a great guy and was a hell of a cop, but he's retired. I can't bring him in on this." "Why not?" I snap. "It's not like you're getting anywhere." Greenwood's eyes narrow. "We just got Frankie's stuff." "You've had it for a month," I shoot back. "How long do you need?" "It's not as if this is the only case we're working." "Exactly. It would be the only case Max is chasing." Jake taps his fingers on the desktop. "Tony's got a point." Greenwood slumps back in his seat and blows out a long, exasperated sigh. Yeah, but I can't sell that to the department. I don't care about internal Chicago PD policy and politics. Who I hire to work the case from my end isn't up to Chicago PD. Greenwood nods. True enough, Mr. Valenti, but people sticking their noses into an active investigation and screwing things up is our concern. So coordinate with Max, Jake suggests. Greenwood looks unconvinced. Set a date if you want, Jake adds. If you're still spinning your wheels in a week or two, bring Max into the picture and share info. Greenwood rubs a hand on the back of his neck. He looks worn out. Maybe. I don't know. You know Max, I argue. You know you can trust him. A sharp rap on Jake's door forestalls whatever reply Greenwood is contemplating. Come in, Jake calls. The door opens. The chief's assistant stands in the doorway, looking flustered. You asked us to keep our ears open for anything concerning Peter Zalewski's house. Dick spins his hand in a come-on gesture. What's up? We received a 911 call a couple of minutes ago about an abduction. Uh-oh. Jake shoots forward in his seat and dials up the volume of a police radio he keeps on the corner of his desk. Details. We don't know much, sir. Whoever called it in was apparently interrupted. The 911 operator said it sounded like a scuffle that didn't end well for the caller. And? We received a report of a gray Toyota fleeing the scene. All units have been advised to be on the lookout. Did you put this out to neighboring jurisdictions? Jake asks. Dispatch is on that. Good work. My mind has been racing a mile a minute since I heard the word abducted. There's little doubt in my mind that the abductee is Grazina. Grazina's husband is behind this, I tell Jake. He nods. Most likely. Should I call the airports? Jake's assistant asks hesitantly. Greenwood nods. Probably a good idea. I doubt it, Jake says. They're not going to try to drag a trussed-up woman onto a commercial aircraft, for Christ's sake. Good point. However, if it is Mark Lewis, Grazina's husband, I'll bet he has a charter aircraft or one of their corporate jets waiting. Jake's eyes cut to mine. That's right. The bastard is loaded, isn't he? Sure is. From Wyoming, right? I nod. Jake locks his sights on his assistant. Check for chartered or private flights leaving within the hour with flight plans to Wyoming, maybe neighboring states as well, if the logistics for you to do it aren't impossible. Hell, have them check recent private aircraft arrivals from Wyoming, too. I'll take care of that, Greenwood interjects. We've got the manpower to surge units to all the airfields. Okay, so I'm no longer annoyed with Greenwood's inefficiency. Anything else? Jake asks as he gets to his feet. We all shake our heads no. He starts for the door. Let's roll on this. We're on the road a minute later with Jake behind the wheel of a Ford Taurus. Instead of a black Suburban with a driver, the Cedar Heights chief of police's ride is a battered, unmarked homicide detective car. Jake looks happy as a teenager behind the wheel. Just like old times, I suppose. Speaking of which, he still drives as if he's on a NASCAR track. We careen around turns and whistle past gaping civilians as Jake strives to catch up to the action. Greenwood also looks excited to be in on the chase. Me? My stomach is in my throat, and I'm much too scared for Grazina to be enjoying any part of this. A voice burst from the radio. I think I've got him. Toyota Camry, west at high speed on North Pershing, approaching Euclid. Jesus Christ, Jake mutters. They're making time. Sure are, Greenwood agrees. Jake manages to coax a little more speed out of the Ford while someone in the chase car reads off a license plate number. Think they're headed for I-55? Jake asks Greenwood. Could be. Jake spins the wheel, and we bounce onto Cicero Avenue southbound. Maybe we can catch up. When we hear that our suspect turns south on Harlem, Jake smacks the steering wheel while wearing a grin. Guessed right. Do you want us to try to force this guy over? The pursuers ask dispatch. Jake grabs the radio. Chief Plummer here. There's a civilian in that car. Follow and report. We're trying to get more cars into position to block. Copy that, comes the reply. The suspect vehicle was reported stolen from Malata Clow Airport 2 hours ago, dispatch announces. Now I know where the bastard's going, Jake mutters, then looks confused. Can business jets operate out of Clow? Greenwood shrugs. I have no idea either. I've been to Clow once, with Jake, as a matter of fact. I don't recall seeing any jets. More units check in. Several units from neighboring police departments have joined the chase. The plan is to block Harlem Avenue at I-55, forcing the suspects onto the I-55 westbound ramp. State patrol vehicles are hurrying into position to block the highway access. The bad guys won't recognize the trap until they've committed to the interstate. Good plan, Jake says, as we race up the ramp leading off Cicero and rocket onto I-55 westbound. We should be there just about the time that asshole runs into the roadblock, he adds with a grin. I love it when a plan comes together. His euphoria is short-lived. Suspect vehicle has turned east into a residential area, the officer in the chase car announces. Then he falls silent. What street? Jake mutters impatiently. Jesus, the pursuer announces with horror. They just threw someone out of the vehicle, stopping pursuit to render assistance. After a long moment, the voice on the radio announces, Suspect vehicle last seen turning south on Wisconsin Avenue. Copy that, the dispatcher says. Get an ambulance out here, the shaken cop in the chase car mutters. Corner of Wisconsin and 41st Street. 21. They say good things come in threes. Do bad things also come three at a time? If so, I'm 2/3 of the way there this week. It's been 2 days since Grazina was pitched out of a moving vehicle. Thankfully, the damage is largely cosmetic. The physical damage, anyway. She's an emotional wreck. The investigation into who snatched and then discarded her is stymied. The Toyota was found abandoned in a back alley 30 minutes after Grazina's captors discarded her and disappeared. While she suspects her kidnappers were a couple of Wyoming stooges, she can't prove anything, and isn't even 100% sure they were part of Mark's posse. Without a positive visual ID and no forensic evidence pointing to a suspect, there's not much to be done. That was bad thing number 1. Penelope called from Denver a few hours ago, where she's been camped out in an airport hotel taking depositions since this morning. One of her prospective visitors, a very motivated young woman from Douglas, Wyoming, didn't show up for a 1 o'clock appointment, didn't call, didn't answer her phone when Penelope called. A mystery. At least until her mother called Penelope just after 5 o'clock with news that her daughter had died in an automobile crash on her way to Denver. Details are sketchy. Penelope is catching a late flight home. That was bad thing number 2. Will there be a number 3? I hang up from Penelope's call a few minutes after 7 o'clock, realize that I'm hungry, and toss a prepared gourmet chicken cacciatore meal into the microwave. The whole tasteless, greasy mess flies into the trash 30 seconds after my first bite, leaving me to wonder if advertising it as edible is actionable. Maybe a bag of Vintner's chips and a few fingers of bourbon constitutes a full meal? I aim to find out. The jury is still out on this culinary quandary when my cell phone chirps with an incoming call from Trish. Are you home? She asks. She sounds nervous. Sure am. Is Brittany at home? Nope, she's having dinner with Jocelyn. Brittany is leaving tomorrow to spend several weeks with her mother in Brussels and has been getting around to see her friends this week. Coming to visit even without Brittany here? I ask lightly. Be there in 5 minutes, Trish replies before abruptly ending the call. I stare down at the phone in my hand with a bad feeling. After taking such a promising turn prior to and during our trip to England, our relationship grew a little rocky after Trish realized I'd gone to Southampton as part of my quest to find Frankie. My explanation that I'd kept it from her because I was worried it would bring back the horror of our attack in the middle of our vacation wasn't met with the understanding or appreciation I expected. Things between us have been strained ever since. No more sleepovers, only a couple of date nights. I'm hoping she'll come around soon. Why not tonight? I scoot into the basement and bring up a bottle of Moselle Valley Riesling wine that Trish likes, then hurry out to my late mother's rose garden and snip a red rose to float in a bowl on the kitchen table alongside the wine. Trish loves the smell of roses, especially when they're freshly cut. My final stop is my bedroom, where I hastily straighten the sheets and comfort her. With everything else that's going on, the housekeeping isn't up to snuff. When the doorbell rings a few minutes later, I'm all set to wow Trish. She brushes by me without a hug when I open the screen door. No smooch, not even a word of endearment. I close the door and follow her into my living room. She perches on the end of the sofa, folds her hands in her lap, and sniffles as she looks forlornly at me. Not even Dino pushing his snout into her hand elicits more reaction than an absent ear rub. Hey, I say, stopping to cup her chin in my hand. I'm not sure where to sit. Far away? Close? Somewhere in between? When she shies away from my touch, I settle for far away. I sink into my father's lazy-boy recliner and softly ask, "What's wrong, Trish?" She watches her hands twisting in her lap without looking up at me. I wait silently for her to speak, resisting the urge to move closer, even as I watch a couple of tears fall into her lap. "Trish?" She holds up a hand in a gesture to wait. I do. For close to 2 full minutes. Or maybe an hour. It sure feels like forever before she lifts her puffy red eyes to mine. "I can't do this, Tony. It isn't working. For anyone." I reluctantly intuit that "it" refers to us. "It still works for me, Trish." Her eyes soften in that familiar way of hers. Then she shakes her head with a hint of determination. "I'm damaged, Tony. Inside. Outside." When I move to the far end of the sofa, keeping a safe distance from her, she squeezes more tightly into her end. I get up and take a couple of steps back to the lazy boy and drop into it. "None of that matters to me, Trish. You know that." "It matters to me," she says with a sad smile. Instead of arguing the point or pleading my case, I shut up, nod with what I hope is an understanding expression, and wait. She spends several seconds weighing her next words, then simply throws her hands up and blurts, "Don't you understand, Tony?" Apparently not. I cock an eyebrow in question. "I can't look at you without seeing your brother. I just can't." That is a problem. One I don't know how to deal with. Nor do I know how to deal with the tears that are now streaming down her face. Bad thing number 3 has indeed landed, and it's a gut punch. I sink deeper into Papa's chair and exchange a long, hapless look with Trish. How did it come to this? We were so good together, so tender, so happy in each other's company, so right. Fucking Frankie. Well, I'm not going to let him ruin this by going out with a whimper. A snippet of Dylan Thomas poetry swims into my head. Do not go gentle into that good night. But how do I manage that? It's like wrestling with a wisp of smoke. "Do you understand?" Trish asks softly as the silence lengthens. "I'm doing this for you, Tony. You deserve better. More." I don't want more, Trish. I don't want better, whatever that means. I want you. She shakes her head sadly. You want what I was. You're still you, Trish. No, I'm not. I'm not going to argue the point. The issue is what she's feeling. I try to steer the conversation somewhere helpful. Maybe if you moved out of the condo. No, she mutters stubbornly. She's said repeatedly that she won't let that bastard chase her out of her home. I get it on some level, but fail to see how going to sleep in a bed where she's been savaged is supposed to help her heal. Will you go to England? She shrugs. I don't know. Maybe we can try again someday, Tony, if I ever find myself. Perhaps cutting me out of her life will push the memory of Frankie away. If walking away from me helps her, I can't blame her for taking that step. I swallow the pain welling up from the depths of me and meet her gaze. There's nothing I can say, is there? She shakes her head. I'm sorry. I nod as she gets to her feet and takes a tentative step toward the front door. I reluctantly follow. We stand face to face for a long moment before I reach past her and twist the doorknob. She watches with tears in her eyes as the door swings open, then steps closer and wraps her arms around my neck, murmuring a final sorry before she plants a gentle kiss on my lips. Then she lowers her eyes, drops her head, and walks out of my life. I pour myself a glass of bourbon, carry it and the bottle into the living room, and drop into Papa's old lazy boy recliner. After settling the bottle by my elbow on a side table, I drink off an inch or two, then upend the glass and guzzle down the rest. This promises to be the first glass of many before this night is out. Here we go again, back to the bottle to drown my self-inflicted sorrows, I lament to Dino, who looks up at me from the rug by the door, then drops his head and goes back to sleep. New and different circumstances from my past failures, yet someone else has turned away from me. I've let her down when she needed me most. After I brought disaster upon her, I aim to drink the memory away, at least for a few hours. I'm on my second glass when Brittany arrives home. "Hey, Pops, what's up?" she calls out as she breezes in the front door and walks into the kitchen. Not finding me there, she backtracks into the living room and stops in the doorway. "Hey," I say, "how's dinner?" "Good," she replies absently, as her eyes track from the glass to the bottle. Then she meets my gaze. "What's going on?" I shrug. "Kind of a crappy day." She settles into Mama's easy chair. "Work stuff?" "Some of that. Do you want to talk about it?" I shake my head. "Not really." She looks at the bottle and shakes her head. "What do they call this? Communing with John Barleycorn?" I give her a wan smile. "Something like that." Her eyes narrow. "Well, you're not going to do that tonight, Dad. You've been down this road before." I nod. "That's true." "And it hasn't done you any good, has it?" Out of the mouths of babes. On the other hand, it has afforded me a few hours of sweet oblivion. There's something to be said for that. "Call Trish," she suggests. "You two need to get back on track." Something on my face must telegraph that she's said exactly the wrong thing. Her face falls. "Is that the problem?" she asks softly. "Pretty much, yeah. Plus a dead witness, speaking of things that went sideways today." "Tell me about what happened with Trish." I do. She sighs heavily and sags back into her seat. "That sucks." I nod. Brittany looks at me for a long minute, then gets up and takes the glass out of my hand and collects the bottle. "This isn't the answer, Dad." I reach for the glass, but she's having none of that. "I really don't want to spend 6 weeks in Europe worrying about you drinking yourself to death." The statement pulls me up short. "Drinking myself to death?" I ask with a note of disbelief. "I don't drink very often." She nods. "True, but you have a tendency to go overboard when things are bleak." I can't argue the point. "Heck, Dad, hearing about you and Trish kind of makes me feel like having a drink or two." I give her a weary smile. "There's a bottle of Moselle wine on the kitchen table. Feel free to join me." The corner of her lip turns up just a bit. "Guess my wine-drinking days are behind me, huh?" I reply with a little snort. "Could be." She gets to her feet and reaches over to take my hand and haul me up as well. "What?" I ask as I reluctantly allow her to pull me out of the chair. "Therapy, Dad. Nice, clean, healthy, healing therapy." "Oh, yeah?" I ask with a touch of bemusement. What has she got in store? She leads me to the top of the basement stairs, flicks on the lights, and leads me down to her refuge. "Music soothes the savage beast," she says as she hands me my Rickenbacker, dons her Stratocaster, and powers up the amplifiers. "This is my therapy. While I'm gone, I want you to drag your butt down here every time you want to have a glass of bourbon. You'll never have a better opportunity to practice, old man. Nobody here to annoy, no concerns about bothering anyone by making mistake after mistake after mistake after—" "I get it," I interject with an involuntary chuckle. She winks. "I want you to be able to nail Free Fallin' and everything else we've been working on by the time I get home. Every time. Got it?" "Got it." We spend the next hour practicing, songs and staying out of the bottle. I managed to coax her into playing a few melancholy breakup songs. I imagine those tunes will get a thorough workout between now and Brittany's return on Labor Day, but I do promise to work on everything we've been practicing as well. Who knows? With no one here to complain, I may even try a few vocals. Maybe I'll make up a country tune called I'm just a bug on the windshield of life. That sort of thing. 22. I've been practicing guitar quite a bit over the 2 weeks since Brittany's departure, and she's right. It's proving to be an excellent alternative release for my anguish over losing Trish and the frustrations surrounding my brother. The couple of nights I climbed into the bottle hadn't helped a bit, nor had it improved my 12-string technique. I've appeared in court a couple of times, and have spent time piddling around with Grazina's case and discussing things with her and Penelope. I grimace every time I see Grazina. The pavement abrasions she suffered when she was tossed out of the moving Toyota are going to take some time to heal. I hope she doesn't scar too badly. The date to file for her divorce in Cook County Court is creeping toward us. Penelope has the paperwork ready, the depositions from Denver have been transcribed, and she's itching to get the case underway. The possibility that the death of her Douglas witness was a direct result of the brave young woman agreeing to work with us haunts her, ever more so as the details of the so-called traffic accident emerge. The crash took place on a stretch of Wyoming secondary highway that snakes its way through coulees, with steep fall-offs on the side of the road. There were no witnesses. Police are postulating that the driver may have fallen asleep at the wheel and plunged 100 feet to her death. Penelope is suspicious. Road conditions were perfect. The victim was undoubtedly jazzed to be on her way to strike a blow against the Lewis family, and the mishap occurred around noon, not exactly circumstances or a time of day when most of us get sleepy. Dirk Macho had a look at the young woman's almost new Mazda 3 hatchback. He found a 2-foot-long crease running along the rear driver's side back corner panel, extending into the rear door about bumper high. Dirk is sure it's the result of contact with another vehicle, complete with maroon paint transfer. The county sheriff isn't pursuing that lead, even though there's no record of a prior accident. Dirk's conclusion is that she was run off the road, especially since the accident occurred in the county right next to Converse County. It's his understanding that the two sheriffs are tight. There's so many people to hate right now, but none are in the same league as Frankie. Even though I've despised my brother for years, losing Trish has taken my animosity to an entirely new level. It's become an obsession, one that the Chicago PD simply doesn't have the time or manpower to work around the clock. I can't fault Greenwood. He's doing the best he can with what resources he has, but Chicago is a big city with plenty of crime to keep the cops busy. Frankie is just one more case. That's why I'm parked under a big tree on a quiet street in Cedar Heights after midnight for a third straight night, playing a hunch I hope will lead me to the son of a bitch. Like a moth to flame, I've channeled the anguish of losing Trish into determination to find Frankie. Maybe my wings will get singed or worse, if and when I do. Okay by me, so long as my brother ends up either in jail or hell. Max Maxwell is now on the job full-time. He's having about as much luck tracking down Frankie as the rest of us. Still, surely someone has to get lucky in this hunt sooner or later. Why not me? It was Molly O'Reilly's birthday yesterday. Yes, I finally learned something useful by tooling around on Facebook. My brother would probably consider it a gift to Molly if he were to stop by and screw her to celebrate the occasion. There's a single light burning inside Molly's house. Figures occasionally move behind the drawn drapes, a little more frequently now that the bedroom lights have gone off. If my brother has been helping to celebrate with Molly, he'll probably be on his way home soon. He's not the type to linger after he gets what he wants. I've only heard from Trish once since the night she walked out of my life. A quick email letting me know that she's taking a leave of absence at the end of the summer to spend a couple of months in Pangbourne. I hope she doesn't stay away. I also hope she does if England is what she needs, though there's a hole in my life without her, not to mention a chasm in my heart. My thoughts turn to the matter at hand. If Jake Plummer and Horace Greenwood have told me once to avoid a potential confrontation with Frankie, they've told me 1,000 times. If you do find him, stay away and call the cops, Jake told me only yesterday. Don't be an ass and get yourself killed playing hero. At least Joe and Carly are out of the line of fire for now. Greenwood touched base with an old Army buddy who was now a senior inspector with the North Carolina Highway Patrol, who steered Joe to a sublease on a little cabin a few miles outside Greensboro, with a prepaid phone in hand and her name appearing nowhere on any current state records that might give away her location. Jo is safely tucked away in an area where nobody knows her or Carly. How long will they be able to keep up such a lonely existence? Who knows? I hope they can stick it out until Frankie is finally behind bars. I tense when the last light inside the O'Reilly home goes out. Has Molly turned in for the night? No way for me to know, of course. I decide to give it another 15 or 20 minutes. If there's no sign of anyone being awake by then, I'll reluctantly call it a night and head home to get some sleep. I have a critical deposition to take tomorrow afternoon in a wrongful dismissal case, and Penelope has commented a couple of times this week about how exhausted I look. I chalk it up to sleepless nights worrying about Trish and our case. I'm not sure Penelope is buying it, but she keeps any doubts to herself. Her forbearance will end if I show up at the office tomorrow tired and unprepared. I'm about to turn the key in the ignition when the front screen door of Molly's house opens. The porch light remains off. A shadow steps onto the porch, pauses to look around, and then bounds down the steps and lopes along the sidewalk to the street. The cocky strut and bulk as he turns my way announces that it's my brother. I have Jake on speed dial. Frankie's just leaving Molly O'Reilly's house, I say, after he answers and grumbles something about the time as the lights of what is probably a rental sedan flash a few cars behind me. He's about to get into a car and disappear again. On it, Jake says. Don't do anything. Send some cops right now, Jake. I cut the call short and ease my car door open. Frankie's head turns at the movement. He slows slightly and watches to see who gets out of the vehicle. He cackles when he sees who it is. What the fuck are you doing here, pussy boy? You worthless bastard, I shoot back while taking a step closer. We're 10 feet apart. A filthy rapist in my own family. Someone who likes to beat women? You're an embarrassment. Frankie takes a step closer into a weak cone of yellow light filtering through the tree leaves from a streetlight. He's grinning, eyes flashing in delight. So, your bitch remembers who drilled her, huh? I nod. His lips twist into a sneer. I'm impressed, little bro. That's one mighty fine piece of pussy. I bet she didn't want a fucking thing to do with you after I dipped my wick in her a few times, huh? My instinct is to run at the bastard and tear him to bits, exactly what Jake warned me not to do. I clench my fists, take a deep breath, and prepare to test my boxing skills. The smart play here is to stall and buy time for the cops to arrive. Frankie's eyes move past me to his waiting car. He probably knows what I'm up to, but he's Frankie. A man who can't resist satisfying whatever base animal urge grips him in any given moment. As often as not, that involves inflicting hurt and humiliation on another human being. He probably figures he can demolish me and still be long gone before anyone else turns up, which is a fair assumption. He takes another step toward me with his hands out at his sides, palms up in invitation. You want to take a shot at me, don't you? Pretty perceptive for a troglodyte, I retort. He chuckles. Seems to me that chicks preferred troglodytes to pansies like you. Trish sure did. Bet she didn't tell you about that, did she, asshole? Probably scared to hurt your little boy feelings. Yeah, she loved it, you bastard. Who wouldn't love being manhandled and beaten to a pulp by a nasty, mentally deficient monster who can't get laid unless he forces himself on a woman? His eyes narrow as he steps closer and barks out a harsh laugh. She loved being fucked properly by a real man, you little asshole. Loved it. You should have heard her begging for more. His voice takes on a breathless falsetto note. Harder, honey, harder. Give it to me. 5 feet now separate us. His taunting is wearing down my restraint. I want nothing more than to beat the crap out of my brother. He can see it in my eyes and stance. I'm on my toes, ready to pounce. He stares back with malice in his eyes. The corner of a lip curls up in an arrogant sneer. What you waiting for, chicken shit? The sound of a distant siren suggests an answer. His eyes burn into mine. You called the cops, you pussy. I don't reply. Fucking pansy, he snarls with disgust. Then he's on me. The first punch lands before I realize the fight is on. I double over as my breath explodes out of me. I see a knee coming for my face and lurch out of the way, taking the blow on my shoulder instead of the nose. The impact still knocks me down and leaves me sprawled on the pavement. I look up to find Frankie looming over me, his face contorted in rage. He cocks an ear to the sound of the siren. Closer. Not close enough. "The cops ain't gonna save your ass this time, you little shit," he snarls triumphantly as he grabs my shirt collar, hoists me off the ground, and drives a fist into my cheek. He tightens his grip on my shirt to keep pummeling me. Breathless and with my head fogged in pain, there isn't a thing I can do to stop him. I twist my face away and take the next blow on the ear, which erupts in pain as if it's been torched. The wail of a second siren stills Frankie's cocked fist. This siren is much closer. Frankie's smoldering eyes meet mine as he straightens to his full height. He still has me by the collar, my knees barely touching the ground as he dangles my head 2 feet above the pavement. With his free hand, he fishes a set of car keys out of his pocket. "You're a lucky little bastard," he snarls, then lets go of my shirt. With what little presence of mind I have left, I knock the car keys out of his fingers as my head crashes to the ground with a thud. The keys hit the pavement beside me. "You little fuck!" he screams as he lunges for them. I roll onto my stomach with the keys beneath me, clutch them into my fist, then twist away from his grasping fingers. Frankie is clawing at my arm, working to flip me onto my back to get at the keys when I spot a sewer grate 5 feet away. I squirm to the sewer and slam the keys through the opening. "You cocksucker!" Frankie screams as, with a squeal of tires, a police cruiser finally races onto the street a couple of blocks away and accelerates toward us. He slams my face down on the sewer grate before he turns to bolt. "This ain't over." I manage to trip him with a kick, but he only stumbles to one knee before he's back on his feet and galloping up the nearest driveway. He vanishes into the shadows of a backyard as the police cruiser skids to a stop beside me. "Stop!" a cop shouts as she launches herself out of the passenger seat and sprints after Frankie. Her partner, already on his radio shouting that the suspect is fleeing on foot, vaults out of the driver's door and runs straight at me. "Tony Valenti?" "Yeah," I gasp. His eyes drift after his vanishing partner as he asks, "You okay?" I nod and point after Frankie and the officer in pursuit. "Go." Never mind the agony in my gut, my face, and my side. I'll feel a lot better once Frankie's been caught. As another cop car speeds onto the street, he nods. "The other guy's Frankie Valenti?" "Yeah, go get the son of a bitch." He calls the info in on his radio. Then, with his face set in grim determination, he takes up off the driveway as the second police cruiser skids to a stop. 2 cops jump out. One charges up the driveway, the other pauses beside me. "You okay?" he asks. I nod as his anxious gaze strays up the driveway. "Stay here," he says. "An ambulance and more backup are on the way. I'd normally stay with you, pal, but my partner needs backup." Then he's gone. I drag myself out of the gutter and gingerly set my butt on the curb. Sadly, I hear no gunfire in the minute or two I sit there, listening to the approaching sirens, wondering what to do next. I hope someone shoots my brother. Soon. A car door slams nearby. My eyes snap to a black pickup truck recklessly backing out of Molly O'Reilly's driveway. Then it's rocketing toward me. As it passes beneath a streetlight, I see Molly at the wheel. Her panicked eyes lock on me while her mouth tightens in grim determination. I swallow hard as the truck races right at me. Surely she won't, I think, before furiously scrambling backward as she closes the distance. She veers away at the last instant, but I feel the wind of her passage as she zips by. Where's she going? To help Frankie? I look around for more cops to alert them to the possibility, but aside from a few neighbors peering out the windows, I'm all alone on the street. I pull out my cell phone and call Jake. "What's up?" he asks curtly while a siren blares in the background. "Frankie's on the run. I know, I'm rolling on this. Be there in 2 minutes. Molly O'Reilly just took off in a black pickup." "Going for Frankie?" he wonders aloud. "Make and model?" I replay the sight of her looming ever closer. "Don't know. Big black pickup. Jacked up." "Did you get the plate number?" "No." "Hold on," he says. I hear him passing the information along on the police radio before he comes back on the line. "I heard a call for an ambulance. You?" "I guess," I reply. "Stay put," he orders me before ending the call. Moving is agony, so there's no question about complying. I do manage to stagger to the end of the O'Reilly driveway by the time Jake skids to a stop and hops out. He jogs over to me. "You look like hell again," he mutters with a disgusted shake of his head, then takes my arm and walks me to the black Ford Taurus Police Interceptor he arrived in. He swings the back door open and waves me inside. "Am I under arrest?" I manage to crack. "I ought to put you in protective custody," he replies. "Stay in the car in case your brother circles back. I need to take charge here. All my people are out hunting Frankie." He slams the door before I can reply, or argue, as is my wont as a lawyer. Then he marches up the driveway to the house where he pounds on the front door and shouts, "Police, open up!" After waiting several seconds, Jake moves to the front picture window and peers inside before disappearing around the side of the house, which is a typical Chicago-style raised brick bungalow. Flashing lights illuminate the interior of Jake's car a moment later, though no siren announces the arrival of the ambulance pulling in beside me. No one gets out. The paramedics will wait for the all-clear before exiting the ambulance. I can't exit either, of course. Neither criminals nor Tony Valenti can escape the rear seat of a police cruiser until someone lets us out. Jake comes back around the house a minute later, stuffs his gun into a shoulder holster, marches straight to the ambulance, waves the paramedics out, and steps over to open my door. "Check out this dumb bastard," he tells the paramedics, who smile at the spot-on characterization of their prospective patient. When I try to get out of the car, one of the paramedics holds up a hand and orders me to stay put. So I sit sideways on the seat with my feet on the pavement outside and endure a bunch of poking and prodding while Jake impatiently stands nearby, engrossed in radio chatter about the progress of the manhunt for my brother. Still no gunfire. "You took some nasty shots," the paramedic says as he pulls my lower lip down to examine my teeth and gums. He releases me. "Kick in the teeth?" "Nah, just my face hitting the ground." "Anyway, no major damage to your teeth or jaw," he continues. "Well, that's a relief," I say, as he turns his attention to my swollen cheek. More poking, more pain. He sits back on his haunches and holds up 3 fingers. "How many?" "Think I need glasses?" He gives me an indulgent smile. "Checking for concussion symptoms, Joker." "Oh. 3. He drops a finger. "Now?" 2. He moves his fingers from side to side and up and down. I know the concussion protocol and follow along with my eyes. Then he shines the light into my face. I assume I've passed when he smiles and says, "Good. Anything else hurt?" "Took a hard punch to the stomach and one to the kidney," I admit, followed a few seconds later by a grunt when he starts poking around there. "I shouldn't have mentioned it." He meets my gaze and chuckles. "Too late now." Another unmarked car arrives while the paramedic drives daggers into my ribs, and a couple of guys in suits that I recognize as Cedar Heights PD detectives climb out to chat with Jake. None of them look happy. Another police cruiser arrives moments later. The paramedic straightens, snaps the lid on the little medical bag he set on top of Jake's car, and looks down at me. "My best guess is that you'll be alive and kicking for a while longer. Get those ribs x-rayed, okay?" I nod. "Thanks." He confers briefly with Jake, then climbs back into the ambulance and drives away. Yet another unmarked car pulls up as I leverage myself out of the police car. Jake saunters over. "So, you survived again." "Yeah. Did they catch him?" Jake's face morphs into an angry scowl. "No. We did catch up to Molly O'Reilly, who claims she was just out to pick up a loaf of bread and a dozen eggs for breakfast. Denies having seen Frankie." "Shit," Horace Greenwood mutters from behind Jake. He must have been the latest unmarked car arrival. Jake glances back, greets Greenwood, and then relates the details of the evening's festivities to the detective. Greenwood looks around with a clenched fist, as if he's looking for something to hit. I take a step back. Jake shoots me a little grin, as if intuiting why I stepped away. "Serendipity that we had a cruiser close enough to save this guy's ass again," he tells Greenwood. "You're not a cat, Mr. Valenti," Greenwood tells me. "You don't have 9 lives to play with." "Think baseball, Tony," Jake adds. "This is the second scrap you've gotten into with Frankie. 3 strikes and you're out." I don't reply. Maybe it's third time lucky. How did you figure on being here tonight? Greenwood asks. I explain about Molly's birthday. Greenwood eyes me for a long moment. That's pretty clever, Mr. Valenti. At the risk of encouraging you, I've got to admit that I admire your tenacity. I wait for the punchline, which doesn't come. Thanks, I mutter. Yeah, there's that to admire, Jake says to Greenwood. Of course, his stupidity quotient in taking on Frankie on his own kind of offsets that, doesn't it? Greenwood nods. I wasn't about to let him get away, I shoot back. Jake shakes his head while his eyes slide sideways to Greenwood. Told you, didn't I? This guy is the damnedest mix of smarts and stupidity I've ever seen. Then Jake's eyes laser into mine. Next time you have a bright idea like this, call me, goddammit. You're gonna get yourself killed. And if I'd called? I ask. I suppose you would have had a unit sitting on Molly's house for the last 3 nights? His silence answers my question. Jake means well, as does Greenwood, but neither has the manpower or other resources for a dedicated manhunt to track down my brother, nor do they have a relentless determination to hunt the bastard to the ends of the earth if need be. I do, and I will. 23. I meet Pat O'Toole at her front door on Sunday evening and lead her into the backyard, where we settle on to a western red cedar swing for 2 that my father built years ago beneath a hawthorn tree. The company is welcome as summer grinds on without Trish. We rock gently back and forth with beers in hand. It's a beautiful summer evening, a rare one with little humidity and a temperature in the mid-70s. But there's a storm brewing in Pat's sea-green eye as she peers at my shiner and scraped chin. What the heck happened, Tony? I point to my cheek. Pavement. My finger moves to my chin. Sewer grate. Her eyes narrow while she tucks a strand of shoulder-length auburn hair behind an ear. Very funny, Valenti. What did you get yourself into? Frankie. Her eyes widen. When? I tell her about our Friday night encounter. Which explains you moving like a 90-year-old. I'm still a little stiff. Guess it shows. Damn it, she mutters. What were you thinking? It's not as if I was looking for a fight, Pat. I was just trying to help the police track him down. Did they catch him? She asks hopefully. I shake my head, no. She slips off the seat, rising to her full 5'10" height to look down at me as she starts to pace a little circle on the interlocked patio. Dino glances up in mild alarm, then scooches a little farther beneath the swing for protection before he puts his snout back down on his paws, blows out a long, suffering breath, and closes his eyes. We're all looking for that bastard, Pat finally mutters. A touch of red has crept into the pale skin of her slender face, emphasizing the dusting of freckles across the bridge of her nose and beneath her eyes. And he's, as they say on TV, in the wind? I nod. The truth is that I'm more than a little on edge with Frankie running free. Should Pat be as well? Frankie hasn't bothered her yet, but he'd suggested that having a piece of Trish and Pat would be fun. It wasn't an idle threat. Trish knows that all too well. Given what happened to Trish, you should be careful, I remind her. I know, and I have been. Mace in my purse, head on a swivel, as Jake says. Baseball bat at home. Speaking of Trish, I haven't spoken with her in a month or 2. How is she? I don't know, I reply, then sigh deeply. She dumped me. Pat stops pacing. I'm so sorry, she murmurs while sliding back onto the seat beside me. Is there anything I can do? I shrug, blow out a long breath, and tilt my head back to stare at the sky. It's good to have a friend like Pat. We grew close quickly after I came back to Cedar Heights, and there was a time when I thought it might blossom into something more. Alas, she had other ideas. Anyway, I dropped my eyes back to her. Trish needs to work things out for herself. What you can do is touch base with her and be as good a friend to her as you are to me. She nods. I'll call her tomorrow. I thank her, and then fill her in on as much as I know about Trish's plans to spend some time in Pangbourne. Then we fall silent and rock quietly, staring out at the milieu of Mama and Papa's backyard refuge. A cream-colored 4-foot stucco fence separates our yard from those of our neighbors. One panel holds a painting done by my late sister, Amy, after her senior year of high school. Mama's rose bushes splash bursts of red and yellow and pink over the carefully arrayed rock garden. Now that she's passed, it's my job to keep Mama's cherished roses alive. To my immense surprise and relief, and with a little tutoring from Mr. Vaccaro next door, so far so good. In the center of it all, a stone Hummel boy statue in lederhosen with a rucksack on his back pours a steady stream of water into a half barrel. "Did the cops have any luck with Frankie's Marine buddies?" Pat asks after a minute. This is what she'd originally come to discuss. She turned up another couple of names from the pictures we'd found in Frankie's footlocker and passed them along to Greenwood. She's making her own inquiries as well, but has so far come up empty-handed. "So far as I know, not a thing," I reply. "Ugh," she grumbles. On the bright side, I hired Max Maxwell, and the Chicago cops have finally agreed to work with him. Maybe he'll get somewhere. "I hope so. I'll keep digging," she mutters with a look of determination. "There has to be a clue somewhere." I don't like her chances of succeeding, but appreciate the effort. Then my earlier fears for her resurface. "Don't put yourself at risk, Pat." She smiles grimly. "That's your job?" "I guess." Her brow knits together in concern. "A warning, Valenti." "Yeah?" "I'm going to kick your ass if you get yourself killed." "You'd beat a dead body?" I ask in mock shock. "Only yours," she says with a reluctant smile. "Would you prefer that I beat you now?" The deep-throated rumble of a 1960s muscle car on Liberty Street heralds the arrival of, if not the cavalry, at least another character to wear down some shoe leather in the hunt for Frankie. "That'll be Max," I announce before getting to my feet. "Come on, let's go greet him." "That's right," Pat says with a smile while she gets up and follows me toward the front gate. "His father's old car, right?" I chuckle as the engine is switched off after a final deep-throated roar. We round the corner of the house to find Max, a burly retired Chicago PD sergeant with a graying military brush cut, walking toward us. "Love those wheels," Pat says as they shake hands. "Thanks," Max replies with a smile, as he looks back at the gleaming, muscular, carousel-red 1969 Pontiac GTO Judge sitting at the curb in front of the house, fully restored with twin hood scoops, fat Mickey Thompson street tires, and a rear spoiler. "I hear you're on the job with Tony," Pat says after we collect beers and sit around a table out back. Max nods. "Tough nut to crack, but we'll do it." "Did Chicago PD deputize you?" Pat asks. Max grins. "Nah. Who knows what kind of mischief an old bastard like me might get into if they pinned a badge on me again." "I can't imagine," Pat replies with a twinkle in her eye. Max turns to me and points at my facial wounds. "From Friday night?" I nod. "Slick call staking out Molly O'Reilly's place. Jake told me about it." "Yeah? Did he include all the stuff about what an ass I am?" Max nods. "He's got a point." "And he made it rather pointedly," I say, before hooking a thumb at Pat. This one agrees with him. "Don't you start on me as well." He holds up his hands in surrender. "Molly O'Reilly wasn't the only person with a birthday this week, was she?" I ask Max with a grin. That Facebook, a veritable storehouse of information. "No," he grumbles. I get up and lead the way into the kitchen and collect a small cake from the counter. "Happy birthday to my favorite gumshoe," I say as we settle around the table with the cake and paper plates. Dino, who had gone straight to the living room sofa when we came inside, follows his nose into the kitchen and takes up table scrap duty. "Gumshoe?" Pat says with a laugh. "I feel like I've fallen into a noir cop novel." "There's worse places to be," Max cracks with a wink before turning back to me. "Thanks. No singing though, okay?" At which Pat and I launch into a raucous round of happy birthday before she grabs a knife, cuts the cake, and doles out slices. Then she cocks an eyebrow at me. "Forks?" "Oops, I forgot," I reply. "Get some, dope." Max points at the cake and comes to my defense. "Hey, cut him some slack. You remembered the most important part." After I return with forks, we dig in, comparing notes as we do, hoping the discussion might shake something loose that will steer us to Frankie. Nothing doing. Frustrated, we go through the highlights again and brainstorm in an effort to work out a rational strategy. We come up empty. Maybe one of his Marine buddies will hear from him, Pat says. He's on the run after all. Good point, Max says. He might run out of hidey holes. Let's circle back to all those guys. Pat, looking for all the world the picture of innocence, slides her plate off the table and holds it down by the floor. In a mad scramble of nails fighting to gain purchase on the tile floor, Dino leaps into action and licks it clean, then adds a final grateful slobber to Pat's hand. Max shrugs and sets his plate on the floor. Dino nudges it all the way into the front hall in his bid to hoover up every last speck of cake and icing. In the end, another round of calls and visits to Frankie's Marine buddies is the best idea we come up with, aside from my suggestion that I travel to North Carolina to act as bait, which is quickly shot down. As I show them out, Max pauses on the step. Keep an eye out for Frankie, Tony. Don't assume he's left town without tidying up loose ends. Such as? He looks me in the eye. You, for example. He'd be stupid to come back, I counter. Max cocks an eyebrow as he turns to go and says, Watch your back, Tony. Your brother isn't stupid, but he's a cocky son of a bitch. My guess is that he's hiding right here in Chicago, laughing up his sleeve at the cops that can't find him. 24. Minutes after Max and Pat leave Tony's, Trish is in her kitchen when she hears the front door lock snap open. Who the heck is coming in here at night? She wonders as she peeks around the corner with her cell phone in hand. Hiya, darling, Frankie Valenti says with an evil grin as he shuts the door behind him and turns to face her with his eyes traveling from her head to her toes. Ah, you got dressed up for me, he says with a cackle. That little set of PJs is downright sexy. Trish is shocked into silence as a chill seeps into her soul. Not again. She dashes into her bedroom. She slams the door and stabs the lock button in as her heart races, her breathing grows rapid and shallow, and her legs begin to quiver. She wedges a chair under the doorknob, doubtful that it will keep the animal out. That's TV and movie stuff. But it does give her a moment to think while Frankie crashes into the door. After his last visit, Trish bought 2 handguns. She keeps one in the kitchen cabinet and the second in the top drawer of her nightstand. As the months went by and Frankie remained at large, a certainty grew within her that he'd be back. The only way this will ever end is if she kills him herself. She's right about the chair. Frankie pops the lock on the door and bursts into her bedroom within seconds, then stands triumphantly and leers at her. She's still on the wrong side of the bed to reach the gun on the nightstand. Ready for more, honey? He asks as he takes a step deeper into the room. Bet you've spent the past few months dreaming about this, haven't you? Getting all creamy just thinking about having my big cock pounded into you again? Trish's stomach lurches. She gathers her wits and takes stock. Screaming would be fruitless in a building with concrete floors and superior sound insulation. She has a phone in her hand. She needs to summon help, but how can she do so without attracting Frankie's attention? He'll be honored the moment he notices the phone. The locks on these interior doors are a joke, he says conversationally as he turns to kick the door shut, then laughs when it bounces back. He rips the shattered lock out, tosses it aside, and pulls the door as close as it's going to get. Trish uses the time his back is turned to silence and mute her phone, then speed dials Tony. She doesn't dare check whether he picks up. The chair, Frankie cackles as he turns back and kicks it away. Waste of fucking time, sweetheart. Trish backs toward the nightstand that holds her gun. Frankie slowly follows. I was just telling your boyfriend a few days ago all about how you were begging for more the last time we got together. Don't suppose he mentioned it. He saw Tony recently? What did you do to him? She asks in a tremulous voice. He sneers. Same old, honey. Kicked his pansy ass. Now I'm gonna fuck his girlfriend. Maybe right up the ass a few times. You liked that last time, didn't you? She keeps backing up until her butt presses against the windowsill. She slides the phone onto it while Frankie rounds the bed with his hungry eyes locked on her heaving chest. I've been looking forward to this since last time, he says as he closes in. Wouldn't it have been a shame if I'd killed you that night? Then we wouldn't be here to have us some fun tonight. Trish inches closer to the nightstand. Time for a good fuck, honey, Frankie says as he lunges at her without warning, grabs the front of her sleeveless pajama top and yanks her off balance. He laughs and tears the rest of her top away with one hand, while slipping his other into the waistband of her pajama shorts to pull her closer. She falls forward into his arms with a horrified gasp. The stench of coffee and cigarette breath turns her stomach before he hoists her off the floor and tosses her onto the bed. He leers down at her. You're already dripping wet for Frank's cock, ain't you, bitch? Trish is momentarily paralyzed with fear as Frankie unzips his jeans and starts to ease them over his hips, then stares up at him with a look of pure hatred. Stay away from me! He leers at her and slides his jeans lower. Trish crawls across the bed while he does so, pulls the gun out of the drawer, then rolls back to face Frankie. She points the gun at him unsteadily and pulls the trigger. Nothing happens. A gun? He says with a murderous glare as he leans in closer. Gotta turn off the safety, he cackles as he yanks the gun out of her hand. A sharp backhand across her face stuns her. Then he pulls his pants up, steps over to the dresser, and drops the gun on top of it. He locks eyes with Trish as he walks back to the bed. Trish scooches up against the headboard to get as far away from him as she can. Ah, honey, you're not gonna play hard to get, are you? She glares up at him. Stay away from me. Feeling a little superior tonight, are we? He asks in a mocking tone. She doesn't reply. Pants off. Nice tits, but I want to see it all, honey. I don't care what you want, Trish retorts as she pulls the duvet across herself. Remember this, darling? Frankie says as he pulls himself free of his jeans. He laughs when an involuntary whimper escapes Trish. Fucking right, you remember. I remember what a disgusting pig you are, Trish counters defiantly. Someone begins hammering on the front door of the condo. Police! A voice calls out. Frankie's head spins to the door, then back to her. What are the cops doing here, bitch? He asks in disbelief. She doesn't answer as a wave of relief washes over her. His eyes are ablaze as he leans down and punches her viciously in the throat, then walks to the dresser to collect Trish's gun and hurries to the bedroom door, unlocks it, and kicks off his shoes. Be right back, he says over his shoulder before loping toward the front door in his stocking feet. The cops are now hammering away at the door and shouting for someone to open it. Now! Trish has a clear line of sight to the front door, but her throat feels as if it's been crushed when she tries to shout a warning to the police. Nothing but a raspy croak emerges. She can barely hear herself. Frankie drops to the floor and rolls onto his back, slithering across the floor until he can reach up to flip the lock and yank the door open. The faces of two startled cops look at the spot where they expect to see a face. Frankie fires from the floor, dropping both cops where they stand with 2 quick shots apiece. He drags the bodies inside and pushes the door closed, then spins the lock closed. Trish scrambles off the bed to grab her phone. He shot the police, she rasps, as Frankie marches back into the bedroom with a murderous expression and thrusts the barrel of the gun within an inch of her face while he snatches the phone away. Who the hell are you talking to? He asks as he grabs her arm and throws her back onto the bed. It's my fucking brother, isn't it? She nods soundlessly. He wraps a giant hand around her throat to press her head into the mattress. Then he straddles Trish, pushes the tip of the gun barrel into her forehead, and growls, I ought to waste you right here and now. Thank God I won't have to endure another endless rape at the hands of this monster, Trish thinks as she stares into the black opening of the barrel. And Tony will be free to get on with his life. Her eyes drift back up beyond the gun to Frankie, who said something into the phone that she didn't listen to before he pitched it through the open door of her closet. He's hungrily eyeing her half-naked body as she squirms to loosen his grip and suck in her breath. The animal is all but drooling as the tip of his tongue flicks out to lick his upper lip. He's hard again, even with 2 warm bodies lying in the next room. Yeah, I should blow your fucking brains out. But it would be such a shame to let such a lovely pussy go to waste, he says with a grin. Then he sets the gun on the nightstand and yanks her pajama shorts down before ripping her panties away. Stop! Trish cries out. You can't wait, can you? He asks in a hoarse whisper. Then he laughs. I'm afraid there's no time for fucking at the moment, he says, while squeezing her throat until she's sure he's crushed it. She bucks beneath him, desperately trying to breathe. He lessens the pressure on her throat and says, I'll be back, honey, and when I do, you're gonna get screwed to within an inch of your life. Maybe beyond, he adds with a malicious cackle. Then he flips her over and drags her off the bed to land on her face. She rolls onto her side and looks up at him as he buttons his jeans and fastens his belt. When he sneers and takes a menacing step closer, Trish rolls away. Frankie launches a vicious kick to her butt. You're getting all wet just thinking about the next time, aren't you? He asks when he bends close to pull on his shoes. You're gonna have to please yourself until the day I come back, darling. And I will be back. Then he grabs the gun off the nightstand, leaving her in a huddled ball as he bolts from the bedroom and out of her condo. Trish lies still for a long moment as the tears come in convulsions, then runs out of her bedroom, coming to an abrupt stop when she confronts the bodies of the two dead policemen sprawled across the tile in her entryway. She sags against the wall and slides down until she's sitting on the cold tile. Another pair of cops race into her entryway with guns drawn moments later and look down at their fallen comrades in horror. Trish looks up at them and says, Frankie's gone. Did you see him? Is Frankie who did this? A male cop asks with a nod at the dead bodies. Trish nods. Stay right there, his female partner tells Trish. He's gone, Trish whispers. We're going to clear the place to be sure. Trish shrugs as the cops step by her and start going room to room, shouting, Clear, as they search each room. When they return, the woman cop gives Trish a sympathetic look and says, Put some clothes on, honey. Embarrassed at the realization that she's nude, Trish nods, apologizes, and all but sleepwalks into her bedroom, leaving the door open behind her. She freezes as she looks at the mussed bed. The female cop follows her in and looks around. Was he in the closet? Trish, misunderstanding the question, shakes her head no. He came in the front door. The policewoman touches Trish's shoulder. No, I meant, was he in your closet at any point? Trish shakes her head again. Okay then, grab something out of the closet and put it on. Don't touch anything else until the evidence techs can process the scene. Understand? Trish nods and walks into her closet, where she grabs a bathrobe off a hook. She shrugs into it, sees her cell phone on the floor and picks it up, then wanders back out. The female cop is standing at the door, as if on guard. Trish shudders at the sight of her shredded pajamas on the floor and sinks onto the corner of the bed as tears seep out of her eyes and roll down her face. I'm sorry, but you can't be in here, the policewoman says kindly. Trish looks at her blankly, then gets back up and walks into the hallway, ending up standing aimlessly in the kitchen. Almost unconsciously, she opens the cabinet, takes the second gun out and stares at it for a long moment, then slips it into the pocket of her robe. She needs to be alone. But where? The bathroom beckons. She leaves the kitchen, meets the eye of the policewoman and gestures at the bathroom door. Then she walks in, locks the door behind her, lets the toilet seat down, and settles onto it, placing her phone on the counter as she does. Frankie's on the loose again, and nobody can catch him. He will be back, and he'll keep coming back until he finally decides to kill her. She believes that promise with every fiber of her being. She proved tonight that she can't defend herself from him. Worse, Tony will keep trying to find Frankie until he gets himself killed. She can't let that happen. She slides the gun out of her pocket and stares at it, resting in her lap. Trish's phone vibrates on the marble counter. She ignores it, then relents and picks it up. Tony, the caller ID announces. She taps a finger on the talk button. 25. The flashing lights of a cop car erupt in my rearview mirror as I run a red light on East Monroe and veer toward DuSable Harbor. The cruiser is closing the gap when I hurtle onto the off-ramp toward Trish's building and skid to a stop outside the entrance. 2 Chicago PD patrol cars are already here, one with 2 wheels up on the curb and the doors hanging open. I vault out of the car and sprint to the entry doors, crashing into the glass when they don't swing open. I catch the eye of a startled security guard a second before I'm body slammed and taken down hard to the sidewalk. I buck and squirm to get loose. "Police!" a voice snarls in my ear as my arms are yanked painfully behind my back. "Where were you going in such a hurry?" "My girlfriend's." "We don't drive 100 miles per hour to make romance, asshole," the cop says as he grinds my face into the pavement. I hear a lock turn and twist my head to see Harry from Lake Point Tower's security team poke his head outside. His eyes are wide. "Mr. Valenti? What's going on?" "You know this guy?" the cop asks. "Yes," Harry replies curtly. "Shouldn't you guys be upstairs? Rape, shooting, at least 2 officers down." The cop is off me in a flash, sprinting inside as Harry holds the door open. I try to get up, but my hands are still secured. "Plastic cuffs," Harry says as he digs out a pocket knife and snips them off. "What do you know?" I ask, dialing Trish as I do. "Not a hell of a lot," he grumbles as more cop cars skid to a stop out front, disgorging officers who race through the lobby to the elevators. I follow, glancing anxiously at my phone as it rings a 3rd and 4th time. The elevator doors close before I reach them. "Tony?" Trish finally says. "Oh my God, Tony. He killed 2 police officers." "Are you okay?" I blurt. "He took off," she adds without answering my question. "Are you safe, Trish?" "I guess," she murmurs. "Thank God. I'm downstairs. I'll be right up." There's a long pause during which I think she might have hung up. Then she says in a voice that's almost a whisper, "No need to come up, Tony. It's over. I'm so sorry." She doesn't want to see me? "I love you," Trish says. Then the line goes dead. I stare at the silent phone in disbelief. She finally said she loves me. What do I do now? Screw it. If she doesn't want to see me, then she'll have to tell me to my face. I spend 30 seconds arguing with a cop who won't let me on an elevator. The door to the stairs is locked when I try it. I pound my fists against it in frustration. 2 pairs of paramedics rush through the lobby with crash carts and pile into an elevator. "We've got another shooting victim," an excited voice exclaims over the police radio. They got Frankie? 26. I meet Mrs. Pangborn's puffy red eyes across the coffin 4 days later, as a Lutheran pastor commends Trish's body to the earth. Her husband stands mutely at her side as he stares at the burnished oak casket. "We therefore commit this body to the ground, earth to earth, dust to dust, in sure and certain hope of the resurrection of eternal life." I look on numbly as the pastor makes the sign of the cross. Then I watch in disbelief as an electric motor begins to whir and the casket is lowered into the earth. I'm still staring at the gaping hole in the ground when Mr. Pangborn tosses a handful of dirt into the open grave. A lump lands with an audible thump. Mrs. Pangborn winces, then picks up a second handful of dirt and crumples it in her fist before she sprinkles it into the open grave. Her eyes rise to mine. She nods at the pile of dirt. My turn. I'm stunned that Trish's parents have had the grace to mourn with me instead of railing at me over what my brother has wrought. I step forward, pluck up a handful of dirt in my hand, and then freeze as I stare into the hole. A gasp escapes me, and my heart splits into a million pieces as I imagine Trish's corpse entombed in this hole forevermore. I draw a ragged breath and manage to open my hand to let the dirt fall, then bow my head and walk away, not stopping until I'm beyond the small circle of mourners. My breathing is uneven as I take several steps to a towering oak tree and lean against it for support, staring at the ground as my fingers explore the ridges of the tree's almost black bark. Mrs. Pangborn finds me there several minutes later. She rests a hand on my arm and asks, "Are you coming by the house?" My eyes rise to hers. "I'm so sorry." She nods. "I know. I'm sorry for so many things. I'm also irrationally pissed at Trish for what she's done. How could she do this to the people who loved her? How does this make any kind of sense? I can't face any more today, I murmur. Do you mind? She shakes her head and moves closer, resting her head on my shoulder as she does. She loved you, you know. So, Trish told someone else before she finally told me. I wonder why it was so hard for her. I nod. She told me at the end. I'm so happy she did, Tony. I don't say anything in response. What is there to say? I'm happy she told me that a few seconds before she blew her brains out. We'll see you soon, Mrs. Pangborn asks. You want to? Of course, Tony. You're like family to us. I squeeze my eyes shut, hoping to keep myself from tearing up. It doesn't work. She reaches up to wipe the corners of my eyes. I know it's hard for you, dear. If you need to talk, if you need anything, please call. We're going to need each other to get through this. I nod and kiss her cheek. Thank you. As she walks back to her husband and steps into his embrace, Pat approaches me. Everything okay with you and Mrs. Pangborn? She asks. I nod. They're unbelievable people. That goes without saying, my friend. They raised a lovely daughter. Why did she do it? I ask in bewilderment. Pat frowns. She must have been in enormous pain, Tony. She was traumatized again, saw people gunned down right in front of her. Maybe she didn't want Frankie to have another chance to attack her. So many possibilities, I murmur. I guess Trish didn't see a way forward and felt as if nobody could protect her. A big-time fail by me. Pat gives me a minute, then takes my hand. I don't want to start uttering worthless platitudes, but I don't know what else to say. You're here, Pat. That's enough for the moment. Thanks for coming. She was my friend, too, Pat says, with a catch in her voice. I pull her into a hug and hold on for a good minute as my thoughts turn from mourning Trish to avenging her. Let's get going, I say coldly. It's time to find my brother. Tony, she says with a pleading note in her voice. I shake my head. I know what you're going to say. And you don't want to hear it. I nod. I appreciate your concern, but this needs to be done. He killed cops this time, Tony. The police won't let this go. When they find him, his employer isn't going to be able to bail his ass out. Let them handle this. Like hell. 27. I hear the lock turn in our office door a few hours later, but don't have the energy to investigate. Whoever it is has a key, so it's either Penelope or Joan. I thought I might find you here, Penelope says from the door to my office. I look up to find her eyes on mine. She's dressed in a pair of cut-off jean shorts and a pale yellow peasant top. Very Kansas country gal. You're not answering your phone, she says, while hoisting herself onto my desk so that she's facing me. She crosses her ankles and gently swings her legs in the air, much like a little girl. I can't help smiling, even though I'm utterly devastated about Trish. Penelope gives my smile a quizzical look, then lets it go. I went by your house. I thought I'd find you there. I'm struggling to not let my grief drive me to the bottle in the cabinet above the stove at home. I'll be damned if I'm going down that path again. Been there, done that. Never helps. Home is where the bourbon is, I say. I have no time for that. What do you have time for, Tony? I know she won't like the answer, so I shrug and turn the conversation to business. I'm sorry I wasn't here to help with Grazina's filing. She waves the apology aside. Don't be silly, partner. Your work was in good shape. We're a team, so Mom and I finished up. Has Lewis been served yet? The options for serving divorce papers on Mark Lewis in Wyoming were having Grazina do so personally, or hiring a Wyoming sheriff or sheriff's deputy to do it for us. Janine Dabrowski put us on to a former Converse County sheriff's deputy who left the department after filing a sexual harassment claim. She's now a deputy in a county clear across the state, and been more than happy to take on the job. Deputy Joyce has today off and plans to serve Lewis this afternoon, Penelope replies after glancing at her watch. 1 hour time difference, so it's a little after 3 o'clock there. She'll call after she attempts a service. And then the proverbial poop will hit the fan. I have to be available to help deal with that. After all, Mark Lewis tried to abduct Grazina simply because she had the gall to leave home. Who knows what he'll pull when he discovers that she's divorcing the golden boy? I can't let Penelope and Grazina down. Still, the hunt for Frankie must go on. I'm not sure how I'll balance the competing interests, but I do know that drowning myself in bourbon and wallowing in grief and self-recrimination isn't part of the solution. We fall silent for a long moment. It was a nice service, Penelope finally says. Simple, dignified. It suited Trish. I nod. She's right. I heard snippets of the minister here and there through the fog of grief, but did give Mr. Pangborn's eulogy my full attention. How her father got through that is beyond me. Not a dry eye in the church, including his, Penelope agrees, and Penelope's. I noticed my partner's tear-streaked face buried in Becky Seguin's shoulder as she sobbed through much of the service. Penelope seems to sense my reluctance to revisit this morning's service, so she reaches across to squeeze my shoulder. Need some time to yourself? I cover her hand with mine and meet her eyes. I think so, partner. I appreciate you coming by. She rubs her palms down her thighs before she slides off the desk and crosses the hall to her office, where I'm sure she'll immerse herself in unnecessary busywork until I either leave or seek out her company once again. Penelope's much more than just an outstanding legal partner. She's a gem of a friend. I putter with casework, but nothing holds my attention. In danger of sinking into a deep, deep funk, I turn my thoughts to Frankie. How am I going to find him? More to the point, what will happen when I do? I found him once already, got my butt kicked, and am sure the altercation led him straight to Trish on the last night of her life. I resolve that he won't walk away from our next encounter. I spin my seat to stare out the window, tapping a pin on the arm of my chair as I do. After 5 minutes or so, I slip my cell phone out of my shirt pocket and call Jake Plummer. "How you doing?" he asks after we exchange somber greetings. "Not so good," I reply. "I'm sorry, Tony. What happened is a damn shame." "Thanks," I say, then get to the point of my call. "You've been telling me for how long now to get a gun?" There's a long pause. Jake had urged me to start packing when Papa, and eventually me, had run into a spot of mafia trouble that had followed my father to Cedar Heights from post-war Italy. I hadn't acted on his advice at the time, not even with mobsters at our throats. "It's gonna be a year or more," he replies cautiously. "Why do you ask?" "We just filed divorce papers for a client with a hothead husband." "The gal from Wyoming?" "Yep." Jake snorts. "That's the only reason, huh?" When I don't rise to the bait, he suggests buying a Glock 19 with 9mm hollow point ammo. Easy to handle, big magazine so you can miss a few times without running out of bullets, and it's got stopping power. You'll need plenty of that if you happen to go up against someone like, I don't know, an ex-Marine raider. Then he walks me through the steps of acquiring the gun, refers me to an armorer, and makes me promise to take lessons. He finishes by offering to teach me the ropes, and suggests that I enlist Max's assistance as well. Just to keep you from shooting off your own ass. I have him clarify a couple of points as I take notes. "You shouldn't have any trouble getting a conceal and carry permit, Tony," he concludes. "That said, please don't tell me your plan is to go hunting with the thing." I don't respond. I don't need to. We both know what I want the gun for, and who I want to shoot. "Thanks for the help, Jake," I murmur. "Good night." 28. I'm early to work Monday morning, having driven downstate yesterday to have an emotionally charged dinner with Trish's parents at Mrs. Pangborn's urging. I did well to get straight to bed without cracking open the bourbon. Spending a few hours with the Pangborns seems to have lightened the crushing grief I've been laboring under. It's still with me, of course, and I know it will be for a long, long time. But it now feels manageable. Maybe because I'm walking grief's path with others who loved Trish. Or maybe because the singular focus I have on finding my worthless brother gives me purpose. So here I am, all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, or as full of piss and vinegar as one can be after 2 hours immersed in a befuddling quagmire of government acronyms. I'm about to submit an online application for a State of Illinois Firearm Owner's Identification Card, or FOID. The Illinois State Police will complete a background check, which can take up to 10 weeks. Jake assures me that he'll work to get it approved within a week to 10 days. With the FOID in hand, I'll be able to purchase the Glock from Jake's gun dealer. I hope to be armed and dangerous within a couple of weeks. Penelope rolls into work shortly after 9 o'clock and pokes her head into my office with a concerned expression. "Hey, partner, how you doing?" "Okay," I reply. She looks a mite skeptical, so I add, "Honestly." "Deputy Joyce called yesterday," she says. "Mark Lewis did a good job hiding from her on Saturday, but she served him on the steps of their church yesterday morning. Doesn't sound like any of the Lewis family appreciated it." I smile at the picture of the scene forming in my mind's eye. "What are you working on?" she asks, with a nod at the FOID papers strewn across my desk. "Stuff," I reply non-committally. She wouldn't like it if she knew. She gives me a long look and says, "Okie dokie," and goes into her office. I hit send on the FOID application and then navigate to the website of a shooting range Jake recommended. I need to take lessons to fulfill the training requirements to obtain a concealed carry license. Jake says that as I'm an officer of the court, coupled with the situation with Frankie's assaults, death threats, and assorted mayhem, he's confident that this process can also be expedited. I book my first 1-hour lesson 10 days from today, scheduling myself every day thereafter for a total of 14 consecutive days. My phone rings. "I have a Mr. Thorne Dalrymple from the UK on the line for you," Joan announces with a note of naked curiosity. "Please put him through." "Good morning, Mr. Valenti," my caller says. "Marty Thorne Dalrymple here." "Hey, Marty," I reply. "It's still Tony, by the way." "Righto," he says with a passable semblance of a proper aristocratic British accent. His voice turns serious when he continues. "I've been following the news in your neck of the woods since your visit. I'm sorry about your girlfriend, mate. Real sorry." "Thanks. I'm sitting on the 3:15 train to London, hoping it will leave on time. Anyway, I just wanted to call before I take off." "Take off to where?" "I'm booked out of Heathrow to O'Hare." I stare at the phone for a beat while I absorb his announcement. "You're coming to Chicago?" "I am. I can guess what you're planning." "And that is?" "It's time to deal with Frank." "So you've decided I'm a white hat, huh?" I ask. He chuckles at the memory of our chat in Southampton. "Yeah, I'd say so. Your brother is definitely the man in the black hat." I nod grimly as a granite edge creeps into my voice. As they used to say in old Western movies, or somewhere, it's time for a reckoning. He's a damn sight more than you can handle, Tony. I helped Frank become what he is, or at least stood by while he grew into that monster. I feel a responsibility to help put a stop to it. "You're coming to help me?" "I am. This is totally unexpected but welcome news. I feel a kernel of hope take root. With Marty's help, I might be able to deal with Frankie when the moment comes. Anyway," he continues, "I realized on the day we met that this day would come, so I've been brushing up, back in training, I suppose one might say. I was rusty as hell. I tell Marty how I've spent the morning. "This will be your first gun?" he asks with a note of surprise. "Yeah, I have some training lined up." "Has anyone gotten a sniff of Frank yet?" I tell him about our encounter outside Molly O'Reilly's. "That was dumb," he says. "There's no arguing that point. How long can you stay?" I ask. "I want to stay for as long as it takes, but there's a limit to how long I can realistically be away. Why do you ask?" "Finding Frankie is proving difficult." "Yet you did find him a couple of weeks ago," he points out. "I got lucky." "In more ways than one," he says pointedly. I know a thing or two about how guys like Frank operate. We'll put our heads together over dinner tonight and come up with a plan to take him down. Tonight? You'll be too jet-lagged to think. I learned how to operate on little sleep a long time ago, mate. I'll be fine. We make arrangements to meet for dinner at his hotel, then sign off. I'm still on a bit of a high about my unexpected ally when Joan appears at my door and waves me out of my seat. She's agitated about something. "Hurry," she says while I scramble to my feet. "Mark Lewis is holding for Penelope. She wants you in her office for the call." As soon as I step into Penelope's office, she picks up the call and puts it on speaker. "Good morning, Mr. Lewis," she says crisply. "What's this bullshit about a divorce?" he asks sharply. "We'll get this moved to Wyoming where it belongs and kick your city slicker asses all the way back to Chicago. You don't know who you're dealing with." With the patience of Job, Penelope replies, "We know exactly who we're dealing with, Mr. Lewis. And what we're dealing with," I add. "That you, Valenti?" he asks with a dismissive and amused tone, which pisses me off. I'll bet he loved running Dirk and me out of Douglas after our night at the bar. He and his buddies probably still get a kick out of regaling themselves about it. "It is," I retort. "I already warned you off once, asshole. You should have taken the hint. We only give one warning per customer out here in Converse County." Penelope holds up a hand to forestall a response from me, then asks Lewis, "Did you call for a reason?" "Guess you might say this is a courtesy call, telling you to stay out of my business. Know what I'm saying?" "See you in court, Mr. Lewis," Penelope says before stabbing her finger down to disconnect the call. She stares at the phone for a long moment. Then she looks up at me and says drolly, "I can't imagine what's gotten into Grazina's head to want to end her marriage to that prince of a man. I can't find the humor in the situation. Listening to the SOB reminded me of how helpless I felt when his goons broke into my hotel room before Dirk rode to the rescue. Maybe I'll pick up another clip of those hollow point bullets Jake recommended. Maybe 2 more. 29. We hear from Lewis again 2 days later. His lawyer, a Mr. Smith, is on the line with him. Penelope and I take the call in the conference room. Lewis's lawyer opens the call by threatening to contest the divorce. "I imagine that's because Mark has so much respect and affection for his lovely wife," I retort. "This matter belongs in a Wyoming court," Smith says. "The divorce has been properly and legally filed in Illinois, Mr. Smith," Penelope notes. "Let's discuss matters of import." "What are your plans for depositions?" Smith asks. "We've collected several," Penelope replies. I catch a hint of dismay in her expression and assume she's recalling the deposition she didn't get. "You have?" Smith asks in surprise. "What kind of depositions?" "The ones with questions and answers and a court reporter," I reply. Smith doesn't respond. "How we prepare our case is none of your concern, Mr. Smith," Penelope says with a sharp look of disapproval at me. "We'll expect to see Miss Zalewski in her offices to be deposed," Smith says. "I wouldn't count on that, Mr. Smith, but we'll take it under advisement and speak with Miss Zalewski about it," Penelope replies. "We'll expect to see Mr. Lewis in Chicago for his deposition." "That won't be happening," Lewis retorts. I'm surprised he kept his mouth shut this long. His snotty tone again sets me off. "Oh, but it will," I shoot back. "Mr. Lewis is a busy man who doesn't have time to make a fruitless trip to Chicago," Smith interjects. "Trying to force him to do so is nothing short of harassment." "Oh, boo-hoo," Lewis pipes up again. "If you people want to depose me, you're going to have to travel to Wyoming to do so. End of discussion." "We're happy to see this go to trial if you're not going to be cooperative in settling the matter amicably, gentlemen," Penelope counters. "Listen, lady," Lewis snaps. "If you think—" "No, you listen, Mr. Lewis," she says right over him. "If you think any of our people are going out there again after you send goons after Tony, you're dreaming." "If that bitch wants my money, let her come to me," Lewis explodes. "So, that was productive," I say, after we end the call a moment later. Penelope rolls her eyes. "The call was timely, anyway." "True. Grazina is due for a visit within the hour. He wants the whole thing to play out on his home turf, which isn't going to happen," I inform my client. "I will go if it brings this to an end," Grazina says. "I'm sick of waiting." "No, you won't," Penelope retorts. He tried to abduct you, for goodness sake, Grazina. It would be crazy to go waltzing into his lair. The last thing we want is for any of this to take place in a Converse County courtroom, I add. The Lewis family controls everything there. They can come here to speak with you, Penelope agrees, then adds, You're safe here, Grazina. Grazina shoots a skeptical look at Penelope. After all, she's only weeks removed from being trussed up and tossed out of a moving car. I've been thinking about what I want for Mark, she says, which surprises me, because she's been insistent that all she wants from this divorce is to be free. Perhaps the abduction altered her view. I want a stupid car that he loves so much, plus enough money to finish school. You should go for a substantial amount after what he's put you through, Penelope says. At least a couple of $100,000. He won't miss it. She's right. I turn my attention to Grazina. Tell us about this car. I do not know much about cars, Mr. Valenti, but Mark's Aston Martin is a beautiful one. How much is it worth? Penelope asks. Grazina smiles slyly. A great deal of money. We chat a while longer before Grazina leaves. It seems that our heretofore mild-mannered client has grown fangs and is itching to sink them into Lewis. I think it's a great idea. Penelope frowns at me when we're alone. This is going to get messy. How so? I don't know, she says uncertainly. I just have a bad feeling about this. 30. Marty Thorne Dalrymple wasted no time throwing himself into the hunt for Frankie. I brought him up to speed over dinner the evening he arrived in Chicago, sharing the information we'd compiled and telling him what the police and Max Maxwell are up to. Then he hit the road for a week to visit a half-dozen members of their former Marine unit. He wanted to look them in the eye when he asked if they'd seen or talked with Frankie recently. Having done so, Marty says he has no reason to doubt any of their denials. Now he and I are embarking on step 2, a visit with Joe and Carly. We rented a Chevy Suburban at the Atlanta airport after a flight from Chicago and are nearing our destination as the sun dips below the horizon. It was my first time taking a firearm through airport security. I was relieved to have Marty along to walk me through the process. Marty has pored over the paperwork we took from Frankie's office in June and shipped copies ahead of us to a UPS store near Atlanta's airport, where we picked them up a couple of hours ago. At his direction, Joe had a neighbor let movers into their Wilmington home to collect and send whatever papers we had left behind in June. They were also waiting at the UPS store. Marty insists that we need to have a look at all of it together. All 26 boxes of it. Marty shoots me a sideways glance. Just think of all those boxes of paper, mate. Excited? I might have checked into a hospital to donate an organ or two if you'd told me before we left Chicago about how much paper we'd have to wade through, I say dryly. We spend a pleasant couple of hours being fed and catching up with Joe and Carly. Their Spartan cabin is indeed isolated. We had to punch longitude and latitude coordinates into the GPS to locate the place. No house number, no street name, not even a town or village close enough to be useful. Joe cocks an eyebrow when I set my new gun on the counter. Jake Plummer had been true to his word. My permit had been approved within a week, and the gun dealer had gotten the okay to sell to me within 24 hours. Between the daily lessons and additional time at the range with Jake and Max, I'm not a half-bad shot. Not half bad can also be construed as not half good, Jake had warned me pointedly. Marty drags me out of bed at the crack of dawn to get started. When we do, he looks at Joe. You and Frank have never owned any other property, right? As far as I know, Joe grumbles. I feel bad for her. The list of things she hadn't known about her husband before the past few months could fill a New York City phone book. Well, back in the days when we still had 10-pound paper telephone directories. Marty gives Joe a sympathetic look and continues. We're looking for anything to do with real estate, banking records, correspondence, even utility bills for property other than the house in Wilmington. Where's Carly? I ask when we settle in with a banker's box each, all stuffed to bursting with paper. Out hiking. It's her only recreation out here, Joe replies. She's never spent much time communing with nature. She's enjoying it. Is it safe? I ask. You know, bears and such. Joe smiles. Bear spray. Lots of it. She'll be gone all day? Marty asks. He appears disappointed that she won't be here to help. She's usually out until noon or so, Joe replies. But it wouldn't surprise me if she decides to stay out there until later this afternoon. She even packed a lunch and took extra water. Marty looks impressed. She's pretty serious about hiking, is she? Joe laughs. She's seriously averse to picking through these boxes. What exactly are we looking for, Marty? I ask. A safe house to hole up in. A hunting or fishing cabin out in the sticks is a great place to go off the grid. Something near an isolated stretch of the Canadian border would be perfect, some place where he could slip into Canada unnoticed. By late morning, I wish I was out hiking, even under the sweltering midday sun. This is dreary, painstaking work requiring a ridiculous amount of patience and focus, and we're planning to be here all week. Wouldn't you prefer if Carly had an uncle along for protection on these hikes amongst wild animals? I asked Joe. She laughs softly. She seems to enjoy the solitude. Marty grins at me. Looks like you're stuck here, mate. Wonderful. We're halfway through the day, Joe announces at noon. Let's break for lunch. I picked up cold cuts yesterday and baked some fresh bread. I could go for a nice glass of iced tea as well. I could go for a cold beer, Marty counters. Not that warmed-over swill you guys drink in jolly old England, I quip. He chuckles. When in Rome. Lunch is good. The afternoon sucks. Carly, looking downright chipper after a full day of hiking, rolls in for dinner. Find anything? She asks with a glance at the boxes. Lots and lots of paper cuts, I grouse. Sadly, it's true. I believe the Chinese expression is ling chi, Joe says with a laugh. Death by 1,000 cuts. Yeah, that's it, I say with a sour smile. I don't think I can take another 4 days of this. I don't think I can take another 4 days listening to you gripe about it, Marty shoots back. Uncle Tony's making me so sorry I went hiking, Carly says with a giggle. I found a couple of super cool places up in the hills. I'm planning to go back tomorrow, and maybe the day after. Marty chuckles and points at the boxes. Depending on how quickly we work through these, Carly grins back and nods. I don't feel like we made any progress, I grumble. Joe points at 6 boxes that have been moved from one side of the living room to the other. That's some progress, Tony. It means we've cleared some boxes that don't hold a key, Marty says. We're closer to finding the right piece of paper. You remind me of the little boy up to his neck in a room full of horse manure, I counter. Absolutely sure there's a pony in there somewhere. That's a thing? Carly asks while wrinkling her nose. A saying or something? I shrug. Maybe. If not, it should be. I say we call it a day, Joe announces as she slaps the lid on completed box number 7 a few minutes later. There's a tray of lasagna baking in the oven. I'm on my feet in a heartbeat. Marty gives me a resigned smile and chuckles. You civilians, no stamina. So, with our toils and torture behind us until tomorrow, we chow down on lasagna while Carly tells us about her day. Then we retire to the living room, where I studiously ignore the waiting boxes as we sip coffee and tell tales. It turns out that we can separate Marty from the boxes, but we can't get his thoughts off their contents. He looks at Joe and Carly for a long moment and says, I want you both to think real hard on this, okay? Is there any place else Frank mentioned, somewhere you've never been to? Hunting trips, fishing, anything like that? Nothing specific comes to mind, Joe replies. He's been away on plenty of fishing and hunting trips, but he doesn't usually tell us where he goes. Such as Molly O'Reilly's, I think with disgust, or when he's off raping people. After a crappy night in a sleeping bag teetering on the edge of an inflatable mattress with a buzzsaw named Thorn Dalrymple 2 feet away, I awaken to the tantalizing aroma of bacon and fresh coffee. I hustle to the bathroom and am wiping sleep out of my eyes when I walk into the kitchen a few minutes later. Joe is bustling back and forth between the stove and fridge, throwing together a complete breakfast. The buzzsaw in the living room switches off, and a well-rested Marty strolls in a few minutes later, full of piss and vinegar and raring to go. How did you sleep through the racket you were making all night? I ask incredulously. How does your wife put up with you? The snoring is the least of her worries with me, he replies. Carly shuffles in wearing a pair of smiley-face pajamas. Got an email from another one of our old Marine buddies, Marty announces. He's in Asheville. How far away is that? It's west along I-40, Joe replies as she serves waffles and sausage. Couple, 3 hours. I pull Marty's cell phone in front of me and say, "Looks just like mine, Marty. Mine is flatlined out here, yet you've got service?" "Tricks of the trade," he says without further explanation. Yes, the ninja training." He chuckles and nods, but still doesn't explain. I guess it's all still top secret and hush-hush, so I don't push. After enjoying another terrific breakfast, we get back to work. Marty's going through a box of old bank statements a couple of hours later when he slides a receipt across the table to Joe. "Frank sent a wire transfer to a guy named Mac who was in our unit. Poor bastard got his legs blown off and his head caved in by an IED. I'd have to check the dates to be sure, but I think Mac was wounded several months before this wire was sent. Do you know anything about it?" I lean in to examine the transfer with Joe. The copy is old and parts of it are unreadable. Joe's brow furrows. "This was a month before Frank came home from Iraq." "It's a good chunk of change," Marty says. "I'll say $53,000. "Does it mean anything to you?" he asks Joe. "No." Marty goes back to the stack of paper he was sorting through. This came out of an account Joe wasn't a signatory to, so she can't get into the bank records to see what bank branch the wire ended up at. She gives him a questioning look. "All of our accounts are joint." "Guess not," Marty replies. "Darn him," Joe explains. "Knowing where that money went might be a clue about where Mac is." Marty continues. "I'll bet he could tell us what this payment was about." "Good point," I mutter. Marty's eyes cut to me. "Know anyone who might be able to run this down?" My thoughts turn to Jake and Horace Greenwood. "The cops?" Marty nods. "If they can be convinced to dig into it." "I think they will," I say. "If they can't, or won't, I know someone else." "Who?" he asks. "A reporter friend of mine. She's pretty resourceful." He nods and thinks, then pulls out his cell phone. "Let me call my buddy in Nashville. He might know something useful. He was pretty tight with Mac." We listen to Marty's end of the call and can hear pretty much everything his pal says. They spend a minute or two catching up, then make plans to meet for dinner and a beer in some place called Hickory, which is apparently halfway between Greensboro and Asheville. They talk about one or two of their comrades before Marty asks, "What became of Mac?" "Poor Mac, huh?" comes the reply. The skin around Marty's eyes tightens. "Yeah, I've often thought about the poor guy. I was surprised he lived at all. I still get nightmares picturing what was left of him lying on the side of the road." "Jesus, yeah. That was one of those there but for the grace of God go I moments, wasn't it, Marty? Anyway, as far as I know, Mac went back to Montana after he got out of the hospital and finished rehab. I heard he inherited property there, some sort of camp or cabin where he used to spend time as a kid. Assuming Mac's still alive, you might find him out there." Marty's eyes glitter with interest as he listens. "Mac and Frank Valenti were kind of tight, weren't they?" "Yeah, they were. I remember Frank and Mac talking about fishing on some lake in western Montana, up toward the mountains. That's probably Mac's property. Frank loved it." Marty's eyes rise to mine after he wraps up the call. "That's something to look into," he says as he refills his coffee mug. 53 grand to a guy Frank was pals with. Of course, he may have just been helping out a friend in need. I snort. Not the Frankie I knew. Joe looks skeptical as well. "I've never known my husband to do anything for anyone unless there was something in it for him." "Yeah," Marty muses. "So, what did he get for his 53 grand? If we can find Mac, he can tell us." I call Horace Greenwood and have Marty send him copies of the wire transfer paperwork, using his phone camera and who knows what all to do so. Maybe it's just another example of my cockeyed optimism, but something tells me we've unearthed a big lead in the hunt for my brother. My eyes stray to my brand-new Glock. I hope we're closing in on him. The rest of the day doesn't turn up anything of interest before Marty leaves for Hickory, hopeful that he might learn a little more over dinner and a beer or two. A search of Montana real estate records by Pat O'Toole the next day reveals that Mac holds title to a piece of land several miles away from Flathead Lake. Marty immediately begins planning a trip to scope things out. Speaking of trips out west, I've decided to travel to Wyoming to depose Mark Lewis, so I pitched the idea of making the trip a 2-for-1 venture with Marty. taking him to Wyoming before we go to Montana. He isn't keen on the idea, but eventually relents. Next stop, the Wild West. 31. We arrive in eastern Wyoming on the Friday before Labor Day and hook up with Dirk Macho, who immediately hits it off with Marty. A cynic might suspect that each is thrilled to have at least one competent person along for backup. Dirk is behind the wheel of a rented Ford F-150 pickup truck, Marty is riding in the passenger seat, and I'm in back. We're on our way to the office of Al Smith, attorney at law, Mark Lewis's lawyer. Dirk meets my eyes in the rearview mirror. Make sure you keep your gun visible at all times. Wyoming and Illinois don't have a reciprocal concealed carry agreement, so you can only carry openly. And here I've been so pleased to have my concealed carry permit. Marty tells Dirk to stop at a coffee shop a couple of blocks away from the lawyer's office. While I depose Lewis, he's going to use the coffee shop's free internet to do some research and have another look around Mac's cabin using satellite imagery. He showed me some time-lapse imagery of Mac's property last night. A little brush clearing took place after Frankie sent the wire transfer. A carport went up a couple of months ago, making it difficult to tell if there's a vehicle on site. Smart moves, he said. It's what I would have done if I were setting up a safe house. After dropping Marty off at the coffee shop, Dirk drives to Smith's address and parks in a little lot behind a 2-story sandstone office block. Wait for me here while I go inside. Go get him, he says as I climb out. I wink and pat the Glock on my hip. Didn't think you'd have the balls to come back here, Lewis says with a sneer as soon as we're seated. I stare at him and say nothing. Smith is a mousy little man with a comically thin comb-over of several strands of reddish-gray hair pasted over the gleaming crown of his head. He fusses with some paperwork while his client and I play out the alpha dog bullshit. Then he nods at the transcriptionist he's brought in to record proceedings. Let's get started. I set a digital recorder down on the table. I'll be keeping my own recording of this, I announce, before noting the time, date, location, and participants in the morning festivities. That isn't necessary, Smith says. I lock eyes with Lewis. Oh, I think it is, Counselor. Lewis looks annoyed. Whatever. Let's get on with it. Then he proceeds to bluster and lie his way through over an hour of questioning about the history of his marriage and his relationship with his wife. Even with the recorder running, I still make notes on a legal pad of any answers we can use to score points in court. I've never hit my wife, he says with a smirk when I ask how often he's beaten her up. The smug SOB knows the deposition's transcript won't reflect the amused curl of his lip or the triumphant gleam in his eyes as he tells yet another blatant lie. Did you participate or send men to Chicago to abduct Grazina on July 22nd of this year? I ask next. She was abducted? Lewis asks blandly. I told her to be careful in the big city. She should have listened. It's not a safe place for someone as naive as her. I wonder what kind of people she's gotten herself mixed up with there. Not interested if the abduction was successful, I ask. Not curious to know if she was hurt? He shrugs. I'm sure you'll tell me. Why bother, I ask. You already know. Lewis turns his palms up. I don't know a thing about any of that. I set my pen down. We might as well wind this up. This sounds like a different marriage than the one we've heard about. Guess Grizz is full of shit then, huh? Lewis retorts. I give him a chilly smile. Someone is. Waste of fucking time, Lewis says as he gets to his feet. Not at all, I remark confidently. It's always good to lock a witness into a bogus narrative. His eyes go hard before he stalks out of the room. I say my goodbyes to Smith and the transcriptionist, then follow him out. Lewis is nowhere to be seen as I make my way outside. When I reach the parking lot, a Converse County police cruiser with lights flashing is sitting nose to nose with our pickup truck. Marty and Dirk are lounging against our front fender while an officer in the driver's seat of the cop car talks on a cell phone. What's up? I ask with a pointed look at the cruiser. A few of Mark's pals were hanging around waiting for you and hassling Dirk when I arrived from the coffee shop, Marty replies. One thing led to another, and a few good old boys got their asses kicked, Dirk adds with a smirk. A second police cruiser pulls into the lot a moment later. An older man with a paunch steps out and adjusts his Smokey the Bear hat. The cop who arrived first hops out of his vehicle and hurries over while the newcomer plants himself in front of us and hooks his thumbs into his belt. "What's the story here, boys?" he asks us while studying Marty and me. He ignores Dirk. "And you are?" Marty asks. "This here's the sheriff of Converse County," Dirk tells him. "Sheriff Donahue," the new arrival says while shooting Dirk a look that suggests there's some unpleasant history between them. Then he locks eyes with me. "Sounds like your boys here seem to think someone was looking to kick your ass, boy. Why's that?" "Well, hello to you as well." I stick my hand out. "Tony Valenti, Sheriff." He stares down at my hand as if it's a rancid fish. "Ain't you the guy helping that Polish broad who's trying to rip off Mark Lewis?" "If you mean the young woman who's divorcing Lewis, then yeah," I reply. "I know who you are," he mutters with distaste. "Maybe you and your friends ain't welcome around these parts, Mr. Valenti." No response comes to mind, at least nothing that isn't ill-advised under the circumstances. Donahue takes a step closer, to intimidate me, I suppose. It might work better if he wasn't a good 6 or 7 inches shorter than I am. "You open to a bit of friendly advice?" he asks. I suspect I'm about to receive it no matter what I say, so I wait for him to continue. "I suggest you don't come around here no more. You know, Sheriff, we didn't start a thing," Dirk says. "Maybe we should be the ones filing a complaint." Donahue ignores him. "Dirk's right, Sheriff," I say. "This is the second time I've come to Douglas, and the second time someone has set out to do me harm. I'd like to file a complaint." "There's nothing I can do for you, son, even if I were so inclined, and I'm surely not. Public-spirited law enforcement at its finest." Donahue cocks his head at Smith's building and asks me, "Is your business here done with?" "For the moment." His cold eyes lock on mine. "Okay, then. You've had a chance to get your bitchin' off your chest, and I heard you out. Now you'd best be on your way back to the big city before something bad happens to you." Is that a threat? He shoots a sideways glance at his deputy and guffaws, as if I've said something funny. "Nah, just a friendly warning, mister," he says, as his voice and eyes harden. "Enough bullshit, Sheriff," Marty says, while pushing off the truck fender with an expression that warns, "You don't want to tangle with me." Donahue's eyes narrow. "We'll be on our way shortly," Marty adds casually. "We might stop for a bite to eat on our way out of town." The eyes of the deputy, or whatever the young guy is, widen a bit, betraying a hint of fear. Even Donahue seems a bit taken aback by the brash reply and latent menace radiating off Marty, whose eyes have turned flinty as they bore into the sheriff's. Donahue hitches up his belt and forces a little smile that doesn't mask the unease in his eyes. "You do that, boys," he says as he turns away. "Then get the hell out of my town." Marty winks at me as he climbs back into our pickup. "We're stopping for lunch?" I ask. He chuckles. "No, the sooner we get out of this shit-tip little town, the better, but I wasn't going to let that hick run us off." "Shit-tip?" I ask. He smiles and cranks the wheel to steer out of the parking lot. "Limey term for the local landfill. So far so good with our little sojourn to the Wild West. Next stop, Montana." 32. After our run-in with Sheriff Donahue in Douglas, Marty and I decided to spend the night in Casper before heading to Montana yesterday. Marty was clearly disappointed when Dirk begged off an invitation to accompany us. The drive from Casper to Butte took just under 12 hours. We had a quick dinner and retired to our rooms around 10 o'clock last night. Marty wakes me up with a call at 5:30 in the morning. He hears me out as I curse him to hell and back, then laughs and tells me to get my ass in gear. I shower and drop my duffel bag into the truck on my way to join Marty at a 24-hour diner across the highway from the Holiday Inn where we spent the night. My thoughts are on Trish, Frankie, and the potential peril that today may hold as I cross the roadway. A screaming air horn, the roar of air brakes, and squealing tires jolt me back to the present as I'm almost mowed down by a big rig hauling a front-end loader. I wave contritely at the angry truck driver, scurry the rest of the way across the highway, and duck inside the restaurant. "Got your head out of your ass now?" Marty asks lightly as I slide into the booth across from him. Yeah, I mutter. Maybe that'll teach you to look both ways before crossing the street, he says with a grin, especially a highway. I guzzle as much coffee as a human can consume over the course of a hearty breakfast of greasy scrambled eggs with sides of sausage and bacon that fairly drip grease. A pile of something alleged to be hash browns sits off to one side. The server helpfully drops off a towering plate of white toast, which I imagine is supposed to soak up all the cooking oil and fat we're shoveling down our throats. I conjure up a vision of a piece of toast floating on a sea of grease. Marty spends the time laying out our plans for the day between mouthfuls of food. He continues to lament the lack of time he's had to plan for today's visit to Mac's cabin. Not even the 12-hour drive and his days in Casper provided enough time, apparently. But he can't stay in America indefinitely. He'd been unsettled as we passed the Little Bighorn battlefield yesterday, where George Armstrong Custer led his 7th Cavalry to disaster. That's what comes of an ill-advised, half-assed attack, he said. I hope we'll fare better than the soldiers who perished with Custer. After we finish eating, Marty magically produces a pair of big thermoses. He stuffs a handful of sugar, creamers, and sweeteners into his pocket while we wait for the server to fill the thermoses. Finally, with me now sufficiently caffeinated to cross the road safely, we walk into the hotel parking lot. I make for the front door. I checked us out before breakfast, Marty says as he pops the pickup's locks. We're heading west on I-90 20 minutes later, when I decide to take Marty up on his offer to talk about Trish. Maybe as much to get our minds off our worries as anything else. I'd spent hours during the long drive yesterday agonizing over the loss of Trish. Perhaps talking it through with someone new will help. She sounds like a special lady, he says, after I spend 15 or 20 minutes telling him about her and our time together. She was, I murmur. Sounds like love at first sight, too, he adds with a smile. Not exactly. I was interested in someone else when I worked with Trish. I ran into her at the courthouse after that crashed and burned, so I asked her out. Best move I'd made in a long time, I conclude with a smile. Actually, one of the few good moves I've ever made when it comes to women. He chuckles. I feel the same about my wife. I definitely married up, mate. How does your wife feel about this trip? His brow furrows. She's not crazy about it, but she knows about Frank and agrees that he needs to be found. Anne stopped. He doesn't answer for a long minute. We didn't dwell on that aspect. She sees this as a search mission, as opposed to search and destroy. He nods. I prefer to see this play out the way she wants. I doubt it can. We leave it at that and return to chatting about Trish and Marty's wife until we turn north on Highway 93 an hour later. By the time we do, I realize that Marty is developing into a fine friend, despite the limited time we've spent together. I'd like to spend more time hanging out with him under better circumstances. We pull off the road to relieve ourselves in the woods as we near the southern reaches of Flathead Lake. I finish first and take a moment to tilt my face to the sun while I wait for Marty. It's shaping up to be a lovely day. Perhaps a little on the cool side, but it's September, and we're a good way north. Working on your tan, Princess? Marty asks before he tosses me the truck keys. I drove all day yesterday, I whine. He laughs. Suck it up, mate. I'm navigating, and I want to eyeball the surroundings as we get closer. Well, then, we certainly don't want me navigating, not unless we're willing to risk an accidental detour into Canada or Alaska. Highway 93 takes us to the south end of Flathead Lake, where we turn onto Highway 35 and hug the east side of the lake for a half hour until we reach a pretty little town named Big Fork. I open the windows and let the fresh mountain air whistle through the cab to keep me awake. I want lunch, but Marty won't let me out of the truck. We're in stealth mode now, Tony. Can't risk Frank seeing us. He reaches behind my seat and pulls out a cooler I hadn't noticed. Picked up a few subs and goodies before we left Butte. We have ham and cheese, roast beef, and some sort of Italian thing. What's your pleasure? The Italian, of course, I say with a wink. He points to a little pull-out beside the lake. We'll park here, back up to the water so I can keep an eye on things. He studies maps on his cell phone while we eat. What happens when we lose the cell phone signal? I ask. He chuckles and tosses me a portable GPS. It's surprisingly heavy for its size. We used a sat-nav unit. That little puppy will track our progress, mark points of interest, and keep us from getting lost out here in the middle of nowhere. How does it know where we are when we're away from roads? I ask while I turn it over in my hands. It uses the Navstar satellite network to plot position, he replies. Then he pulls out a device I haven't seen before. This little gizmo connects my phone to Iridium satellites, so I have phone coverage wherever we are. So that's how you pulled your little trick at Joe's, I say. The idea of being able to call in the cavalry at any time is reassuring, so long as I don't let myself think about what happened to Custer's 7th Cavalry. When we finish eating, Marty climbs into the back seat and pulls on a set of hunting fatigues to help him skulk through the woods unobserved. When he finishes and climbs back into the front of the cab, I wriggle between the seats into the back and don an identical set of fatigues. I find a bow and arrow that had been out of sight beneath the fatigues. A bow and arrow? I ask in surprise. That's to make our just-out hunting explanation plausible if a forest ranger asks what we're doing out here in full-fledged hunting outfits. I turn a blank stare on him for further explanation. Hunting season here doesn't gear up for another few weeks. The only game we can legally hunt at this time of year in Montana is antelope, and then only with a bow and arrow. But you've got a rifle. We have handguns, too. How do we explain that? Yeah, well, it's legal to carry the handguns, and who was stupid enough to go deep into the woods without protection from bears? Not I. Marty chuckles. If we happen to run into a game warden, make sure to mention that we're from out of town, just a couple of city boys looking for antelope in the mountains. I give him a blank look. Most of the antelope out this way are down in Wyoming, so they'll probably get a kick out of us flailing around up here. Nothing stupid city folks get up to is likely to surprise folks around here. A pair of city idiots lost in the woods isn't going to raise suspicions, right? Got it. This guy thinks of everything. I like that. After eating and polishing off a couple of cans of Coke, I gather up our waste and reach for the door handle. Marty clamps a hand on my arm. We don't get out of the truck, mate. Stop at one of those trash bins, and I'll dump the garbage. I pull up close alongside a big green bear-proof trash container, and Marty dumps our waste. Then we drive south out of town and climb into the mountains along a sun-dappled forest road. After 10 or 15 minutes, we park alongside a stream where fishermen and hip waders are fly fishing a little more than a mile away from our target. A mile as the crow flies, anyway. We spend close to an hour inching our way through the woods, with Marty studying his GPS unit and meticulously marking waypoints as we go. I find myself enjoying the rich, earthy smell and beauty of the forest, the blue sky peeking through the towering tree canopy, and the bird song and chattering of squirrels and chipmunks. The spongy ground underfoot, often carpeted with pine needles and fallen leaves, is pleasant to walk on. The setting is undeniably idyllic. We drop to the ground behind a little rise when our target finally materializes through a gap in the trees. Marty wriggles forward on his belly until his head and shoulders disappear into a shrub. He reaches down and pulls a pair of binoculars out of one of the leg pockets of his fatigue pants and settles in for a long look. I can't see much of anything, and decide my best course of action is to keep out of the way. I duck my head so it isn't visible from the cabin. My heart rate is spiking as I imagine Frankie down there, armed with some sort of monster gun that is lethal to little brothers. I hear Marty grunt a couple of times before it backs out of the shrub 5 minutes later. We spend the rest of the afternoon deep in the woods, cautiously circling the cabin, while Marty tries to locate a prime observation post where we won't be readily visible from the cabin. The sun has settled halfway toward the mountain tops when he finally finds one he's happy with. I wish I knew if he was here, he grumbles after doing a little additional exploring nearby. Let's go grab supper and come back at dusk. His GPS guides us back to the truck, which is a lot closer than I would have guessed. Of course, if Frank is here and he's serious about security, tonight might turn into a cat-and-mouse hunt, Marty says while he unwraps a ham and cheese sub and twists the lid off a bottle of water. After he takes a bite, chews, and swallows, he gazes back into the woods and says he'll deploy counter-surveillance measures. Such as? I ask. Cameras at a minimum, possibly infrared sensors. That's what I'd do. We'll have to be very discreet scoping the place out. A little peek here, a little peek there. doing what we can to make it appear as if any sensors we trigger are from incidental wildlife contact. I take another bite of my sub and wonder what I've gotten myself into. After we eat, Marty studies the GPS for a couple of minutes, then slides into the back seat and motions me back behind the wheel. We need to move the truck off the road and out of sight. The sun is sinking behind the hills, leaving us in a lingering twilight that is unique to the mountains after the sun disappears but hasn't fully set. "Parking lights only," he says while motioning me forward. "There's a spot a few hundred yards ahead that should be perfect." I edge out onto the empty road and creep along for a few hundred yards until Marty points at a little screen of trees with a faint set of tire tracks leading into it. "Pull the truck all the way in," he says. I do, grimacing as branches etch their way along the sides of the truck. I get out and peer anxiously at the damage, hoping I won't have to mortgage the house or sell my Porsche to pay the rental company for the paint scratches. Marty connects his phone to the satellite network, then pairs mine to it. He leans close and positions the GPS screen so we can both see it. "See this glowing waypoint?" A little yellow vehicle icon glows on the screen. "That's the truck," he says. Then he taps another waypoint that he's identified with a little cabin icon. "That's Mac's cabin. If something happens and you're on your own, tap both spots at the same time and the unit will trace a path between them so you can find your way back to the truck. See?" he continues after he taps the dots and a faint line appears between them. I nod. This is not a scenario I want to think about. We lock the truck and set out for our observation post. Then we settle in to wait. And wait. It's an unseasonably cool evening with a temperature forecast to dip into the low 40s. A chill wind is blowing. I learned long ago that you can bundle up against the cold, but a chill wind is the devil itself. I tuck myself deeper within the folds of my jacket. It helps, but not much. We're surrounded by tall trees that sway in the breeze and drop the occasional pine cone that startles me. The ground is damp and ripe with the smell of peat. The woods that seemed so inviting in the afternoon are miserable in the night. "This sucks," I grumble. Marty doesn't reply. Our night vision goggles tint the world green. Marty is happy for the cloud cover, claiming it will help keep us concealed within the inky night. Pretty much every bone and appendage in my body is numb, and the single Kleenex I thought to tuck into a pocket is soaked with snot from my dripping nose. By the time a sweep of headlights bounces into the lane leading to the cabin, Marty goes taut at my side. I'm shocked at how bright the lights appear through my NVGs, and I'm tempted to switch them off. Marty doesn't, so I don't. The vehicle, a pickup not unlike our own but with a rack of lights atop the cab, pulls into the vehicle enclosure. My stomach knots in a mixture of anticipation and fear when a door slams, and we wait to see who comes out of the carport. We have a good angle to see between the carport and the door, a prime reason why Marty selected this spot for our reconnaissance mission. "Shit," Marty curses when the wind picks up and blows branches into our line of sight as the driver strides to the front door and goes inside. An interior light snaps on behind drawn curtains. I hope Marty got a better look than I did. Whoever is down there is big and almost certainly a man, but between the branches and a forage cap on the guy's head, I didn't get a good enough look to confirm that it's Frankie. "Bloody wind," Marty mutters after the door closes. "Did you get a good look?" Not at his face, but it certainly could be Frankie. Agreed. Then it sure isn't Mac. He couldn't move like that, even on the best prosthetics. Still, we need to be absolutely sure who's down there. We continue to watch in vain until the lights in the cabin go out an hour later. We give it another 30 minutes, then call it a night and retire to the truck to warm up and get some sleep. Marty surprises me by setting up a simple perimeter of surveillance gear around the truck. The wind has slackened a little, and the clouds are clearing as a full moon inches above the horizon, allowing me to sorta see what he's up to. "He might have been watching us," Marty explains when he returns and climbs into the back seat. He curls up with his knees tucked almost to his chin and is sound asleep in 2 minutes. 33. Grazina is home alone, sprawled on a living room sofa. She's sifting through the social media posts of her friends in Poland when the landline rings, She glances sideways at it and absently picks up as she pauses a video of one of her classmates frolicking in an alpine meadow. "Zalewski residence," she says. "Well, if it isn't Miss Grizz herself," Mark says with a deep chuckle. "They've got you answering the phone now, do they? How's that pay?" Grisina starts at the sound of her husband's voice. The mocking tone sets her teeth on edge. "Your lawyer boyfriend was here Friday," Mark continues. Tony went to Wyoming? The revelation shocks Grisina. Penelope had ruled out any additional trips west. Why had Tony gone? Mark's voice takes on an edge. "You seem to have filled his head with a lot of bullshit about our relationship. I didn't appreciate hearing him drone on about it." "I told him only the truth," Grisina says. "Sure you did. Not that you can prove any of that crap, Grizz. I hope those lawyers of yours haven't gotten you thinking I'm not in control of things." Grisina sinks a little lower into the cushions and sighs, pondering what would happen if she were to simply hang up. Penelope and Tony, and even Professor Dabrowski, have bolstered her confidence in the face of Mark's degradation, but she is still afraid of him. "Valenti mentioned that you went for an unexpected little ride in July. Now, haven't I always told you not to get into cars with strangers? I hope you didn't mess up that nice little body of yours taking that header into the street." Grisina's hands begin to shake as she recalls being snatched and thrown into the street from a speeding car. She has never been more frightened in her life. Her anger at Mark for orchestrating the incident, and she has no doubt that he was behind it, despite the police being unable to find a shred of evidence to support the accusation, was tempered by fear. He can and will reach out to hurt her at any time. She hates him for frightening her, and berates herself for being so afraid. "What do you want?" she asks sharply. "Just to chat with my legally wedded wife," he replies. She can tell he is smiling as he says it, as if she is his property to dispose of as he wishes. "We're going to get your student visa revoked now that you aren't going to school," he says with a chuckle. "Deporting you back to Poland will get you the hell out of my hair. We'll see how much luck you have getting your grubby little hands on a Lewis pot of gold then, sweetheart." "I'm still going to school," Grisina blurts. There's a long pause, during which she wishes she could take back her defiant retort. "Is that right?" he asks. "How come you don't come home when you're in Wyoming?" She doesn't reply. "You must be making that money you stole from me stretch pretty far, huh?" He's referring to the cash advances that Penelope and Tony encouraged her to charge to the credit cards she regained access to. She managed to withdraw $20,000 before Mark's bookkeepers shut down the accounts. Uncle Peter had told her not to worry about living expenses and groceries, but she does not want to freeload. At Pat O'Toole's suggestion, she prepaid a grocery service for 6 months of home delivery twice per week and used the balance for clothing, school costs, and to pay for a trip back to Casper to start school. She stayed with Professor Dabrowski that week, not that she will tell Mark about that arrangement. "No comment, huh?" he finally says when she doesn't reply. "I'll bet that Dabrowski bitch is sticking her nose in where it doesn't belong again, isn't she?" A little gasp of fear escapes Grisina. She is aware of the car crash that claimed the life of a potential witness. "Dear God, do not let anything bad happen to the professor." "Nothing to be afraid of if you play this smart, Grizz," Mark continues. "I'm surprised you had the spunk to get your hands on the cash. Hell, I'm not even inclined to press charges over that if we can come to a satisfactory agreement." "An agreement about what?" she asks, with an unwelcome tremor in her voice. "This divorce bullshit," he replies, with what almost sounds like a note of resignation. "Maybe it's best if we just walk away from everything." Grisina can hardly believe her ears. Mark giving her up? Can it be true? "What do you think?" he asks. She does not know what to think. She cannot imagine Mark or his parents willingly giving up a dime of their money, let alone tens of thousands of dollars. His voice edges toward impatience while she contemplates his suggestion. "Well?" "I need to think, Mark." "What is there to think about? It's pretty simple. We make a deal, you go away. That will change when she demands the Aston Martin or a few $100,000 as the price for going away." "I will speak with my lawyers." "Jesus Christ, Grizz. What for? At the end of the day, this is between you and me. Let's just get it done and be friends, okay?" "Friends?" There is no way she and Mark can be friends. He knows it as well as she does. What is he up to? I'm sorry, Mark, but I need to speak with them before I commit to anything. He sighs heavily. Fine, but don't wait too long. This may turn out to be a limited-time offer after I talk with my lawyer. He and my folks want to hang you out to dry. Her resolve stiffens. If anyone is going to hang out to dry, it will not be her. 34. I receive an email from Horace Greenwood shortly after Marty goes to sleep. Horace tracked Mac down in a VA hospital and had a chat about his relationship with Frankie. Mac told Detective Greenwood that when he realized he wouldn't be able to maintain the cabin, he made a deal to sell it to Frankie for $53,000. The wire transfer funded a gentleman's agreement to facilitate the deal without transferring title, thus keeping Frankie's name out of any legal register. I nudge Marty awake to give him the news after Greenwood ends the call. Marty grunts, sits up, and stretches his hands over his head while arching his back. Perfect way for Frank to go off the grid, isn't it? He muses as his eyes stray in the direction of the cabin. I guess we know who's down there tonight. Not that there was ever much doubt. What do we do? I ask. As long as we're awake, I suppose we should go back and keep an eye on the place. I want to get this over with. But Frankie's asleep, I argue. I wouldn't bet on that, mate. He was always a night owl. I doubt that's changed. I frown. The last thing I want to do is spend the rest of the night freezing my ass off while Frankie sleeps the night away in a nice, warm cabin. Marty looks at his wristwatch. It's only 11:30. I'm getting soft, mate. We should still be out there. Let's go. A full moon now hangs in the clear sky. The wind is stilled. It's still cold as an icebox, but the night is otherwise peaceful. We don our NVGs and duck back into our observation post 15 minutes later. Frankie proves Marty right within a half hour by coming out of the cabin to grab some firewood from a pile stacked against the side of the carport. That's him all right, Marty says after Frankie goes back inside. Now that the possibility of having to confront my brother on his home turf is right in front of us, I wonder if maybe we're a little bit crazy. Maybe we should call Greenwood, I suggest. Let him know Frankie is here and see if he can mobilize the local cops. Marty shoots me a sideways glance. Too late for that. Besides, I doubt they'd bite unless we can give them a positive ID, a picture of Frank or something. Guess we should have brought a proper camera. Hindsight, mate. Hindsight. This is what happens when an op gets hurried. Frankie's head pops out of the door again several minutes later. He peers into the darkness for a long minute, then slips back inside. Marty leans his head close and whispers. He knows someone is out here. Then he settles back with a pair of binoculars and studies the cabin intently. I do the same. A shadow passes behind the window curtains a couple of times. Let's move in closer so we can see the back door, Marty says softly. I don't want him sneaking out and surprising us. We creep to a spot around 100 feet from the front door where Marty pushes me into a thicket of shrubbery. We need to split up a bit, he says. If Frank knows where we are, he may lob a grenade or something at us. We need to spread out so he doesn't get us both in a single go. It makes sense, right up until the part about splitting up. What am I going to accomplish on my own? I may as well be bait. Marty lays a reassuring hand on my shoulder and gestures to my left. I'll be right there, where I can see the back door as well as you. Stay here. Don't move a muscle. Just watch the front door. If he stumbles across you, I'll put him down. Understood? Understood, I say in a cracked voice before Marty slinks away into the night, leaving me feeling vulnerable as a mouse in a box full of cats. To my horror, Frankie emerges soon afterward with a rifle in hand and steals into the woods beyond the carport. Now what do? Branches scratch my face and lips as I shrink deeper into the foliage. I hope that, A, I don't piss myself, and B, Frankie doesn't appear out of the darkness to put a bullet in me. I see and hear nothing more than crickets over the next several minutes. My nerves are stretched tautly as I anticipate the crack of gunfire shattering the stillness of the night. I resist an almost overpowering temptation to twist around in an effort to maintain a 360-degree view of my surroundings. I have an even stronger urge to simply bolt into the woods to get away from the coming confrontation. But I stay put, eventually realizing that the Glock stuffed deep into my pants pocket isn't going to do me much good if Frankie should emerge from the gloom. I work it free and clutch it in the sweaty, shaking fingers of my right hand. Instead of giving me a feeling of security or control, the cold steel merely ramps up the already crushing anxiety that weighs heavy in my chest. But there's no gunfire. Frankie, apparently satisfied that there's no threat, returns to the cabin. I almost wet my pants when Marty slides into position at my side shortly after Frankie goes inside. Guess he's turning in for the night, I whisper. Marty shakes his head. I doubt it. He's trying to fool us. This is the cat-and-mouse game I was afraid of getting into with him. It's time to bring this to a conclusion, Tony. Why? I murmur. He knows these woods far better than we do. He probably covered a lot of ground while he was out just now, so he knows where we're not, and maybe even where we are. He's probably in there right now putting together an arsenal to hit us with. We'll wait here together? I ask anxiously. No, we need to get closer. I don't want to risk taking a shot with so many trees and branches in the way. If I miss, things could go sideways in a hurry. With any luck, he'll give me a clean shot when he comes out. If we get any closer, we won't have a clear view of the back of the house. What if he comes out the back door? I ask. A grim smile meets my question. Well, then we may have a little more of a test on our hands. As if we aren't already facing enough jeopardy. Maybe I should cover one door and you the other? I suggest. He shakes his head no and points to a tight stand of trees 20 feet away. Crawl to that copse and work yourself into the middle of it. The only way Frank will be able to see you is if he approaches from directly behind, so make sure you watch that direction. I'll set up where I've got a decent field of fire to cover you and the cabin. I don't like it, but it's the best move we have. What about you? I ask. What if he surprises you? Then I better draw first, he says with a grim smile. He points at the stand of trees. Go. I reach the trees without incident while Marty covers me. Then he steals away and is lost to sight within seconds. Frankie slips out the back door minutes later, a shadow disappearing into the trees on the far side of the clearing. No move from Marty, so I assume he didn't have a clean shot. I wedged myself into the trees. Maybe if I see Frankie first. But I don't. Wherever my attention drifted, it snaps back to my exposed flank when Frankie steps into my field of vision with an assault rifle slung over his shoulder and a pistol in his hand. He aims it casually in my direction. My hands, including the one holding my Glock, are plunged deep into my pocket for warmth. Idiot. Frankie chuckles darkly. Little brother, how in the hell did you find me when the cops can't get a sniff? His eyes move past me while a look of concern creases his brow. That's a good question, as a matter of fact. Talk to me, you little prick. I'm struck mute, and probably look like a frightened rabbit, but have the presence of mind to start easing the Glock out of my pocket. Keep your hands still, Frankie warns as his expression darkens. You didn't find me on your own, cocksucker. Who's with you? I'm not telling him a thing. He looks around a little more, then slides between a couple of thick tree trunks 10 feet away from me. Don't move, asshole. He keeps his handgun pointed in my direction with one hand, as he raises some sort of scope to his eye with the other, and examines the woods around us. I hold my breath, waiting for Marty to take a shot. He doesn't. Where is he? I swallow hard when the thought occurs to me that Frankie might have already found and disposed of Marty. No, Frankie wouldn't have asked who I'm here with if he had, nor would he be peering around nervously. Maybe Marty can't get a clean shot at Frankie through the trees. Be patient, I tell myself. Trust Marty to get the job done. When Frankie is done with his search, his eyes return to me as he unslings the assault rifle from over his shoulder. I've had more than my fill of you sticking your fucking nose in my business. It's time to end this once and for all. This is it. He is going to win again. Trish is going to remain unavenged. A twig breaks. Frankie's eyes widen in panic. He jerks backward as a shower of wood chips explodes out of a tree trunk where his head had been a split second before. He dives in front of me, then comes up shooting. Marty, now out in the open to give himself a shot at Frankie, stops firing so he doesn't hit me. As I watch, he jerks upright, and a spray of matter blows out the back of his head. It reminds me of seeing JFK's head explode in the Zapruder film. Marty is probably dead by the time his body drops to the dirt, like a marionette that just had its strings cut. I surprise Frankie, who is staring at Marty's corpse. Does he recognize his former brother-in-arms? He's startled to see me pointing the gun at him, perhaps even frightened for a moment before the little O of his mouth relaxes into an amused smile. I empty my Glock into him before he can say a word or pump a bullet into me. Save for my rasping breath, there isn't a sound in the woods. Even the crickets have gone still. I walk across to stand over Frankie's still body. I'm frozen in utter shock for a long moment before a storm of emotions overwhelms me and my legs turn to spaghetti. I sink to the ground with a tree at my back and stare at my brother in death. His expression is one of surprise as his vacant eyes stare up at the moon. It's really over. After all these years and a body count of who knows how many people left in his wake, including Trish and now Marty. Trish is the reason I'm here looking at my brother's corpse. But killing Frankie isn't going to bring her back. There's a sense of satisfaction on some level, but mostly there's just a devastating sense of waste and loss. I struggle to my feet and walk over to where Marty lies sprawled on his back at the edge of the clearing. I'm surprised at how normal he looks. His face is untouched, although I can see a bullet entry wound beside his left ear. I know I don't want to see the back of his head. I stare at him for a long moment, my heart filled with gratitude at the sacrifice he made to do the right thing, and aghast at the price he's paid. How will I tell his wife and kids? Nothing I say will hold back a drop of the tsunami of loss that is about to wash over their lives. I turn and walk a few steps away before a stomach cramp doubles me over. I retch until only dry heaves remain. When the heaving finally ends, I'm breathless and despondent. I sink to my knees while I catch my breath and spit out the last of the crud caught in my teeth. Then my thoughts turn to practical matters, such as what to do now. Steal away quietly and leave things for the police to sort out? If I stay, how do I explain what just happened? Will I go to jail? This situation never once crossed my mind. Me, the last man standing in the woods outside Frankie's cabin. I need advice. Fast. Jake Plummer? I pluck my cell phone out of my pocket and take it out of airplane mode. No signal. Crap. I probably can't even find our truck without Marty to lead the way. I'm in so far over my head that I don't know which way is up. I stare up at the sky, searching my mind for a way out of this nightmare before the fog in my brain begins to lift. The handheld GPS will show me the way, and Marty's other little gizmo will give me cell service. I turn back reluctantly and keep my eyes away from Marty's face and head while I pat down the leg pockets of his combat pants. I find the sat-nav unit in one pocket and a spare magazine for his handgun in the other. I slide a hand inside his jacket pocket, remove the truck keys and pocket them, then slip a hand into another pocket and close my fingers around the cell phone gizmo. I can't connect my phone to it despite Marty's tutorial. I'm obviously forgetting something. I struggle with the sat-nav as well. I manage to decipher the GPS after a couple of minutes and make my way through the woods toward the waypoint that should be the truck. I don't have a clue what I'll do once I get there. My mind is still grinding through possibilities when I reach the road and find the pickup where we left it. I heave a sigh of relief when the engine turns over. The possibility that Frankie might have found and disabled it has been playing through my mind. I try and fail again to get my cell phone up and running, and will have to wait until I get back to town and connect to a proper cell signal. I sit behind the wheel for a few minutes to decompress and set up the sat-nav to take me back to town, then robotically follow its instructions. When I spot the pullout where I shared lunch with Marty some 12 surreal hours ago, I steer into it and rummage in the cooler until my fingers close around a plastic water bottle. I climb out of the pickup and repeatedly swish lukewarm water around my mouth and spit it out, hoping to wash away the vomit, and maybe even the events of tonight. Then my stomach disgorges another wave just before an SUV full of teenagers slows, and the kids hoot and laugh at the puking man as they pass. After checking to confirm that I have a cell phone signal, I call Jake Plummer. "Do you have any idea what time it is?" he asks groggily. I haven't given it a moment's thought. It must be well after midnight here, and there's a time difference of an hour or two. "Sorry," I mutter, then break down a few times as I tell him what happened. "Jesus, Tony," he mutters when I finish. "Are you hurt?" "I'm okay. Marty saved my ass." I start to shake uncontrollably as the image of Marty's exploding head reappears in my mind. "You okay?" Jake asks. "No." "Damn it, man. I wish I was there to help." "You and me both." He pauses for a beat, then says, "The sooner we get through a few more questions, the sooner we can figure out what to do next. Are you ready to do that?" "Yeah," I mumble. "You're sure they're both dead?" "Yeah," I reply shakily. "Where are you?" "A little town called Big Fork." "Do you know what county you're in?" "Flathead, I think." "Good. You're safe. We know where you are, and we can take control of this mess." "If he says so." "Find the sheriff," Jake continues. "Tell him what happened and have him call me." "All right." "You sure you're okay?" I claim that I am before we end the call. In reality, I feel like crawling over the guardrail into the lake and just floating away into nothingness. I've just gotten Marty killed, and Trish before him. If I'd taken the bull by the horns sooner and bought the gun after Frankie attacked Trish the first time, I could have killed the lousy bastard outside Molly O'Reilly's house before he went after Trish a second time. If I'd done the right thing then, Trish would still be alive. And who knows? We might have continued along the positive trajectory we'd been on. I might be asleep in her arms right now, instead of having blood on my hands while I puke my guts out beside a lake halfway across the continent. I get as far as the guardrail, then sit on it and ponder the future. Do I belong in it? I give myself a kick. I have a teenage daughter flying home tomorrow from her summer in Europe. What 16-year-old needs to deal with the stain of a gutless father who takes the coward's way out rather than facing the consequences of his actions? The least I can do is to be the best father I can be for her. Then I realize that I need to tell Joe and Carly. That's going to be a tough call. Will they hate me? Entirely possible, despite the litany of abuse at Frankie's hands. I pull out my phone and ask Siri to look up the number for the Flathead County Sheriff. Siri rattles off the phone number, and I dial. A county police cruiser arrives within 10 minutes. Sheriff Anderson himself is about 15 minutes behind. "Sounds like you got yourself into one heck of a pickle tonight," he says, then shines a flashlight into my face to take a careful look. "You okay?" I touch my cheek and feel the crusty blood from the worst cuts and scrapes I picked up in my dash out of the bush. "Yeah, just scratches. I talked to your friend, Chief Plummer, while I was on my way here. He told me what he knows and vouched for you." Anderson cocks an eyebrow. "This isn't the first scrape you've gotten into, huh?" I sigh and tell him it isn't. This is the second time I've had to shoot an adversary I had no business winning a shootout against. When I start to launch into an explanation of the prior incident, he lifts a hand. "No need to get into that. Chief Plummer told me the story." I nod. He gives me an appraising look and shakes his head. "It'll be a frosty day in hell before I condemn a man for risking his neck to take care of his family. Blowing a hole in a mafioso doesn't hurt your standing with me one bit, Mr. Valenti." "Okay," I murmur. "Now, seeing as how lives have been lost in our little county, I'm afraid we have procedures to follow and questions that need to be asked," he says. "The answers to which may land me in the Flathead County Jail. This may be a little unusual," he continues, "but with Chief Plummer vouching for you and all, I'd like you to take us back to the scene and explain what happened. You game? The last place I want to be is back in those woods. But the sheriff's proposition isn't really an invitation I'm free to decline. I nod and brace myself. An already interminable night is about to get longer. 35. I returned to the office Friday morning, 5 days after killing my brother, and 1 day after the authorities in Flathead County agreed to let me come home. Sheriff Anderson was great. The county attorney seemed to be personally offended that a city slicker from Chicago had the nerve to take the life of a Montana resident, although Jake assures me that no district attorney in his right mind would prosecute me under the circumstances. The possibility lurks in the back of my mind. Jake has never looked into the eyes of the sanctimonious SOB. Mark Lewis's lawyer is due in a few minutes to depose Grazina in our conference room. Penelope tells me that Lewis is tagging along. So, now he isn't too busy to come here, huh? I mutter. It's an intimidation tactic, Tony. Pure and simple. He's here to scare Grazina. This is BS. Penelope nods, then tilts her head toward the conference room. It is, but we need to be professional in there. If you don't think you can hold it together, you need to let me do this myself. I'm considering the wisdom of doing so when the door bangs open and Lewis struts in. He smirks when he sees me, then casts a long, malignant look at my partner while his attorney follows him in. I'm not missing this. I look past him, then step across to shake hands with his lawyer. Hello, Mr. Smith. Penelope shakes Smith's hand and introduces herself. Lewis glowers as we ignore him. Penelope extends a hand toward the conference room door. After you, gentlemen. Grazina is already in the conference room, still looking a little worse for wear after her attempted kidnapping. The facial cuts have largely healed, although her skin is still pink where the scabs had eventually fallen off. I step in front of Lewis as he starts forward so I can go in first. I won't see Grazina stuck alone with her husband for even a few seconds. Lewis pushes past me as soon as he steps in. Grizz, he says in a gloating voice as he stares down at her. Mark, she murmurs. Bet you're surprised to see me here, he continues. I kind of wondered why your lawyers didn't let you come to Douglas. Maybe you didn't want me to see you all scratched up? He adds with a satisfied smile. It's not a good look, Grizz. Penelope shoots me a warning with her eyes, so I clamp my lips shut while Joan comes in and takes a seat at her dictation machine. Lewis remains standing, glowering down at Grazina. My anger stirs as I recall Penelope's description of a threatening call he made to Grazina while I was on the way to Montana. My blood boils further when I ponder his threat about taking care of Janine Dabrowski. Nothing has come of it, but we had Janine connect with Dirk just in case. Dirk can handle Lewis. Sit down, I order Lewis. He locks eyes with me while he pulls a dictation recorder out of his shirt pocket and slams it down on the table as he settles into a chair. I'll be making a record of this for future reference, he says with a cocky sneer. Other than some snotty asides in response to a few of Grazina's answers to Smith's questions, Lewis mostly keeps his mouth shut through the deposition, somewhat surprisingly given the way he's been scowling at Grazina. The real reason he made the trip out here becomes clear after the last question is asked and answered, and the recording gear is switched off. Lewis leans across the table toward Grazina. You're going to regret this, bitch. This isn't how things are handled in Converse County. I lean in to interject my face between Grazina and Mark, which is why we're not in Converse County, Lewis. Don't threaten her again. Or what? He asks with a smirk. You'll come back to Wyoming? I should have just kept my mouth shut. Penelope gets up and shows our guests to the door. There are a few restaurants and delis in the immediate neighborhood, gentlemen. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back here at 1 o'clock to open settlement negotiations. Lewis stops in the doorway and looks back at his wife. Why don't you join us, Grizz? I have plans, she says. Her plans involve a working lunch with her attorneys to plan for the afternoon session with Lewis and Smith. We have our roles down pat by the time lunch ends, and we return to our seats in the conference room. Joan delivers beverages, Earl Grey tea for Penelope and Grazina, coffee for me. My partner has her game face firmly in place when Lewis and Smith return. The fireworks Penelope had been concerned about this morning erupt within minutes. My fucking Aston Martin? Lewis explodes when Penelope proposes that Grazina receive the car as part of her settlement. That car cost me $1.5 million. That's a hell of a lot more than this tramp deserves. That's enough, Smith interjects sharply. To my surprise, Lewis subsides. So, Penelope continues as if the interruption never happened, the Aston Martin and a cash settlement of $350,000 will settle the matter. That's all, huh? Lewis retorts sarcastically. Penelope nods. Lewis turns to Smith and snaps. I think we're done here. If I were you, I wouldn't be too hasty, Penelope says with a hint of warning in her voice. Our offer is extremely generous, gentlemen. As part of the settlement agreement, Grazina will agree to not pursue other matters that we have compiled considerable evidence about, matters that I'm quite certain Mr. Lewis and his family would prefer not to see the light of day. Such as? Smith asks warily. There's ice in Penelope's voice when she replies, rape, sexual harassment. Really? Lewis sneers. Penelope fixes him in her sights. For starters, Smith looks startled. Remember, I cut in while meeting Lewis's eyes, that your family may rule a little podunk county in the middle of nowhere, but you don't control the press in Chicago or even in the rest of Wyoming. Then there's the FBI, also totally beyond the influence of your family. I imagine the folks in Wyoming will be eager to hear all about how a spoiled brat from a rich and corrupt family lured a nice Polish girl to Wyoming. I'll bet they lap up every detail of how you imprisoned her in a loveless, abusive marriage. I lean back and regard Lewis as his eyes narrow in fury. Then add, yeah, I can see those headlines, plus a few about you abusing other women as well. Won't your mommy and daddy be proud? Lewis turns a look of pure hatred on me. Then there's all the coming revelations about family corruption, I continue. Want a preview? Lewis continues to glare at me for a moment, then withdraws into himself while Penelope and Smith compare notes and open a discussion about where we go from here. Among the paperwork Penelope just shared with him are the photos we took of Grazina's bruises the first time we met, along with the statements we collected from a few of Lewis's other victims. When they finish, Smith leans close to his client's ear and whispers for a minute. Lewis listens with an unreadable expression, then leans forward and looks from Grazina to me and finally to Penelope. I'd like a few minutes to talk with my attorney alone, he says. His request catches us by surprise, but Penelope recovers quickly and gathers her papers together. Certainly, we'll step out. Smith nods. Lewis shakes his head and says, No, I think we'll take a little walk around the block where we can have some privacy. Whatever you wish, Penelope says smoothly. After they leave, Grazina turns to Penelope. What is he doing? Penelope shrugs. We'll find out soon enough. When they return 10 minutes later, Lewis is subdued, but the anger simmering just beneath his seemingly calm exterior is hard to miss. We may have the makings of an agreement here, Smith says. We'd like to clarify a few matters and finalize the language of an item or two. Yeah, such as us burying evidence about the bastard's habitual abuse of women. He may get his way in this negotiation, but no way am I going to let him skate on us altogether. Somehow, some way, I'll find a way to make sure he pays. I study Lewis while Penelope and Smith haggle over details. His smoldering eyes are locked on Grazina. He's clearly incensed. If I had to guess, I'd say he's plotting revenge. I can't predict what he has in mind, but the hatred in his eyes and earlier comment that she wouldn't get away with this make it clear that something is coming. Smith clears his throat to get his client's attention. When Lewis cuts his eyes to his lawyer, Smith asks, Is transferring title to the Aston Martin acceptable to you? Lewis winces and mutters, Yes. Smith makes a note. How much cash do you want? Lewis asks Grazina. We've settled on $350,000. Penelope smoothly cuts in. Lewis's eyes narrow. Then he nods. I was suspicious when he folded so easily on the Aston Martin, but I held my tongue. I almost swallow it when Lewis also agrees to the $350,000. Mind you, the money is probably a throwaway. Losing the car is probably a tougher pill for him to swallow. Smith, who seems pleased as punch, suggests, Perhaps this can all be resolved amicably and quickly after all. Alarm bells are ringing in my brain, but I manage to keep my mouth shut. I've licked more than a few gift horses in the mouth over the years. Penelope can handle this without me putting in my 2 bits worth. Of course, it would be simplest if you simply came to Douglas to finalize things, Miss Zalewski, Smith says to Grazina. Beside him, Lewis is eyeballing her like a predator. I don't see the necessity for that, Mr. Smith, Penelope responds curtly. Frankly, given the evidence of past abuse, we can't even consider your suggestion. We'll sort out how to effect the transfers once we've finalized the language of our agreement, and Mark and Grazina have signed off on it. Smith shoots a fuming Lewis a glance, and Lewis, apparently not trusting himself to speak, nods once. Smith says, "We'll be in touch." After they pack up and leave, Grazina hugs Penelope and then me. "Thank you. I'm so happy this is over." Penelope marvels at how smoothly things went after we show everyone out. An hour ago, Lewis had steam coming out of his ears at the idea of giving up his precious Aston Martin, I say. Now he's okay with it? I'm not buying. Penelope looks troubled for an instant, but quickly shrugs it off. Maybe he's afraid of his parents' reaction to having the family name dragged through tabloid hell. She might be right, but I don't think it's that simple. He's up to something. Penelope walks me back to my office, then insists on a full description of my adventures in Montana. Her knowledge of what happened is limited to a hurried phone call I made the morning after the shootings and whatever she read in the news, which wasn't much. Incredibly, Flathead County Sheriff Anderson issued no more than a brief statement. It is, of course, how things should be done, but how often does that happen? The real mystery to me is that the county attorney has kept his mouth shut as well. Penelope's eyes widen, and she gasps at a couple of points in my story over the next 10 or 15 minutes. She'd have gasped more often if I'd gone into the macabre details of the shooting, but I don't want to revisit them any more often than I have to. Frankie had to be killed for any number of reasons beyond the simple fact that it was him or me. Still, I can't help wondering if I could have done something different, not only to spare Frankie, but especially to save Marty. Seeing him die will haunt me for the rest of my days. Penelope rests a hand on my arm and looks me in the eye. "This needs to stop, Tony. You have to stay out of danger." I know that my propensity for walking into perilous situations concerns her. It increasingly concerns me as well. I cover her hand with my own and say, "Don't worry, partner. My cowboy days are behind me. I know how lucky I was out there, and won't get myself into any more situations like that. I even cross my heart. Scout's honor. Then again, I was never a Boy Scout." 36. The mountains are a breathtaking sight in the early afternoon sunlight as my flight descends toward Glacier Park International Airport outside Kalispell, Montana. I'm returning to Flathead County after only a week at home. I've come for 2 reasons. The sheriff and county attorney have some additional issues they want to discuss, and I've agreed to handle the arrangements for returning Marty's body to his family in England. I'm not looking forward to either undertaking. It's already been a long day, an early flight from Chicago to Denver before connecting to Kalispell after a 3-hour layover. The day is about to get longer. My first stop is a funeral home, to which the county coroner released Marty's body. I leave 30 minutes later, having finalized arrangements to have his remains returned home to Southampton. It's the least I can do for a man who saved my life and died in the process. The sight of Marty's corpse in a cheap shipping casket will remain etched into my memory, right alongside the grisly images of his murder. I spend a couple of minutes in my rental car composing myself before I enter the Flathead County Sheriff's Building. Sheriff Anderson doesn't keep me waiting. He grips my hand in a solid handshake when I'm shown into his office. "Thanks for making the trip back, Mr. Valenti. I know it's not easy being here." "You're welcome." He asks a couple of questions about my flight and confirms that the arrangements with Marty were satisfactory. "Not to be rude, Sheriff, but can we move things along?" "Sure. I only have a couple of questions for you, but County Attorney Stone has a few things he'd like to discuss." Ugh. I find myself wishing that I'd simply done this over the phone or in a video conference from Cedar Heights. Brittany is just settling back in after her summer vacation in Brussels. It's been a fun week of telling summer tales and diving into guitar rehearsals. I'm happy to have her home. She grumbled a little when I told her I was coming back here so soon after her return, but she's always happy to spend a few days with Pat. Anderson frowns sympathetically. You're a lawyer, so I suppose you know how things go with prosecutors. I'll let him know you're here. My reply is a weary nod. When I agreed to attend to Marty, it seemed like a good idea to put Flathead County behind me once and for all on the same trip. Wrong. It's shaping up to be a bad idea. County Attorney Stone is apparently a busy man today, because he makes me wait close to 2 hours before he deigns to appear and usher me into an interrogation room. His greeting is perfunctory. Sheriff Anderson joins us, and we get down to business. Stone surprises me right out of the gate. We'll be recording this interview, Mr. Valenti. Sheriff Anderson looks away when my eyes drift to him. Nothing about the setup suggests I'm here for an informal chat to clarify a few matters. I turn my attention back to Stone. This is a little more formal than I was led to believe. Stone levels a less-than-friendly look on me. You killed a man in my county, Mr. Valenti. I aim to find out why. His county? Is this guy a poor man's version of Paul Lewis down in Wyoming? I push the thought away and ask, Is there a reason you didn't inform me that I should have an attorney with me today? He feigns innocence. Why on earth would you need an attorney, Mr. Valenti? You told us just last week that you didn't do anything wrong. He's exhausted my patience in 90 seconds. I rest my elbows on the table and lean in. I know a thing or two about how these things are done. This has all the earmarks of a suspect interrogation. So how about you tell me right now why I haven't been read my rights? There's no need for that, Mr. Valenti, he replies curtly. I think there is, Mr. Stone. I cut my eyes to Anderson. Am I a suspect in your investigation, Sheriff? He turns his gaze to the county attorney. Mr. Stone? Stone sits back and gives me a cold stare. Go ahead then, Sheriff. Read him his rights. Anderson looks decidedly uncomfortable as he does. I like the sheriff and think he's a straight shooter, so whatever's going on here is being instigated by the county attorney. It's not as if I haven't anticipated this possibility, so I've given some thought to how to manage the questions I suspect are coming. Fair enough, I say, when the sheriff finishes. I'll answer whatever questions I'm comfortable with. Why didn't you contact the sheriff here when you located your brother, Mr. Valenti? My brother was on the run from the law, Mr. Stone, and he was doing a good job of not being found. Marty and I, for our own reasons and motivations, decided to help the Chicago police locate him. Then why didn't you contact Chicago PD when you found him? From his perspective, it's a good question, the one that could prove tricky for me. That said, I'm the only survivor of that night. We didn't know who was in that cabin, I reply. We thought it might be Frankie, but we weren't sure until he confronted me with a gun. And, according to your statement, that's when Mr. Thorne Dalrymple tried to shoot your brother. That's right, Mr. Stone. He's clearly not buying my story. But if I'm steadfast in keeping to that explanation, there isn't anything he can do to contradict me. I hope. The thought has crossed my mind that Frankie might have had some sort of video gear with a record of what happened, but Stone would have mentioned if they had found something along those lines. Besides, a recording of what happened when shots were exchanged would simply corroborate that the end game played out exactly as I said it did. What were you doing in Montana, Mr. Valenti? Following up on a lead, I reply. How did you come across this lead? I answered this question more than once in the days after the shootings, but explained the circumstances to Stone yet again. He circles back to his initial question. Why didn't you just pass the information along to Chicago PD and let them check it out? If you've been in contact with Detective Greenwood, you know I shared the lead with him. He didn't have the resources to pursue it. Stone all but rolls his eyes. Chicago PD is an exceptionally large police force. I don't imagine they lack for resources. I suggest you take that up with Detective Greenwood. Flathead Lake is a long way from Chicago, Stone retorts. It seems mighty strange to me that you'd come all the way out here on a whim. It's not a question, so I don't reply. I've already told them that we were in Wyoming on legal business and decided to pop up here as long as we were only a few hours away. That's easy enough to confirm, especially considering that I've already handed over the hotel, rental vehicle, gas, and meal receipts to support my story. Do you want to know what I think? Stone asks combatively. I don't, but there's no point in antagonizing this clown. I wait for him to answer his own question. I think you and Mr. Thorne Dalrymple came here with the express intention of murdering Frank Valenti. I shrug. You're entitled to your opinion, Mr. Stone, but you have nothing to back up that claim. My answer annoys him. Tough cookies. So you'd have us believe that you, a man who was killed before, and your co-conspirator, who just happens to be a former Special Forces operative uniquely qualified to deliver lethal force, hung around in the woods hoping to stumble across your brother. I stare back at him without comment. And then what? He says. You were going to ask him to contact Detective Greenwood and turn himself in? I lean my arms on the table. We'll never know, will we? There was no time to talk when Frankie confronted us. We looked at the history on that GPS unit you carried, Stone says. You spent a lot of time in those woods that day and evening. We did. Why not just go to the door? Why were you so heavily armed? I sigh. I assume you've familiarized yourself with the recent history of my brother in Chicago. A man would be a fool to confront Frankie without the means to protect himself. I am familiar with that history, Mr. Valenti. Your brother allegedly threatened you and his wife with death, raped and assaulted your girlfriend, who subsequently killed herself, and laid a few beatings on you. Sounds like plenty of motive for murder. You've done your homework on my brother, so you know he's been a menace to all sorts of people these past several months. I counter. Death threats, beatings, rape. His wife took out a restraining order to keep him away from her and their daughter. He even killed a pair of Chicago cops. Of course I brought a gun to defend myself. Stone stares back at me. You just bought the gun you used. I think you came to Flathead County to execute your brother. One might say that and not be far off the mark, but there's no way Stone can prove it. Again, you're entitled to your opinion, I reply. I intend to prove that you, with malice aforethought, murdered your brother in cold blood, he announces. The statement unnerves me. It also brings our little gabfest to an end. I push my chair back and stand. This is the point where I end my voluntary cooperation, Mr. Stone. Unless Sheriff Anderson is going to take me into custody and charge me, I'll be on my way. I toss a Brooks and Valenti business card on his desk. Any future contact you wish to have can be directed to my attorney. She's the one not named Valenti. When nobody makes a move to stop me, I open the door and walk out without another word. The parting shot was stupid, but the guy got under my skin. I have no doubt he'll do his best to make me pay for my irreverence. Sheriff Anderson catches up to me in the hallway. I keep walking and shoot him a sideways glance. If you have something to say, Sheriff, let's walk and talk. He falls in beside me. That wasn't my show. I smile grimly. I know. Don't sweat it. He follows me outside and into the parking lot, where we stop at a rental car and stare at each other. I lean an elbow on the top of the car and cock an eyebrow. I admire that you came back to take care of Mr. Thorne Dalrymple's remains, he says. That's gotta be a bitch. It is, I say. Then wait. Discussing Marty's corpse isn't why we're standing together in the parking lot. And? I was wondering about your brother, Mr. Valenti. The coroner released his remains today as well. Seeing his discomfort, I unclench my jaw and ask, Is there something you want me to do? I called his wife. She's next of kin. Well then, there you go. Does Joe want me to do something? Anderson pulls his hat off his head and holds it in one hand while he rests both forearms on the car roof beside me, squinting as the sun hits his face. She said, and I quote, "Let him rot in the woods where he died." Wow. Not at all what I would have expected from Joe. Well-deserved though it may be. Then again, after the initial shock of my telling her I'd killed her husband, Joe hadn't exactly broken down in hysterical tears. Can't say I blame her, Sheriff. I suppose, he allows. Thing is, we have a body that needs to be disposed of. Not my problem. He nods. No, I guess it isn't. I just thought that, well, maybe, with you being brothers and all. Do you have brothers or sisters? I ask. One of each. Thought so. He gives me a curious look. Why? My guess is that they're good and decent people, Sheriff, much like yourself. I had a sister like that once upon a time. I would never have left her body in a morgue hundreds of miles away without making arrangements to bring her home. I can't fathom doing so. I imagine that's how you think a brother should feel. This is where you're going to tell me that I've never had a brother like yours. I nod. He steps back from the car while placing his hat back on his head. You have yourself a good rest of the day, Mr. Valenti. Far as I'm concerned, you're free to go home. A vision of one of my mother's favorite family pictures swims into my head as I watch Anderson walk away, a photo that still hangs on our living room wall. It's a Christmas portrait of all of us, my mother and father, my sister Amy, myself, and my brother Frankie. There were some good times. They just didn't last. I can't imagine Mama and Papa doing what I just did. Hey, Sheriff. Anderson stops and looks back. I take a step in his direction. He turns and heads my way. What can I do for you? He asks. Who do I see about dealing with Frankie's body? 37. Corzina wakes up groggy and disoriented. Where am I? She wonders through a blistering headache that is aggravated by the sunshine slanting through a set of mini blinds. She peers around the bedroom she is in. It looks familiar, but her foggy mind cannot put the pieces together. She squeezes her eyes shut again and pulls the covers over her face while she struggles to sort things out. Then she inches the covers down to take a second look at the floral wallpaper and six-drawer dresser on the far wall. She realizes with a start that this is the guest room of the house she shared with Mark during their marriage, meaning the sun peeking through the blinds is an evening sun. How did she get here? She tosses the covers aside and levers herself upright, hangs her legs over the edge of the bed, and stands on shaky legs. As she looks at her feet on the hardwood floor, she realizes that she is naked save for a pair of panties. She looks around frantically for her clothes. Seeing none, she falls back on the bed and burrows back under the covers. What in God's name is going on? How did she get here? Why does she feel so awful? She digs her hands into her hair and rubs vigorously, as if she can get her mind functioning by doing so. Think back further, she tells herself. Mark's lawyer had called to again suggest that she visit Wyoming to pick up Mark's car and the $350,000. Corzina, who wanted nothing more than to end this chapter of her life, had asked herself, why not go? After all, everything was settled. There was no reason to even see Mark. His lawyer said he'd already signed the divorce papers. Besides, Corzina felt that she had already taken up too much of Penelope and Tony's time. They had more people to help than just her. It would be a kindness to them if she took care of herself. So she had flown here from Chicago to pick up the car on her check. The prospect of driving Mark's Aston Martin halfway across the country in a celebration of her freedom delighted her. Which does not explain why she is in this house. With her mouth as parched as a dusty trail, she climbs out of bed again and walks unsteadily to the attached bathroom. As she leans on the vanity waiting for the water to turn ice cold, she looks at herself in the mirror and frowns. She is a mess. No makeup, straggly hair, and her normally sparkling eyes are dull and bloodshot. She spies the welcome sight of a familiar fluffy baby blue bathrobe hanging on a hook beside the shower. It used to be hers. She supposes it still is. She gratefully pulls it on and ties the belt around her waist. The water is now running cold, so she fills a glass and drains it. It seems to clear her head a little. She cracks open the medicine chest and gratefully tips a pair of extra-strength Tylenol out of a bottle and into her hand, then washes them down. Splashing ice-cold water on her cheeks pushes the shadows back a little farther. She closes her eyes and sorts through fragments of memory. A car, a highway. But that is all she remembers. As she straightens and looks around, her eyes fall on the walk-in shower opposite the sink. Towels hang on a rack beside the door. Shampoo and soap sit on a ledge inside the enclosure. A nice hot shower sounds divine. As deliciously hot water courses over her shoulders and neck, the fog in her brain continues to dissipate as she works shampoo into a lather. And then she remembers. An Uber had met her at the Casper airport to bring her to Douglas. Grazina had thought that was very thoughtful of Mark and his lawyer. The memory of the Uber driver crystallizes, a tall woman wearing a colorful scarf even in the heat of the afternoon. "I have a bit of a cold," she had told Grazina. Then, with a little laugh as she pulled the fabric tighter over her nose and mouth, "I don't want to spread my germs over you." This is followed immediately by a memory of the car pulling onto the shoulder and the driver saying, "I need to get something out of the trunk." Grazina had nodded and paid no more attention as the woman got out of the car and disappeared past the side window. Next came a moment of wide-eyed shock when the rear door was yanked open and the woman slapped a cloth over Grazina's mouth and nose. Her next conscious memory was waking up in bed here a few minutes ago. Grazina shudders, then hurriedly rinses her hair, dabs a handful of conditioner into it, and quickly washes the rest of her body. She climbs out of the shower with a head full of thoughts that make no sense. There is a knock at the bathroom door as she towels off. "You decent in there?" Mark calls out. Grazina grabs the bathrobe, covering herself as the door opens, as she knew it would. Mark has a habit of walking in on her showers. It had once been fun and often led to them slowly washing each other's bodies before making love, either right in the shower or after a hurried dash to the bed. But then Mark had continued to come in, even when she asked him not to. He began to take her, even when she said she did not want him to. Would it happen again today? A shudder of apprehension passes through her when he pokes his head in. "Feeling better, Grizz?" he says as he steps inside and looks her up and down. "What happened to me, Mark?" "That's a very good question. The Uber driver we sent dropped you off all groggy and out of sorts. I almost called the hospital, but you just wanted to get into bed and sleep it off. You're not taking drugs now, are you?" She tells him about her memory of the driver slapping something over her face. His eyes widen in disbelief. "Wow, that's quite a story." "Why would she do that to me?" He chuckles, and the sound of it brings Grazina out of the fog a little more, which is when the awful truth finally registers. The Uber driver was in league with Mark. Grazina should have known he wouldn't let her get away with his car and $350,000. Uncle Peter was right. She was too trusting, too naive. "I think you dreamed up that story, Grizz. The driver said you fell asleep during the trip home. This attack, you imagine, was probably just the driver trying to wake you. Anyway, you seem to be okay now." "Why am I here, Mark? Where are my clothes?" "Hanging in the closet in our bedroom." "It's not our bedroom anymore," she says, pushing by him and walking down the hall to the room they once shared. He follows close behind, too close. "Things have all been worked out, Grizz. You got what you wanted, so how about we bury the hatchet and act civil?" She does not feel very civil, but she can manage it for an hour if it helps get her on her way. Grazina is looking forward to the cross-country drive. The thought cheers her. "Okay," she says before stepping into the walk-in closet, sees her clothes sitting on top of a bureau, and closes the door behind herself to get dressed. When she comes out wearing the sleeveless yellow sundress she wore on the trip from Chicago, she glances at the clock that still sits on what had been her nightstand. 7:30. She must have been out for a couple of hours. Her plane had landed just before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Anxious to get out of the bedroom, especially given the hungry look in Mark's eyes, she walks past him and straight into the kitchen. Mark follows her, studies her for a long moment, and then walks out. She is not sure what to do next, so she opens the refrigerator and helps herself to a bottle of sparkling water. As she twists the cap off, her gaze falls on the fridge calendar from a local bank. Mark records each passing day with an X when he makes his morning coffee. Wednesday, September 15th is crossed out. How can that be? Why don't you come in here? Mark calls from the great room. Grazina hangs her head for a moment while she gathers herself, then turns and walks into the high-ceilinged room with an enormous stone fireplace. A spectacular view of grasslands and coulees marches away into the distance. Let's get on with it, Mark says. He's lounging back on an overstuffed leather sofa with his arms casually thrown over the back to either side of himself. What day is it? She asks. Wednesday, he replies. The kitchen calendar has Wednesday crossed out. You always do that the morning after. He shrugs. Habits change. Grazina walks farther into the room and stops with the coffee table separating them. A black duffel bag sits open on the table, stuffed full of money. Mark lifts a foot and pushes it across to her. There's your $350,000, Grizz, he says coldly. 35 straps of $100 bills, $10,000 each. Please count it, Miss Zalewski, a voice says from behind her. She spins and sees Mark's lawyer, Mr. Smith, standing beside a bookcase with a folio and pen in hand. Then you can sign to acknowledge receipt, sign the registration to transfer title of the car, and put pen to paper on the divorce paperwork Miss Brooks sent. Then you get the keys to my car and can get the hell out of my life, Mark adds. Grazina is startled and surprised. Mark is making this easier than she had imagined. Still, she should call Penelope to be sure there is not something else that needs to be done, which reminds her that she has not yet seen her purse. Where is my purse? She asks Mark. He stabs a toe of his cowboy boot into the side of the duffel bag. In with the cash. Grazina steps to the table, hoists the duffel bag, and carries it to one of the chunky chairs that complete the sofa set. She sets the bag on the floor, pulls out her purse, and stares inside. $350,000 takes up less space than she would have imagined. She sits on the edge of the chair and sets the purse in her lap while she fishes for her phone. Her eyes rise to Mark's. Where's my phone? He responds with a harsh bark of a laugh. Your phone, Grizz. That's my phone. I bought it and I pay the bill. But nothing. You can damn well afford to buy yourself a phone now, he adds, with a pointed look at the duffel bag. Well, that is true enough. She can buy herself a new one in town when she leaves here. Still, her mind isn't yet clear. I should speak with Miss Brooks before I sign anything, she says. Mark looks to Smith, who gives Grazina what she supposes is intended to be a reassuring smile. There's really no need for that, Miss Zalewski. Please count your cash so we can proceed. May I use your phone? She asks the lawyer. There's no point in asking Mark when he's in one of these moods. I'm afraid not, Smith replies, looking almost apologetic. You see, it's only for business use. But this is business, Grazina pleads. He doesn't respond, just lifts a finger and points at the duffel bag. Grazina sighs, then accepts the situation and lifts the bundles of cash out of the bag. There are 35 of them, all $100 bills. She begins to nod, then thinks better of it. What if the bills are not all $100? What if there are ones and fives between the hundreds? She's seen that in movies. After poking through the stacks, flipping through each one to confirm that all she sees are $100 bills, she sets them back into the duffel bag with her heart racing. She really has $350,000. Satisfied? Mark asks curtly. She nods and then turns to Smith. The car? He walks closer, opens the folio, and extracts some paperwork. Please sign this document, which contains all details of the divorce agreement and finalizes your divorce from Mark. She glances down at the folio he set on the arm of her chair and repeats her question. The car? Oh, yes, I'm sorry. It's paperclipped to the back of the divorce papers. Mark has already signed the transfer. It's now your car. You have everything you need to apply for a new title in Illinois. Have you arranged insurance? Grazina gives him a blank look. Smith tut-tuts. You should arrange for insurance before driving the car. She had not thought of this. She will call Uncle Peter, who will know what to do. Grazina flips to the back of the stack of papers and finds the automobile transfer paperwork. It looks official to her, but she has no way to confirm that it is. She takes comfort in the scowl on Mark's face. He looks like a man who just lost a car he probably loves more than he ever loved her, if he ever did. While she does not trust Mark, she decides that this lawyer would not dare to try to trick her. Even if he does, Penelope and Tony will set things right. She signs where indicated. "Excellent," Smith says. Then he hands her his portfolio so she has a solid surface, and kneels beside her while he shows her where to initial and sign the divorce papers. She feels an irrational relief when she looks at the paperwork she just signed. It is dated September 15th. Her airline ticket this morning was dated September 15th. All is as it should be. Mark is simply early, crossing off the date on the calendar. Nothing more. No worries. "Grizz," Mark snaps when she finishes and hands them back to Smith. He tosses the keys at her when she looks up at him. They hit her in the chest before she can catch them. A second set sails onto the floor with the first. "I believe that's everything," Smith announces. "Thank you," Grazina says as she drops a set of keys into her purse and throws the second set into the duffel bag. "Don't forget to arrange the insurance," Smith says before he tucks all his papers into the folio and turns to go. "Can I use your phone to call my uncle to purchase insurance?" she asks Mark. He shakes his head no. "Get your car off my property, Grizz." "But I need to get insurance first." "Should have thought of that before you came out here." "I have nowhere to put it while I get a phone and arrange insurance." He shrugs. "Not my problem, lady. Park on the side of the road as soon as you hit the highway. Now get it the hell off my land or I'll have it towed." Grazina feels a mixture of anger and helpless despair well up inside her as she stares at the pitiless man who is intent on inflicting one final indignity upon her. She sighs, then gathers up her purse and the duffel bag. "Well, goodbye," she murmurs. When he continues grimly looking out the window without acknowledging her, she turns and follows Smith out of the house. "There's not a single thing I'm going to miss here," she says under her breath as she pulls the front door closed. Twilight has fallen. "What are your plans?" Smith asks when they're alone in the driveway. "I will drive to Douglas and buy a new cell phone so I can call Uncle Peter to place insurance. Then I will leave for Chicago." Smith glances at his watch and frowns. The stores are all closed. Grazina sags against the front fender of the Aston Martin and looks back at the house. Mark is peering out the window. "I must move the car," she murmurs. Smith, whose eyes have tracked Grazina's to Mark at the window, takes a few steps away from her and says, "I will follow you out. Stop 100 yards or so down the road and we'll talk." She thanks him and climbs into the Aston Martin. Her Aston Martin. As she slides in behind the wheel and starts the car, she imagines herself on the open highway with the windows down for the next few days, putting mile after mile between herself and Mark. She smiles, puts the car in gear, and wheels around the fountain that sits in the middle of the turnabout in front of the house. She will not let Mark spoil this moment. "September 15th, she sings with a smile as she rolls down the driver's side window. "My freedom day." Grazina pulls to the side of the road a minute later. Smith pulls in behind her. They meet at the rear of the Aston Martin. He hands her his cell phone. "Call your uncle. If he can place the insurance tonight, you can be on your way." Grazina smiles. "Thank you," she says as she dials, excited at the prospect of leaving Douglas behind tonight so she can start her journey across America. She frowns when her call goes straight to voicemail. She shoots Smith a confused look. He does not answer. "Leave a message with my callback number," Smith says, then recites his number. Grazina leaves Uncle Peter a message, deciding at the last minute not to mention the car or insurance, deciding it will be fun to surprise him with her news. Then she hands the phone back to Smith and thanks him. "We will drive to Douglas now," she announces. "I'm sure Uncle Peter will call back soon. When he does, we can stop the car so I can talk to him." Smith, who is looking back up the road toward Lewis's house with a troubled expression, shakes his head. "I'm worried that Mark will call the sheriff and tell him you are driving without insurance. If they catch you, it will be trouble." Grazina stares at him for a long moment. "Do you believe he would do that?" Smith nods unhappily. Why don't you ride into Douglas with me? If your uncle hasn't called back by the time we get there, you can check into a hotel and call again. Leave him the hotel phone number. If I hear from him, I'll tell him to call you there. As Grazina stares up at the stars beginning to appear in the sky, she realizes that the hour is late in Cedar Heights. With the time difference, Uncle Peter will be in bed with the phone silenced. She ponders her options. After what Mr. Smith said about Mark calling the sheriff, she starts to worry about what will happen if she leaves the car and Mark discovers it. No, she will not leave the car here by itself overnight. The best of a set of bad options is to spend the night in the car with the doors locked and the windows rolled up. She will get the insurance and a phone first thing in the morning, and then, as they say in America, hit the road, after stopping somewhere for breakfast. The last thing she ate was a stale muffin on the plane this afternoon. Decision made, she relays it to Smith, who tries to convince her that a hotel for the night is the safest choice. I will not allow Mark to do something bad to my car, she says while patting the rear end of the Aston Martin. Smith appears unconvinced, but doesn't argue the point. I'll wait a few more minutes to see if your uncle calls. You must have family waiting. A few more minutes won't hurt. They chat about their families for a few minutes. Thank you so much for your kindness, Mr. Smith, Grazina eventually says, leaning across to give him a peck on the cheek. But you must go home now. I don't know, he mutters. Go, she urges him. I will have fun camping under the stars. Fortunately, she is exhausted despite the afternoon nap, so she crawls into the back seat after Smith drives away, curls up, and falls asleep, dreaming about the cross-country adventure the morning will bring. 38. I'm still in Kalispell dealing with Frankie's body almost 2 days after I planned to leave. After speaking with Joe, we decided to have his remains cremated, which was done last evening. In the absence of anyone who wants the ashes, I'm taking them back to Cedar Heights. Maybe Papa will want them. Otherwise, well, I just don't know. You could leave them on Molly O'Reilly's doorstep, Joe had suggested sourly. I took advantage of the downtime yesterday to drive up to Glacier National Park and take a boat tour. The quiet time in an unfamiliar location of surpassing grandeur was therapeutic, turning into an unexpected opportunity to quietly mourn Trish. I wish she'd been along to enjoy the sights and tranquility. I felt her presence through much of the day, so perhaps her spirit was with me. Ah, the mysteries of the cosmos. I ended the day at a steakhouse in Kalispell, where I ordered a monstrous ribeye steak and tipped back a bottle of piss-warm Guinness beer in Marty Thorne Dalrymple's memory. I'd slept well. Maybe it was all the fresh air. I stop at an IHOP for breakfast after checking out of the hotel at 6 in the morning. I have a few hours to kill before I can pick up Frankie's ashes and report to the airport for a mid-morning flight to Denver and on to Chicago. While I sip coffee and wait for my order of scrambled eggs, pancakes, sausage, and hash browns, I decide to check in with Penelope. It's only a little after 5 o'clock in Chicago, but Penelope is an early riser, which allows her to get in a morning run every day. Still, I text, just in case she and Becky are still sleeping. She calls within a minute. After we exchange a brief greeting, she asks, "Have you heard from Grazina?" It's an odd question. Why would I have heard from Grazina when I'm in Montana? No, I reply cautiously. I left her a message on Wednesday about coming in to sign the final divorce paperwork. No return call? I asked. No. Have you spoken with Peter? I just got off the phone with him. He woke up about an hour ago and called a few minutes ago. Grazina left him a message last evening and asked him to call her ASAP on a number he didn't recognize. Something about a big surprise she needs help with. He tried calling her at that number this morning and didn't get an answer, so he called her cell. The number is out of service. Now I'm concerned. You don't think she went to Wyoming herself, do you? Penelope asks with trepidation. What does Peter think? He's worried. Grazina said she was visiting a cousin for a few days. He's calling the cousin and will get back to me. A lead weight settles into the pit of my stomach. We know that Grazina's been anxious to put all this behind her, and she's got an independent streak a mile wide. She's also gotten the idea into her head that she's taken up too much of our time we could be using to serve clients of even more modest means than her. When she mentioned it, we'd told her not to be silly. Perhaps we didn't push hard enough to disabuse her of the notion. Maybe I should go to Wyoming and poke around, I suggest. No, Penelope replies sharply. Your cowboy days are over, remember? I sigh. Let's see what Peter has to say. Speaking of which, Penelope says after her phone beeps, he's calling back now. I'll conference you in. Okay. Tony's on the line with us, she tells Zalewski after they exchange terse greetings. Hello, Peter says. I do likewise. So? Penelope asks anxiously. Grazina's cousin hasn't seen her. There are no plans for a visit. Great, I mutter. It gets worse, Peter says. My wife checked Grazina's room and found a booking for a flight from Chicago to Casper. Oh no, Penelope whispers. When did she leave? Wednesday morning. It's Friday now, so she's been gone for 2 days and is now unreachable. This is bad, I mutter. Nobody argues the point. Peter's voice ratchets a note or two higher. I've called the other numbers she left several times, but nobody answers and my calls don't go to voicemail. Where is she? Maybe call Smith and Douglas and ask if she was there to sign papers, I suggest. I already did, Penelope says. Left a message. It's still early there, just after 6, no? Yep. Let's call Mark Lewis, I suggest. I don't care if we wake him up. He won't tell us if he has her, Penelope replies. Not directly, I counter, but he may give himself away. I guess it's something to try, Penelope allows. Why don't you both stay on the line, and I'll call and conference you in. I'm not sold on the wisdom of including Peter on the call and say so. He objects immediately. He may be more willing to speak with me than to her lawyers. Good point. Penelope, ever the voice of fair play and honorable intention, says, Lewis should know if we're all on the line. If he's abducted his soon-to-be ex-wife again, I see no point in observing niceties and trying to get her back, I counter. The line is quiet for a long moment before Penelope agrees. Peter, I think you were right, I say. It might be best if you place the call. Can you conference us in? Yes, he replies. Okay, then let's do it. Peter identifies himself when Lewis picks up. Do you know what fucking time it is here? He grumbles. Is Grazina there? Peter asks. She doesn't live here, old man, Lewis replies with a trace of humor. Aside from a visit with her lawyers a few weeks ago, I haven't seen her in months. We don't know where she is, Peter says. Well, then that makes 2 of us. The line goes dead. She's there, I say into the dead air. Why do you say so? Peter asks. The tone of his voice, the absence of interest or any show of concern, I reply. And no note of surprise that she's missing, Penelope murmurs. I think you're right. What do we do now? Peter asks forlornly. I guess I go to Wyoming, I mutter, with a decided lack of enthusiasm. No, Penelope exclaims. We already talked about this. You did? Peter asks. Penelope explains. What other options do we have? I ask. Silence. I can call Dirk and ask him to join me. Or we can just call Dirk and ask him to poke around, Penelope counters. By himself? Penelope hesitates. That wouldn't be fair, partner, and you know it, I add. What about the police? Peter suggests. In Converse County? I ask with a bitter chuckle. They'll be a big help. Calling them may even put Dirk at risk. Maybe Jake Plummer will have a suggestion, Penelope says. Why don't you call him? I can call, I reply. He might have a constructive idea or two, but Wyoming is way out of his jurisdiction. Besides, he won't have any more luck with the sheriff out there than we would. Call Jake, then call Dirk, Penelope says. I call Jake, who is awake already. He's sympathetic, but otherwise unable to help. I call Dirk, who tells me he's in Denver, but can be in Casper by tomorrow morning. Then, correctly guessing that someone is probably at the funeral home at all hours to make sure they don't miss out on any stiffs, I call and arrange for them to ship the urn containing Frankie's ashes to the law offices of Brooks and Valenti. Finally, I drive to the airport. 39. A sharp rapping on the car window beside her head startles Grisina awake from a restless sleep. The low morning sun blasting through the windshield hits her full in the face when she sits up, blurring the image of whoever is outside the car. "Ma'am," an authoritative voice says, "please step out of the vehicle." Realization of where she is and why dawns as Grisina tries to work a kink out of her neck by arching her back and twisting her head from side to side. A duffel bag stuffed full of cash doesn't seem to make a very good pillow, and the cramped rear seat of a sports car made a poor bed. "Ma'am," the voice says a little more sharply. It isn't a question this time. Grisina stares at the clock in the dashboard. It's 6:15 in the morning. She pushes her face closer to the glass and peers outside. Converse County Sheriff Donahue stands back and hooks his thumbs in his belt when he sees her looking. What is he doing here? Grisina has never liked this man, whose eyes she often feels on her whenever he is around. She takes a quick look to make sure her dress is buttoned, smooths it down, pulls on her jacket, stretches to reach the door handle, and clambers out of the back seat. She stumbles as she exits. The sheriff catches her by the waist and arm, then holds on a moment too long. "Now, what's a pretty little thing like you doing sleeping on the side of the road in her husband's fancy car?" he asks as he releases her. "We are no longer married, Sheriff." "Which makes it all the more curious that you're out here in his car, doesn't it?" "It is my car now," Grisina replies. "Mark had to give it to me in the divorce." He murmurs, looking beyond her and into the car. "You got all the paperwork with you, Missy?" She nods. It has always annoyed her that he calls her Missy, as if it is her proper name. He stands with his thumbs hooked in his belt again, looking expectant. "So?" "What?" she asks. "Let's see the paperwork. Registration and title transferring ownership to you." Grisina turns away and leans into the car to fish the folder of paperwork out of the duffel bag. Donahue moves in close behind her to watch over her shoulder. When she backs out, she bumps into him. He takes a half step back, but he is still peering at the duffel bag when she turns to him. "Here," she says, holding out the folder. His eyes cut to her. Then he glances back into the car before he reaches for the papers and flips through them. "It all seems to be in order." She breathes a sigh of relief as she takes the folder back. "Insurance?" he asks. She sags, then explains the situation. "You're on a public highway without insurance," he says sharply. "I have not driven anywhere," Grisina says. "How did the car get here?" "Mark made me take it off the property. I stopped as soon as I could." "Which means you've been driving without insurance, Missy." She throws her hands up in exasperation. "I have no phone. What else could I do?" "Follow the law," he snaps back. "I think you better come with me." "Where?" "Back to Douglas, of course. We'll sort things out there. Hopefully you can be on your way once you get this insurance situation sorted out." "What about the car?" she asks. He seems to ponder that for a moment. "Probably best not to leave it out here," he finally says. "I'll let you drive back to the station and I'll follow." Grisina smiles in relief. "Thank you, Sheriff." His eyes linger on hers for a long moment with a trace of amusement dancing in them. "Course, we probably shouldn't have you driving on the highway." She gives him a blank look. "You know how to get to Douglas on Route 59? he asks. She nods. 2-lane roads in horrific condition that wind through the coulees. It will take about 45 minutes to reach Douglas that way, but there is little chance of encountering much traffic. That must be what he is thinking. Still, she feels a vague sense of unease steal over her as she ponders the arrangement. "May I use your phone to call my lawyers and uncle to tell them where I am?" she asks. "Afraid not, Missy. Police business only. You can get yourself a phone when I finish with you in town." He shoots an appreciative look at the car and smirks. "Looks like you can afford a few phones." She doesn't respond. He waves her back into the car and gives it another long look. "You could leave me in the dust driving this puppy if you had a mind to." "Don't. Be sure to observe the speed limit and obey all traffic laws." Grisina manages a tight smile, nods, and climbs behind the wheel. 40. Flying from Kalispell to Casper isn't going to be easy. The only option with an available seat today is a ridiculously expensive 8-hour-plus ordeal with a connection through Salt Lake City. Factor in the usual airport delays, and it would probably be just as fast to make the 11-hour drive, which I could probably work down to 10 hours with a heavy foot on the gas pedal. Something tells me I don't have that kind of time to reach Casper. A helpful airport worker directs me to the civil aviation area and a pilot with a twin-engine Cessna. She generally flies tourists over the mountains in Glacier Park, but it's a slow day. "What on earth can you possibly have to do in Casper that's so pressing?" she asks as she circles her aircraft. She's a ruddy, big-boned, robust woman with unruly red hair and a winning smile. I imagine this is exactly how a female bush pilot should look, walk, and talk. Not that I know a thing about bush pilots, female or otherwise. "I wouldn't even know where to begin," I reply. "Suffice to say, a friend in need." "That's a mighty fine reason, mister," she says with a smile. "Flying time to Casper is around 3 hours each way, and I generally charge $1,200 an hour. One way is fine. I can fly home from Casper. But I have to fly back to Kalispell," she says with a twinkle in her eye, "with or without you aboard." I do the math. 6 hours in the air for a total of over $7,000, plus whatever other costs come with chartering an aircraft. Highway robbery. Or whatever one calls robbery in the sky. Air heist? Of course, what's that against the value of Grazina's life? I'm about to accept the offer when she laughs. "I've got a sister in Casper who I don't see often enough," she says. "The timing works out for me to drop in on her for lunch, so, just for you today, I'm prepared to offer a one-way, one-time deal of $2,500 to Casper, which is a real bargain." I'll have to take her word for it. It's certainly a much better deal than the one I was just calculating in my head. I accept the offer and then go in search of coffee. There's a little coffee and snack truck serving the general aviation area, so I grab a coffee and call Pat. "What's up?" she asks. I explain. She sighs. "You're not going to get yourself in trouble out there again, are you?" "I hope not. I was hoping that I'll take care of Brittany and Dino," she cuts in with a chuckle. "Sometimes I think we should just move them into my place and be done with it." "I appreciate it." "I know you do, Valenti. Gotta go now. I'm late for a meeting. Keep in touch and stay out of trouble. My ride to Casper is ready to go within a half hour." "Little planes scare the crap out of me," I admit as we strap in. "This one ain't so little, mister. You should see some of the crappy little puddle jumpers I cut my pilot's teeth on." "Anything smaller than a jumbo jet qualifies as small in my world." She chuckles. "I haven't bent one of these things yet, so relax." As I start to, she shoots me a sideways grin and adds, "Course, I figure there's always a first time for everything." "That makes me feel so much better," I mutter with a nervous grin. "Thanks." "And all this for only a couple grand," she says before calling the tower for clearance. "A scenic flight plus in-flight entertainment." "What's a movie?" I ask after she gets clearance and starts to taxi onto the runway. "Well," she says as she opens the throttles and we start to roll, "there's whatever is playing on the windscreen." "That's disappointing," I deadpan as we pick up speed. She lifts a finger to shush me while we bounce along faster and faster until she pulls back on the wheel and we climb into the air. Once we're several hundred feet high, as best I can tell anyway. Things on the ground are looking smaller. She seems to relax and turns her head to me. "About the entertainment, the best I can offer is my own stand-up routine, while seated, of course. For the adventurous, and here's where the windscreen comes into play, we can do some aerobatics." I make a point of looking around frantically. "How many barf bags does a little puddle jumper like this carry?" She laughs. "Okay, cancel the aerobatic adventure. Sounds like you're going to have to settle for the boring prairie sightseeing tour." "Fine by me," I reply. Our eyes meet and we chuckle. She's a nice lady. Hopefully a good pilot as well. 41. Grazina's arms and legs finally quit shaking, and she coaxes her breathing under control several minutes into the drive, but she is far from relaxed. Once she drove away from her overnight stop at the side of the road, her mind started spinning all manner of dire scenarios about what she was caught up in. She's under no illusions that Sheriff Donahue is acting of his own volition. Mark is behind whatever is going on, which frightens Grazina more than she can say. How could she have been stupid enough to come here on her own? She would not have if she'd thought things through. But she had not. She rolls the window down. She can at least enjoy the fresh morning air. The Aston Martin is ascending a long incline out of the depths of a coulee when the red and blue lights atop Sheriff Donahue's car begin to flash. What is he doing? Is he trying to warn her about something? She studies the road ahead. Nothing. She looks off to both sides of the road. Still nothing. Her eyes jerk back to the rearview mirror when the sheriff switches on his siren, closes up on her bumper, and waves her over to the side of the road. Maybe she has a flat tire or something else is wrong with the car. She touches the brakes and eases to a stop. Sheriff Donahue steps out of his car, adjusts his hat, and marches straight to her open driver's side window. "I'm going to have to ask you to step out of the car, Miss Zalewski." Miss Zalewski? Something in the way he says her maiden name unsettles her. "Step out of the car, ma'am." Grazina cracks the door open and sets a foot on the pavement. "Turn it off and give me the keys," he says. She does, then gets back out and stares at him in confusion. "Hands on top of the car," he orders. I do not understand," she stutters before he spins her to face the Aston Martin. "Hands on top of the car," he repeats sharply. She does so before he uses a foot to push her feet farther apart. "Stay still." "Why are you doing this?" she asks frantically. "Got a tip that you've gotten yourself involved with some sort of drug-running scheme." "Oh, what?" she asks incredulously. "Who would tell you such a thing?" "That's not your concern." "Of course it—" She stops short of saying that it certainly is her concern when the realization crashes into her that Mark is the source of the tip. "Stay right there," he orders as he rips open the car doors and rummages inside the Aston Martin. If he expects to find drugs, he will be disappointed, she thinks. Maybe when he does not find anything, they will complete the trip to Douglas. She is furious with Mark. Donahue emerges from the car holding up a plastic baggie filled with white powder. "What do we have here, Miss Zalewski?" Her eyes widen as she stares. He sidles up close to her and takes her hands off the car, managing to brush his arms against her breasts as he does. Now what? She thinks, with a shiver as he pulls her hands behind her back. Only when she feels cool metal against her skin and hears a metallic clink does she realize that he has handcuffed her. The sheriff leads her to his car and places a hand on her head while he pushes her into the back seat. He leaves the door ajar as he lifts a cell phone to his ear. She listens to his side of the conversation. "Sheriff Donahue here. I'm waiting for a tow truck at the 37-mile marker on Route 59. "What? Right now, goddammit. Why the hell do you think I called?" He gives the phone a vile look before he jams it back into his pocket, then redirects his attention to Grazina. "Pretty dumb move getting involved in drugs, missy." "I'm not involved in drugs." He eases the baggie out of his pocket just enough to see. "This here says otherwise. I picked the car up from Mark yesterday afternoon. That must belong to him." He gives her a long look. "Mark says he gave you the car on Wednesday, darling. The paperwork you just showed me says the same." "That is right. I picked it up yesterday and slept in the car last night." "It's Friday morning, missy." She stares at him in shock. No, it cannot be Friday." He opens his phone to a calendar app. "See, honey? Right here. It's Friday. Maybe you was all doped up and didn't notice the sun rising and setting." She pictures the date on Mark's kitchen calendar. Maybe the date discrepancy was a big deal after all. "So, you think it was the dope?" Donahue asks with a grin. "No, it—" She stops mid-sentence and gives the sheriff a horrified look. "Actually, I was drugged on Wednesday on the way from the airport in Casper. Then I woke up at Mark's. He said I was asleep only an hour or two." He eyes her skeptically, then closes the rear door of the car and leaves her to ponder the mystery of a missing day. Maybe she had slept for a lot longer than an hour or two. She had certainly been groggy when she came to, and hungry, far hungrier than she should have been for 4 or 5 hours after she had eaten when she got off the plane in Casper. She tries to make sense of it all while the sheriff stomps around outside, making phone calls, looking increasingly angry and impatient as the wait drags into a half hour. She is no closer to solving the mystery of the missing day when a tow truck finally comes over the rise and curls around in front of the Aston Martin. The driver, a large man dressed in dirty clothes, who has a straggly brown beard and matching hair, gets out of the truck. She recognizes him as one of the pathetic overgrown boys who tag along with Mark. She can hear the sheriff yelling at him. "I called over an hour ago, goddammit! Where have you been?" Donahue's face reddens as he listens to the driver's response, which Grazina cannot hear. "I don't give a rat's ass about whatever other calls you had to finish. You got no bigger customer than the sheriff's office, Reuben. When we need you right fucking now." It takes several minutes for the big slob of a man to winch the car up under the back of his truck and do whatever he needs to keep it from falling off. As he drives away, the sheriff climbs back into the police car. "Over an hour wasted, goddammit," he grumbles as he puts his cruiser in gear and follows the tow truck toward Douglas, ignoring every one of Grazina's questions from the back seat. She thinks about the sheriff saying he called the tow truck an hour ago. How could that be? She had been asleep in the car an hour ago. "Why did you call the tow truck before you woke me up?" she asks. "Listen, Missy," he replies. "You're being taken in for possession of a controlled substance and suspicion of trafficking a controlled substance. Now shut up about this missing day fantasy and let me drive. Prisoners don't talk to the police unless we tell them to." A prisoner? Oh my God, that is exactly what she is. What will become of her now? Her breath is coming fast and shallow until she remembers that she has excellent lawyers. Tony and Penelope will come to the rescue and get her out of this. The thought makes her feel a little better, at least until the sheriff pulls into a parking lot behind an old downtown building a few blocks from the police station. He circles the lot before stopping alongside a door, where he turns the car off and steps out. Then he unlocks the door and leaves it ajar by setting a rock into the opening, looks around, and pulls her out of the car. He hustles them inside. It is a dark and stuffy building that seems to be abandoned. They pass through dark, dusty hallways before walking into a corridor of cells, and she realizes that she is in a jail. But this jail appears to be old and abandoned. Why is she here? Donahue walks her into a cell, locks her in, and walks away. The building is deathly silent and deserted, even spooky. She takes solace in knowing that she will not be here long, confident that Tony and Penelope will get her out soon. It does not occur to her to wonder how they will know where she is. 42. Despite my pilot's attempts to keep my spirits up, my mind keeps returning to what I'm getting myself into. What will I find in Douglas? Anything? More to the point, what can I do to find Grazina? I can't think of anyone to speak with besides Dirk and Janine, but they didn't have any ideas when I called. Maybe Dirk will have an idea or two by the time he gets to Douglas tomorrow. But I don't think we can afford to have me sit on my hands the rest of today and tonight. The only thing that seems to make any sense is to go on a scouting trip to Douglas and nose around. The prospect makes me edgy. After the pilot contacts the Casper airport and it's cleared to land, she turns her head to me and breaks into my jumbled thoughts. "Anything I can help you with, mister? You look like you're scared of a lot more than just being up in the air. Do you have any experience swooping down to land in a farmer's field to spirit away the good guys just in the nick of time?" This prompts an uncertain laugh as she gives me a sideways glance. "Now, that sounds ominous as all get out. You're kidding, right?" After a weary sigh, I mutter, "I hope so." We don't speak again until she parks on the civilian aviation apron at the airport and we exit the plane. "Thanks for the ride," I say before turning to walk away. "Don't forget your bag," she says while opening a side hatch on the aircraft and pulling out my travel bag. I shake my head, collect my bag, and say goodbye. "So long," she replies. "Good luck with whatever you're dealing with." If I've ever doubted the convenience of arriving somewhere by civil aviation rather than by commercial carrier, climbing behind the wheel of a Toyota Camry rental at the airport 10 minutes after deplaning makes me a believer today. I'm on Interstate 25 out of Casper within 20 minutes of touchdown. The cruise control is set at 89 miles per hour, 9 over the already generous Wyoming speed limit. I arrive in Douglas 40 minutes later, still without much of a plan. I pull into an Arby's drive-thru and pick up a double roast beef sandwich special for $4.99, which leaves me an extra sandwich for dinner. I park a half block away from the sheriff's office and eat the sandwich while I ponder the wisdom of going inside and asking if anyone has seen Grazina during the last 2 days. I wouldn't expect cooperation from the sheriff himself, but perhaps an underling can be caught off guard. Checking the hospital is another idea, but that can be done by phone without attracting attention by showing my face all over town. I know just the person to take care of it. "Hey," Penelope says when I call. "Where the heck are you? I've been calling all morning." I put off answering by asking, "Have you heard from Grazina?" "No." "No news from Peter?" She sighs. "Nothing new. Where are you?" I take a deep breath, knowing that she's not going to be pleased with my answer. Stuffing an Arby's roast beef sandwich into my face on the street outside the sheriff's office in Douglas, the line is silent for a long moment before I hear her call out, "You owe me $1, Mom." I chuckle before she comes back on the line and says, "Mom didn't think you'd be stupid enough to go there. And you think I'm an idiot. Enough so that you bet on it?" "Pretty much," she replies. "What do you plan to do there?" "Find Grazina. After Dirk gets there tomorrow, right? What if she's in trouble right now?" "Geez, Tony, what am I supposed to say to that?" "Ask how you can help." She sighs. "Okay, how can I help?" "Call the hospital here and ask if Grazina has been treated or admitted. Maybe call any urgent care centers they have here as well." "I can do that. What will you be up to?" "I'm thinking about going inside to ask if anyone has seen Grazina or if anything has happened that involves her." "And if you run into the sheriff?" she asks. "How can he take offense at me asking about someone's well-being?" "In that county, Tony, I guess it depends on what the Lewis family wants done." "I know. I'm hoping that one of his flunkies lets something slip." "Well, in lieu of an actual game plan, I suppose that's as good a play as any." "Your confidence warms my soul, partner." "Pshaw," she says. "You'll be careful and keep me posted?" "Sure," I reply. "You'll let me know if Peter calls with any news, or you come up with any bright ideas?" "Of course. I want you to check in with me, whether you have any news or not." "Mom," I whine. "Do this for me, partner. I'm worried about you out there by yourself." Her concern is touching. "Sure, I can do that." "Thanks, cowboy." So she hasn't forgotten my week-old declaration that my cowboy days are over. Yet here I am with a brand-new Glock strapped to my hip on the dusty, Wild West streets of downtown Douglas, Wyoming, population 5,000-some gunslingers. My original Glock is in an evidence locker back in Flathead County. Jake's favorite gun shop in Chicago probably had no idea what a good customer I would become. Even I'm surprised. After what happened with Frankie, I told myself there would be no more guns. And yet the idea of going back to Montana unarmed had inexplicably unnerved me, so I replaced my Glock. If I'd known what I was walking into here, I would have bought 2. Don't all the best gunslingers have a 6-shooter slapped on each leg? I ball my sandwich wrapper into a nice little sphere and drop it into a public waste container on my way into the Converse County Sheriff's Building. A middle-aged woman in a uniform featuring a deputy's shoulder flash greets me in the lobby. She even smiles when she says, "Good afternoon, sir. How can I help you?" The smile falters when I tell her that my mission in Douglas is to track down Grazina Zalewski, formerly Grazina Lewis. "Mark Lewis's ex-wife, you say?" she asks. "That's right. She flew in from Chicago on Wednesday and hasn't been heard from since. We're concerned. Do you know who Grazina is?" She pauses and meets my eye while a smile lifts the corners of her mouth. "The dancing princess or queen or whatever? Cute little Polish gal?" "That's her. Have you seen her around the past couple of days, or spoken with anyone who has?" I sense the wheels turning in her head while she considers her answer. "Your name, sir?" "Tony Valenti. I'm Grazina's attorney." She calls up something or other on her computer screen and reads through it. "She doesn't show up on any of our call sheets, sir, and she's not in our jail either. Have you checked the hospital? A friend is doing that. There's 2 of you in town. She's tough to read. Is she fishing for information to pass along to either the sheriff or the Lewis family, which is, I suppose, the same thing in Douglas? Or is she simply trying to be helpful? There's something in her demeanor that suggests she may be an exception to the rule that all law enforcement people in this jurisdiction are Lewis toadies, but I could be wrong. I'm not exactly renowned for my ability to read people accurately. Still, a potential ally in the sheriff's office would be a welcome development. I take the gamble. Just me for the moment, but I'll have reinforcements tomorrow, I reply, hoping I haven't just tipped Lewis and the sheriff to the fact that eliminating me today would be simple enough. Have you seen her? I repeat. She frowns. No, I heard they split up and she left town. Why did she come back? I explain, which deepens her frown. Guess I can check with Sheriff Donahue. He's usually up to speed on all things Lewis-related. Before I can think of a reasonable gambit to try to steer her off that path, she picks up the phone and makes the call. I listen to her end of the conversation, which is limited to reciting the facts of the matter, including my name. She looks up at me with a question in her eyes. How long do you expect to be in town, Mr. Valenti? As short a time as possible, I think, but reply with an earnest, until we find Grazina. She nods, as if that's a reasonable response, and passes it along to her boss, then asks me, Where will you be staying in town, in case we need to reach you? Way too much information to be giving away, but it's a reasonable request. Of course, I don't know where I'll stay. The last time I was in Douglas, Dirk called me into staying at the Hampton Inn and Suites. That hadn't worked out so well. I'm not sure, I reply. Any suggestions? The Holiday Inn has decent-sized rooms, she replies. If budget is a concern, we have a few motels. The Holiday Inn should at least have interior corridors. That didn't help much last time, but it's got to be better than a door opening onto a parking lot. At least nobody can unload a shotgun into the room as they drive by. Maybe I'll try that, I say. And maybe I won't. Casper is nice this time of year. Holiday Inn, she tells the sheriff. Then she says goodbye and looks up at me. Sheriff Donahue says he'll be in touch and will let you know if she turns up. Hopefully not dead, I think. Anything else? She asks. Nothing she's able to help with. No, I reply, while taking note of the name tag pinned to her uniform shirt, on the very small chance that she might be an ally of sorts if I get into a tight spot with the Lewis clan. Thanks for your help, Deputy Cross. You've been very kind. She smiles. Why, thank you for saying so, Mr. Valenti. Happy to help. You all let me know if I can do anything else during your stay in Douglas. I smile back at her, then turn and walk back to my car, where I Google Aston Martin 1 to refresh my memory about what I'm looking for. If Grazina came to collect her car, and I can't imagine any other reason for her to be here, tracking it down is probably the best play I have. I'll drive around and have a look, maybe even head out Mark Lewis's way to see if the car's in his driveway. A text arrives from Penelope, which reminds me to unsilence my phone. I dial the volume back up and take a closer look at the homepage. A missed call from Penelope and an earlier text asking, Where are you? I reply, explaining that I silenced the phone while I was inside. It rings seconds later. Learn anything? Penelope asks. Nope, I reply, then give her the highlights of my chat with Deputy Cross. Anything from your end? Not a thing, she replies, which I suppose is a good answer, all things considered. A call from Peter telling us that he's spoken with Grazina and that all is well would be better. So now you'll keep your head down and wait for Dirk to arrive tomorrow? Penelope asks. I can't lie to my partner, but she doesn't need to know every little thing, does she? Something like that. I might drive by the hotels in town, see if Grazina's new car's parked at any of them. Not a bad call, partner, she says in approval. I don't imagine even you can get yourself into much trouble doing that. We say goodbye after I promised to keep in touch every couple of hours. Then I decide to check into a hotel. Clever fellow that I am, I select a sleep-in and suites to throw the sheriff off the scent in the event he decides to keep tabs on me. I spend a few minutes unpacking my meager belongings, toss the second Arby's sandwich in the baby fridge, then sit at the desk to read a text from my daughter Brittany. Her breezy missive ends with a complaint about my going out of town. As soon as your precious daughter returns from a trip overseas, it's like you didn't miss me at all, old man. Well, I reply, that is so very sad, young lady. I hope your heart mends before too long. Her response comes immediately. I'll be okay. Pat's a much better cook than you. Funnier, too. I can stay away longer if you prefer. Nah, you may as well come back, Pops. For some reason, I kind of like hanging with you, even if you are old, can't cook, and lack a sense of humor. You flatter me so, kiddo. I've got to run. Have fun with Pat and say hello from me. Ciao, she replies with a smiley face emoticon. I'm eager to get home and spend time with her. Despite numerous claims that I was enjoying having the house to myself over the summer without a bunch of bratty teenagers underfoot, the truth is that I missed her to bits. Mind you, it was a blessing that she missed the local drama while she was in Europe. I smile, stuff the phone in my pants pocket, and grab the car keys. Time for a little reconnaissance about town. 43. Corsina is going stir-crazy. She has been locked in a cell with only a thin, bare mattress to rest on in the hours since Sheriff Donahue tossed her in jail and left. The entire situation bewilders her. Was Mark involved in drugs? How else could whatever the sheriff found in the car have gotten there? She wishes she had a phone to call Penelope and Tony, but the sheriff had laughed when she asked for the single call that television shows taught her she was entitled to. She feels isolated, confused, terrified. A distant door opens and closes. Footsteps approach. Sheriff Donahue stops outside the cell and hooks his thumbs in his belt while he wordlessly studies her. Does he think this makes him look authoritative? Manly? He produces a key and unlocks the cell. Is he going to free me? She wonders hopefully. We need to talk, he announces as he swings the door open, then surprises Corsina by spinning her around to slap the handcuffs back around her wrists. She drops her head in disappointment and allows herself to be prodded into walking ahead of him along a short hallway. He steps past her to twist a round doorknob, then puts a hand in the small of her back to guide her into a drab, dusty little room with a weathered table and a single plastic chair. She stops by the table and waits. He steps out and closes the door without a word. Corsina looks around. There is a mirrored wall along one side of the room, which she immediately equates with the one-way mirrors television police shows and motion pictures are so fond of depicting. Sheriff Donahue returns within a couple of minutes, carrying a handful of documents that he folds in half and stuffs into his back pants pocket. He startles her by walking straight to her, grabbing her at the waist and hoisting her up to sit on the table with her legs dangling. There, he says with a satisfied grin as he drops into the chair. Now we both have somewhere to sit. She does not return his smile or thank him, although she senses that he is waiting for some response. Let him wait. He simply sits wordlessly and stares at her. What am I doing here? She finally asks. One might call it doing penance for your sins, he replies smugly as he slaps the paperwork down beside her on the table. What are these sins? She asks. The drugs, of course. But I told you that I do not know anything about them. I have never seen them before. The fact of the matter is that illegal drugs were found in your car, he says crossly. Corsina sags. That is exactly what happened. The fact that she knew nothing about the drugs means nothing. Would not all drug dealers make the same claim? Of course they would. The sheriff pulls his chair closer and gives her a long, appraising look. You're lucky that I'm feeling charitable today, he says with the beginnings of a smile. Oh? His smile widens. Oh, yeah. I found a way to make the law work for you, Missy. You see, there's a thing called civil forfeiture that allows the police to seize the proceeds of a crime. Corsina stares at him blankly. She has no idea what he is talking about. Because the Aston Martin was involved in a drug crime, the law says we can seize the vehicle and sell it to cover whatever costs we incur in dealing with your crime. But there was no crime, Sheriff Donahue. Not so. Illegal drugs were found in that car, possibly for purposes of trafficking. That's a serious matter. She realizes that arguing is pointless. Now, I do have some discretion in these matters, Donahue says as his eyes bore into hers. Going through a legal process that drags us all into court would be expensive for everyone concerned, and that's something Converse County tries to avoid as much as possible. So, he continues while tapping a finger on the paperwork, we've got a little proposition for you to save us all a lot of trouble. Interested? I do not know, she replies. I must hear more. You're a smart girl. Let me explain how this is going to work. She meets his gaze. I'm not so sure that a nice, pretty young girl like you is deeply involved in the drug world, he continues. Whatever you've gotten yourself into, I'd like to think you won't make the same mistake twice if someone gives you a second chance. Think you can manage that? Grazina holds his gaze and nods. We're going to confiscate the car as a civil forfeiture to help you out, if you're agreeable. The car's worth a lot of money, she says, much more than whatever this investigation is costing you. I don't imagine you know much about the cost of policing, he counters with a hard edge in his voice, so I'll just let that comment slide. She does not know if she is supposed to apologize, but she will not. He lifts the corner of a form. This here is a waiver stating that you won't contest this action now or any time in the future. She looks at the papers for a long moment, then stalls for time by asking, What if my lawyers do not agree? Why, then we'll have to arrest you and you'll spend years in prison as a drug felon. When you finally get out of prison, the United States will deport your pretty little ass straight back to Poland. And the car? Oh, we'll be keeping and selling the car in either event, he says with a slow smile as he gets to his feet. He pulls a pen out of his pocket and holds it out to her. Just sign right here, then you can go. She looks into his eyes, which are now no more than a foot from her own as he leans in. His breath is sour. The man disgusts her. She shakes her head and says, I must speak with my lawyers before I sign this. His eyes flash briefly before he looks around the room with a look of amusement. That's too bad, missy, 'cause I don't see no lawyers with us. We can phone them. He straightens and blows out a long, exasperated breath. I just need you to sign these papers and then you can be on your way. Grazina digs in. She will not be bullied into giving him the car. No, I want to speak with my lawyers. That's not happening, honey. I can't let you go until you sign these papers. She does not reply, just glares up at him. Gonna be stubborn about this, are you? He mutters, looking a little as if he hadn't planned for this and isn't sure what to do. Good, she thinks. He cannot keep her here for long. People will notice and ask questions. He eases closer still, until his legs are pressing against her knees. Last chance to reconsider, he says. His proximity makes her skin crawl. Her eyes drop to his hands and his belly protruding over her knees, then swing up to his face as she inhales sharply. He is trying to frighten her. Well, she will not give up so easily. My lawyers, nobody knows we're here, he interrupts with a malicious grin. Nobody. Understand? We're in the old jail. Ain't nobody knows you're here, and ain't nobody gonna come to save you. She nods weakly, her mouth opens slightly as her breathing hastens. His eyes drink her in hungrily. Hadn't reckoned on you being too dumb to do what you ought to be doing, sugar. Looks like you're going to be here for a spell until you come to your senses and sign these papers. As long as you're here, there ought to be a way to have a little fun while we pass the time. She stares up at him, frightened yet determined not to be bullied into giving him what he and Mark want, no matter how vulnerable she feels in the moment. Ready to play along? He asks. She is not sure if he is asking if she is willing to agree to his plan to steal her car, or do whatever else he wants to do to her. The thought disgusts her. Anger bubbles up, bursting forth in a single harsh word. Pig! A storm swims into his eyes, and his mouth twists in a cruel sneer as he emits a harsh chuckle. Mark has let it be known that nobody can touch you. For now. That might change if you won't play ball in the civil forfeiture, missy. A lot of good old boys in town will be right happy to come visit you right here on this table every day, after I have my turn, of course," he adds with a leering grin. When Grazina senses her resistance slipping, a flame stirs deep within her. She will not give in to this brute and sign his paper. The consequences of resisting horrify her, but she stares back defiantly. She needs time to figure out what is really going on. Things are not as simple as he says, of that she is certain. "Need a little time to think on it, do you, missy?" He backs up and reaches behind her to grab her handcuffed wrists, then jerks her off the table and drags her out of the room. "What are you doing?" she asks in alarm. "Gonna give you some time to reconsider," he replies, before uncuffing her and tossing her back into the jail cell. He returns a moment later with a submarine sandwich and a bottle of grape soda that he tosses on her bed before he locks the door and marches away. A distant door crashes closed moments later. 44. The first thing I see when I exit my room at the sleep-in that afternoon is some fat guy's ass crack. He's on his knees, leaning into the open elevator car across the hall. An open toolbox sits by his side. "Gonna have to take the stairs," he says without turning his head. "The other elevator's being used to bring furniture in." "Crap," I mutter as I turn to look for the stairs. Conveniently, they're only a few feet away. I don't sense the guy closing behind me until I've already pushed the stairwell door open. Someone rips my hand off the door handle and yanks me out of the hallway. Fat ass is right behind. The man who pulled me through the door slams a fist into my gut before I can react, driving the wind out of me, preempting whatever chance I might have had to fight back. "You slow or something?" Fat ass growls over my shoulder after they take turns pounding a couple more fists into my midsection. His voice sounds familiar, but my watery eyes keep me from getting a good look at him. I don't bother to reply. I wouldn't even if I could suck in enough breath to speak. He'll explain soon enough. "You've been warned to keep out of Douglas, so what are you doing here again, asshole?" I manage to shrug, insolently, I guess, judging by the flurry of fists that follows. "Far as I'm concerned, we ought to just blow a couple of holes in you and toss you into a coolie," Fat Ass says when they stop at the end of round 2. I struggle to recall where I've heard his voice, but the memory remains just out of reach. Being pinned face down on the concrete landing, I can't even try to steal a peek at him. I'm about to ask for further explanation when the stairwell door opens on the floor below us. Footsteps start up toward us, then pause. "What are you doing?" a startled female voice cries out. Fat Ass and companion retreat through the door where I entered. Footsteps climb the stairs tentatively. I must look a sight, because my would-be rescuer gasps. "I'll get help," she whispers, before scurrying back down the stairs. Help turns out to be a pair of paramedics who are about done looking me over by the time a bored cop finally makes an appearance. He stands by as the paramedics finish up. I'm sore, but no bones have been broken, and everything seems to work. That might not be the case if my guardian angel hadn't stepped into the stairwell when she did. "You'll be sore for a day or two," a paramedic tells me as he packs up his gear. As soon as they leave, the cop moves in. "Did you get a good look at your assailants?" "Just the crack of the fat guy's ass," I reply. He doesn't seem to appreciate my wit. I'll take that as a no. "Your name?" "Valenti. Tony Valenti. I don't provide my secret agent number." Still, not so much as a curled lip from this guy. "Be right back," he says as he takes a call on his cell phone. I don't hear much of the conversation, but do make out the word sheriff as well as a mention of my name. When the cop returns, his eyes are narrowed in suspicion. "The sheriff will be here in a bit, however long presently is." "What were you doing in the stairwell, sir?" "Going downstairs," I reply. "The elevators are out of service." "No, they aren't. I just came up one." I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. I only had Fat Ass's word for that. After the cop asks a couple of more dumb questions, I suggest that I prefer to wait for the sheriff to save myself the bother of going through this twice. He doesn't argue. "I would like the name and contact information of the woman who scared my assailants off so I can thank her," I say. The lawyer in me wants the information in case I decide to file charges. "Can't talk about that," he says. So, Sheriff Donahue hauls himself up the stairs 20 minutes later. His underling confers with him for a moment, then trots off to interview the witness, who I assume is the woman who saved my butt. "Mr. Valenti again," Donahue says wryly. "What are you doing back in my town?" "Same as always," I reply, trying to dodge the oversized pea-brained oaths that seem to be a fixture around here. You might want to consider putting someone not named Lewis in charge of the welcoming committee, Sheriff. Could be good for tourism. The hint of a smile crinkles the skin at the corners of his eyes, but there's no trace of humor in his voice when he says, "You're a persistent cuss, I'll give you that. Not much in the way of smarts, though. What were you doing in that stairwell, Valenti? I'm beginning to wonder if maybe we have a problem with outsiders trying to establish a drug-dealing network in town. Where did that come from?" "Get serious," I scoff. "I'm here looking for a client who seems to have disappeared in your county." His eyes narrow. "And who might that be?" As if he hasn't heard, I all but roll my eyes before replying. "Grazina Zalewski." "Who's that?" he asks with a straight face. "Mark Lewis's ex-wife." "Ah, she's in town, is she? Did she come to her senses and come crawling back, begging Mark to take her in again?" As enjoyable as our bantering back and forth is, Sheriff, let's get down to business. A young woman may be in danger, and a visitor to your county has been assaulted. Let's focus on that." He chuckles. "A little overly dramatic where Mark's wife is concerned, ain't you? I'm sure she's just fine." "Which just leaves the matter of me being assaulted to discuss," I say. "I'd like to file a complaint." "Against who?" "Whoever did this to me." "Yet you can't tell me who that is?" "I believe it's your job to investigate crime, is it not? If I'm satisfied a crime was committed, this may be nothing more than a drug deal gone bad. Right-thinking law enforcement professionals agree that the best way to handle that type of scum is to stand aside and let the stupid bastards wipe one another out." "That's very enlightened, Donahue, but it doesn't help me much. Let's get my complaint on file so you can get to work and I can be on my way." "Well," he says thoughtfully as he looks away, "speaking of assaults, I got me 2 local gentlemen who claim some tall stranger from out of town attacked them. I don't suppose you know anything about that." "I got the crap beat out of me." "That's not much of a defense, son," the sheriff says with a sneer before he affects an effeminate voice. "Sure, officer, I assaulted someone, but he beat the crap out of me. I want to press charges." "I didn't assault anyone, Sheriff. 2 guys jumped me outside my hotel room, dragged me into the stairwell, and beat me up." This prompts a slow smile. "Probably shouldn't have thrown that first punch, city boy." "I didn't." "I got local boys who say you did. Who am I going to believe? Salt-of-the-earth locals or some slick city hustler?" I snort, then say, "I believe a wise Supreme Court justice once said that the law is an ass. I always thought he was referring to actual laws. But maybe I was wrong. Perhaps he was talking about sheriffs." Donahue appears more amused than angry. "You've got some balls to be baiting the bear in his den." "Well played, bozo," I tell myself. So much for getting under this guy's skin. "You don't seem to be much of a fighter," the sheriff continues. "You best get your ass out of town before you start any more fights. No idea how the next one might turn out. Get on home to Chicago, son. Leave town today and we'll forget all about this business, and you won't have to spend a minute behind bars. Deal?" There's no point in telling him that I'd be happy to leave town today if Grazina's safety was assured, so I turn and gingerly walk away. I spend the next hour driving my rented Camry around Douglas, scoping out other hotels, restaurants, and any place I might be likely to find the Aston Martin if Grazina picked it up and is still around town. All the while my gut aches from the beatdown. My ribs throb, and my neck is stiff and sore. A little man with a hammer is hard at work banging around inside my skull, and, well, you get the picture. After striking out in my local search, I drive out of town and circle the Lewis property, eventually turning off my lights to creep up the driveway as night falls. There are lights on in the house and no vehicles out front, so I'm tempted to see if I can sneak a peek into the garage. I hesitate with my hand on the door handle of the Camry before sanity prevails. I put my hand back on the wheel, slip the car into neutral, and let it roll soundlessly back down the drive. I'm back on the main drag through Douglas when I spy a low-slung beauty of a car crouching on the back of a flatbed tow truck in a fenced lot. It looks as if it's ready for takeoff. I slow and admire the wide stance and beautifully crafted sheet metal of Grazina's newly acquired Aston Martin. No wonder she wanted it, and Mark Lewis was incensed to lose it. The lights inside the single building on the lot are out, closed for the night. I've finally found the car, but it hasn't brought me any nearer to finding Grazina. At least it isn't going anywhere before tomorrow. This will be my first stop with Dirk in the morning. 45. Darkness has fallen when Sheriff Donahue returns with an electric lantern in hand. He stops outside Grazina's cell and lifts the lantern to get a good look at her. "Have to go to the bathroom," she announces. Her bladder hurts from the effort of holding it in. He chuckles. "My bad, missy. I should have left you a pail or something. Give me a minute," he says as he turns away and disappears deeper inside the jail. Grazina falls back on the mattress, pulls her knees up, and crosses her legs tightly to hold back the stream. The sheriff returns within a minute or two and opens the door just enough to toss in a battered tin pail and a roll of toilet paper. "Make sure you clean yourself up after." Grazina stares in horror at the pail as she eases off the mattress to collect the toilet paper that is rolled beneath her bed. The sheriff leans on the wall and watches. "At least turn your back," she snaps as she backs into a corner, lifts her dress, and squats over the pail. Donahue smirks, but turns away after a long moment. Grazina does her business, wincing in embarrassment at the sound of her stream shooting against the side of the pail. She uses the toilet paper when she finishes, then straightens up, pulls her panties up and her dress down, and looks around in confusion. What is she supposed to do with the mess? As if reading her mind, Donahue laughs and points to the corner. "Just keep it all right there, sweetheart. You'll be needing it again if you're not ready to cooperate." He unlocks the cell door again, cuffs her hands behind her back, and leads her back to the interrogation room, where he stands on the chair to hang the lantern from a light fixture. Then he steps down and motions her back up onto the table where she sat earlier in the day. When she struggles to do so with her hands shackled, he steps over and hoists her up again, remaining close as he pulls paperwork out of his back pocket and slaps it back down beside her. "So?" he asks with an expectant look. "Ready to sign?" She does not reply. "Determined to be stubborn about this, are you?" he asks, with a trace of amusement. She swallows and nods. "I see," he murmurs as he looks her up and down. "You know, old Mark is feeling a little generous for some reason. Sign right now and you can have 10 grand. Outrage stirs within Grazina. $10,000 of the money you have stolen from me? He grins. No. Donahue steps back and plops himself onto the chair. I don't think you understand the trouble you're in, missy. I've done nothing wrong. He chuckles. Here's the situation as I see it. You showed up in town on Wednesday, picked up the car in cash, then disappeared for over a day. On Friday morning, I found you passed out on the side of the road, apparently DUI on the same type of drugs you had in the car. That is not what happened, she retorts indignantly. He casually waves her protest aside. Nobody knows where you went after you left Mark's home on Wednesday evening. Nobody knows what became of the cash you left with. You know it was in the car with me on Friday morning, Grazina says with a tremor in her voice. There was a couple of grand left, Donahue continues, as if she hadn't spoken. We were pretty shocked. Wow, one of my deputies said. She burned through over $300,000 in 24 hours. No wonder she's flying high as a kite. Grazina feels hollow when the sheriff pauses and looks at her with a little smile tickling the corners of his lips. That's how things are, missy, he says. What have you got to say for yourself? Grazina, slack-jawed with disbelief, stares back at the sheriff as she tries to formulate a response to the monstrous lie. She finally whispers, That is all a lie. He shrugs. So you say, missy. If you continue to refuse the deal we're offering you, I'm prepared to state that after I stopped you Friday morning out on State Route 59, I decided to let you follow me back to Douglas so we wouldn't have to leave that pretty car out in the middle of nowhere. And how did you thank me for that kindness? He asks with a look of feigned indignation. Why, you took off in that powerful sports car, leaving poor old Sheriff Donahue in his lowly old police car in the dust. No one has seen any sign of the Aston Martin or your cute little ass since." He plucks the paperwork off the table, folds it in half, and jams it into his back pocket. The tip of his tongue darts between his lips as his breathing quickens, but when he grabs her, it's to lock her back in her cell. "You're some piece of poontang," he says with a grin as he sets another store-bought sandwich and soda on the edge of the shelf that holds her mattress. "I reckon that when I tell Mr. Lewis you're still not cooperating, he might just let the boys have a little go at you." After he leaves, she tries to work out the meaning of what is happening. Her initial refusal to sign the paperwork to forfeit the car was a simple matter of not allowing Mark to steal the car back from her. She reasoned that she could wait things out until Uncle Peter came to her rescue with Tony and Penelope. Her thoughts again turned to the date issue. After pondering it for a few minutes, Grisina realizes that she has been effectively disappeared. With a start, she understands that she can never resurface. They will kill her. But first, they need her signature for some reason to complete their scheme. She will not cooperate. Not for $10,000, not even to save herself from being raped. Why give in only to be killed anyway? People must surely be looking for her. Uncle Peter, Professor Dabarsky, Tony, and Penelope. She will stall and put her trust in the hope that they will find her in time. Grisina once again futilely tugs on the bars and pounds on the cell door, but only manages to hurt her hands. She flops on the mattress and sobs until hunger and thirst eventually make their demands known. She eats the sandwich the sheriff left behind and washes it down with a soft drink. 46. I wake up at the Holiday Inn and Suites in Casper that I checked into last night, figuring it was safer than staying in Douglas. I imagine Lewis and his thugs can find me here if they have a mind to, but why make it easy? The manager at the Sleepin' In Suites wasn't surprised when I informed him that I had decided to relocate. He even offered a full refund. I imagine he was happy to be rid of me after the excitement I brought with me yesterday afternoon. I meet Dirk in the main floor breakfast room just before 8 o'clock. He gets himself a coffee, but passes on the hotel breakfast that I wolf down. I grab a coffee refilled and tell him about yesterday, ending with the sighting of the Aston Martin in the impound lot. We agree that's the place to start our day. When we arrive, there's no sign of the car or the tow truck. "What the hell?" I exclaim. We park and walk into the office a minute later, where we exchange greetings with a 30-something man with Gary patched on to the breast pocket of his worn, dusky blue short-sleeved work shirt. "You had an Aston Martin 1 on the lot last night," I say. "Where did it go?" His eyebrows rocket upward as he laughs. "An Aston Martin, you say?" I nod. "Ain't that the kind of little English sports car James Bond drives?" "Right," I reply sharply. I can't imagine what this man thinks is funny about his business losing a car worth over $1 million. "Ain't never seen one of them things around here, mister," Gary says. "We go in for pickup trucks." Mark Lewis has an Aston Martin just like the one I saw last night. "That's an Aston Martin?" "Yeah." "Well, shit," he says. "I didn't know that. Sorry, mister, I stand corrected. That car was here last night." He looks confused. "It wasn't here when I closed up shop yesterday." "What time was that?" "Don't rightly know, but I was home in time for dinner. That pleased the missus, so a little before 6 o'clock, I reckon." "Who else has a key to this place?" "Nobody." "Then you're lying to me." His eyes narrow. "You calling me a liar, mister?" "Guess I am. I drove by here a little after dark last night, and that car was on your lot, sitting right on top of a tow truck." His brow furrows in thought. "After dark, you say? On a tow truck?" I nod. Why didn't I take a picture of it with my iPhone while I sat and stared at it? Because I'm a dumbass. Gary waves us toward the door. "Come outside and show me exactly where you saw it." We follow him out, and I point to the far side of the lot. "Right over there." "Now I get it," he says with a chuckle. "That there's the impound lot. See the chain-link fence between it and the rest of the yard?" I do now. "I rent that corner out to the sheriff," Gary continues. "They use it as their impound lot." "The sheriff has a key?" "Sure does." "And whoever owns that tow truck?" "Reuben Hayes," he says. He and Mark Lewis are pals, as a matter of fact. Sheriff Donahue gave him the towing contract. So this Reuben also has a key? Sure does. Gary looks hard at the gate, exclaims, "Son of a bitch!" He marches across the lot. We follow. "God damn it," he curses. "Look, someone cut the friggin' lock." A heavy chain hangs from the gate with an intact padlock attached. The chain has been cut. "Son of a bitch," Gary grumbles. "The sheriff is going to be pissed as a rattlesnake about this, especially if what you say is true." "Does this Reuben own a garage where we might find him?" I ask. "Reuben don't own shit himself, but his daddy owns the local garage," Gary says with a wry smile. "Reuben works with him." "Where's that?" Gary points south. "Just a few blocks that way. Hayes Car Repair. Can't miss it." "Thanks," I say. A few minutes later, Dirk and I find the tow truck sitting in front of Hayes Car Repair, but there's no Aston Martin to be seen. Reuben's eyes widen when Dirk and I walk in. Well, well, Reuben is a big oaf who burst into my hotel room with a little knife-wielding bastard back in May. "Who are you guys?" he asks with what I imagine he thinks is a measure of bravado. Reuben's voice sounds familiar. "Oh, I think you remember us," Dirk replies with ice in his voice. "And I know who you are," I add. If I have him turn around and bend over, I bet the Aston Martin that I'll recognize his fat ass from the hotel elevator yesterday afternoon. "Where's the Aston Martin?" I ask sharply. "Don't know nothing about that," Reuben fat ass mumbles. "Left it at the impound lot last night." "It was on your truck when I last saw it," I retort. "It was?" he asks dumbly. "What time?" 8:30, I reply. I can see the slow wheels turning in his thick skull. Like an idiot, I just fed him what he needs to craft a lie I can't challenge. It takes him a minute to work that out for himself. "Yeah, I left it on a truck while I went and had something to eat. I went back around 9 to take the car off the truck so's I could bring the rig back here. That little car was all locked up tight when I left. Don't know what happened after that. As they say, bullshit baffles brains, and this guy doesn't seem to have much brain to confuse, so I go on the offensive. Don't give me that BS, I mutter while taking a step closer to him. He stumbles back a half step when Dirk follows my lead and slides sideways to block Reuben's only escape lane. "What crap?" Reuben blusters uncertainly. "You know what he's talking about," Dirk snaps. Reuben looks at Dirk, who appears plenty menacing with his fingertips grazing the handle of the gun on his hip. The look on his face suggests that he'd like nothing better than to drill a few holes in old Reuben. I fix Reuben with a badass glare when his eyes stray back to me. "I'm still a little pissed about you and your buddy jumping me yesterday afternoon. Looks like you're the one who's outnumbered today, doesn't it?" Reuben looks about ready to pee his pants when the door leading into the garage slams open and a big, burly, mean-looking SOB marches into the room. His fiery eyes track between Reuben and us. Judging by his and Reuben's piggy faces, this must be Daddy Hayes. "What's going on here, Reuben?" he asks in a low growl. The fat bastard's face screws up in concentration while he tries to come up with a workable lie. The father turns to us. "Why are you fellas hassling my boy?" "Reuben is about to tell us what he had to do with the theft of $1 million car last night," I reply. Daddy's eyes widen at the dollar amount, then narrow as he studies his discombobulated boy. "What car are we talking about here?" "Mark Lewis's Aston Martin 1, Dirk replies. "Actually, Lewis's former Aston Martin," I add. "That the car the little bitch tried to steal from Mark in their divorce?" Daddy asks. I nod. "Actually, that's part of the price Lewis paid to keep his tail out of jail. It belongs to Grazina now." Daddy's brow furrows. "What has Reuben got to do with that? He and Mark are buddies." "Exactly," I say with a knowing look at Reuben. "Is there something I need to know?" Mr. Hayes asks his son. Reuben shakes his head sullenly. Then a slow smile creases his face, and he appears to relax. "Why don't we call Sheriff Donahue?" Dirk, who doesn't want Reuben to relax, takes a menacing step closer. "You got any idea the kind of shit you're stepping in here, Reuben? The law in Converse County may be bought and paid for, but the Lewis boys are playing in a pissant sandlot out here. We're talking about federal crimes now. You think your ass is safe from the FBI? Hell, the feds chew up and spit out little would-be kings like the Lewis family on a daily basis. Reuben's eyes widen in alarm at the mention of the FBI, exactly the reaction Dirk is probably looking for. "What the hell have you gotten yourself mixed up in this time?" Danny asks. Suddenly, without an ally or protector, Reuben starts to sulk. "Well?" I ask him. "What do you know about where that car went?" He stares back at me, then averts his gaze. "You'd best talk to us now," Dirk mutters. Reuben ignores him. He's not going to tell us a thing. If his father hadn't stepped in here to buy the dumb oaf some time, we might have rolled him, but it isn't going to happen now. At least we can try to leave him with his pants soiled. That might soften him up for our next encounter, whenever that might be. I wave a dismissive hand at Reuben. "Screw him, Dirk. The FBI will loosen his tongue in about 30 seconds flat." With that, I spin on my heel, stalk out to the pickup, and climb into the passenger seat. "What the hell?" Dirk asks after we strap into our seatbelts. We weren't getting anywhere. Can't argue that point, but he's all we've got in the way of a lead to track down that car, Dirk says as he puts the truck in gear. "What was with that FBI threat?" I ask. He shrugs. "Nothing else came to mind. I hope you've got an idea or two?" "Nada," I reply, as Dirk pulls out of the garage's lot. 47. As much as I'd like to find Grazina's Aston Martin, finding her is far and away the most pressing concern I have this morning. "We need brain food," Dirk announces with a grin as he pulls into an angled parking spot in front of a local shop called Nancy's Donuts. "This place has great donuts. Decent coffee, too." We put Dirk's so-called brain food to work as we kick around ideas to help find Grazina. We're still flailing about 10 minutes later when Penelope calls. "You're doing a great job checking in, partner," she says when I answer. "Oops," I say, genuinely annoyed with myself for forgetting to call. Then again, it probably wouldn't have eased her mind if I'd reported in yesterday to say I'd gotten myself beaten up again. "Sorry. Is Dirk with you?" "Yep." "Good. Still no luck tracking down Grazina?" "I'm afraid not," I reply. Then fill her in on the mystery of the missing Aston Martin. I'm not sure she ever had the frigging car. Penelope sighs. "I sent an email to Lewis's lawyer asking if she has been in to sign the paperwork." "And?" Her voice conveys annoyance when she answers. "He hasn't replied, and he's still not picking up his phone." "We'll keep looking, Penelope." "I know. Be careful out there, partner." "And check in regularly," I add innocently. She chuckles. "Yeah, that too." Dirk and I kick around a lame idea or two while we polish off the donuts. My addled brain finally stirs to life after I think about Penelope's call. I smack my forehead and pop to my feet. "Come on, let's get moving." Dirk shoots me a surprised look, scrambles to his feet, and scampers outside right behind me. "Where are we off to in such a hurry?" he asks as he clicks the remote to unlock the pickup. "We're going to see Mark Lewis's lawyer. I can't believe I didn't think of it yesterday." "You were busy getting beaten up, weren't you?" Dirk asks wryly. I side-eye him. "Thanks for the reminder, pal." Not that I needed it, especially when clambering in and out of the vehicle. All the aches and pains are still with me. "It's Saturday morning," Dirk reminds me as he turns the key in the ignition. "The office is probably closed." He's probably right. "You could try calling," he suggests. "No, I want to do this face-to-face. Get a read on the guy." Dirk puts the truck in gear and backs into the street while I pull out my cell phone to look up the address. "I know the building," Dirk says as he accelerates down the street. He pulls into a parking space in the back of Smith's office 2 minutes later. We hop out and march around to the front. The office is closed, and there isn't an emergency number posted. I hammer on the door. No answer. I pound some more. "Try the phone," Dirk says as we peer in the windows. I call and listen to a lengthy, annoying telephone greeting before the voice eventually gets around to providing an emergency after-hours number. I call it and curse when it goes straight to voicemail. Every lawyer's office should have someone on call for emergencies. Even the legal juggernaut of Brooks and Valenti has an answering service. I start looking for Mr. Smith's local home number on the web. There has to be a way to find this guy's house, I grouse after coming up dry. Someone knows where he lives. Dirk pulls over, opens his phone, and selects a number from his contact list. "Who are you calling?" I ask. He holds up a finger to shush me. "Hey, Ginny." He smiles as he listens to her reply. "I'm doing well, honey. How about you?" I fidget impatiently and tap my fingers on the dash while they shoot the breeze. Dirk eventually gets around to asking Ginny if she'd be so kind as to look up Smith's phone number. Then he cocks an eyebrow at me while he mimics writing something down. "That's great," he says as he repeats back a string of 10 numbers, which I dutifully scribble on the back of my Arby's receipt. Dirk snatches the receipt and pen from my fingers. He recites the phone number back to Ginny for confirmation, then smiles and says, "I'm ready for the address, honey." He writes while she talks, then smiles and says, "Thanks, babe. I'll be in touch about that dinner." He listens for a moment and laughs. "Absolutely. You picked the time and place." He grins at me after he ends the call and hands the receipt back. "Plug that address into your GPS, pal." "Who is that?" I ask as I do so. "An old friend at Directory Assistance. She helps me out now and again." "In return for meals?" "And the occasional visit to her deadbeat ex when he misses child support payments," he replies. Seems like badass Dirk Macho is a bit of a softy at times. My phone guides us to our destination, which turns out to be all of 2 minutes away. We pull up in front of a surprisingly modest craftsman bungalow circa 1950 to 60. I shouldn't be surprised. Rich and powerful jerks such as Lewis seldom pay their minions well. There's always another flunky waiting in the wings. I give the property a once-over as we walk to the front door. It's well-maintained. The white siding is spotless. The woodwork sports a fresh coat of dark green paint, and the lawn and flower bed looks like something from a gardening magazine. Smith answers the door himself and is startled to see me. "Mr. Valenti," he says uncertainly. "Mr. Smith," I reply. "I imagine you're wondering what I'm doing on your front step." "You might say so," he replies, making no move to welcome us inside. "I'm here about Grazina. I understand she's in town. Have you seen her?" He looks confused. "I did. Why?" I reply with a question of my own. "You didn't answer my partner's email or phone messages asking if Grazina has been in to sign the paperwork for her divorce agreement. Why not?" He looks a little chagrined but doesn't reply. "Let me guess," I say acerbically. "Your client told you not to." He nods. "Why would he do that?" I ask sharply. "I don't know, but he's a client in this matter. I take direction from him." "Did she execute the agreement, Mr. Smith?" He nods slowly. "What is this about? Did you and Mr. Lewis deliver the Aston Martin and her $350,000 settlement?" His brow furrows. "You could have gotten this information from your client, Mr. Valenti. Why are you here?" "Grazina is missing, Mr. Smith. She hasn't been seen or heard from since Tuesday night." Smith steps outside and closes the door behind him, then waves us to a pair of wicker chairs tucked into a corner of the front stoop. We sit. He stands with his hands clasped in front of himself, wringing them nervously as he paces back and forth in the few feet available for doing so. I wait him out. "I don't understand," he finally murmurs. "When did you see Grazina?" I ask. His eyes stray to the street for a long moment. "I met her and Mr. Lewis at his residence on Thursday evening. We signed the divorce papers." "Thursday evening?" I ask. "Her flight landed in Casper on Wednesday. Where was she until Thursday evening?" "I have no idea," he replies. "There was no small talk when we met. We executed the paperwork, and then she took delivery of the car and cash." "Cash?" I ask incredulously. "You gave her the settlement in cash?" He nods, looking embarrassed as he does so. "Highly unusual, I know. That's how Mr. Lewis wanted it." I try to wrap my brain around the logic of handing someone that amount of cash. I can't. She left in the Aston Martin with the money? "There was a bit of a hiccup with that," Smith replies, then tells me that she hadn't arrived with insurance in hand and didn't have a phone to make the arrangements. Where was her cell phone? Technically, it belonged to Mr. Lewis, so he confiscated and kept it. Great. No wonder we can't reach her. "You last saw her at Mark Lewis's home?" He sighs and relates the demand to get the car off Lewis's property immediately. She drove the car off Mr. Lewis's property and parked on the side of the road. She planned to call her uncle to arrange insurance. Then she intended to drive back to Chicago. And did she get the insurance in place and leave? I don't know. I left her at the car. You what? I asked in disbelief. You left her alone out there, at night? He looks miserable. She assured me everything was okay and urged me to get home to my family. In retrospect... What time was this? I asked. I arrived home shortly after 8 o'clock. My wife and I ate dinner in the living room while we watched Antiques Roadshow, which was just starting. After I tell him about seeing the Aston Martin in the impound lot on Friday evening and its subsequent disappearance, his demeanor goes from miserable to alarmed. There's no question that he's worried, maybe even afraid. That makes 3 of us. I want to see the paperwork Rosina signed, so he backs a Chevy Malibu sedan out of his garage, and we follow him back to the office. I give the paperwork for the car and divorce a quick once-over, and start to set it aside when the date catches my eye. You said you saw Rosina on Thursday, right? I ask Smith. He nods. Yet this paperwork is dated Wednesday. He dips his chin in acknowledgement. Why? I ask sharply. Client instructions. My understanding was that Rosina would sign the papers on Wednesday, but Mark called to reschedule. He advised me that all parties were willing to sign as if the agreement had been finalized Wednesday. I didn't ask why. I stare back at him in disbelief. There are client instructions, and then there's making false statements, Mr. Smith. You've crossed an ethics line here. His eyes rise to mine. What's the game? I ask. I don't know. I grunt in disgust. Rethink that answer, Mr. Smith. Come clean, and I may forget about you fudging those dates. I honestly don't know what Mark's up to, he says miserably. I believe him. I'll worry about making trouble for him another time. Make sure you send copies of that paperwork to my partner as soon as we leave, I say after a quick read-through. Then I think better of the idea. I'll need documentation for the next step of my budding plan. Actually, do that and give me a copy of everything. I call Penelope to bring her up to speed as soon as we're back in the pickup. Then we drive to visit the Converse County Sheriff's Office, where we're greeted by Deputy Cross. Finding her at the front counter again is a potentially promising development. I explain our situation and ask if she's heard anything about the Aston Martin that went missing from the police impound lot. I was only here until mid-afternoon yesterday, she says. Nobody said a word about a missing car this morning, and believe me, any issue with Mark Lewis's precious car would have been a topic of discussion. Once again, I get the impression that Deputy Cross may be that rare Converse County anomaly, a less than fervent fan of the Lewis family. Can you nose around a bit? I ask. Her eyes stray around the room before she replies with a slight nod. I produce a photocopy of the stack of paperwork from Smith. You can have these. She gives the divorce papers a cursory read. What am I supposed to do with this? I relate what Smith told us about Thursday evening. This proves Rosina was at Mark Lewis's house and took possession of the car. I want to file a missing person report for Rosina Zalewski and report her personal vehicle stolen. Somebody in this county knows where she is and what happened. Could be, Cross says thoughtfully. On the other hand, we might have seized the car for legitimate reasons. I doubt it. She nods and shrugs a shoulder. Let's get that missing person report into the system. How widely will it be distributed? I ask after she hands me the form to complete. All of our people will see it, of course. I'll also push it out to the rest of Wyoming and neighboring states, local media as well. I don't imagine the Lewis family or the cops will like seeing Rosina in the news, I mutter. Her eyes flash. Law enforcement will do its job whether the Lewis family likes it or not, Mr. Valenti. Some of us will, anyway. Hopefully so. But will it help? 48. When Rosina's eyes crack open, the sunlight slanting in the window tells her that it's late afternoon. She swings her legs off the mattress and stands, immediately swaying as the room begins to spin, as if she's had too much to drink. She leans against the ledge for support for a few seconds, before her churning stomach sends her scrambling for the pail in the corner, where she brings up everything she's yet to digest. More heaves come as the stench of stale urine wafts up as she hangs her head above the rim. When she finally stops retching, she wipes her mouth with toilet paper, drops it into the pail, and crawls back to the mattress. She collapses on it, turns away from the sunlight, and throws an arm over her eyes. Grazina has a headache. Her brain is addled. Her mouth feels like cotton, and she is nauseous, not unlike the experience of waking up at Mark's house. How many days ago was that? She is so confused. She has lost a whole day somewhere along the way. She is certain she was drugged in the Uber. Had it happened again last night? Yes, she is sure it had. Grazina rolls onto her back and stares at the ceiling, fingers toying with the hem of her dress as she does. Her emotions ping-pong between despair, fear, and rage as she falls back on the paper-thin mattress. What does the coming day have in store for her? Will it be her last? Sheriff Donahue struts in a little while later, waving the papers in his hand as he plants himself outside the door of her cell. "Morning, Missy," he says cheerfully with a twinkle in his eye. "Have a good sleep?" It isn't morning. She opens her mouth to tell him that he hasn't tricked her, that she knows he drugged her, then clamps her lips shut. Let him think she believes his lie. Donahue makes a point of wrinkling his nose in distaste as he points at the pail. "It sure stinks in here, sugar." She barely notices anymore. The things one can get used to. He turns on his heel and marches away, returning a few minutes later pushing a bucket and mop with one hand and what looks like a large paint pail in the other. The sheriff unlocks the cage and tosses the pail inside, then wheels in the bucket and mop before stepping back out. He relocks the door and moves a few feet away. "Dump your piss in the big pail, then mop the floor where you've pissed and puked, for God's sake. Use the soapy water from the floor to rinse out your pail. Jesus, you live like a slob, Missy. Almost makes a man reluctant to set foot in there with you." The suggestion that he will not enter her cell is almost enough to make Grazina ignore the cleaning supplies and his instructions, but she knows this is not an option. He will make her do the work whether she wants to or not. He might even beat her if she refuses. So she stoops to her task after he stalks away. When he saunters back several minutes later, she has set everything by the door. "All done?" he asks. She nods. "Good girl," Donahue says while hooking his thumbs in his belt loops. "Now stand back," he says before he unlocks the door to remove the big pail and bucket. Then he walks inside. A slow smile creases his face as he steps close. "You've had some time to consider my offer." "I will not sign your papers." "Maybe for $25,000? And you keep $325? She retorts. She has already concluded that she will never see the money anyway. "No." "You're a stubborn one. Mr. Lewis isn't happy that you still haven't signed those papers. He's losing patience, honey, and all the good old boys around town are getting pretty excited," he says with a sly grin while he leans in to blow her a kiss. She spits in his face. "Get away from me, you pig." Donahue's face contorts in fury before he turns away and stomps out of her cell, slamming and locking the door behind him. He turns back to meet her gaze. "I'll be back, sugar." 49. "That was a good move with Deputy Cross," Dirk says when we climb back into his pickup. "It was, wasn't it?" I reply with a half-smile. I insisted that she include a reference to a possible abduction or kidnapping in Grazina's missing person report. Cross had given me a sidelong look of appreciation and said, "You're angling to get the feds in on this, aren't you?" Yeah, she'd given me a co-conspirator's wink and said, "Good play, Mr. Valenti." "Now what?" I asked Dirk. He already has his cell phone in hand. I know just the man to contact. "FBI?" He nods. "Special agent in charge of the Denver office." "Denver?" I ask in surprise. "They don't have anything closer?" "The Denver field office oversees Wyoming as well as Colorado. They've got offices in Casper, Cheyenne, and Jackson, but the big cheese operates out of Denver. We'll start with him." "Why?" "He's an ambitious son of a gun. Taking down the likes of the Lewis family would definitely be a feather in the cap of any sack." "What's a sack?" He laughs. "Sometimes I forget that you're still wet behind the ears. Special agent in charge, SAIC. I listen as he works his contact, quickly dropping the words kidnapping and abduction into the conversation. "Well, yes, we are speculating about what happened to her, but what we know is highly suggestive," he says a moment later, Dirk's expression darkens as the FBI agent replies. If we had video, we'd be showing it to you now. Dirk's fingers curl into a ball at whatever the FBI guy says next. No, we don't have a witness either. I'm tempted to grab the phone and start yelling, but I suspect Dirk would rip my arm out of its socket if I tried. So I sit and stew in my frustration and seething anger. I thought I'd figured out a way to get the feds to ride into town to rescue Grazina. Sounds as if I overestimated the odds. At least let us talk to someone in your Casper office, Dirk says in a highly controlled voice. He exhales deeply as he listens to the reply. Let me tell you something, Mr. Special Agent in charge. If that girl turns up dead or we find her, I hope you enjoy explaining why the FBI didn't take the slightest interest in a case that has kidnapping written all over it in capital letters. I'll make sure Washington and the press hear about your lack of interest. With that, Dirk stabs a finger down on the phone and tosses it in a cup holder. Prick. What do we do now? I ask forlornly, after seeing the most promising card we had to play crumble and blow away. He throws up his hands, then hammers them back down on the steering wheel. I don't know. Drive around eastern Wyoming until we stumble across Grazina? Or at least the car, I grumble. Dollars to donuts, that car is already out of state on its way to God knows where. You really think that someone stole it? I ask in surprise. Damn right I do, he retorts. Who? Reuben? He seems a little dim-witted to pull off something like that. Mark Lewis, Tony. That's who stole the car. Oh. That seems kind of obvious now that he'd said it. Lewis probably had his car back and his $350,000. If so, how does he expect to get away with it? And, more to the point, what did he do with Grazina? Sheriff Donahue drives into the lot and slows down to take a good look at us, then stops 2 spots over and stares. I don't want to talk to that SOB, I say as I stare. Let's get out of here before he decides to mosey on over for a chat. Dirk puts a pickup in gear and rolls out of the parking lot. Agreed. No point following the douchebag again. I could use another coffee, I mumble as we coast slowly down the street. We're sitting in Nancy's with another round of coffee and donuts a few minutes later. As we ponder what to do next, Dirk's cell phone chirps. He did he? Dirk asks with a wink at me after he exchanges greeting with his caller. He listens for a moment or two. His glittering eyes spark an ember of hope in me. He gives me a thumbs up as he tells his caller, We'd be more than happy to chat, Callista. You can't come here? He frowns at the reply. We can be there in an hour. He ends the call and meets my gaze while getting up and plucking his unfinished coffee off the table. That was an FBI special agent from the Casper office. Let's go. To Casper? I ask while standing and collecting my own coffee. He nods and walks out. I follow. When we're in the truck, he chuckles. I guess Mr. Up-and-Coming in Denver started thinking about what would happen if he dropped the ball on this and word got out that he blew us off. So you think this meeting in Casper is a pro forma get-together so the sack of crap in Denver can cover his ass if it goes sideways? Dirk laughs heartily. Nice play on words, Tony. Sack of crap. I chuckled and admit, totally unintentional. Still a good one. I'll have to remember it. Back to my question, I say. Is this meeting a waste of time? Could be, Dirk replies thoughtfully. However, Special Agent Callista Fontenot has a good reputation, and I like what little I've seen of her, though we've never worked a case together. If I read her correctly, she'll give us the time of day with an open mind, regardless of whatever she's been told by our friend in Denver. Let's hope so. My initial impression of Fontenot when she ushers us into her office is that the agent is a no BS character. She's a somewhat stocky black woman with a French-tinged accent that I associate with New Orleans. Assume I haven't heard anything from my Denver colleague, she says once we're all seated. Start at the beginning and tell me everything. Agent Fontenot proves to be a patient listener, taking notes and asking insightful questions here and there to clarify points. 25 minutes later, she sets her pen down and leans back in her chair. Her eyes track between Dirk and me. Let's see that paperwork, she says, reaching for the copies of Grazina's divorce agreement and the missing person report that we've brought. As she checks the documents, a slow smile appears. A great smile, actually. The transformation from deadly serious FBI agent is startling. A mouthful of blinding white teeth accentuates her smile, and laugh lines crinkle the skin by her eyes. She even has dimples. "Mark Lewis and his daddy got taken for a few bucks, did they?" she says with satisfaction. "Mark did," I reply. She looks up at me. "Mark and his daddy, Mr. Valenti. Nothing happens in Mark's world unless his old man is in on the game." "So you know them." The humor vanishes as quickly as it appeared. "Yes, we know about them, Mr. Valenti. We haven't been able to lay a glove on them, though. I guess it pays to have local law enforcement, the county prosecutor, and all the local politicians tucked into your back pocket. We've even tried going the tax route with the IRS to find something on them, but nothing doing. They may be scumbags, but they're clever ones. We'd love to nail a Lewis hide or two." She chuckles and smiles again as she looks at me. "Does that answer your question about whether or not we know these fine, upstanding folks?" "Just what I've been hoping for, an ally against the Lewis family." "But will Fontenot be able to accomplish anything? It sounds as if she's tried before and struck out every time." "I'm inclined to run with this abduction assumption," she says. "The car theft, too. That gives us another avenue to investigate. Can't have too many lines in the water." "The car?" I ask. "Since when is car theft a federal crime?" "Simple car theft isn't, but I'd be surprised if that car isn't already out of state," she replies. "Transporting stolen goods in excess of $5,000 across state lines is a federal crime. I assume this Aston Martin is worth a little more than $5,000. "Oh, about $1,495,000 more," I say wryly. Her eyes widen. "No shit." "No shit." The smile returns. "Excuse my expletive." I smile back. "If you'll excuse me for repeating it." She waves it off and says, "Tracking down the cash might be trickier, but doable if we can get a sniff of it. Are you sure it's missing?" I shrug. Grazina is missing, and she was last seen in a car with a duffel bag full of cash. Connect the dots. Fontenot nods, then frowns. "Our primary goal is finding Grazina. Tracking down the car and cash may help us to do that. If we happen to nail a Lewis pelt or two along the way, all the better." "So where does this go from here?" I ask. "Pedal to the metal. I need to pull some resources together and assign the car theft to an agent here. I'll be in Douglas tomorrow morning." After we gather up our things and exchange contact information, she walks us out. I decide to scratch an itch as we reach the outside door. "Just out of curiosity, I was trying to place your accent earlier. New Orleans?" "Good guess. Born and raised." "Cajun?" "Creole, Mr. Valenti. We get the gumbo right," she says with a wink. "Ours is tomato-based." I return her grin. "I'll remember that." "She might turn out to be one hell of an ally," Dirk says after Fontenot lets us out and closes the door. "God, I hope so. It's getting a little lonely out here." "I don't know about you, but I'm hungry as hell," Dirk says as we start across the parking lot. "Now that you mention it, so am I." He points across the street. "Let's grab some Subway. Easy enough to eat while we're on the road." Sandwiches and drinks in hand, we're back on I-25 toward Douglas 10 minutes later. We've almost finished eating when my cell phone chirps. I pull it out of my pocket and look at the screen. The incoming call is from an unknown number. My instinct with all such calls is to ignore them, but what if it has to do with Grazina? "Area code 307 is Wyoming, right?" I ask Dirk. "Sure is." "Mr. Valenti?" a vaguely familiar female voice asks. "Yep, who's calling?" "It's Deputy Cross in Douglas." Her tone doesn't suggest she's calling with welcome news. "What can I do for you?" I ask nervously. She's silent for a long moment. I gird myself for bad news. Dirk shoots a questioning sideways look my way and frowns at my expression. "Is Grazina okay?" I ask. Her voice is barely above a whisper when she replies. "I'm sorry. I should have said something right away. We don't know any more than we did earlier, but we're looking. I need to see you." "Why?" "I can't talk right now. I'm at work and just stepped outside for a smoke." "All right," I say. "When?" "My shift ends at 2:00. I can meet you after." I glance at my watch. It's 1:35. We're on our way back from Casper. Where? Do you know where Washington Park is? I ask Dirk. He nods. Yes, I reply. Good. That's not far from my place. I want to change out of my uniform before we meet, less likely to attract attention. Okay. Is this a big park? Not terribly. There's a horse statue. I'll meet you there at 2:30. That should give you time to get back to town, and for me to stop at home and change. 2:30 then, I say, before she ends the call. I relay the details to Dirk, then ask, Do you know where this horse statue is? He nods. It's not just any old horse, you know. Is that so? Do you know anything about horse racing? Not much, I reply. Jake Plummer has dragged me along a time or two, but I seldom spend much time during our outings paying attention to the horses. A horse named Sir Barton was the first Triple Crown winner way back in the 1920s or thereabouts. Dirk explains. There's a statue of him in the park. He's buried there. Was he from Douglas? Damned if I know, Dirk says, then grins. Guess he is now. We speculate pointlessly for the rest of the drive about what Deputy Cross wants to talk about, gripe about our lack of progress in finding Grisina, and weigh the odds that Agent Fontenot of the FBI will bring a little pixie dust with her tomorrow morning. The one topic we don't discuss is the possibility that Grisina is dead. We don't want to go there. It turns out that Dirk's memory of Washington Park isn't so good. We wind up wandering around in search of the horse statue for a few minutes until I almost fall over a sign pointing to our destination. Deputy Cross is waiting and walks away from the statue into a little stand of trees when she sees us coming. We follow. I've been thinking since your visit this morning, she says after we exchange hellos. Something's definitely off around the office. The business with the car in the impound lot was bothering me, so I decided to have a peek at our security video from the lot. And it was conveniently inoperative from early Friday morning until Saturday morning. Crap, I mutter. Then, why do you characterize the outage as conveniently inoperative? Her brow furrows. I checked our records. There isn't a note about the system going down, no call to technical services asking them to have a look and bring the camera back online. Nothing. Like someone just happened to switch it off about the time the Aston Martin was due to make an appearance, I muse. Exactly. The sheriff is acting, I don't know, odd. He seemed to be pretty stressed a couple of days ago. Now he's downright distracted at work, but seems pleased as punch about something. Maybe he just came into $350,000. Any idea what he's happy about? No idea, she replies. He's usually a creature of habit, but he's not keeping to his regular routine these past few days. His demeanor is a little on the furtive side. How so? Dirk asks. She thinks on that for a minute. He normally tends to spend a lot of time in his office or out driving around the county. You don't see him around town much. But I don't know that he's left town at all over the last few days, save for a couple of visits to Mark Lewis's place. That's unusual, too. He's always spent plenty of time with Lewis Sr., but not so much with Mark. What's he doing around town? I ask. She shrugs. No one seems to know. I'm tempted to tail him, but how the heck would I explain that if he sees me? Dirk chuckles. Tell him you're just doing your job, keeping an eye on the local crooks. She smiles. Very funny. I need this job. I shoot Dirk a look. Maybe we should see where he's going and who he's seen. Douglas ain't exactly a town where we can skulk around unnoticed, he counters. We already had the sheriff eyeballing us once today. Don't think he didn't take note of my truck. Dirk's right, Cross says. So how are we supposed to figure out what he's up to? I ask in frustration. Dirk shoots Cross a smile. Why, Deputy Cross here can just flat out ask the sheriff what the hell he's up to. We don't chat much, she says, but I'll see what I can find out. How, I'm not exactly sure, but there's got to be a way. If nothing else, we keep tabs on where our people are by following the radio communications. Assuming they're where they say they are, I say. Cops can trace the whereabouts of their radios, Dirk says. Cross gives him a rueful smile. If the radio is turned on, the sheriff only turns on his radio when he wants to. He prefers to work by cell phone. Speaking of which, she says, while scribbling on the back of an FBI business card, here's my cell number. I'll answer if I can. Otherwise, leave a message and I'll get back to you. As disappointing as the results of our clandestine meeting seemed to be, When I don my rose-colored glasses on the way out of the park, I realize that we've picked up a pair of law enforcement allies in the space of a few hours. That's progress, isn't it? 50. Grazina wonders if maybe the drugs that knocked her out were better than this. Hour after hour in a cell waiting in horror for the sheriff's next visit. And the next one. And the one after that until he finally kills her. She wonders how she can put an end to this. Perhaps she should accept the offer of $25,000 and trust that Penelope and Tony can sort things out if the sheriff does not kill her. But he will kill her. What other choice does he have? No, she will not make this easy for him, or Mark. For whatever reason, they need to have her sign these papers, so she will put that off as long as possible. When Sheriff Donahue finally arrives, her best guess from the angle of the sun is that it is late afternoon. Grazina is surprised to hear a second voice. She listens to the sheriff conversing softly with his companion, wondering who it is and what it means to have a second person here. To her dismay, Mark's friend Reuben, the tow truck driver who picked up the Aston Martin, ambles in behind Sheriff Donahue. What is he doing here? "Hi, Missy," the sheriff says with a nasty smile as the two men stare at her. She shrinks toward the rear of the cell as the sheriff unlocks the door. He steps inside, handcuffs her hands behind her back, and shoves Grazina so that she falls across the mattress. Then he winks at his companion. "Come on in here, boy." Reuben steps inside the cell. "Bet you never seen a piece of tail like this, have you, boy? How'd you like to take a crack at this when we get the all clear?" "You don't know how long I've wanted to fuck this bitch," Reuben mutters. "Every time I seen Mark's hands all over her, I wanted a piece of the action. I reckon you won't get no better chance than this, son." Grazina recoils in horror at the thought of Reuben touching her. "Think about what you've got here, boy," the sheriff tells his companion. "We can't touch her today, but if you play your cards right, you can have a taste of this every now and again, so long as you keep your mouth shut about that car. Got it?" "Got it," Reuben says hungrily. "Ready to sign yet?" the sheriff asks Grazina. The temptation to surrender to the inevitable beckons, but she pushes back against it. "No." Donahue shakes his head. "Have it your way, Missy." "For now," Reuben adds with a gleam in his eye. The sheriff leaves the handcuffs on Grazina when he and his friend walk out of the cell. "The handcuffs," she whimpers when the door slams shut. The sheriff sneers. "Maybe wearing them for a few hours will make you rethink being a stubborn bitch next time we come around." 51. "I'll give you good odds that the sheriff doesn't lead us to the Aston Martin," Dirk says. We're parked a block away from the Converse County cop shop at 7:30 on Sunday morning. Let's say 10 to 1? "I don't think so," I mutter as I try to work a kink out of my neck. We spent last night crammed into a Walmart tent for two at a pay-as-you-go campsite just out of town, counting on the remote payment system to keep us off the official Converse County radar. Tent for two, my ass. Maybe a pair of hummingbirds. We decided to shadow Sheriff Donahue while we wait for Agent Fontenot to drive down from Casper. Given the attention Dirk's pickup drew from Donahue yesterday, I rented a bland Nissan sedan for stakeout duty. "There he is," Dirk says softly, sinking lower in his seat as he does. My eyes snap up to see Donahue climbing into one of the department's unmarked cars. I pop our vehicle into gear and follow at what I hope is a safe distance. After we pass the police station, the sheriff makes a couple of turns before pulling into the driveway of a relatively modest ranch home. We coast to a stop a block away. Donahue doesn't look up or down the block as he climbs out of his car and hurries inside. According to a quick search of the white pages, this is the sheriff's home address. "All that graft obviously isn't wasted on housing," Dirk cracks. Donahue emerges 10 minutes later dressed in a suit and tie, trailed by a thin woman and a couple of teenage kids. One boy, one girl. "Going to church," Dirk mutters. Then he winks and adds, "We can pass on this. I'm not much of a churchgoer." I shake my head in disagreement. We may as well keep tailing him until the feds show up. "No," Dirk replies firmly. "We don't want to burn this car, too. The more it's around, the more likely he is to take note of it. He'll come right home after church. We can pick up his trail again then. Let's go get some coffee and a donut. He's probably right. I can't say I'm all that eager to sit outside a church either. Then I smile. The smartass in me can't pass on the opportunity to rib Dirk. He catches the smile. What? Your issue with church is that they don't serve donuts, isn't it? He chuckles. The day someone opens the Church of Donuts, I'll find religion. We're at Nancy's Donuts when Agent Fontenot calls. The FBI has arrived and wants to meet with us. When Fontenot asks where, Dirk suggests paying Sir Barton's gravesite another visit. We're there within 5 minutes. The horse probably hasn't seen this many mourners in years. Fontenot introduces us to the agent she's brought along and asks for an update on our progress. She's intrigued by our contact with Deputy Cross. Myrna's good folks, she says. A straight shooter. I don't understand why she stays on with that crowd. It seems to be the only law enforcement gig in town, I say. Maybe Douglas is home, and she doesn't want to move away from family and friends. Fontenot studies me with a flicker of interest. Could be. Are you going to meet with her? Dirk asks. Fontenot shakes her head. Absolutely not. Sheriff Donahue's going to be pissed enough when, I suppose, he finds out that the feds are snooping around his backyard. Myrna's butt will be out in the street if he ever gets wind of her speaking with us. We'll let you guys manage that. Any luck tracking Grazina's car and cash? I ask. Not on my to-do list, she replies. Why not? I snap. It was on your radar yesterday. Her eyes bore into mine. We're here to locate Grazina Zalewski, Mr. Valenti. The FBI does not involve itself in civil matters between ex-spouses. That's your purview. We're happy to leave you to it. Weren't you the one who told us just yesterday that theft over $5,000 is a federal matter? She clearly doesn't like being put on the spot. I did, she admits. I thought the FBI would throw everything in its toolbox into finding Grazina, I say indignantly. The car and cash may help lead us to her. She sighs. This isn't up for discussion, Mr. Valenti. At least talk to Reuben Hayes, I say. He knows something. Fontenot gazes back at me for a long moment. I'll think on it. Well, I think that went swimmingly, Dirk says, as we watch the FBI agents leave to do who knows what. Sure did, I say sourly. Seems like we're exactly where we were 20 minutes ago. Don't be too hard on Callista, he says. I suspect Denver set some ground rules for her and has some lackey on her team reporting back to the SAC. And I had my hopes up, I grumble. Dirk chucks my shoulder. Don't sell her short. She'll find a way around Denver's games when she has to. Tough position to be in, but good agents find a way. Yeah, well, I'd be happier if she wasn't handcuffed, assuming that's what's going on. Can't argue with that, he says. Back to Sheriff Donahue's house? Let's go to the garage and shake old Reuben's tree to see if anything falls out. It's past noon on Sunday. I doubt he's there. Humor me. You're behind the wheel, pal. Take us wherever you will. Dirk's probably right, but I'm sick of doing nothing, and still think the Aston Martin is our best lead. I'm pleasantly surprised to see Donahue's police car parked outside Hayes' car repair when we arrived 10 minutes later. The tow truck that had carried the Aston Martin on Friday is also parked out front. Dirk chuckles. Good call, partner. Just what are these two doing here on a Sunday afternoon? I call Deputy Cross on her cell phone after we park in the shade of a tree 2 blocks from the garage. Not working today? I ask after we exchange greetings. Sitting in the yard with a beer, she replies happily. What would the sheriff be doing at Hayes' car repair at this hour on a Sunday? For real? She asks. For real. The Hayes tow truck is here as well. It may be nothing, she says thoughtfully. The sheriff could be just talking to Reuben about picking up an illegally parked vehicle or something on a Sunday afternoon when he's off duty. She grunts. Yeah, that's a stretch. Let me know if anything interesting develops, will you? You want to join us? I ask. Can't. The FBI is on the way here to talk to me. Contrary to what Fontenot told us not 2 hours ago. Whatever. I'm glad they're talking to somebody. We go back to watching the garage. Donahue and Fatass emerge from the garage 10 minutes later and engage in an animated discussion for a moment before the sheriff hops into his car and speeds away. I stay put, intrigued by this development. Dirk nods at the departing police car. You gonna follow him? No, I reply, as we watch Reuben walk slowly back into the garage. Let's rattle Reuben's cage. Sounds like fun. We pull up in front of the garage, then walk in the door Reuben just used. We find him sitting in a chair in the grimy little room that serves as an office, looking lost and forlorn. He glances up at us and, while clearly surprised, doesn't say a word. Dirk hangs back by the door while I take a couple of steps into the room and ask Reuben, "You and the sheriff having a little set-to about the Aston Martin?" "Nah, that thing's long gone, mister." "And how would you know that?" He winces when he realizes he's said something he probably shouldn't have, but he recovers quickly. "Just, whoever stole that thing isn't going to keep it around here. That'd be dumb, wouldn't it?" "What were you and the sheriff arguing about if it wasn't the car?" I ask. He looks away. I step a little closer and glare down at him. "Remember us mentioning the FBI to you and your father?" His eyes widen a little, then he affects nonchalance. "Yeah, I remember that." "Have they been by to talk to you today?" No," he mumbles uncertainly. "They will be," I say. "They're in town looking for Grazina. Someone's going to get charged with kidnapping and more. Theft, fraud. And you poor SOB, have gotten yourself into trouble up to your eyeballs, haven't you?" He stares back sullenly while his little brain churns through the information. Does the dumb bugger have a sense of self-preservation? Time to find out. I kneel a few feet in front of him, much as I might do to put a child at ease, then give him as benevolent a look as I can muster. "Look, Reuben, I don't think you're the guy masterminding what's going on here, but that's not going to save you. How much do you know about the law?" His little piggy eyes are full of resentment when he answers, "I know the sheriff pretty well, mister." I manage a sympathetic nod. This isn't going to be easy. "That's right, Reuben, you do. Has he let you in on the end game of the scam they're running on Grazina?" He looks away at the mention of Grazina. "The FBI is pretty good at what it does," I continue. "Sheriff Donahue and the Lewis family may be the big dogs in Converse County, but they're small-time operators. The FBI takes down politicians, corporations, and big banks, even foreign terrorist organizations and mobsters. You think they'll break a sweat rolling up the petty anti-crap that goes on around here?" Reuben is listening hard, but I'm not sure how much of this is really sinking in. "Do you realize that kidnapping is punishable by death?" I add. This gets his attention. "That's right, Reuben. Anyone who played any role whatsoever in the disappearance of Grazina Zalewski, no matter how minor a role, is going to be in a world of hurt in the next day or two. FBI agents are in the process of turning this county upside down. They'll keep at it until they find out what happened to Grazina. And they will find out, my friend. You can take that to the bank." He's finally starting to show a little fear. "You know how you can save your ass?" I ask. He doesn't say a word, but I can tell he's waiting anxiously to hear about a possible escape hatch. "When the FBI folks get here, you need to come clean, Reuben. Tell them everything you know. You're just a bit player, someone Lewis and Donahue have used. The feds will see that. Your pals will finger you to be the fall guy to save their asses. Why not save your own, Reuben?" I shut up to allow Reuben's little brain to catch up with everything I've just thrown at him. It's a long wait. "So you're saying I should rat out the sheriff?" he eventually asks with a sneer. "You're playing for the wrong team," I reply. "Do you really think Sheriff Donahue is going to outsmart the FBI?" He looks a little doubtful. "Did Mark Lewis slip you a little cash to help steal his car back from Grazina?" Reuben doesn't reply, but his eyes betray him. Poor, dumb oaf. Ancient Fontenot is probably going to be annoyed with me when she finds out that I've told Reuben she's in town, not to mention intimating that the FBI is prepared to cut a deal with him. Whatever, let the FBI sort that out later. I've got bigger fish to fry. "So, Reuben, you get a couple of $100, and Lewis makes off with a car worth $1.5 million, I summarize. "That's the deal you signed on for." His eyes widen. "That's right, pal," I continue. "That Aston Martin 1 is worth well over $1 million. Feel like you're getting your fair cut of the proceeds? Is the sheriff sharing any of the booty with you?" His eyes drift away as a small smile curls his lips. "Yeah, he is." and that's the last thing he gives up. We waste the rest of the day chasing our tails without making any progress. Neither does Fontenot, but we do convince her that she should have a chat with Reuben Hayes. 52. The sun has been up for an hour or more when the sheriff arrives at the jail the next morning. Grazina stares sullenly at her captor from the corner of her cage. "Morning, missy," he says brightly as he struts to the door of her cell, unlocks it, and walks in. At least he's alone today. "Get up on the wrong side of the bed this morning?" he chirps while waving his paperwork in the air. "I will send the papers for $25,000, but only at the office of Mark's lawyer after you give me the money." "That ship has sailed," he says airily. "What does that mean? What ship?" "It's just a saying, darling. It means that the 25 grand offer isn't available anymore. You should have grabbed it last night while you could." She lifts her chin defiantly. "Then I will not sign your papers." Donohue's eyes harden. "Don't be hasty. Do you remember your professor friend?" "Professor Dabrowski," she whispers. "That's the one. Maybe you'll sign the papers if it means she lives?" "You have not hurt her?" "Not yet, but we will." "You must not," Grazina exclaims. "I will sign your stupid paper." "Maybe when we're done here this morning, sugar. If you're a good girl, we might even let the professor go." She turns her head away. Maybe he's lying and Janine is safe at home. If not, they will do as they wish with Professor Dabrowski, regardless of what Grazina does or says. But she does not know that for sure. Perhaps she can save Janine. If so, she must, unless there is another way. Her eyes drift to his utility belt, where he wears his gun. The holster is empty. His eyes track hers. He smiles. "Sorry, sugar. I don't need a gun to manage you, and I sure as hell ain't gonna give you a chance to get your hands on it. No, the only pistols you're gonna be grabbing this morning belong to a couple of good old boys," he says with a laugh as he rubs his crotch. She looks away. "Come over here," he says. When she doesn't move, he pulls her out of the corner, removes her handcuffs, and stands her up against the bars of the cell. She sags to the floor. "God damn it!" he growls as he grabs her by the throat and pulls her up to a standing position, spins her around, and shoves her elbows through the bars so that her hands are outside the cell. He reaches through and cuffs her hands, making sure her arms are hooked over a crossbar, which forces her to stay on her feet. Then he spreads her legs and eyes her. "That's better. I told you that Mr. Lewis has become impatient. I talked to him last night to let him know you weren't cooperating. He says the boys are free to have a go at you. What do you think of that, sugar? Excited?" When he steps close behind her, she stomps down hard on his foot. "You bitch!" he snarls as he jumps back. Grazina looks away. He hobbles out of the cell, stops in front of her, and glares at her through the bars to which she's shackled. "You're gonna get screwed good today, sugar, whether you want it or not. Understand?" Then he shambles away, leaving Grazina manacled to the cell bars. When she hears a distant door close, she lets the tears flow as she ponders the hours to come. Not one of her brave words is going to make any difference to the outcome. Maybe she should just give in and get it over with as quickly as possible. She spends the next minute at war with herself. Giving in is unthinkable. But at what cost is she prepared to fight the inevitable? And what of the professor? When Grazina hears the sheriff coming back, she keeps her eyes closed and wills herself to think of some way to resist as his footsteps come closer. She opens her eyes and finds Donohue standing a few feet away, studying her with his thumbs hooked in his belt. "If you're determined to be a bitch about this, biting, spitting, and whatnot, this is probably a good setup to let the boys have a go at you, isn't it?" he says with a chuckle. "Of course, it's my turn first." "Do not touch me, you pig," she snarls. When she tries to spit at him, he steps back and laughs. "Think you're too good for me, do you? Well, you'll know your place soon enough, honey. The boys ain't gonna go gentle on you. Most of them have been waiting a long time to stick it in you." He disgusts her. Donohue studies her for a long minute, then smiles. "Actually, I think we can make things a little easier for me and the boys." Grazina is confused when he comes back into the cell, and reaches through the bars to uncuff her. What does this mean? When she yanks her hands away and kicks his shin, the sheriff unleashes a sharp smack upside Grazina's head that stuns her. Before she has a chance to recover, he yanks her hands high over her head, pushes them through the bars over a higher crossbeam, and snaps the cuffs back on her wrists, leaving her toes barely touching the floor. "That's better," he says with a chuckle. Grazina shrieks in pain as her shoulders take her full weight, feeling as if they will rip from their sockets at any moment. "Now, that makes for a nice, compliant target, don't you think?" he says with a chortle. She hears him unbuckling his belt before he tosses it into the corner of her cell. "We don't want that getting in the way, do we, sugar?" "No," Grazina groans as he eases in behind her. She squeezes her eyes shut and braces herself for the ordeal ahead. 53. I wake up altogether too early in the tent the next morning, with my back stiff as a length of lumber. While I stretch as best I can to loosen up, I recall waking up one morning in Trish's bed with a killer kink in my neck. She'd spent 15 minutes massaging my neck and shoulders, which inevitably led to other things. The unexpected memory of morning lovemaking with Trish tears into my heart and fills me with grief while I gather up my things, strike the tent, and straggle over to the car with an eye toward visiting a little diner a mile or so down the road. I turn my thoughts to the day ahead while I devour a plate of scrambled eggs, 4 rashers of delightfully crisp bacon, and a mound of home fries squeezed onto the plate beside a hot cake, all liberally washed down with 3 cups of coffee. I had the tent to myself last night after Dirk decided to shoot up I-25 to spend the night in Casper with Janine Dabrowski, reasoning that nothing significant was likely to happen on a Sunday night in Douglas, Wyoming. Dirk and Janine becoming an item had come as a surprise. I guess he's taken the close protection gig to heart. "I can be here in 45 minutes if anything comes up," he assured me after we put the tent up and he loaded his pickup with a few things. And nothing happened. Not a bloody thing. So we're starting today no closer to resolving even one of the mysteries we're trying to unravel. Dirk's due back in Douglas within the hour. Then we plan to hunt down Agent Fontenot and ask if she followed up with Reuben Hayes. She preempts my plan by calling in the middle of my breakfast. "We spoke with your boy Reuben last night," she says after we exchange greetings. "You're right, he does know more than he's saying. But he wouldn't give up a thing, even after I threatened to throw his sorry butt in jail for the rest of his miserable life. I don't know what they're holding over that guy, but whatever it is, they've got him locked down tight." "He's the key," I mutter. "Could be. What are you and Dirk up to this morning?" I explain, skipping over the keystone of our plan, which was ragging on her to break Reuben. We say our goodbyes with a vague commitment to touch base toward noon. My phone chirps as a matronly waitress delivers a final coffee refill and my check for $7.50. "Pay up front on your way out, honey," she says. I nod and accept the call from the Converse County Sheriff's Office. "Mr. Valenti?" This time I recognize the voice. "Good morning, Deputy Cross. I just had an interesting chat with a civilian colleague who went on a coffee and donut run a few minutes ago," she says. "Marla saw Sheriff Donahue going in the back door of an old jail when she was on her way back to the office. This is the second time she's seen him there in the last couple of days. The place is closed, Mr. Valenti. Making the occasional stop to check on things makes some sense. But going twice within a couple of days? Why?" As the potential significance of what I'm hearing registers, I pull out my wallet and drop a 20 on top of my breakfast bill as I scramble to my feet. "Christina?" I ask cross, as I catch the eye of my waitress, point at the money, and race out the door. "Maybe," she replies as I hop into the car and twist the key in the ignition. "Did you call the FBI?" "Left a message," she replies. "Dirk?" I ask while backing into the street without looking. The squeal of brakes and a blaring horn remind me to shoulder check. A quick peek in the mirror reveals a pickup, a micrometer or two from my rear bumper. A burly, bearded man is leaning out the driver's side window, screaming and gesturing at the stupid bastard behind the wheel of my vehicle. I offer a little wave, the type you'd use to thank someone for letting you into merging traffic, then stab the gas pedal to the floor. "Everything okay?" Cross asks anxiously after the commotion dies down. "Yeah," I reply. "Just an impatient driver behind me. He's gone now." "Good," she says. "And no, I haven't called Dirk yet. He's next on my list." Be right there, I say, as I accelerate down the street and race the few blocks to the cop shop. I consider calling Dirk as I tear into the parking lot beside the sheriff's office, then discard the thought. I might as well wait until I have some idea what, if anything, is going on. Besides, he should already be on his way here from Casper. I hurry inside and find Deputy Cross sitting at the desk in the lobby. Her eyes are a touch on the wild side. Has she learned something awful in the past minute or two? "What is it?" I blurt as I stride across the lobby. "I'm worried about what's happening to that poor girl if she's in the old jail." "Let's go have a look." She shakes her head in frustration. "I can't. I'm alone here until one of the patrol vehicles gets back." "Are they on the way?" "No, the last one took off out of here 20 minutes ago in response to a domestic disturbance. Some asshole beating on his wife or girlfriend. Everyone else is out on a pile-up on the I-25 on-ramp into town. Traffic's backed up for a mile or two, with Dirk probably stuck somewhere in the middle of it. I'm having all manner of disturbing thoughts about what might be going on in that jail if Grazina is being held there. If whoever is responsible knows the FBI is in town, I doubt she'll be there for much longer. Someone needs to get over to the old jail right away." "Is Dirk on the way?" she asks. When I nod, she disappears through a door deeper into the station. I dial Dirk, who confirms that he's stuck in the mess on I-25. When Cross reemerges a minute later, she has a key ring in her hand. "This old master key should work. 3 full sets of keys to the old jail have gone missing. Nobody signed them out." "How far to the old jail?" I ask as I take the key from her. She points east. "Just 3 blocks down the street." I turn to go. "Wait, where's Dirk?" "Stuck in the traffic backup on I-25. "You can't go by yourself," she exclaims as she tries to snatch the key back. "I'll be careful," I reply, jamming the key into my pocket before patting the Glock on my hip. And I'm armed if it comes to that. "Call Agent Fontenot and let her know what's happening," I call over my shoulder as I turn on my heel and sprint to the door. She shouts a final plaintive, "Mr. Valenti," as I crash through the door and accelerate eastbound down the sidewalk toward the old jail, running flat out. The old jail is a handsome structure, with gobs more character than the modern box I just left. I shake the irrelevant thought from my mind as I peel around the back corner, scanning for a door. There are several. I slow and study them. The most promising door has a window and sits at the top of a 2-step flight of stairs. A quick check through the cloudy glass confirms that there's no one in sight. The key fits and turns easily. I take a deep breath, twist the handle down, and step into a shadowy corridor, reaching back to stop the door from slamming shut. I'm about to turn away when I realize that my hand is resting on a crash bar. Once the door closes, nobody else is coming in this way, including Dirk, the FBI, Deputy Cross, or anyone else who might come to my aid. I look around for something I can wedge the door open with, but see nothing. Then I look down at the key in my hand. Duh. I open the door, fit the key back into the outside lock, quietly pull the door closed behind me. The place is spooky. Sporadic shafts of light filter through open doorways and dirty windows set high in the cobweb-infested walls. I don't see a living soul and pause to allow my eyes to adjust from the bright sunlight outside to the shadows within. Then I inch deeper inside. My nerves tingle. The only sound is the annoying squeak of my rubber soles on the worn tile floor. I walk on my toes to lessen the noise. I pause mid-step when I think I hear a voice deeper within the building. A female voice. I pick up the pace, but the sound fades. Where did that come from? A staircase leads away on the right, and the hallway I'm in comes to a T a few feet beyond that. I stop and listen intently. Up? Down? Left? Right? I hear it again. A little female gasp of pain. Grazina? I hope yes. I hope no. I want to find her. I don't want her to be in pain. There's no time to be overly cautious. I lean into the opening of the staircase and strain my ears. Nothing. I hurry into the T that marks the beginning of 2 new hallways heading in opposite directions. I don't hear a thing. Maybe the voice came from outside. If I were trying to hide someone, wouldn't it make sense to get them as far away from the street as possible? It makes sense to me, so I backtrack and run up the stairs. I haven't heard another sound by the time I reach the top step, where I stop and look around an open room, devoid of furniture or any other sign of recent occupancy. A couple of offices open up out of the far wall. I take a few steps farther into the room to get a better look. Nothing. My eyes lock on a couple of doors marked women and men on the opposite wall. A washroom makes sense as a place to squirrel someone away, doesn't it? No windows, far from the street, and isolated. I take a deep breath, draw my Glock out of its hip holster, and hustle to the door marked Men. I put an ear to the door and listen, then ease it open an inch or two. The stench of sewer gas rushes out to meet me, and I almost gasp as it assaults my nose. I pause again, take a deep breath that I hold, and slip inside. A trio of urinals lines one wall. A stall and sink hang on the other. Nobody here, aside from a spider hanging in a web that stretches clear across the stall. I turn and pull the door open to leave, which emits a screech I'm sure Deputy Cross hears back at the new station. I freeze and listen. Not a sound, which doesn't mean I haven't alerted someone to my presence. I let the door close behind me, pausing to stop it from swinging shut with a bang. Then I step across to the door marked Women. No point being subtle. Anyone in here already heard the squeal of the men's room door. I do the cop show thing, in which the hunter grips his gun in one hand and throws open the door into the scary room. Then I leap through the opening with my Glock pointed at a toilet stall with no door. A wall sink hangs beside the stall. That's it. The washroom isn't much larger than a home powder room. I guess there weren't a lot of female cops when this place was built. I exhale a breath I didn't realize I was holding and sag against the doorframe for a moment before I collect myself and exit the washroom. Surely all the racket I just made playing cops and robbers has alerted any bad guys in the building to my presence. If so, every step I take exposes me to ambush. I start to creep back to the stairs before I recall the woman's voice I thought I heard earlier. I take the steps down 2 at a time with my gun in hand. I poke my head into the hallway T and look left and right. Where do I go next? I walk halfway down the hall on my left until I encounter a door marked Janitor. It's cracked open an inch or so. I give it a little push and it swings open. A faucet above a floor drain leaks a single drop every few seconds. A jug of cleaner sits on a shelf right above it. A wheeled bucket holds a string mop. The room smells wet, as if that makes any sense. Probably mold, or maybe it's just from the leaky tap. The cockroaches scurrying across the floor don't care where the water comes from. They're just happy to find it. A barren shelving unit covers the opposite wall. I back out, leaving the door open. The hall ends in an alcove with a door that leads to an empty mechanical room. I backtrack past the hallway T to a substantial set of double doors with glass inserts. The space beyond the grimy safety glass is shadowy, but I can see a few shafts of sunshine slanting in. As I ease closer and peer inside, I make out a set of bars. So, here are the cells. I pause to look up and down the empty hallway and hear a voice that seems to come from beyond the double doors leading into the cell block. I crack open one of the doors. "Now that makes for a nice, compliant target, don't you think?" Sheriff Donahue says with a chuckle. "We don't want that getting in the way, do we, sugar?" He adds in time with a metallic clatter. What's going on in there? I ask myself as I push the door open farther and take a step inside. I find myself between a couple of vacant cells. Their doors hang open. A hairy spider the size of a small horse stares at me from a thick web stretching across the open doorway, as if to say, "Step into my web, Mr. Fly." Several equally mammoth arachnids occupy adjacent cells. I feel as if I've stumbled into a horror movie. Maybe I have. "No," a weary voice moans. Christina? Could be. It sounds more like a lost, terribly frightened little girl. "No?" the sheriff says with a trace of humor. "Not really your choice to make, is it, missy?" The girl moans again. I turn sideways and ease my way farther along a line of cells until I spy a pair of hands high up on the bars of a cell toward the end of the row. As I narrow my eyes for a better look, I realize that they're small hands, and the fingers are twisting around the metal as if hanging on for dear life. "Get away from me, you pig!" the girl shrieks. Christina. I have my Glock in hand when I trip over something, sending it skittering along the floor ahead of me. A tin pail. What on earth is it doing here? "Help me!" Christina cries out. A second cry of "Help!" cuts off abruptly. I stifle the urge to run to her and instead inch a little farther along the hallway. Whatever is going on seems to have paused when I kick the pail, but I hear quiet sobbing ahead, I keep moving in the near silence, one tiny step after another, as if drawn along a string toward an irresistible lure. I finally reach a point at which I can see into the cell. Grazina is shackled to the bars, hanging from her hands, which are fastened high above her. Her head hangs between her arms, long, stringy dark hairs plastered across her face. My thrill at finding her is replaced by the horror of seeing her dangling from the bars of a jail cell with her dress ripped open and her bra torn away. A rag has been stuffed into her mouth. Her frantic eyes lock on mine. She seems to be alone now, so I hurry forward without giving a moment's thought to the whereabouts of Sheriff Donahue. I'm even stupid enough to have my gun thrust out ahead of me as I rush into Grazina's cage. I don't see the hand coming that knocks the Glock loose, nor the fist that follows a fraction of a second later. The chop on my wrist threw me off balance just enough that I stumble away from the punch, which lands on my shoulder instead of my face. I still go down, catching the briefest glimpse of Grazina's horrified face as I fall. I roll after I hit the floor and look up at the infuriated Sheriff Donahue looming over me. His pants zipper is down and his pants hang half open. A wave of revulsion surges up within me as my eyes fall on my Glock. Donahue sees it in the same moment. We lunge for it together, sending the cell door crashing shut and the Glock skittering across the floor. It bounces through an opening between the cell bars, coming to a stop a few feet outside the cell, beyond our reach. So, two men locked in a cage about to engage in mortal combat. Only one will walk out. The next thing in reality TV? I give my head a shake and refocus. Donahue rolls toward me and launches an overhead right that thuds into my ribs. I drive the heel of my hand up into his jaw, a move I learned from my big brother when he used it on me not so long ago. Even I wince at the sound of the sheriff's teeth crunching together. It doesn't slow him much. A knee slams into my hip, only inches away from disaster. I push myself backward to get away from my adversary and scramble to my feet. He does likewise, yanking his pants zipper up and snapping his pants closed. We face each other across the cell like a pair of wrestlers stalking one another, each waiting for the other to make the next move. I remember my boxing lessons and alter my stance, bringing my fists up in a boxer's pose. He takes a shuffling step sideways to where his utility belt lies on the floor. His gun? No, if he had a gun it would have been in his hand when I hurried into the cell, but there is a nightstick tucked in the belt. I rush him before he gets to it. We tumble to the floor, fists flying. A crash echoes down the hall as a door slams. Reinforcements? I reflect briefly on having the presence of mind to leave the key in the door. Good move, Valenti. So my goal now is to keep Donahue at bay long enough for whoever is coming to my rescue to reach us. Unless the new arrival isn't coming to help me. Donahue's eyes meet mine for a split second before I push him away and stagger to my feet. He charges at me again. His momentum carries us backward to slam into the bars Grazina is hanging on. She screams into her gag as the wall of steel shudders under the impact. The back of my head cracks into the bars, leaving me momentarily stunned. Donahue takes advantage by driving a fist into my gut, partially winding me. When he closes in, I drive my forehead into his nose. He staggers back while I double over, trying to force air into my lungs. If help is coming, it better be quick about it. "Tony!" Grazina gasps. Donahue and I look at her in surprise. She's worked the gag most of the way out of her mouth. "I'll get you out of here," I tell her, while Donahue scoots across the cell. When I refocus on him, he's snatched the brass knuckles off his utility belt. Yeah, I think. He's that kind of cop. "You'll get her out of here, will you?" he scoffs as we once again warily eye each other. Grazina suddenly erupts with a blood-curdling scream. "No! Get away, you pig!" My eyes cut away from Donahue long enough to see her staring through the bars with an expression of pure hatred. The object of her scorn is Reuben Hayes. "Get in here and help me out," Donahue orders Reuben, who is wordlessly gawking at the scene before him. He's the last person I imagined coming in the back door. My spirits plummet. I'm now outnumbered 2-1. This isn't going to end well for me, or for Grazina. Donahue's lips curl into a sneer as the same thought occurs to him. Reuben's eyes track from the sheriff to Grazina. His expression darkens. "She's supposed to be mine!" he screams at Donahue. The sheriff transfers his sneer from me to Reuben as he tosses him the key. "That's enough, son. First we take care of this bastard, then we'll work out how to share the pussy. As Reuben fits the key into the cell lock, I launch myself at Donahue, who doesn't see me coming until it's too late. I wrap a hand around his throat and drive my other fist into his gut before I slam his head into the cinder block wall with a sickening crunch. His eyes are opened in surprise as he stares back at me before sliding to the floor when I release my grip. Then I turn on Reuben. Too late. A fist slams into my eye. Then the big oaf drives another punch into my chin, stunning me and sending me crashing to the floor in a daze. My vision is blurred as I lie on the floor, seeing no more than vague shapes and shadows around me as I steel myself for the next blow. It doesn't come. "Get away!" Grazina screeches. I can hear metal scraping on metal, which I realize within a second or two is the sound of Grazina's handcuffs scraping on the steel bars of her cage. The vision in one of my eyes clears enough for me to see Reuben pawing at Grazina. "Leave her alone," I bellow. "Don't listen to him, boy," Donahue says from where he's crumpled against the wall. "Go ahead and fuck the bitch." Why isn't the sheriff trying to get out of here with Reuben as quickly as possible? Surely he realizes that if I'm here, others are coming. I turn my head to see the sheriff, but my vision in that eye is still blurred. I wonder if Reuben ruined my eye with his punch. Grazina is still thrashing around until a slap silences her. I can hear ragged breathing, but it isn't her. It's fat-ass Reuben getting ready to take the sheriff up on his offer. I struggle to lever myself up off the floor to pound the filthy pig to a pulp. I'm almost up when Donahue kicks my feet out from under me. I land hard on my tailbone. My legs go numb. "Pig!" Grazina hisses. Then the cell falls silent, save for the sound of Reuben unzipping his pants. The sheriff starts to laugh, but stops abruptly when a thunderous pounding begins from somewhere toward the back of the building. Now what? Mark Lewis himself? Donahue somehow finds the strength to push past me and out of the cell. My Glock is out there. He starts to swing the cell door closed as I try to scramble out, slamming my hand in between the frame and door. I bellow in pain and jerk my hand back as the cell door crashes shut. Donahue spins the key in the lock, then, with a gloating look of triumph for me, tosses the key on the floor a few feet beyond my reach. "FBI!" a voice I recognize as Callista Fontenot shouts. "Whoever is in there, come this way with your hands raised, now!" I shake my head to clear the cobwebs and rub my eyes. Donahue is frozen in place outside the cell, with my Glock in hand. Reuben has eased to within a foot of Grazina, with his pecker in his hand. No way. I launch a kick at his groin that lands with a satisfying thud. He doubles over and howls in pain. "Get out here!" Fontenot hollers. She's closer than she was a moment ago. I don't know if she's entered the cell block yet, but when she does, Donahue won't go peacefully. My Glock in hand, he's edging sideways toward the end of the hall, where I spy another exterior door. I hope the FBI has someone out back to shoot him as soon as he steps outside. Reuben is still rolling on the floor. "It's Tony Valenti, Agent Fontenot," I call out. "Sheriff Donahue is armed." The explosion of my Glock is deafening, but I still hear the sickening sound of bones shattering. I dive to the floor. Who did Donahue shoot? My eyes swing to Grazina, but the scream she unleashes is one of horror, not pain. Then I look down at Reuben Hayes. A neat little circle in the middle of his forehead tells me who the target was. The vacant eyes staring up at the ceiling telegraph the outcome. The sight of him transfixes me. "What the hell's going on in there?" Fontenot shouts. I'm about to reply when I sense movement behind me. I spin toward it in the same instant Donahue pulls the trigger. Pain explodes in the side of my head, and then I'm falling, as the explosion of more gunfire echoes on the edge of my consciousness. Then, blackness. 54. The face of a paramedic hovers just above my own when I come around. I have the ridiculous thought that I need to stop meeting them this way, then long for a return to oblivion when searing pain explodes into my consciousness. "Welcome back," the paramedic murmurs as she peers into my eyes, turning this way and that to get a better look. "How do you feel?" "Like shit," I mutter as I look beyond her. I'm on the floor in the cell. My ears are ringing, my head is pounding, and I can feel every punch Donahue and Reuben landed. Real shitty. She gives me a little smile, then looks away to announce, "This one's okay." I lift a hand and clamp it on her arm. "Grisina?" "The girl?" I nod. Her expression signals compassion and outrage. The FBI unshackled her and took her down. She claimed she wasn't raped, although it sure looked like someone was planning to do so. We'll have to wait for a hospital examination to be sure. No other obvious physical injuries of consequence. Some chafing from the handcuffs seems to be the worst of it. How did she, seem? Emotionally? I nod. The paramedic's eyes trail away before she lifts a shoulder in a resigned shrug and sighs. Hard to say. Traumatized. Probably will be for some time. I turn my head sideways and find myself looking at the corpse of Reuben Hayes. Gone, she says. Good riddance, I mutter, as I recall him pawing at Grisina. Sheriff Donahue is dead too, the paramedic announces, with no trace of remorse. The FBI shot him. After he shot you, Agent Fontenot says, as her face appears over the shoulder of the paramedic. Sorry I was a split second late there. A chuckle somehow escapes me. You waited to the last minute to save my butt, didn't you? Her eyes widen in surprise before a smile curls her lips. Had to figure who the good guys were first, didn't I? Glad I passed the test, I mutter. The paramedic looks at us uncertainly, perhaps unsure whether to chuckle along with us or be outraged that we're cracking wise in the face of death. I meet her gaze. You saw what they were doing to Grisina. I'm glad the filthy bastards are dead. Fontenot is too professional to agree, but I see no remorse in her eyes. I start to lever myself up on an elbow. Let's get out of here. The paramedic places a finger against my lips to shush me and gently pushes me back down. Your eye is a mess, and we need to look at the ear, sir. Your pupils aren't dilating properly, which makes me worry that you might have a concussion as well. Someone punched you in the eye? Fontenot asks. My eyes stray back to Hayes. He jumped me, I replied defensively. Fontenot fights to restrain a smile as she gently shakes her head. Men, always an excuse for why they got beat up. You see the other guys? She stifles a snort. Point taken. And there are two of them, I add. That's true, she says. When she continues, her face is contorted in disgust. So, I guess we know what Reuben's enticement was to keep quiet? I nod. Sick bastards, both of them. Fontenot bends lower to give my shoulder a gentle squeeze. Christina's lucky she had a guardian angel looking out for her, especially given how badly the fabled FBI missed the boat on this case. You did well, Mr. Valenti. Be proud of yourself. My eyes meet hers. Thanks. Fontenot winks before she straightens and walks away. When my eyes again find the paramedics, she lays a hand on my cheek and says, Thanks for risking your life to save that poor girl. We need more like you. Is Grisina still here? I ask. The paramedic shakes her head gently. No, she's on the way to the hospital. We took her out of here as quickly as possible. And just left me lying on the floor, huh? I've been here with you from the start. We didn't want to move you until we took a good look at your head wound. Turns out it's just the ear. Thanks, I murmur. Do I still have an ear? Could be worse, she says drolly. You got one whole ear and part of another. She's finally getting into the spirit of my and Fontenot's black humor. I suppose she's as good as it gets when a guy needs a paramedic. I change my mind when a syringe appears in her hand. It looks big enough to knock out a horse, but that might be because the sight of the bloody things has always horrified me. Just a little something for the pain, she says. The lights go out again within seconds. 55. On the occasion of Dirk and Janine paying a visit to Chicago, I've decided to hold a winter solstice party at my home for everyone involved in the Grisina saga. Brittany has spent the day cooking, ably assisted by Pat O'Toole, who has been nursing me over the past 3 months. Grisina is in town to spend Christmas with Peter and his family, so she'll be coming as well. This will be my first time seeing her since a short visit in the Casper Hospital in the days after she was freed from the old Douglas jail. She spent the intervening months working to get healthy, physically and emotionally. starting with 2 months at home with her mother in Poland. Now she's come back to finish her studies and is staying with Janine and Dirk in Casper. Peter tells me she's making amazing progress. Such a resilient girl, he marveled when I called to invite them to this afternoon's festivities. I've been away from work since returning from my western adventure. My reconstructed ear looks pretty much as it did before Sheriff Donahue shredded it with a bullet. Brittany tells everyone that my ear grew back, likening it to worms growing back body parts. I explained that it's amphibians that regenerate body parts. She prefers to insinuate that I'm a worm. For the most part, the physical stuff hasn't been too hard to get over, although the concussion recovery gets tougher with every bonk on the head. I really do need to stop doing that. Slogging my way to emotional recovery, however, is proving to be a much steeper climb. A therapist recommended by Jake Plummer has become my best buddy. She's helping me work through a mountain of troubles, guilt over neither protecting nor saving Trish, beating myself up for shooting my brother, a tsunami of remorse for depriving Marty Thorne Dalrymple's family of a cherished husband and father, self-reproach for having let Grazina get into trouble by venturing to Wyoming to collect her car and cash. Yeah, I've got plenty to work through. But today is a day to celebrate new beginnings, as well as old and new friendships, so I set aside such thoughts. The first arrivals are Penelope and her partner, Becky Seguin. Ah, yes, the party girls arrive before everyone else, I crack, after bussing each of them on the cheek. They're into the wine almost before they shed their coats. Dino dutifully fusses over our guests, especially after they toss him a few cashews. They settle on the sofa. I plug myself into what had been my father's lazy boy recliner before he decamped for Italy. Penelope eyes me critically, maybe even with a hint of suspicion. You sure about coming back to work right after the holidays? I'm doing better, partner. Don't worry. I do worry, she says. You've had a tough go of it over the past couple of years. How many concussions? I shrug. I don't know. 1 or 2. 3, she fires back. The fact that you don't even remember clinches my argument. I've never stood a chance against my partner in a battle of wits, even before I started repeatedly banging my head on hard object after hard object. Dirk and Janine arrive next, looking all lovey-dovey as they squeeze onto a single sofa cushion beside Penelope and Becky. When I comment, Janine blushes before retorting, "We're just trying to make room for the rest of your guests." Uh-huh. Dirk winks and pulls Janine closer. I smile back, thinking that they make a great couple. Dino checks them out, ascertains that they haven't yet gotten into the snacks, and wanders back to sit patiently at the feet of Penelope and Becky. The Zalewskis arrive minutes later. Peter, his wife Millie, and Grazina, who looks vibrant and has somehow recaptured her apparently irrepressible effervescence. It's all I can do to hold back a river of tears at seeing her doing so well. Grazina makes a beeline for me and wraps her arms around my neck as I greet them in the entryway. Thank you so much, Tony. I've apparently graduated from Mr. Valenti. We chat while Pat and Brittany circulate with drinks and snacks, beer, wine, soda, potato chips, peanuts, Christmas cookies, plus the pièce de résistance, an appetizer tray from the grocery store. Hors d'oeuvres, in Brittany's telling. My, haven't we gone uptown here on Liberty Street? Grazina spends a few minutes chatting with Janine and Dirk, frequently looking across the room to catch my eye with a smile. 10 minutes later, she slides under the arm of my chair and leans close with a note of worry in her voice. Dirk says you have had a hard time recovering from everything you went through this summer, Tony. Is there any way I can help? She's a sweet woman. Imagine that. Her offering to comfort me after the horror she went through. I slip an arm around her waist and pull her face down to give her a little peck on the cheek. Thanks, Grazina. I appreciate the offer very much. She lifts a hand and touches my newly rebuilt ear, then gives it a little kiss and smiles at me. They did a good job. One can hardly tell this is not the ear you were born with. I smile back. Could have been worse. We should have coffee or lunch sometime. The doorbell rings. I look around the room to confirm that everyone who was invited is already here. I'm about to get up to shoo away whatever Yuletide solicitor is interrupting when Brittany shoots past me to greet our caller. I can hear their voices at the front door, but can't make out what they're saying. Our visitor is a woman, and it's a voice I know. I last heard it in Wyoming 3 months ago. My eyes slide to Dirk. He's grinning at me with an insider smirk. Callista Fontenot walks into the living room, nods at Dirk, and then walks straight to me to shake hands. Good to see you, Mr. Valenti. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Agent Fontenot, and welcome to our home. Thank you, she says with a smile. I was surprised to be invited, but appreciate it. It's Callista when I'm off duty, by the way. I return her smile as I take her coat. They call me Tony around here, and a lot of other things, my daughter interjects with a laugh, only some of which are suitable for family hour, Pat adds helpfully. Then they make their introductions among themselves. My two favorite gals, I tell Callista. She pops an eyebrow up, grins, and says, What's that old saying? With friends like that? Oh, I know, I reply, in my best put-upon woe-is-me tone. Hey, Callista, Dirk says as he ambles over to shake her hand. Glad you could make it. So, that explains the invitation. How are you liking life in Chicago? He asks her. Life in Chicago? I ask her in surprise. The FBI declared me the hero of our Converse County episode and promoted me out of the backwaters of Wyoming to the bright lights of the big city. I've been transferred to our Chicago field office. I'm not sure I agree that she performed all that well in Douglas, but she did save my other ear and who knows what all by shooting Sheriff Donahue, so I'm happy to give her the benefit of the doubt. Congratulations, I say. She shrugs, perhaps mirroring my thoughts. Thank you. Now that the indictments have been handed down, you can tell us how you brought the Lewis family to grief, Dirk suggests. I can tell you most of the Grazina story, but we can't get into the ongoing investigations into the Lewis family, Callista says after she thinks on it for a moment. Then she pauses to look around. Is she here? I nod. She just went down to the basement with Brits. Okay, she says. She's been through enough and probably doesn't need to hear some of this. Anyway, we found some unsigned paperwork concerning a civil forfeiture claiming Grazina was stopped on a drug bust. The idea was that she'd sign the car over to avoid prosecution, and it would wind up back with Mark Lewis. I suspect Lewis and Donahue expected her to sign the papers without much fuss and then disappear. When she wouldn't sign, Donahue kept her in jail. Why didn't they just forge her signature? I ask. She shrugs. I know, right? Maybe Lewis was concerned that a forgery might be discovered, and then he'd lose the car again. The whole charade seems to have been orchestrated so he could get the stupid car back. I don't think the $350,000 much mattered to him. Seems kind of dumb, but criminals are dumb, right? So they say, I reply. Callista's eyes go cold as she continues. Thankfully, Grazina never signed the forfeiture paperwork. I think they would have killed her if she had. Anyway, when Grazina dug in her heels and refused to sign, Sheriff Donahue started threatening her with gang rape, but Lewis wouldn't let them touch her for the first few days. Almost decent of the bastard, I mutter. She shakes her head. I doubt it. Probably some manly crap such as, she was mine and you can't have her, or something along those lines. I don't know. Anyway, according to Grazina, Lewis eventually relented and gave Donahue and the rest of them the green light the very morning you found her. You got there in time, hero, but it was too close for comfort. The upside is that the sheriff was thinking with his little head, and it got him killed. Serves him right, I mutter. She nods. Indeed. We went hunting for the car, of course. Lewis swore that he didn't know anything about what happened to it, but we eventually found shipping records for it after a month of searching. He sent it from Houston to Italy. The Lewis family has a home in the south of France and another in Italy. Surprise, surprise, we found the car at their place in France. Mark had registered it there in his name so he could tool around Europe in style. I tracked down airline tickets Lewis bought to see the car off in Houston and pick it up again in Marseille, Dirk says with a chuckle. Callista smiles at the memory. The tickets were a godsend. That focused our search on Houston, which is where we picked up the trail of the car. We were lucky that you had a copy of the divorce paperwork showing the transfer of title to Grazina, because the original never made it to DMV. So far as the state of Wyoming knew, Lewis was still the legal owner, so they issued a new title when he reported the original lost. Then he applied for an export license. Once we worked out what had happened, we went straight to Lewis's lawyer, a little weasel named Smith, if I remember correctly. He folded like a wet piece of toilet paper when we confronted him, confirmed that they gave Grazina a duffel bag stuffed with $350,000 in $100 bills, and that she still had it when he last saw her. Did Smith know what was going on? I asked. He says not. I'm inclined to believe him. He's just a hired legal gun for the Lewis family. I can't imagine them involving him in something like kidnapping and murder. And yet he must have known something rotten was happening. She nods. Of course he did, but not the details. I think he wanted to help, but was afraid, Grazina says from behind me. Our eyes snap to her in surprise. No one saw her come back upstairs. Did you recover the cash? I asked Callista. That's been tougher to track down. Lewis claims he hasn't seen a penny of it. He even manufactured a little fake rage and suggested that Donahue must have taken it. All I knew was that it was a drug bust, he told us. What a load. He's a piece of work, isn't he? She glowers at the thought. Yeah. Anyway, we recovered over $40,000 in $100 bills from Donahue's house. Not much doubt where that came from. Grazina's prints were on some of the packets. Will Grazina get it back? I ask. Callista frowns. Hopefully. It's evidence for now, but maybe after the dust settles. The other $300,000 just vanished? In a manner of speaking, she says. Mark Lewis made a few contemporaneous trips to Vegas and spread a lot of cash around. Guess the moron doesn't realize that FinCEN and BSA financial reporting applies to casinos. Either that, or he's just so used to the rules not applying to him that he doesn't think about them. Sounds about right for him, I mutter as I watch Dino and Grazina bond over salami and crackers. The old bugger's in heaven. Sure does, Dirk agrees, then winks at Callista. Tell him about the girlfriend. Dirk got the ball rolling on this, she says with an approving nod at him. Mark has a girlfriend in Vegas who he hooks up with whenever he visits. She's a free spirit who is happy to spend time with fun guys, willing to splash some cash on her. She testified to his having a huge wad of $100 bills over a period of 2 months, which is way out of character. The guy lives on plastic, she told us. A couple of servers at the casino also put Mark there spending piles of cash and being a Class A jerk when he did so, which helped folks remember him. Loud, obnoxious son of a bitch, one girl told us. I guess they all cringe every time he shows up. Misogynist S.O.B., I mutter, thinking of how Lewis pawed the waitress the first night I laid eyes on him. Callista nods with a look of distaste before her eyes light up. His bank didn't file a BSA report for the $350,000 cash withdrawal he made to pay Grazina, so we leaned on them pretty hard for information with the understanding that we'd put in a good word for them with the banking regulators. There's no record of Mark making a single cash deposit after Grazina disappeared, so the supposition is that he financed his Vegas binges with the cash he stole from her. I roll my eyes. Duh. She smiles. Yeah, we figured that out for ourselves. Anyway, having Lewis's bankers over a barrel kicked open a treasure chest of goodies for us. I smile at the thought of the Lewis family's bank turning state's evidence against them. Sweet. Sweet indeed. Bankers to people like that always know plenty of secrets that the paperwork doesn't reveal. I frown. None of this sounds like an avenue for Grazina to recover her cash. No, he doesn't. But I'm leaning on Mark Lewis pretty hard to make her whole. How so? Dangling a carrot about how cooperating will be taken into account when it comes to sentencing or negotiating a settlement. What will you give him? I ask. Not a thing. I'm hoping the bluff works. He's getting nervous about being charged as an accomplice to Grazina's kidnapping. I arch my eyebrows in surprise. You think you can nail him with that? She holds out her hand and swivels it back and forth in a comme ci comme ça gesture. I'm not overly optimistic. Well, let's hope the bluff works. If you guys can't make the charges stick, drop him off in a dark alley and let me know where to find him, Dirk suggests. I'll dispense a little frontier justice to the son of a bitch. Callista smiles at him. I'd love to, Dirk. If I were still in cowboy mode, I might take a little trip west to settle a few scores myself, but those days are behind me. I haven't even replaced the last Glock I lost to police custody in Douglas. Maybe not having a weapon will keep me out of trouble. Besides, who can afford to buy a new gun every month? I don't need Mark's money, Grazina says. Maybe you don't need it, I say with a grin. But as your attorney, I'll be doing everything in my power to see that you get every penny you're entitled to. She smiles back and hugs my arm. I'm sure that you and Penelope will do so. My eyes track to Callista's. The car? Still in France, but something needs to be done soon. The police there won't hold on to it forever, especially if nobody is paying to store it. Shouldn't Lewis have to pay to have it returned? I ask. That would be the decent thing to do, Callista replies. So, no, I say. The FBI agent smiles at Grozina. Perhaps your attorney can look into making that happen. Maybe he can. Okay, everyone, downstairs, Brittany announces. I'm wondering what that's about when Pat, wearing a wicked smile, catches my eye. Uh-oh, time for the impromptu little concert I promised everyone, Brittany says once everyone has trooped down to the basement. No, I mutter with a laugh. Not in front of people. Heck, you used to play in front of a crowd all the time, Valenti, Pat says. As I look around at the big smiles surrounding me, I realize that I'm going to have to play something, so I may as well seize the initiative. I pick up my Epiphone, plug in, and launch into Jingle Bells. No way, Brittany exclaims with a laugh. 'Tis the season, I argue. She shakes her head. Your audience is expecting Free Fallin', played properly, she concludes, then walks over and plucks the Rickenbacker 36012 off a stand and holds it out to me. We're going to do this right, Pops. So we do. Maybe not exactly right, but passably well. I flee up the stairs before the crowd manages to coax an encore out of us. We spend the rest of the afternoon studiously avoiding any mention of the events that brought us together, focusing instead on the holiday season and new beginnings. Penelope and Becky are the first to leave, as is their wont. First to come, first to go. They plan to get married in a civil ceremony sometime early in the new year. Dirk and Janine are the next out. Where their budding romance is headed, no one knows, but they seem to be off to a good start. Callista Fontenot is opening a new chapter in her FBI career. I wish her well, and can't help wondering if our paths will cross again here in Chicagoland. Unlikely. As for Grozina, her future is perhaps the most intriguing of all. She seems to be full of life and promise to a degree that boggles my mind, given the ordeal she's been through. She gives me a long embrace when she and her aunt and uncle depart. Don't forget to call me about lunch. You're going to have to be careful around that one, Pat says from behind my shoulder as we watch Grozina and the other Zalewskis walk to Peter's Lexus. Why? I ask in surprise. I think she has a puppy crush on you, Valenti. She's a grown woman, I scoff. And yet, Pat says with a shrug. Brittany takes my arm and smiles up at me. You better be careful about a lot of things, old man. I'd kind of like to have a normal father for a while, you know? Valenti? Normal? Pat says with a knowing smile at my daughter while she delivers a light punch to my shoulder. This guy has a nose for trouble. There are a few certainties in this life, kiddo. The sun rises, the sun sets, people are born, people die, and your father manages to step in the manure over and over again. Take it to the bank. This concludes A Time for Reckoning by Neil Turner, narrated by Gary Bennett. Copyright 2021 by Neil David Turner. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Neil Turner and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.